Within the dominion of the systems, reconnaissance operations are executed under its auspices. Chapter 1. Reincarnation as a prince. In an antiquated and palatial hall, a corpulent gentleman, his eyes concealed, frolicked amidst a bevy of maidens. "Your Highness, I am here. Come, apprehend me. He, your Highness, hither. I am this way. Hasten." With his portly physique swaying, Zhao Ze declared, "Fair maidens, I shall ensnare you. Make no mistake." As he spoke, he extended his hands in every direction. At that juncture, a man attired in scarlet robes materialized before Zhao Ze with spectral swiftness, causing the surrounding retinue to prostrate themselves in terror. Zhao Ze inadvertently embraced him, exclaiming, "At long last, I have captured you. My beauty, there is no escape." Upon discerning the incongruity of the sensation, his complexion turned ashen. "Wretch," the scarlet-robed man retorted, delivering a forceful blow that toppled Zhao Ze. Removing the silken scarf from his eyes, Zhao Ze knelt, his voice trembling. "Father, Father, have mercy. I dare not again. I was in error." Gazing upon his inept offspring, Zhao Mu sighed. "You shall no longer tarry in the capital. On the morrow, you shall embark to the southwest to safeguard the frontier." "Father, I implore you, do not. I do not wish to venture to the frontier. I shall reform. I shall commence studying and practicing martial arts." Zhao Mu glared fiercely at Zhao Ze. "Cease your prattle. Begone as far as possible, and depart on the morrow. Let me not lay eyes upon you again." With a snort, he turned and departed. As the assemblage dispersed, Zhao Ze rose, adjusting his attire. His left cheek was swollen, and a trickle of blood stained the corner of his mouth. A fleeting smile graced his lips. Ostensibly, the sovereign's punishment was unduly severe, akin to banishment. Yet in Zhao Ze's estimation, it was an opportunity for survival. How so? The genuine Zhao Ze had perished 3 months prior. The current Zhao Ze was merely the soul of an ordinary earthling, transmigrated and occupying this corporeal form. Upon his arrival, he found himself a prince. Initially, he anticipated a comfortable existence, even if he did not ascend the throne. Alas, he had underestimated the cutthroat competition inherent in the life of a prince, compounded by the fact that this world permitted cultivation, provided one possessed the requisite aptitude. Hence, complications arose. How was Zhao Ze to deceive them? Should those so-called luminaries discover that the prince's original soul was deceased and that the current one was an impostor, he would likely become a specimen for vivisection. Fortunately, the prince whom Zhao Ze had supplanted was an idler, devoid of any practical skills, indulging in debauchery. His reputation was utterly tarnished. Crucially, he was not favored by his royal father, and his mother was not of noble lineage, merely a commoner chosen for her beauty. She had succumbed to illness 2 years prior, likely hastened by her son's profligacy, leaving Zhao Ze utterly alone and unsupervised, further exacerbating his recklessness. Unnoticed, and without any influential figures in his entourage, save for his royal sire, whom he had encountered only sparingly in the past 3 months, and who barely acknowledged him, knowing his dissolute nature. Thus, to avoid detection, he continued his charade until the monarch, at long last, reached the limit of his patience and exiled him, finally easing a long-held anxiety. Zhao Ze's reluctance to remain in the capital stemmed from 2 factors. Besides the fear of being unmasked as an impostor, there was the paramount concern of the succession struggle, which had reached a fever pitch. His predecessor's demise was highly likely a consequence of this contest. Logically, he, the prince, posed the least threat. Why, then, would anyone seek to eliminate him? He had long pondered this mystery. However, he was certain that someone was stirring the waters of the succession battle. Therefore, the capital was a perilous locale, and he had to depart with haste. "Summon someone," Zhao Tianze commanded. "Your servant is at your service." A eunuch scurried forth, prostrating himself. "Dispatch someone to make preparations. We shall depart at dawn," Zhao Tianze instructed before turning and exiting the hall. "As you command, Your Highness." The break of dawn. Zhao Ze had already departed the Song capital, accompanied only by his personal eunuch and a meager contingent of 200 soldiers, a pitiful sight indeed. Nevertheless, Zhao Ze's spirits were high. At least he no longer had to play the fool, and he could finally live authentically, which was of paramount importance. He was en route to a small town called Shijiang, near the capital, where he would board a vessel and sail down the river to Yunshi City, a border town in southern Chu. For Zhao Ze, avoiding a long equestrian journey was a boon. Accompanying him was a military officer named Li Chun, due for a rotation in Yunshi City, leading an army of 5,000 soldiers stationed near Shijiang town. They would embark together once Prince Zhao Ze arrived. As the sun reached its zenith, the company grew weary, and they rested beneath the trees lining the road. Although the soldiers had undergone some cultivation, their prolonged inactivity, combined with their advanced age and infirmity, had rendered them incapable of enduring the morning's journey. Zhao Ze was disheartened by this. It was rare for a prince to be reduced to such straits. He had initially hoped to discover some talent among them to enlist, but the morning's events had dispelled that notion. "Your Highness, please partake of some water," the little eunuch offered obsequiously, presenting a water skin. Zhao Ze accepted the water skin and took several hearty gulps before addressing the little eunuch. "Xiao Dongzi, how long have you served me?" Xiao Dongzi was taken aback, sensing a change in the prince's demeanor. After a moment, he replied, "It has been 10 years since I was a child." "Indeed, 10 years have passed in a blink. We have both grown," Zhao Ze mused, leaving Xiao Dongzi perplexed. "Has your Highness lost his senses?" Xiao Dongzi wondered. Noticing Xiao Dongzi's bewilderment, Zhao Ze said with a touch of embarrassment, "I merely wish to inquire about your cultivation. We are soon to be at the frontier." "Ah, that is what it is," Xiao Dongzi exclaimed, finally comprehending, and proceeded to elaborate. "Why inquire about such a simple matter, known to all in this world?" It was because Zhao Ze's previous incarnation possessed both poor talent and scant cultivation experience, totaling only a few days. Coupled with his constant revelry, he had all but forgotten the key points of the cultivation secrets taught by his instructors. Since his transmigration, Zhao Ze had been aware that cultivation was possible in this world. However, he could not find the main cultivation methods in his memories, only miscellaneous information, such as the whereabouts of beautiful women and delicious food. This left him speechless. His previous self was truly useless, and it was no wonder that he was looked down upon. His longevity was solely due to his princely status. After listening to Xiao Dongzi's explanation, Zhao Ze gained a general understanding of the cultivation rules and basic requirements of this world. It turned out that this world employed a cultivation method known as meridian opening. The human body could potentially open 108 meridians, but to date, no one had achieved this feat. It existed only in ancient legends that, in addition to meridian opening, there was also the concept of meridian fusion, which involved integrating one's unique spiritual path into the meridians to achieve supreme enlightenment. In Zhao Ze's view, this cultivation method, while seemingly simple, was quite intricate upon closer examination. Generally, the number of meridians opened was used to determine the strength of an individual. However, with the existence of meridian fusion, this matter took on a new dimension. Zhao Ze wanted to inquire about more specific details, but Xiao Dongzi seemed to know only the basics, so he refrained from further questioning. "How many meridians have you opened?" Zhao Ze inquired, gazing at Xiao Dongzi. Replying to your Highness, "This servant has only opened 2 meridians, which is somewhat better than the average person," Xiao Dongzi answered. "How can one ascertain the number of meridians they have opened?" Zhao Ze pressed further. "That is quite simple." Xiao Dongzi then imparted the fundamental techniques to Zhao Ze. As Zhao Ze attempted to circulate the technique, the air around him began to resonate, and his garments billowed in the wind. He sensed 2 distinct currents at the position of his heart, one flowing towards his left hand and the other towards his right. The relentless surge felt as though it could burst forth at any moment. It appeared that he had indeed only opened 2 meridians, which left Zhao Ze on the brink of exasperation. As a prince with such advantageous conditions, he had no shortage of training resources, yet he had only managed to open 2 meridians, truly an abysmal failure. He had hoped to at least embody the stature of a prince. If he could not flaunt his prowess, he would settle for a life of idleness. Yet, in the end, he had achieved nothing. What was the point of this transmigration? Chapter 2. Attitude and Emotion Detection System. The reason lies in Zhao Ze and Amp Oppo's acquisition of a system after his transmigration. Specifically, this system does not assist him in accelerating his cultivation, nor does it offer lottery draws or summon generals. It possesses only a supportive function, and its other capabilities remain unknown to him. This auxiliary function, however, is far from useless. it proves to be quite beneficial, allowing him to perceive the attitudes others hold towards him at any given moment. A friendly demeanor is indicated by a green smiley face, respect by blue, neutrality by white, indifference by yellow, disdain by orange, and hatred by red, among other colors. Some attitudes fall into similar categories. For instance, both indifference and disdain are represented by yellow. Zhao Zhe, having just acquired the system, has not yet encountered many individuals to fully categorize the array of attitudes that can be displayed. Any person he observes will reveal their sentiment towards him, though he is yet to conduct extensive experimentation to uncover other potential functions. During his time in the palace, he noticed that those around him were predominantly in a green state, prompting him to conduct experiments with a few dogs and confirming that the system applies to all living beings. Remarkably, on his way out today, Zhao Zhe spotted a red face. As his group progressed, he encountered 3 more glaring red faces. Additionally, there exists a special warning system that alerts him whenever someone harboring hatred approaches from a specific direction. Only the presence of a hostile individual triggers this alert, while other attitudes do not. This warning is unique in that it is perceptible solely to him. Individuals intending harm may exhibit emotional fluctuations, which the system is capable of detecting. Over the course of a few days, Zhao Zhe has come to realize that this system serves as an effective tool for assessing the emotional states of others, a fundamental summary of his findings. These individuals often masquerade as common folk or itinerant merchants, and without this system, Zhao Zhe and Appo's journey would be fraught with peril. Thus, resting here serves a dual purpose: to formulate an escape plan. Engaging in combat is futile. The adversary is well prepared and has completely grasped the movements of his group. The only remaining option is to flee. Zhao Zhe is acutely aware that they are not far from the capital, where the enemy dares not act. But once they venture further into the densely populated forest, the situation may become precarious. Beyond the woods lies General Li Chun and Appo's encampment, with the nearby town of Shijiang not far off. "Bring me the map," Zhao Zhe commanded. Little Dongzi was perplexed by his master and Appo's sudden desire to consult a map and hurried off to retrieve it. After examining the map, Zhao Zhe gained a clearer understanding of the terrain, confirming his initial thoughts. The forest lay ahead. Following the path would lead to a small basin surrounded by mountains and dense jungles, an ideal ambush location. If they were to lie in wait, it would guarantee that none of the 200 soldiers would escape this valley. Such grand schemes and deep-seated enmity indeed raised questions in his mind. Who could possibly wish him dead? At present, he finds himself without a solid plan, forced to proceed one step at a time. "This food is simply unpalatable. I Shan and Appo's eat it," Zhao Zhe declared, tossing the tasteless ration to the ground. Stomping on it twice. This military supply was rather subpar, though it sufficed to sate his hunger. Suddenly, he found himself reminiscing about the exquisite cuisine of his former world. How delightful it had been. Hot pot, barbecued meats, crayfish, fried chicken, and more. Coke, he thought, a sudden yearning overwhelming him. The urgency of the preceding moments had masked his cravings, but now, in a state of relaxation, those desires surged forth. His mind was flooded with images of soda, fried chicken, and the ultimate comfort food combo. How peculiar it felt. He realized he could once temper such cravings, but now they seemed insatiable. It dawned on him that his current physique was significantly heavier than his previous one, compounded by his daily indulgence in rich foods. The mere thought of fried chicken and soda was devastatingly tempting. "I crave meat. I long for wine," Zhao Zhe finally erupted, unable to contain his desires any longer. The soldiers surrounding him were startled by his outburst, and little Dongzi rushed to his side, thinking to himself, "This is the true prince. He is hungry. Who was that earlier who ate the military rations?" Within 10 minutes, he organized several small teams. Some went hunting, others gathered wild vegetables, while a few tended to the fire. Zhao Zhe, of course, found a shady spot to relax, pondering his next move. Delaying was prudent. Once he was well fed, he could set off anew. Though he entertained these thoughts, the plan had already commenced. The 200 soldiers were not united in purpose. Should they band together for a counter-encirclement, they might catch their foes off guard. Alas, these men were not inclined to fight to the death for him, but rather exhibited a strong inclination to flee. Through careful observation, Zhao Zhe noted that among the 200 soldiers, 121 displayed a neutral attitude towards him, 59 were indifferent, 18 harbored disdain, and 2 expressed outright dislike. This assessment felt remarkably objective. While these individuals maintained a facade of respect, their true thoughts diverged significantly. Humanity, it seemed, was indeed a cunning and treacherous species. Zhao Ze had been quietly observing all of them for some time. He surmised that the two who disliked him were likely backed by formidable connections, strategically placed here to relay information. It was too late to ascertain their identities now. Their attitude reflected disdain, yet had not escalated to hatred. They were likely not affiliated with the recent group. Many might wonder, what of little Dongzi and Appo's attitude? Undoubtedly, it was one of foolish loyalty. Zhao Ze was taken aback to discover how intensely devoted this little eunuch was to him. Such loyalty was unparalleled. The color of his icon shimmered with a golden hue, instilling Zhao Ze with confidence in entrusting him with tasks. An hour later, the delectable aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. The abundance of people made procurement easier. They had captured 3 wild boars and 2 deer, with numerous wild chickens and rabbits, as well as an array of wild vegetables and mushrooms, all nearly prepared and roasting over the fire. Naturally, Zhao Ze yearned for something more potent to complement his forthcoming plans. The finest pairing for delicacies, of course, was exquisite wine. There could be no substitute. This brought to mind Zhao Ze and Appo's rather infamous past life, characterized by a fondness for wine and women, somehow reminiscent of a certain emperor from ancient China. He had amassed an impressive collection of fine wines, most of which he carried with him. Gazing at the exquisite storage ring on his hand, Zhao Ze sighed, reflecting on how this contraption contained vast quantities of wine, along with various risku illustrations, novels, and an abundance of bedding. Its diversity and detail were truly astonishing. He had initially considered disposing of these superfluous items, but realized that discarding them in the capital would expose his identity. Thus, he decided to retain them for the time being, planning to dispose of them once he found a secluded spot outside the city. At this moment, the meat was nearly finished roasting, its aroma tantalizingly inviting. Little Dongzi prepared the finest cuts of meat, Zhao Ze and Appo's favorites, including succulent pork belly, deer steaks, and chicken legs, serving them to him with care. In turn, Zhao Ze produced his cherished collection of exquisite wines, instructing little Dongzi to distribute them among the soldiers. Little Dongzi dutifully complied. This was the true nature of the prince, enjoying roasted meat and wine during a military march, just as it should be. However, the 2 centurions below were less than pleased. You can indulge in roasted meat, but this delay may hinder our timely arrival at Shijiang if we do not resume our march soon. What significance does drinking hold nowadays? If Li Chun lays blame upon us, we may find ourselves unable to bear the consequences, for he is a person of cold-blooded ruthlessness, devoid of any semblance of compassion. Thus, many rose to advise Zhao Ze, cautioning that indulging in alcohol could lead to disastrous outcomes. Zhao Ze, however, remained unfazed by their concerns, asserting that he would assume full responsibility and encouraging everyone to drink freely without worry. Ultimately, the 2 centurions found themselves powerless against Zhao Ze, resorting to discreetly instructing their subordinates to abstain from alcohol while permitting them to consume meat. Initially, the soldiers were relatively obedient and refrained from drinking. However, after Zhao Ze had consumed a few bowls of wine, emboldened by the effects, he sought out the soldiers to toast with them. How could a prince of noble lineage demean himself by approaching those of lower status for a drink? Yet, when the soldiers noticed the prince approaching them, they felt immensely honored, as if their stature had been elevated and their pride swelled. Naturally, they were eager to honor the prince, raising their cups to drink heartily. Moreover, Zhao Ze engaged in heartfelt conversations with these lower-ranking soldiers, which led most of them to gather around him, indulging in meat and wine, completely disregarding the centurion's orders. The 2 centurions were rendered speechless, astonished at the sight. Was this truly the demeanor of a prince? How could he stoop to share drinks and meals with common soldiers, thus tarnishing the dignity of the royal lineage? In truth, one of the centurions harbored a deep-seated disdain for Zhao Ze and Appo's conduct. Chapter 3. The ambush at this moment. In the wooded basin, 400 individuals had been lying in wait for quite some time, led by the somewhat notorious bandit chief, known as Zhang Ta. Of course, he was not famous for his deeds here. Who in the vicinity of the capital would venture so far to seek their demise? The reason for their presence was the promise of a handsome reward for the assassination of a nobleman. Initially, he had no intention of accepting such a perilous task, but the allure proved too great to resist. For him, the greatest temptations were gold and women. Zhang Tua was born with a hunchback, a deformity that earned him his name. His appearance was grotesque, rendering him utterly repugnant, which made women a source of torment for him. Yet, he was also a symbol of resilience. Once a downtrodden outcast, he refused to accept his fate. He understood that through sheer determination, he could attain anything he desired. From a young age, he distanced himself from his parents and hometown, embarking on a journey through the martial world. Eventually, he carved out a modest reputation in a remote area, gathering a band of 290 followers who regarded him as their king. He vowed to repay the women who had ridiculed him 100-fold, distorting his heart with vengeful desires. He began to target the local girls, but he dared not approach women of refinement and stature. Unexpectedly, that very night, the buyer sent him 2 destitute noble women for his amusement. For several nights, he unleashed his primal instincts, treating them as mere playthings. One perished within days, while the other took her own life in despair. The experience was unforgettable, igniting within him an insatiable hunger for more. Thus, he disregarded the risks and accepted the contract. After all, it was merely the task of eliminating a nobleman. With 290 men at his disposal and approximately 110 prisoners to serve as expendable pawns, he was confident in his success. Armed with military crossbows borrowed from the buyer, he believed there was no way the target could escape. The military crossbows were indeed lent to him by the buyer, who understood Zhang Tuo's character and preferred a stealthy approach rather than a head-on confrontation. Zhang Tuo calculated the odds favorably. It was unwise to confront the nobleman directly. The buyer had provided him with 300 military crossbows to lay an ambush at this location, with an additional 100 men positioned strategically to ensure the target could not flee. Thus, the 400 men had arrived the previous night to commence their ambush. Yet now, no sign of their prey had emerged. Logically, they should have arrived by now. Yet the initial 3 scouting parties reported no movement. Monkey 3, go investigate the situation, Zhang Tuo commanded. Understood, came the reply. As Monkey 3 stepped out of the thicket and onto the main road, transforming himself into an ordinary peasant carrying a bundle of firewood. After a brief interval of 10 minutes, Monkey 3 returned with news. Boss, they are feasting and drinking. It appears they are in no hurry to depart. What? Drinking and feasting? Zhang Tuo cursed. I have been waiting since last night, without a morsel to eat, merely sipping water, while these nobles indulged themselves. He contemplated how he would relish their demise, envisioning a feast of his own once they were vanquished. Go gather some men to keep watch. Notify me as soon as they set out, he ordered. Yes, Monkey 3 affirmed before gathering others to monitor the nobles. Under the scorching summer sun, fatigue began to set in among Zhang Tuo and Apos' men, some succumbing to drowsiness after a night of waiting. Awake, you lot. Get up and remain alert, Zhang Tuo shouted. Noticing several prisoners had dozed off in their positions, he harbored no compassion for these condemned men. He wished to eliminate them personally. For these death row inmates, accepting this assignment was their only escape, a high-risk gamble for a chance at freedom. Meanwhile, Zhao Ze had finished his meal and prepared to set out. Each soldier had consumed several bowls, with only the 2 centurions abstaining from the drink. Zhao Ze soon perceived a couple of individuals harboring animosity towards him. Yet as he commenced his journey, they too veered towards the forest. Once they had distanced themselves, Zhao Ze turned to a soldier of similar stature and said, "Let us swap mounts. You've always wanted to experience riding, haven't you? Doff your armor." The soldier was taken aback. "Your Highness, that would be a capital offense. Please do not bully me." "Fear not," Zhao Ze replied, emboldened by drink. "I am a prince, you are pardoned. Out here in the wilderness, there is no one to witness our exchange. We shall simply walk a short distance before switching back." The 2 centurions, sensing the situation was amiss, approached to intervene. But a mere glare from Zhao Ze silenced them. In the end, none dared challenge the inebriated prince. An overwhelming sense of distaste arose among the soldiers. Reaching a boiling point, the 2 centurions seethed with ire, yet felt powerless. The soldier, reluctantly yielding to Zhao Ze and Apos' demands, exchanged his armor for the prince and Apos' attire and mounted Zhao Ze and Apos' horse, caught between fear and excitement as they set off. Some soldiers, affected by the drink, staggered as they marched, while Zhao Ze initially positioned himself in the center to project an image of authority. As they entered the woods, Zhao Ze noticed several individuals lurking in the trees, observing the troop before they vanished beyond the range of his alert system, likely to relay information. It seemed this was the final wave of scouts. The range of his alert system had not been meticulously tested, but following this encounter, he estimated it to be around 50 meters. Advance at a swift pace. We must not fall behind, or we shall jeopardize our orders. Zhao Ze commanded. Each soldier cursed the prince inwardly, while the two centurions seethed with frustration. As they ran, Zhao Ze gradually lagged towards the rear of the formation. Initially, the soldiers paid him heed, but as he continued to linger at the back, they dismissed him. After all, he was merely a prince, unable to match their speed. Unbeknownst to them, the prince, mounted yet pretending to be one of them, had ulterior motives, primarily to facilitate his escape. Xiao Dong, ever loyal, remained at Zhao Ze and Apos' side, regardless of his antics, ever protective of his master. Your Highness, perhaps you should mount a horse? This pace is not sustainable, Xiao Dong suggested. Zhao Ze was touched by the loyalty of his seemingly inept servant. It was indeed a rare find. Whispering softly into Xiao Dongzi's ear, I said, stay close to me ahead. We shall dash into the woods and take the narrow path. Someone intends to take my life. Chapter 4. Escape from hell. Xiao Dongzi exclaimed in shock, but before he could call out, Zhao Ze swiftly covered his mouth. After a few muffled sounds, Zhao Ze gestured for silence. At that moment, Xiao Dongzi regained his composure and nodded, prompting Zhao Ze to release him. Not far ahead lay a depression, and as the two ran, they suddenly plunged into the dense thicket, unnoticed by the soldiers, who continued their orderly march toward the site of impending doom. In the heart of the forest, where Zhang Tuo lay in ambush, his group had been poised for action the moment the troops entered the woods. Each person brimming with anticipation. They were eager to eliminate this band in return for their reward. Zhang Tuo licked his dagger, a habitual gesture he favored while preparing for a kill, as it quelled his nerves and heightened his adrenaline. He had arranged everything after the scouts returned, merely awaiting the target to stumble into his trap. He had calculated the timing perfectly. Within 10 minutes, the troops would arrive. Yet, an unsettling feeling began to creep in. Having taken lives before and spent ample time in the underworld, his experience and instincts warned him that something was amiss. The lavish consumption of meat and wine, what could be the purpose? Further contemplation revealed oddities. He had not been provided with a clear image of the target, only a sketch. Although the drawing was decent, he preferred to assess his prey's true appearance before making a move. Regrettably, the buyer had insisted that due to the complexities of the capital, he should rely solely on the drawing and avoid entering the city. Just then, Hosan approached Zhang Tuo, interrupting his thoughts. He sensed the target and Apos' arrival. There was no use in pondering further. Action was required. Did you discern the appearance of the newcomer? Zhang Tuo whispered. Indeed, it is him, Hosan replied discreetly. However, he could only make a judgment based on clothing and physique, not having seen the face clearly from a distance. The contingent of 200 soldiers had already hastily entered the basin. After feasting and drinking, they soon felt unwell, an overwhelming urge to vomit overtaking them. One soldier retched at the roadside, prompting several others to follow suit, causing the entire column to come to a halt amidst the chaos. The centurion leading the group shook his head in dismay and sought out the prince, puzzled by his absence. Just as he was about to send men to search, a sudden barrage of arrows rained down upon them, and he instinctively shouted, "Enemy attack! Form ranks!" Before he could react further, he was struck by several arrows and collapsed lifelessly to the ground. In an instant, the scene transformed into a slaughterhouse. The intoxicated soldiers were caught off guard, and the sudden assault resulted in heavy casualties. After another volley, only a few dozen remained, some cunningly hiding behind the fallen or using corpses as shields. Unfortunately, it was too late. As 400 masked assailants encircled them, despair settled in. Zhang Tuo surveyed the lifeless bodies, instructing his men to check for any feigned deaths. I will examine the body of the leader. Once done, disperse and regroup at the designated location. Following his command, his subordinates meticulously searched the corpses while Zhang Tuo had to personally verify the target of this deal. Some bodies were riddled with arrows, yet their clothing remained identifiable. After flipping over several corpses, Zhang Tuo finally located his target. However, upon comparing it with the drawing, he noted discrepancies. "This is troubling," he exclaimed. "Men, follow me. There's a survivor," Zhang Tuo shouted as he led a few capable aides into the forest. Meanwhile, Zhao Ze and his loyal companion Xiao Dongzi were desperately fleeing towards the military camp stationed near Shijiang town, where 10,000 troops lay in wait. Unfortunately, Zhao Ze, burdened by his corpulent form, struggled to keep pace, and fatigue quickly set in. He lamented his weakness, attributing it to prolonged neglect of training coupled with unrelenting indulgence in women and wine, leaving him utterly drained. Conversely, Xiaodongzi moved swiftly, claiming that his training and footwork made him faster than most who had opened 3 meridians. Zhao Ze felt humiliated, unable to outrun a mere eunuch. Pondering why their abilities differed so greatly despite both having opened 2 meridians, Xiaodongzi handed Zhao Ze a pill, declaring, "This is a marching elixir, used by soldiers who have opened their meridians. Once consumed, it allows one to travel 100 miles without fatigue." Before he could finish, Zhao Ze swallowed it hastily and, indeed, felt invigorated, his speed increasing. "This elixir has side effects. Your Highness, why did you consume it? You may find your legs turning to jelly soon," Xiaodongzi urged anxiously. Zhao Ze rolled his eyes. "If I am to die, I care not for my legs. Let us flee first." Not far into their escape, they were pursued. Zhao Ze and Appo's warning system alerted him just as they were spotted. "Quickly, over here," a soldier shouted. And within a minute, over 10 men were hot on their trail. Zhang Tuo led the charge, bellowing, "Stop them." Arrows. A flurry of arrows shot toward Zhao Ze. Having traversed time and space, Zhao Ze was familiar with an S-shaped running technique to evade projectiles, which he employed with remarkable efficacy. The trees provided ample cover, allowing him to dodge narrowly, while Zhang Tuo yelled in frustration, "Why is this rotund fellow so swift? We and Appo's vies been pursuing for 10 minutes, yet he still eludes capture. Boss, they must have consumed the marching elixir to run so fast." One of his men pointed out, "That damn substance. I shall catch up, for my own speed should suffice. If necessary, I shall partake in it as well." Zhang Tuo mused, realizing that he had acquired some of the elixirs from the slain soldiers. Initially unaware of their nature, he now understood their value. Zhang Tuo, despite his hunchback, pursued with remarkable agility. As he closed in on Zhao Ze, the latter and Appo's eyes widened in alarm, compelling him to sprint even faster. Zhang Tuo, relentless in his chase, unleashed a barrage of arrows at Zhao Ze. Although he missed, the psychological pressure was palpable. "Xiaodongzi, do you have any more of that marching elixir? I need another dose." Zhao Ze urgently inquired. "Yes, but it can only be taken once. Any more will be ineffective," Xiaodongzi explained. "Here, take these thunderfire bombs," he added, handing Zhao Ze several red, spherical devices. "Do I merely throw these?" Zhao Ze asked. Xiaodongzi nodded affirmatively. Grasping one, Zhao Ze hurled it toward Zhang Tuo. With a resounding explosion, a cloud of smoke erupted, toppling several trees. The devastation caused significant injury to those behind Zhang Tuo. Zhao Ze chuckled with satisfaction, turning to Xiaodongzi. "Why didn't you mention these sooner, you fool?" Xiaodongzi, feeling unjustly reprimanded, replied, "I had no inkling we would encounter such grave danger. These were merely curiosities I collected for your protection during quieter times." In truth, Xiaodongzi, despite his inadequate strength, engaged in these measures solely to safeguard Zhao Ze, who remained oblivious to his intentions. Furthermore, residing in the capital meant that matters were often resolved with the intervention of the king, leaving many issues unresolved. As the two conversed, they were suddenly aware of someone pursuing them from behind. Upon closer inspection, they were astonished to find that the individual was neither dead nor injured. Zhang Tuo had indeed managed to catch up, but was swiftly met with a spherical object that approached him. Reacting with remarkable agility, he leaped aside, narrowly avoiding disaster. Zhang Tuo and Appo's heart sank. It appeared to be a thunderous explosive device, something he had long desired to acquire, but found prohibitively expensive and consumable. After several attempts to procure it, he ultimately refrained from purchase. He mused that had he not reacted swiftly, he might have fallen prey to the two individuals. Uncertain of how many explosives they possessed, he opted to maintain a deliberate distance. The situation grew increasingly precarious. He could not eliminate the two thieves, yet he could not ascertain the extent of their arsenal. What if they resorted to a mutually destructive confrontation? Zhao Ze, however, was not inclined to afford Zhang Tuo an opportunity to retaliate. Together with Xiaodong, he resolved to launch the explosives at Zhang Tuo, declaring that he doubted they could be vanquished. After making their decision, the duo hurled the thunderous explosives towards Zhang Tuo. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled beneath the explosive force. A barrage of 7 to 8 more projectiles followed, each explosion resonating in succession, enveloping the area in thick smoke and igniting a ferocious blaze in the forest. Zhao Ze grasped a few more explosives tightly in his hands, prepared to throw them at any sign of movement. Unfortunately, the ensuing silence offered no further indication of danger, and the warning alarms ceased their clamor as they fled further away. Not long after, They spotted a multitude of lights illuminating the forest, indicative of the main road ahead. "We are nearing the forest and amp. Oppos, S exit. Let us push forward," Zhao Ze urged. After glancing back and noticing that no one appeared to be in pursuit, he finally allowed himself to exhale in relief. Ultimately, the two managed to escape the confines of the forest, and Zhang Tuo did not follow, even if he had. It would have been futile, as the sight of a military camp stationed not far from there greeted them upon their emergence. Chapter 5. Arrival at Marble City. A series of coughs broke the silence as Zhang Tuo emerged from behind a towering tree. He was alive, albeit grievously wounded, having narrowly escaped the lethal force of the thunderous explosive. Prudence had been his salvation. He had resisted the urge to rush in for the kill, maintaining a strategic distance to evade the blast. Pursuit was now out of the question. Zhang Tuo knew they had already fled the forest. The mission was a failure, and the repercussions from his employer loomed large. Moreover, the targets were clearly not nobles, but royalty. This presented a far graver predicament. While nobles might be appeased, the wrath of the royal family was an inescapable death sentence. As Zhang Tuo took a few steps, he felt the piercing gaze of unseen eyes upon him. A chill ran down his spine, and cold sweat drenched his back. "Who's there?" he demanded. Silence was the only reply, the forest eerily devoid of even birdsong. Zhang Tuo froze, realizing escape was futile. He chuckled ruefully, acknowledging that he had been manipulated and was now marked for elimination. His own greed had led to this downfall. Had he been less avaricious, he would not be in this predicament. An expert was nearby, his presence concealed, his location unknown to Zhang Tuo. He surmised that his adversary had at least opened 5 meridians. A gust of wind rustled the leaves, and they spiraled around Zhang Tuo. He drew his blade, slashing at the swirling foliage in a desperate final act of defiance. After felling the last leaf, he roared, "Come out. Show yourself, coward. I'm not afraid of you." In that moment, a single leaf grazed his neck, and a crimson line appeared. Blood began to flow freely. Zhang Tuo and Amp, Oppos, S eyes widened, and he struggled to speak. But no sound escaped his lips. He swayed on his feet, a flicker of awareness remaining before he collapsed. The master assassin had struck unseen, leaving no trace of his identity or method. A notorious brigand had met his end. Meanwhile, Zhao Ze felt his legs begin to fail him, his gait unsteady. The after-effects of his earlier exertion were taking their toll. Xiao Dongzi supported him as they walked. A detachment of soldiers approached from the direction of the military camp, drawn by the sound of the explosion. Li Chun had dispatched them to investigate the disturbance. Horses had always been Man and Oppos' most steadfast companions. Zhao Ze had foregone riding to move more effectively through the dense forest, but he longed for the comfort of a mount. He was exhausted. Relief washed over him as the cavalry drew near. He vowed to avenge himself on whoever had ordered his assassination. The feeling of being hunted was unbearable. He still did not know why anyone wanted him dead. The leader of the cavalry was a burly man with a scar across his eye. His soldiers, clad in black armor and wielding 3-meter spears, formed an imposing line. "Halt! Identify yourselves," the scarred man commanded. Xiao Dongzi bristled. "Insolence! This is His Highness, the 5th Prince. Disembark at once and pay your respects." The scarred man guffawed. "Bold impostor! Do you take me for a fool? Surround them, men. Don and Oppos, let them escape." The soldiers swiftly encircled Zhao Ze and Xiao Dongzi, cutting off their retreat. Xiao Dongzi exclaimed in alarm, "Insolent fools! How dare you surround the prince? Do you have a death wish? Prince, you say? I believe you are spies, sent by an enemy nation to gather intelligence. Confess now, or face the edge of my blade." The scarred man snarled. Zhao Ze, weakened by his exertion and the effects of the military pill, was breathless and unsteady. He had remained silent, but now he produced an item and instructed Xiao Dongzi to present it. Xiao Dongzi held it aloft. "Behold, this is proof. Open your eyes and see if we are lying." The scarred man squinted, recognizing the object as a royal jade pendant. He snatched it from Xiao Dongzi and examined it closely. Confirming its authenticity, he was taken aback. He immediately ordered his men to dismount and kneel before the prince. "Your Highness, I am Li Dali, commander of the vanguard. I prostrate myself before you and beg your forgiveness for my tardiness." He glossed over his earlier insolence, as if it had never occurred. Xiao Dongzi was about to unleash his fury when Zhao Ze restrained him. The prince was known to be powerless and inconsequential, inspiring little respect. Any deference shown to him was merely a courtesy to his father. Zhao Ze said wearily, "Lead the way, General Li Dali. Let us not keep General Li Chun waiting." The two followed the cavalry to the military camp. where Li Chun greeted Zhao Zhe with a passable show of respect. However, Zhao Zhe and Apos' system registered Li Chun and Apos' antipathy, indicating that he resented the prince and Apos' presence in his camp. Zhao Zhe remained silent, prioritizing his immediate safety. The prince and Apos' situation was indeed peculiar. He commanded neither respect nor goodwill, for he was known as a useless troublemaker, avoided by all. Zhao Zhe recounted the events in the forest to Li Chun, who feigned concern, uttering platitudes such as, "Dastardly villains, daring to assassinate your highness. Had I been there, I would have made short work of those scoundrels." Zhao Zhe disregarded the oily middle-aged man, whose words were as hollow as his heart was false. In the traditional bureaucracy, the ability to read faces was essential. Over time, this skill could corrupt a person. However, it was rare to find such duplicity in a general. Those who led troops into battle were usually straightforward, lest their orders be misunderstood. Subtlety was the domain of scholars. Li Chun had been forced to adopt this persona after suffering numerous setbacks due to his blunt honesty. Now, he had mastered the art of circumlocution. Zhao Zhe, weary of the charade, requested a tent from Li Chun and retired to rest his aching legs. That night, deep in the heart of the forest, in a natural basin, 3 figures dressed in black stood silently beside a small mountain of corpses. The bodies included those of the 200 soldiers and 400 bandits and criminals. On the other side of the forest, 4 more figures in black moved swiftly, one carrying Zhang Tuo's corpse. Each wore a symbol of the number 7 on their chest. The 4 figures arrived at the basin, and one tossed Zhang Tuo and Apos' body onto the pile. The mission failed, one said. Another examined Zhang Tuo and Apos' corpse. A useless fool. He couldn't even handle this simple task. He kicked the body dismissively. It seems we will have to take a different approach. I will explain the situation to our master. Let's go. The 7 figures dispersed, vanishing into the forest. They ignited the pile of corpses with an unknown substance, and a roaring fire consumed the remains. The next morning, the army broke camp and marched to Shijiang town, where they boarded large ships capable of carrying 1,000 men. Zhao Zhe was assigned a favorable cabin. Now, he no longer needed to fret about his foot, as traveling by boat obviated the inconvenience. After all, he had attendants to cater to his needs. Several storied vessels set forth slowly, arrayed in a line, coursing downstream towards the southern frontier. Zhao Zhe and Apos' berth was conveniently situated by the window, allowing him to gaze upon the resplendent Yun River, evoking continuous admiration. Regrettably, he instinctively reached for his trouser pocket, a futile gesture given his antiquated attire, devoid of pockets, and the absence of his mobile phone. This ingrained habit from his modern existence lingered, the impulse to capture and share the scene proving difficult to suppress despite months of acclimation. The Yun River, the lifeblood of the Song Kingdom, nourished the adjacent farmlands and hamlets. Yet, it was also prone to inundations, causing fertile lands to be submerged, dwellings to collapse, and inhabitants to be displaced. Fortunately, the monarch and Apos' augmented management and development of the Yun River in recent years had mitigated the frequency of such calamities. Moreover, the river and Apos' expansive width had facilitated the flourishing of navigation, culminating in the present prosperity. These insights were gleaned from Zidongzi. As Zhao Zhe discovered that his attendant's prolonged association with the former, inept Zhao Zhe had left him wanting in knowledge, now plunged into ignorance. The dearth of rudimentary information portended a multitude of predicaments, necessitating a strategy for intelligence gathering. Soliciting information from fellow passengers was an option, but the multitude of voices could arouse suspicion, and exposure to malevolent individuals might invite perpetual assassination attempts. Books, veritable repositories of knowledge and information, were sorely missed. Regrettably, Zhao Zhe's futile search for suitable reading material in the prince's mansion in the capital had precluded him from bringing any along. Fortunately, the riverboat was scheduled to replenish supplies at a riverside town within the week. Zhao Zhe tasked Zidongzi with procuring reading material during these sojourns, while he remained aboard, nursing his foot injury, a sequela of the marching pills. Providentially, the army boasted an experienced physician well-versed in such ailments. Following an examination, the physician diagnosed a strain caused by excessive exertion, prescribing medication and rest for recuperation. Thus, an uneventful week elapsed, during which Zhao Zhe's condition improved perceptibly, diminishing the pain. Though still unable to ambulate, he acknowledged Zidongzi's success in acquiring a substantial collection of books with commendation. occupying himself with reading, a prudent diversion. Zhao Ze discovered that the majority of the texts comprised Confucian classics, primers, and family precepts. Only 2 volumes of miscellanea were to be found. Evidently, this world bore similarities to Zhao Ze's former existence, featuring the doctrines of sages, largely congruent, save for minor discrepancies. However, it was the miscellanea that held paramount importance, offering a holistic perspective on the world and Apos' customs and mores. Deeming it imprudent to lament the paucity of such material, Zhao Ze resolved to peruse the 2 volumes at hand. One, entitled Yun River Travels, chronicled the picturesque landscapes of the villages along the river, as well as their lifestyles and human events. Alas, the information remained scant, leaving him bewildered. What am I to do? Zhao Ze mused aloud. The selection of books in these towns was limited, dominated by texts pertaining to scholarly pursuits, leaving little demand for other genres. At that moment, Xiaodongzi entered, bearing a food container, signaling the arrival of luncheon. Your Highness, it is time to partake in the meal, he announced with a smile. Zhao Ze noted the stewed dish with a lack of enthusiasm, but, mindful of his injury, consumed a bowl nonetheless. Xiaodongzi and Apos' culinary skills were commendable, but the cooking techniques were rudimentary, lacking woks and an array of seasonings. The repertoire consisted primarily of stews and barbecues, devoid of other methods. Of particular concern was the soldiers' consumption of raw river fish, prepared as sashimi. Even General Li Chun indulged in this practice, inviting Zhao Ze to partake in their sashimi feast, an invitation he declined under the pretense of ill health. This practice, steeped in history, gradually faded into obscurity, only to be preserved in an island nation. To Zhao Ze and Apos' surprise, it thrived in this world, embraced by many. Zhao Ze cautioned Xiaodongzi against consuming raw river fish, instructing him to profess a dislike for fish if questioned. Xiaodongzi, perplexed, refrained from further inquiry, trusting in the prince's judgment. Upon reaching their destination, Zhao Ze resolved to elevate the culinary standards, finding the current fare unbearable. Another week passed, culminating in a final supply stop at a riverside town. This time, Xiaodongzi failed to procure any books, as the distance from the imperial center had inflated book prices, rendering them unaffordable for most peasant families, who could only afford the ubiquitous Confucian texts. Zhao Ze harbored no further expectations. In the ensuing week, his leg had healed sufficiently to allow him to disembark and explore. The region, increasingly remote from the imperial center, featured undeveloped primeval forests, and the towns began to host individuals from diverse ethnicities. Upon inquiry, he learned that these were indigenous peoples, organized into tribes, who visited the towns to barter for essential goods. They traded furs and herbs for silk garments or sold their game at the markets. To Zhao Ze, the parallels with his former world were striking, foretelling inevitable interactions with these natives. After a month-long odyssey, they finally arrived at their destination, Yunshi City, located at the headwaters of the Yun River, beyond which lay boundless primeval forests and the formidable Shirwan Mountains. The city was constructed from stone, a feat facilitated by the art of qi cultivation, rendering the construction of such a city with massive stones a manageable task. Chapter 6. The activation of new system features in the border city. The population is rather sparse, predominantly a mix of military personnel and civilians, totaling approximately 10,000 souls, excluding the soldiers. One might wonder why such a small populace necessitates the presence of 5,000 soldiers for defense. The answer lies in the threat posed by the surrounding indigenous tribes. There are dozens of them, and it is likely that no one has ever accurately counted their numbers. Initially, the court sought to incorporate these tribes, but they firmly resisted, leading to numerous skirmishes, all of which resulted in losses for the court. Consequently, they abandoned the idea of employing force. Many underestimate these indigenous people, viewing them as insignificant. However, they possess remarkable skills. Engaging in combat within the dense forests and mountainous terrain, they exhibit agility akin to that of monkeys. Furthermore, one must possess a keen sense of direction in the woods, for losing one and Apos' bearings can lead to disorientation. The horses become useless in such environments, and the accuracy of archery diminishes drastically due to the dense foliage. Thus, a mutual agreement emerged. I shall defend my stone fortress while you guard your deep, ancient woods, allowing for peaceful trade during times of calm. Most inhabitants of this city are reluctant to remain here, as many are exiled individuals. Surviving until now is no small feat, a reality that Zhao Ze only came to understand after entering the city. Once Li Chun completed the reassignment, he arranged for Zhao Zhe to have a private residence, which was quite satisfactory. The exterior featured stone walls, while the interior boasted a traditional Chinese wooden garden-style structure. Zhao Zhe was content, for as a prince, he deserved a certain level of comfort, and this residence was not a burden. Li Chun, of course, took up residence in the Lord's Manor, which was grander and more conveniently located near his office. Nevertheless, the two living separately felt somewhat lonely, and Zhao Zhe wondered if they could acquire a few servants to assist them. He subsequently sent Xiao Dongzi to gather some essential supplies, while Zhao Zhe took it upon himself to tidy up his quarters. Without any servants, he found the labor exhausting, and he couldn't help but think that Li Chun was deliberately causing him trouble by not providing any assistance. After a tiring day, Zhao Zhe sought a place to rest, and shortly thereafter, Xiao Dongzi returned. Following their meal, Zhao Zhe inquired about the local customs. It turned out that the servants in this city were predominantly indigenous, as citizens of the realm were prohibited from serving in such capacities, a peculiar tradition unique to this city. Zhao Zhe, uninterested in delving into the historical grievances that led to this arrangement, returned to his room for the night. The following morning, Zhao Zhe visited the Lord's Manor to consult with Li Chun regarding his official appointment, which had not yet been finalized. Indeed, the appointment had arrived. Li Chun stroked his goatee and said, "This is a command from the king. Your Highness may wish to peruse it." Upon receiving the document, Zhao Zhe discovered that he had been appointed the Lord of Yinshi City, with Li Chun serving as his deputy, while all military movements were to be directed by Li Chun. Initially, Zhao Zhe felt as though he had been sidelined, but upon reflection, he realized that this was his father, the king, attempting to safeguard him amidst the intensifying struggle for the throne. The king had purposefully dispatched him here to preserve his life, with the expectation that once the succession crisis concluded, he could return to a life of leisure as a wealthy noble. The new heir, out of familial loyalty, would likely refrain from eliminating this seemingly ineffectual prince. However, unbeknownst to the king, Zhao Zhe was already marked for death, with a scheme afoot to eliminate him and 200 others, making it unlikely that he would ever return to the capital. With myriad thoughts swirling in his mind, Zhao Zhe exited the manor, feeling a mix of relief and apprehension. At last, he could enjoy a few tranquil days without constant anxiety, as his basic needs were met. He resolved to begin cultivating his skills, slowly devising a plan for the future. Just as he was reveling in this newfound freedom, an alarm from the system sounded. Someone was lurking around the corner, observing him. The figure glanced at Zhao Zhe before hastily retreating, clearly experienced in the art of stealth. Aware of the malevolent gaze fixed upon him, Zhao Zhe allowed the alarm to fade, feigning ignorance as he continued his stroll. He sought to draw out the predator, hoping to catch a significant prize. Wandering through Yinshi City, he noted the absence of any further watchers. After purchasing various items, he returned to his residence, summoning Xiao Dongzi to delegate tasks before collapsing into a reclining chair, too fatigued to move. While he had initially anticipated a few leisurely days, it seemed that certain individuals were intent on his demise. The reasons behind this animosity eluded him. For now, he could only hope to ensnare a substantial adversary and uncover the identity of those behind the threats against him. As evening approached, Li Chun sent over 5 maidservants, for were locals, while one was a native of the realm, all of commendable beauty. Li Chun had intended to vex Zhao Zhe, but reconsidered, knowing that Zhao Zhe was a notorious libertine. The ensuing chaos would be difficult to manage. Thus, he purchased 4 local maidservants and sent them, along with one from the capital, to Zhao Zhe, under the stipulation that they refrain from disturbing the townspeople. Zhao Zhe acknowledged the 5 women kneeling before him, noting their varying attitudes as displayed by the system. For exhibited indifference, while the one from the capital demonstrated disdain. It appeared that Li Chun was not foolish. He had planted a spy among Zhao Zhe and Appos, S ranks, a woman willing to sacrifice herself for the sake of information. This woman might prove useful in the future, as Zhao Zhe had nothing to hide. He did not refuse her presence. After assigning tasks to the 5 maidservants, Zhao Zhe returned to his chamber to set traps, hoping to ensnare any potential intruders that night. He then sought refuge in a study, opting for a more secluded location to rest. Unfortunately, the night passed without incident, but Zhao Zhe remained unperturbed. Good things come to those who wait, and fishing requires patience. Many might wonder why he did not simply train or set traps to counterattack. Alas, Zhao Zhe lamented that his system was not designed for enhancing combat abilities, nor could it summon skilled allies to assist him. After breakfast, He resolved to dedicate time to training, but upon commencing, he was horrified to discover that his martial prowess was abysmal. This revelation had struck him during a visit with Li Chun, and upon returning, he felt utterly deflated. It seemed that the pursuit of martial excellence was not in his destiny. In his role as a prince, why had he not been bestowed with a summoning system to acquire formidable subordinates? Zhao Zai's mind echoed with frustration. It was no wonder the original owner of this identity had shunned training. Perhaps he had recognized his own limitations and opted for a life of indulgence instead. Ultimately, Zhao Zai grew weary of the prospect of training, realizing that with his lack of aptitude, no amount of effort would yield significant results. Instead, he resolved to read a few books, finding that a more grounded pursuit would serve him better. Upon returning to his chamber, Zhao Zai secured the door behind him. Just the day prior, he had purchased several books, which he could now peruse. To his astonishment, he noticed a parcel on the table emitting a peculiar glow. Was it merely a trick of his eyes? Rubbing them, he discerned that indeed, the object was radiating light. The package was familiar. It was the seal he had retrieved from the Lord's mansion yesterday. He recalled that he had left it unopened since bringing it home. What could be causing it to glow? Could it be some sort of treasure? Yet, if it were truly a treasure, it was implausible that Li Chun would have bestowed it upon him, Zhao Zai mused. He approached it slowly, unwrapping the parcel, and before him appeared a pristine white seal, which suddenly transformed into a beam of light that penetrated his palm and vanished. At that moment, a voice echoed, "System detecting activation key, initiating. Please remain patient." The progress indicators displayed 10, 45, 80. After a few beeps, the system was fully activated, and the host could utilize it normally. Once he had calmed his racing heart, Zhao Zai inquired, "How do I operate this system, and what benefits does it confer?" Wait, something felt amiss. Hadn't he already possessed an emotional attitude detection system? Why was there yet another system? The system responded, "You are now bound to the Supreme Conquest system. While it cannot summon or accelerate cultivation, it will provide you with an entirely new experience, one that you will find quite familiar as the host. Previously, the system could not activate due to your lack of formal jurisdiction. However, upon acquiring the Lord and Oppo's seal, the system recognizes your authority to unlock its functionalities." Zhao Zai self-deprecatingly questioned, "Does my nominal lordship even count?" The system clarified, "According to calculations, this location is one of the best prospects for your development. Your arrival here is fortuitous. You must rely solely on your abilities to resolve issues and reclaim military authority to officially become the Lord. Similar locations exist. Yet since you have chosen this one, the system can bind and unlock the corresponding programs after analysis." The initial detection system was merely a complementary feature to assist you in locating your destination. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zai experienced a moment of clarity. It seemed that activating the system required finding a place conducive to his growth, with strict criteria for survival and development. Yinshi City appeared to be an excellent choice, situated on the border with minimal constraints. Currently, the court was embroiled in a struggle for the throne, rendering this place largely overlooked, making it ideal for growth and survival. It appeared the system could gauge the host and Oppo's character, a most beneficial trait. Although traversers often receive considerable advantages, Zhao Zai recognized that initially, it was wiser to cultivate discreetly. Host may enter God's perspective, allowing for a comprehensive explanation the system offered. Without hesitation, Zhao Zai commanded, "Engage God's perspective." The system replied, "Linking to God's perspective, please hold." As bright light enveloped him, Zhao Zai felt as though he had transcended his own being, experiencing an out-of-body sensation. A peculiar aerial view materialized before him, reminiscent of the perspective in real-time strategy or tactical games, as he observed Yinshi City from above. Accompanying this view were various operational interfaces and resource displays, all strikingly familiar. He had devoted countless hours to such screens in his former life. However, many functions appeared inaccessible. Their buttons grayed out, much to his disappointment. The reason certain functions are restricted is due to their overwhelming power. You must upgrade the system to unlock them. Allow me to introduce the currently available functionalities. The first is the search function, limited to the confines of Yinshi City and the surrounding forested areas, which fall under indigenous jurisdiction, rendering them inaccessible. Your current level permits one search per day, which may yield no results, focusing on 3 categories: talents, items, and events, each with varying star ratings indicating difficulty. The second function is enhancement, applicable to most items in this realm, allowing for 1 enhancement per day. Enhanced items will gain random enchantment properties, which will only activate once. At present, these are the only 2 functionalities available. To access more, further system upgrades are required. Chapter 7. The first search task. Zhao Ze pondered for a moment and inquired, "How do I upgrade the system?" The system responded, "The option is available within the operational interface. Please locate it yourself." Indeed, he discovered an upgrade button within the interface, which revealed the required resources: 500 gold and 10 system points. The system clarified that system points could be earned through daily search tasks. Zhao Ze nodded in understanding and continued, "System, I would like to initiate today's search." The system replied, "Search has commenced. Please wait." Ding. Target acquired. Location being confirmed. Ding. The host can now utilize divine perspective to identify the target and Oppo's location. The system has marked it for you. Zhao Ze surveyed the entirety of Cloudstone City from this elevated viewpoint. It was a peculiar sensation, akin to piloting a drone over a bustling metropolis with throngs of people. Ancient yet magnificent city towers and neatly aligned military formations all within his gaze. After a few moments, Zhao Ze pinpointed the target's location, which appeared to be a small tavern he had passed by before but never entered. He contemplated and asked, "System, what exactly have I located? Is there any hint?" He was apprehensive about arriving there without any knowledge. Was it an item, a person, or something else? The system answered, "Currently, this feature is unavailable. You must rely on your own exploration." Damn. Zhao Ze had anticipated it would and Oppos, be straightforward. The system then added, "This is a 1-star task. And since it is your first time using the search function, the system will not impose undue difficulty on you." "Fine, I will go and see what this task entails," Zhao Ze replied. After exiting the system's divine perspective, he refrained from rushing out and instead prepared thoroughly before his departure. He decided to test the enhancement abilities provided by the system first. What should he enhance? For a moment, he hesitated, as he had no valuable items to enhance. The Thunderfire Egg was not something he wished to enhance at the moment. Carrying a few was sufficient. Enhancing it might result in catastrophic destruction, which was unnecessary. Moreover, during the day, numerous soldiers patrolled the streets, and it was uncommon for individuals to attempt assassination in broad daylight. Ultimately, Zhao Ze decided to enhance a piece of defensive equipment, so he retrieved his only set of golden silk armor. This was an item every prince received shortly after reaching adulthood, capable of withstanding ordinary blades and arrows. And even martial artists below the 5th stage could not breach its defense. Unfortunately, it was merely a garment that protected the upper body, leaving other areas vulnerable. That was why he had fled so hastily last time. Had it offered full-body protection, he would not have run at all. Thus, Zhao Ze resolved to enhance it for his survival, while the Thunderfire Egg would serve as his weapon, combining offense and defense. Zhao Ze lifted the golden silk armor and declared, "Enhancement ability activated. Enhance the golden silk armor." The system replied, "Enhancement in progress. Please wait." Ding. Enhancement complete. The enhanced golden silk armor appeared unchanged to the naked eye, yet Zhao Ze, as the system and Oppos' host, sensed a subtle radiance emanating from it. Unfortunately, he was unaware of the specific magic involved in the enhancement. Only time would reveal its secrets. For now, he donned the armor and exited the room, summoning little Dongzi to hastily depart. On the way, Zhao Ze inquired whether little Dongzi knew anything about the tavern. Unsurprisingly, little Dongzi did not disappoint him. Having 5 women at home had granted him more leisure time, allowing him to gather information during his free hours. The tavern was operated by an elderly couple named Wang. The husband had once been a soldier but retired due to severe injuries, bringing his wife and children to establish the tavern, which served delightful food and drink, attracting neighbors and soldiers alike. After listening to little Dongzi and Oppos' account, Zhao Ze fell into contemplation. None of these individuals seemed particularly remarkable. Could it be that the elderly chef possessed combat skills? However, he was merely a soldier in the past, which seemed unlikely. What about their children? They appeared unremarkable as well, merely assisting in the tavern, destined to inherit it one day when their parents were no longer around. Was there something else about this tavern or its patrons that was peculiar? Zhao Ze inquired again. Little Dongzi shook his head, replying, "There's nothing unusual. The tavern does have a few helpers, but they are just impoverished individuals, nothing special." It seemed that only upon arrival would Zhao Ze discern the nature of the task. After about 10 minutes, the two arrived at the tavern, where a dark sign read Wang Family Tavern. It seemed the proprietors had not received much formal education, opting instead to name it after themselves, much like in Zhao Zhe and Appo's previous world. As long as the food was good, the name was of little consequence. Standing at the entrance, they could already catch a whiff of enticing aromas, confirming the tavern and Appo's reputation for fine wine. Even before mealtime, it was nearing full occupancy, a testament to its popularity. Upon entering, they found a corner table available, and after ordering a few appetizers along with a pot of the house and Appo's finest wine, they settled in to wait. This position offered an excellent vantage point to survey the entire tavern, aside from the kitchen area, which remained unseen. Zhao Zhe felt uncertain about the task and Appo's specifics, so he resolved to wait for further developments. Moments later, their food and drink arrived, and they began to eat. The tavern and Appo's wine was indeed commendable, though it could not compare to the exquisite drinks from his past life. Nonetheless, it surpassed the average offerings. The tavern and Appo's culinary skills were commendable, but unfortunately, they did not serve stir-fried dishes, which Zhao Zhe longed for. As mealtime approached, the crowd swelled, eventually filling every seat. Zhao Zhe scanned the room for any unusual patrons, but found none. It was odd. Could anything peculiar be occurring in the kitchen? Just then, a group of disabled soldiers entered, each holding a bowl and soliciting food from the patrons. It seemed this tavern attracted many such unfortunate souls, ultimately receiving scraps from the owners. At that moment, Zhao Zhe noticed a child had appeared among the disabled soldiers, holding a sword and several wallets at his waist. He was certain this child had not been present earlier. Suddenly, it struck him that this child was the key figure. He discreetly left some money on the table, beckoned little Dongzi, and exited the tavern. The streets were bustling, making it easy for Zhao Zhe to follow the group, simply weaving through the crowd. The elderly soldiers remained oblivious to the fact that they were being trailed. While the child was different, he consistently concealed himself behind the soldiers, effortlessly snatching items without raising suspicion. It was as if he were a shadow, appearing and disappearing at will, while the attention remained focused on the elderly soldiers. In no time, the boy had pilfered several wallets. Displaying a demeanor unlike that of a typical child, he bore no expression, merely navigating through the throngs of people, successfully targeting his prey. Zhao Zhe, however, felt no urgency. It was evident that these were desperate individuals resorting to theft to survive. While theft was inherently wrong, apprehending them on the spot would only result in their escape and make future pursuits more challenging. Thus, Zhao Zhe merely observed this group, confirming that the young boy was indeed the individual the system had identified. Chapter 8. The past. Not long after, this group of individuals made their way into an alley. Seemingly satisfied with their pilfering and ready to return home, Zhao Zhe discreetly followed behind, navigating through twists and turns until he arrived at a dilapidated shack, its roof nearly non-existent and surrounded by overgrown weeds. No longer inclined to hide, Zhao Zhe recognized that if he intended to recruit these unfortunate yet endearing souls, he must demonstrate a genuine sincerity befitting his role as their prospective leader. There was no need for deceit with these pitiable individuals. He approached openly, but the young boy among them seemed to sense something amiss. He drew forth a sword and stood guard at the entrance of the shack. The older soldiers, sensing the tension, rose to their feet, positioning themselves protectively in front of the boy, persistently urging him to retreat behind them. Yet, the young lad appeared unwilling to hide, striving to shoulder responsibility like a man and pushing his small frame forward, a comical sight given his limited stature. After a brief moment of awkwardness, during which Zhao Zhe remained silent, merely observing this tragicomedy of human nature, he felt a twinge of emotion. Eventually, the commotion subsided, and a limping veteran spoke first, inquiring, "Who are you, and what brings you here?" Zhao Zhe replied with a smile, "Esteemed elder, I come with no ill intent. If I harbored malice, there would be many more soldiers at my side." This statement eased the atmosphere somewhat, though the veterans remained wary, a perception Zhao Zhe could discern with the aid of the system. "What business does a distinguished guest have with us, mere old men?" one veteran asked. Zhao Zhe suggested, "It might be unwise to stand while we converse. Perhaps I should sit and speak with you." "Wait a moment." The veterans murmured among themselves before ultimately deciding to engage in conversation with Zhao Zhe. They gathered around the shack, finding a few rickety chairs to sit upon. And Zhao Zhe began, "I trust you have surmised my purpose for coming here is to speak of him," gesturing towards the dazed young boy. Upon closer inspection, Zhao Ze realized that the boy was blind, which explained his vacant expression. Remarkably, he seemed to know precisely where to find stolen goods, a puzzling contradiction. While he pondered this, his companion, Xiao Dongzi, whispered in his ear, "This boy is a treasure, Your Highness. You must take him under your wing. He possesses an innate talent for martial arts." Though Zhao Ze was not particularly well-versed in the martial traditions of this world, Xiao Dongzi and Appo's endorsement suggested the boy and Appo's potential was undeniable, especially since he had been validated by the system as a worthy candidate. The veterans exchanged glances. One of them finally speaking, "You overestimate this child, noble sir. We can acquiesce to your requests regarding other matters, but we will never part with this boy. Please, have mercy, he is a pitiable soul." As they prepared to kneel before Zhao Ze, he hurriedly intervened, lifting them to their feet. "Elders, you misunderstand my intentions. I cherish this boy not to lead him astray, but to nurture his talent." At that moment, Xiaodongzi could no longer contain himself, interjecting, "You old fools fail to recognize the significance of this opportunity. This is none other than His Royal Highness, the fifth prince. To have caught his eye is a blessing for your boy. Do you truly wish to refuse such fortune?" The veterans, taken aback by this revelation, promptly knelt, the young boy compelled to join them. It was evident that these veterans were of the lowest social order, harboring an instinctual fear of the aristocracy, especially the royal family. "Your Highness, forgive us for our lack of proper hospitality." They trembled. Zhao Ze shot Xiao Dongzi a glance and said, "Enough of this kneeling. Rise and share your story with me." Once standing, the veterans recounted their past. All three hailed from the same village, surnamed Wu. Their village had suffered from a prolonged drought lasting nearly 6 months, leading many to flee to nearby cities in search of sustenance. Unfortunately, the drought had ravaged multiple villages, and as the populace swelled, unsanitary conditions birthed a plague. In an effort to contain the epidemic, the authorities barred the city gates, shooting anyone who approached. The families of these 3 veterans perished in the chaos. Eventually, a military contingent arrived, along with some physicians who began administering treatments. Fortunately, the 3 men survived and, in search of food, enlisted in the army at the tender age of 15. They had since devoted nearly 50 years to guarding the nation's borders, but now, they were old and frail, discarded by the very country they had served. While they received some meager compensation, it was insufficient to sustain them for long. When asked why they remained in Yunshi City instead of returning home, they revealed they had never married or had children, and given that they had lost their families, they had no desire to revisit such sorrowful memories. Instead, they had clung to one another in their twilight years. Until one day they discovered a young boy on the street, whom they named Wu Ying to share their surname. Suddenly, their waning lives were infused with hope as they endeavored to raise this unfortunate child, regardless of his blindness. They supported Wu Ying through scavenging and begging, and the boy proved exceptional, displaying a remarkable talent for martial arts. He could discern movements solely by sound, an ability few could claim. One fateful day, it seemed as though Wu Ying could see, though the 3 elders could not fathom how this transformation occurred. Despite consulting various doctors, no peculiarities were found. After some time, they grew reassured that Wu Ying was indeed well. To survive, they resorted to thievery and deception, a lifestyle that, while precarious, provided them with enough to eat and wear. However, the 3 veterans felt a lingering unease, aware that their days were numbered and that this path was unsustainable for the boy. They resolved to find a better future for him, contemplating ways to educate him. Yet, no one could teach a blind child. As there were no resources available for the visually impaired, they considered enlisting him in the military, but he was too young, and the army did not accept the blind, regardless of their capabilities. As despair began to settle in, they determined to embark on a new journey for the boy and Appo's future. Given his martial talent, they sought to enroll him in a martial arts academy. With no such institution nearby, they began to save money, hoping to eventually fulfill their dream of seeing Wu Ying trained in the martial arts. Chapter 9. Mission accomplished. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ze and Appo's heart sank momentarily. Fortunately, he had arrived early. Otherwise, being sent to the sect would have left him with no choice but to comply. He smiled inwardly at the thought of outsmarting them. Zhao Ze deliberately furrowed his brow and spoke in a low tone. "ISN and Appo's. The sect perhaps the most ideal place for wooing? Do not rush, my esteemed elders. Allow me to patiently elucidate the reasoning behind this," he continued. Initially, Xiao Dongzi shared in the elders and oppose, anxiety, contemplating interjecting, but just as he was about to speak, his master seized the opportunity. To his surprise, he found Zhao Ze and oppose as persuasive abilities quite impressive, an unexpected transformation from the usual drunken ramblings he had grown accustomed to. Zhao Ze pondered for a moment before stating, "Firstly, the journey is long and arduous. The elders might become weary before even reaching their destination. Secondly, the presence of bandits and rogues along the borders is as plentiful as cattle, and encountering them could jeopardize your lives." Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present darkened, including that of the young boy, who glared at Zhao Ze with anger. Zhao Ze sensed the shift in mood, but recognized that the three elders remained formidable. As the saying goes, old ginger is spicier. Their emotions fluctuated only briefly before settling back to calmness. Reason prevailed in their thoughts, indicating that they had contemplated such matters thoroughly and were aware of various potential outcomes. This was a positive sign. What he feared most was encountering stubborn individuals who would not heed reason, in which case Zhao Ze would have to resort to force. Zhao Ze continued, "Thirdly, there are myriad sects, some suitable and others not. For instance, some sects practice swordsmanship while others focus on martial arts. There are many more variations, which I shan't elaborate on here. Have the three elders considered which sect aligns with your aspirations?" This was a strategic inquiry. The three elders had only practiced the rudimentary martial arts of the military, similar to military boxing. Training Wu Ying would undoubtedly yield results. Yet they were unfamiliar with the intricate world of sections. Zhao Ze was exploiting their ignorance. In truth, Zhao Ze had not been in this world for long and should have been equally uninformed about sections. However, his previous world was replete with similar tales of martial arts and fantasy, allowing him to surmise the nature of sects with ease. Additionally, Xiao Dongzi had mentioned some matters regarding sects, mere rumors that furthered Zhao Ze and Amp Oppo's understanding of this world and Amp Oppo's martial arts hierarchy. Fourthly, it is likely that most sects would not consider individuals with disabilities. Do not assume that they would accept your explanations, despite his blindness. It is unrealistic to think he can see clearly. What if, upon your arrival, you are turned away? I've also heard that a letter of recommendation is necessary, which you seem to lack. These assertions stemmed purely from a disparity in confidence, a mere conjecture by Zhao Ze. The young boy possessed an extraordinary skill that could potentially attract attention from any sect. Upon hearing his words, the three elders sighed in resignation. They had indeed contemplated these issues, but found themselves without a viable solution. They could only gamble on fate. However, with the arrival of this young prince, a glimmer of hope emerged in their hearts. Observing their reactions, Zhao Ze sensed that he had struck a chord, thus he pressed on. "I assure you, he will serve as my subordinate, and in the future, he shall enjoy boundless riches and honors. Furthermore, I shall ensure his training, providing him with the finest mentors and the most abundant resources for cultivation. Ultimately, you need not journey far to seek assistance. He can return to visit you at any time. You wish for someone to care for you in your twilight years, do you not? Once he comes of age, I, Prince Zhao, shall arrange a suitable marriage for him, allowing the Wu family to flourish with descendants." After delivering this persuasive speech, Zhao Ze observed the elders' reactions. To his astonishment, one elder suddenly clapped his thigh and exclaimed, "I think it sounds excellent. Let us proceed." Suddenly sensing the atmosphere shift, the elder's face flushed red, regretting his impulsiveness. The thoughts of the three elders were remarkably simple. They desired nothing more than for the young boy to live a life free of worries, ideally marrying and having children while they were still alive. Their greatest fear had been that Wu Ying, due to his disability, would become a target for bullies, which had led them to consider sending him to a sect. However, the thought of never seeing him again filled them with dread. Now, with Prince Zhao's assurances, all these concerns could be alleviated. They could look forward to a peaceful retirement, perhaps even living long enough to witness their grandchildren. Thus, they could hardly contain their excitement. Zhao Ze had not anticipated such a favorable outcome. The three elders were remarkably similar to the elders of his previous world, content with simple lives. Why complicate things? Are you married? Have you had children? That is the essence of life, not the pursuit of martial arts or wealth. After this conversation, Zhao Ze felt a sudden pang of homesickness. Previously, he had found such sentiments tiresome, yet now he found himself longing for them. Humans truly are fickle beings. Of course, there was no need for further discussion. The three elders had made their decision, although the young boy Wu Ying seemed somewhat resistant. His attitude towards Zhao Ze had noticeably warmed, which delighted Zhao Ze. It appeared that by treating the three elders kindly, Wu Wu Ying and Apos' fondness would naturally grow. He was a simple child, a talent that was almost too easy to win over. Subsequent matters were soon addressed. Zhao Ze advised them to refrain from their previous occupations and to remain at home, as being captured would not bode well for them. He had ample resources. It was no issue for Prince Zhao to support a few more individuals. Lastly, he instructed Xiao Dongzi to find someone to repair their humble abode, ensuring their comfort. Zhao Ze had initially contemplated purchasing a new house, but they insisted on staying, having grown accustomed to their current residence. After these arrangements, he took his leave, allowing the young boy Wu Ying some time to adjust to being away from family. Upon returning home, he was greeted by the system and Apos' notification of rewards. Mission accomplished. Talent quest completion rate, 100. Reward, 5 system points. Is that all? Zhao Ze mused. After 5 minutes passed without further response, then 10, he realized that indeed. That was the extent of it. How stingy. Just a few system points and nothing more? It seems I must rely solely on myself, Zhao Ze lamented internally. Suddenly, a voice echoed. Host, your thoughts are correct. Most of the time, you must rely on your own efforts to achieve success. The system merely serves as an aid. How dare you? Zhao Ze retorted, feeling belittled by the system. Why do others possess such impressive abilities while I am left wanting? As dinner approached, Zhao Ze casually picked up a book to pass the time while awaiting his meal. He had initially intended to improve the quality of the food, but upon entering the kitchen, he felt a wave of laziness wash over him. As a prince, there were times when indulgence was simply warranted. Having servants was indeed a luxury. Even tea was brought to him. Zhao Ze felt akin to a giant baby, demanding to be catered to. Yet, this state of perpetual infancy was not a sustainable path for growth. The maidservants were exceptionally attentive, particularly one sent by Li Chun. What was her name? Zhao Ze nearly forgot. It was Yuanyu. The other 4 were locals, and their names eluded him. Zhao Ze planned to adopt the customs of Yinshi City, assigning them nicknames for ease of remembrance and to help them integrate into this environment. Yuanyu, the maid, was secretly placed here by Li Chun, a fact that Zhao Ze was well aware of. However, for the past 2 nights, he had refrained from seeking the company of these women, leading to peculiar glances directed at him by Yuanyu. This seemingly trivial matter was, in truth, quite significant. Zhao Ze understood the implications. His sudden transformation from a ravenous wolf of desire to a more restrained demeanor would undoubtedly unsettle many, especially since he had distanced himself from familiar circles. Those lingering back home remained apprehensive and vigilant, which weighed heavily on him. It seemed prudent to find a suitable time to address this, though the most effective approach appeared to be self-sacrifice. Yet, he hesitated. If he truly intended to pursue such a course, he would have acted by now. As dinner commenced, an array of lamb dishes was served, both roasted and stewed, presenting a lavish feast. Unexpectedly, when Xiao Dongzi returned, he brought a young boy with him, which was a delightful surprise. This visit had served 2 purposes: to familiarize the boy with his surroundings and to introduce him to the exquisite local cuisine. Xiao Dongzi had intentionally brought him along, knowing well that to win a person's heart, one must first capture their appetite, a truth that Zhao Ze wholeheartedly endorsed. The boy and Apos' background elicited considerable sympathy from the maids, igniting their maternal instincts. They crowded around him, attending to his needs and inadvertently neglecting Zhao Ze, their master. Initially, Wu Ying, the young boy, appeared anxious, unsure of where to place his hands. However, as time passed, he gradually relaxed and engaged in soft conversation with the elder sisters. The array of delectable dishes was entirely foreign to him. The aroma of skewered lamb wafted through the air, and the rich flavor of braised lamb with wild vegetables tantalized his senses. Although he had opened his heart to new experiences, the true essence of the feast remained elusive, presenting only a vague outline. Nonetheless, the enticing sense drove him to hunger, yet the incessant chatter of the women left him to sit idly, awaiting their cessation. Observing this, Zhao Ze interjected, urging them to eat first and converse later. The women, somewhat embarrassed, fell silent, allowing Wu Ying's hands to finally be freed. He eagerly seized a skewer of lamb, sinking his teeth into the tender meat. The rich fat melted in his mouth, followed by the juicy lamb, its fragrant sweetness and spices leaving a lingering taste. Before he had finished one skewer, he had already grabbed another, relishing the pleasure of alternating bites. In a matter of moments, he had devoured dozens. Zhao Ze watched with delight. Those who practiced martial arts typically had substantial appetites, and after opening his meridians, Wu Ying and Apos' capacity for food was astonishing. Moreover, given his youth, consuming more was entirely acceptable. "You must try this stew. It is exceptionally flavorful," Zhao Ze encouraged. Wu Ying, initially reluctant to taste the stew due to its lack of appeal, acquiesced upon Zhao Ze's insistence. He cautiously ladled a bowl and took a sip, and the creamy lamb broth enveloped his palate, rich and aromatic, elevating his spirit. "Delicious, truly delicious," Wu Ying exclaimed between sips. "Take your time, there is plenty more. You can take some home with you," Zhao Ze replied, equally pleased. After dinner, Zhao Ze arranged for Xiao Dongzi to escort Wu Ying home. In a few days, he would officially commence his duties here, and Zhao Ze had made sure to send a portion of the lamb stew with him, particularly suitable for the elderly. Following this feast, it was clear that Wu Ying would not be departing anytime soon. The allure of such culinary delights was simply irresistible. Chapter 10. Another assassination late at night. After Xiao Dongzi returned, the two continued to inspect the traps they had set the previous day. Despite their efforts, Zhao Ze chose not to sleep in his own room. Instead, he quietly sought out a servant and Appo's quarters, as there were plenty of rooms available. The feeling of being watched was profoundly unsettling, making it difficult for Zhao Ze to find rest. After tossing and turning numerous times, he contemplated getting up to read, but reconsidered. Turning on a lamp would only make him a target. Such days were truly arduous. This predicament required urgent resolution, and Zhao Ze was still oblivious to the identity of the mastermind behind the threats against him, nor the reasons for being targeted. These uncertainties plagued his mind. He realized that he must establish a firm foothold here. His primary task was to assemble his own faction for future endeavors. Moreover, he needed to devise a plan to seize the military power held by Li Chan. Regrettably, such matters were seldom uncomplicated, thus he must proceed with caution and contemplation. As he pondered, he gradually drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, a shadow crouched atop a small building, directly overlooking Zhao Ze's residence. This figure had been observing for quite some time, thoroughly familiar with the layout of the household and the positions of its inhabitants. The target was confirmed to be within the two-story main building. He had scouted the location previously and was only returning to reaffirm the target's whereabouts. This assignment was particularly challenging, as he had been cautioned repeatedly to exercise utmost diligence to avoid failure. However, he did not share this concern. After all, there were no guards in sight, and a swift assassination would suffice. If he were truly formidable, why would he need to scout twice? Such was his assassination habit. He typically surveyed a target twice, ensuring no anomalies before striking. His impeccable track record stemmed from these prudent practices. Unfortunately for him, Zhao Ze had long anticipated such an intrusion. That very morning, he had requested several small unit garments from Xiao Dongzi. Due to his larger frame, he could not wear Xiao Dongzi and Appo's attire. These garments had been specially tailored for him, identical to Xiao Dongzi and Appo's. Zhao Ze was surprised. He had initially planned to have several made, but deemed it unnecessary once Xiao Dongzi provided them. Curious, he had inquired about the garments, to which Xiao Dongzi explained that they were for the prince and Appo's protection, along with many peculiar items. The assassin observed Zhao Ze and Appo's room change, momentarily confused by the eunuch and Appo's attire. As he lacked advanced equipment like binoculars, relying solely on his eyesight, he could only discern vague outlines in garments, unable to make out finer details. Positioned at the highest point within Yunshi City, many corners and vantage points remained obscured from view. Nevertheless, the assassin felt confident, believing he possessed all necessary information to proceed with his mission. His agility and lightness of foot were impressive. He moved silently atop the tiles, wielding a sword imbued with various toxins, crafted to deliver a lethal strike. He gracefully descended from the small building, swiftly scaling the walls of Zhao Ze and Appo's residence. Upon reaching the vicinity of the loft, he leapt effortlessly to the roof. After ensuring the surroundings posed no threat, he quietly tore the window paper and began to disperse a cloud of sleeping gas within. Minutes passed, and sensing the drug had taken effect, he entered through the window. He had thoroughly examined the room while administering the gas and found no cause for alarm. Perhaps he was being overly cautious. Was it really necessary to be so meticulous in eliminating such an unworthy target? Unfortunately, this routine had become second nature to him, and he preferred not to alter his established procedures, which had consistently yielded positive results in his assignments. This steadfastness and rigidity endeared him to his employers. As he approached the target, He often silently wished for a smooth passage for those he was about to eliminate, reminding himself that he was merely a hired hand. Drawing his beloved sword, he unleashed a flurry of strikes, intending to deliver 100 fatal blows to the sleeping target. However, as he launched the initial 10 strikes, he sensed something was amiss. The feel of his blade penetrating flesh did not align with his expectations. The sensation was too familiar. Yet it was not the softness of a woman and Apos' skin. Had he failed? Had he been discovered? Regret flooded his mind. Or had he been detected? At this moment, he should have retreated without hesitation, for a core tenet of his profession dictated that if a target became aware of him, he ought to withdraw immediately. Regrettably, he hesitated. His indecision, combined with the compulsion to confirm the target's status, led him to lift the covers from the bed. This habitual instinct compelled him to verify whether the target was truly dead or alive. As he pulled back the covers, a thick, pungent smoke erupted forth, a potent anesthetic, concocted from several venomous snakes and herbs, specifically designed to incapacitate martial artists of considerable skill. This anesthetic not only took effect when inhaled, but could also penetrate the skin, ultimately disrupting the flow of one's internal energy. The source of this concoction was Zhao Ze himself. He had previously observed various sects women and, desiring to replicate their effects, discreetly commissioned the creation of such a drug. However, the details of its success had faded from Zhao Ze and Apos' memory. The assassin suddenly felt an overwhelming weakness envelop him, rendering him powerless. With a series of swift sounds, several crossbow bolts shot forth from the corner of the room, yet he narrowly evaded them using his agility. Without a moment's thought, he broke through the window and fled. Remaining any longer could lead to capture. Upon leaping through the window, more crossbow bolts were loosed in his direction. Though he employed his lightness of foot to dodge them, his strength had waned, making the task increasingly difficult. Nonetheless, he managed to evade them all. A 4-tiered expert was not easily subdued. These bolts had been fired by Xiao Dongzi, who had positioned himself near the loft after hearing the prince mention a potential nighttime assassination attempt. Uncertain of the assailant's identity, he had coordinated with Prince Zhao Ze to set traps. Clothed and prepared for action, he remained alert, ready to assist at the slightest disturbance. As fate would have it, he detected movement in Zhao Ze and Apos' quarters. Grabbing his crossbow and a thunderfire bomb, he stationed himself beneath the window, anticipating that the intruder, having succumbed to the poison, would leap out, providing him the opportunity to strike. His assumptions proved correct. Initially, Xiao Dongzi unleashed bolts from his crossbow, but after several shots, he realized something was amiss. The intruder was an adept who had evaded all attacks despite being poisoned. Originally intending to capture the intruder alive, per the prince's orders, Xiao Dongzi found himself with no choice but to resort to his hidden weapon. He produced 3 thunderfire bombs, tossing them towards the assassin. Facing the greatest crisis of his life, the assassin executed a series of agile maneuvers, leaping several meters into the air, elegantly evading the incoming bombs. However, just as he prepared to scale the wall and escape, one bomb detonated behind him, sending him careening into the wall, where he lost consciousness. The thunderfire bomb, once the safety was disengaged, required a 5-second delay before detonation. The unexpected explosion had been triggered by Xiao Dongzi and Apos' crossbow, a tactic suggested by Zhao Ze to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. During their journey downstream, Xiao Dongzi had diligently practiced this method aboard the ship, albeit using mock bombs crafted from dough instead of actual explosives. The long-practiced skills of Xiao Dongzi finally found their purpose, bringing him immense joy, as he could now protect his highness with his own strength. The explosion was deafening, waking several nearby individuals and igniting fires in various locations. Undeterred, Xiao Dongzi and a few awakened maidservants swiftly began to extinguish the flames. Zhao Ze, sensing the urgency of the situation, joined the effort. After more than 10 minutes, the fires were finally subdued. Observing the assassin sprawled on the ground like a lifeless dog, Zhao Ze sighed and inquired, "Is there anything of value on this individual?" Xiao Dongzi shook his head in response, stating, "I have found no suspicious items. Your Highness, should we hand this person over to Li Chun?" It took considerable effort to capture him. Zhao Ze, feeling helpless, replied, "There is no choice. The sound of the thunderfire egg was too loud. Our neighbors have already been awakened, and Li Chun and Apos' men will arrive shortly. We must provide some explanation, so we can only proceed as such for now." Indeed. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Chun arrived, knocking at the door. Upon entering and seeing the assassin, his expression darkened, and he immediately ordered his men to imprison the assassin for personal interrogation. Before departing, he continuously reassured Zhao Zhe, claiming it was his oversight and asking Zhao Zhe not to blame him, promising to enhance security measures to prevent such incidents from occurring. A prince remains a prince. Even if deemed incompetent, Li Chun held disdain for Zhao Zhe but could not express it openly. He had to maintain at least a semblance of decorum, considering the dignity of the king and the royal family. Thus, the assassination of a prince within his jurisdiction placed a certain responsibility upon him. Consequently, he harbored a deep-seated loathing for the assassin, viewing him as a source of trouble. Zhao Zhe could encounter trouble, but it must not occur in Li Chun's domain. This was a line that could not be crossed. Ultimately, Li Chun resolved not to sleep that night, determined to extract information to report back to his superiors. Along the way, Zhao Zhe joined him. Initially, Li Chun was reluctant to allow Zhao Zhe to attend, but after some contemplation, he acquiesced, recognizing the value in allowing Zhao Zhe to know who sought his life. After the effects of the interrogation drug wore off, a night of questioning yielded little. All forms of torture had been employed, yet the assassin, merely a hired hand, did not even know his employer and imp, Apos' identity, which infuriated Li Chun to the point of slamming his hand on the table. Zhao Zhe deduced that this type of assassin was likely a contracted agent unlikely to divulge further information. He had come to Li Chun and Amp, Apos' domain hoping for a glimmer of hope, only to find none. Chapter 11. Cultivation Plan and the second task finally. After witnessing the relentless torment inflicted upon the captive without yielding any valuable information, Zhao Zhe took his leave from Li Chun, heading home to catch up on sleep. Upon exiting the prison, he discovered that dawn had broken, and the surrounding market was beginning to bustle with life. Upon returning home, he found several maidservants waiting for him, their dark circles betraying a sleepless night filled with anxiety. It appeared they had been quite frightened, and Xiao Dongzi had been comforting them for a considerable time. Zhao Zhe endeavored to soothe their spirits as well, distributing some monetary gifts to alleviate their distress. Under the influence of financial incentives, the maidservants cheerfully set about preparing breakfast for their master. In this world, most people could neither afford nor partake in breakfast, with the average individual managing only 2 meals a day to meet their basic needs. For a prince, however, having 3 or more meals a day was no concern. At present, he could claim to be impoverished, but not in the conventional sense. His family had limited resources for cultivation in this realm, yet possessed an abundance of gold and jewels. These lavish adornments, primarily intended to please women, wielded significant influence, serving as a universal currency, whether in this world or the one he previously inhabited. Ideally, breakfast would consist of freshly prepared fare. As a prince, he should not settle for leftovers. Nonetheless, he was unconcerned, as there remained a considerable portion of the stewed lamb from the previous night, untouched due to the cool weather. After a hearty bowl of broth, he climbed into bed and swiftly fell into a deep slumber. This was the same room he had occupied the night before, and although several areas had sustained damage from the explosive incident, the repairs were already underway, thanks to Xiao Dongzi and Apos' efforts in hiring some craftsmen. Zhao Zhe slept soundly until midday, awakening to find it was time to engage with the system. Once the divine perspective was activated, he discovered additional information within the interface. Host, Zhao Zhe territory, Yinshur city population, 347 subordinates, 2 soldiers. Food. Upon viewing these figures, a sense of unease washed over him. It was evident that he needed to expedite his efforts to seize control of Yinshur city. Regrettably, his current resources were scant, and his capabilities were inadequate. Li Chun commanded at least 5,000 troops, seasoned from decades of service, adept in tactical maneuvers. Even if he were to eliminate Li Chun, those 5,000 soldiers would not heed his commands, as they were fiercely loyal to their commander. Thus, the only recourse seemed to be the complete annihilation of that loyalty. He examined the details of his 2 subordinates, touching the screen to reveal further information. Character, Xiao Dongzi cultivation, Stage 2 martial artist, skilled in foundational techniques, equipped with various throwing weapons. Loyalty, 100. This individual's loyalty to the host has surpassed the highest threshold, reaching a level of foolish devotion, willing to sacrifice himself at any moment on the host and Apos' behalf. Cultivation potential, 2 stars. Zhao Zhe held no doubts regarding Xiao Dongzi and Apos' loyalty. They had grown up together. and he was entirely devoted to him. Observing that Xiao Dongzi managed domestic affairs competently, Zhao Ze decided to assign him that responsibility. The cultivation potential indicated future growth in martial prowess and other abilities, suggesting a promising trajectory. Next, he glanced at the information regarding his other subordinate, which astonished him. Character: Wu Ying cultivation, unawakened, but nearing the threshold for awakening, with a 90 success rate anticipated shortly. Inherent skill: possesses a heightened perception ability, capable of sensing surroundings in a 360-degree radius within a 10-meter range, with potential for enhancement. System analysis revealed traces of a martial lineage, indicating a special talent that diminishes his presence, rendering him less perceptible to others. Friendship level: 70 cultivation potential, 10 stars. Such remarkable potential. Zhao Ze marveled. He had heard from Xiao Dongzi about the martial lineage, which could be inherited from powerful ancestors. However, the likelihood of inheritance diminished if neither parent was a martial artist. And while it could skip generations, such occurrences were rare. The system provided cultivation recommendations for Wu Ying. 1. Focus primarily on swordsmanship, emphasizing swift techniques. 2. Mastery of agility and lightness techniques is essential. 3. Wu Ying could serve as a principal assassin for the host or act as a shadow protector. Zhao Ze rolled his eyes at the system and Oppos, s verbose commentary, exclaiming, "What use is all this chatter? I would prefer more practical advice, like techniques or weaponry." The system replied, "This system does not supply any techniques or items, but the host enhancement function can upgrade techniques." It appeared that his aspirations of training Wu Ying into a formidable adept for the purpose of flaunting his prowess would not materialize as easily as he hoped. Zhao Ze then activated the search function. Ding. Target connection in progress. Connection successful. Task difficulty: 1 star. Upon examining the task details, he noted that it pertained to a residential area not far from his home. After confirming the location, Zhao Ze exited the system and left his room. By then, it was well past midday, and his stomach growled in protest. He promptly instructed Xiao Dongzi to prepare some food, recognizing that a satisfied appetite was essential for productivity. Within 30 minutes, Xiao Dongzi and the maidservants had efficiently prepared lamb pastries and soup, ready and waiting for their master. During mealtime, Xiao Dongzi briefed Zhao Ze on the events of the previous night and the morning. As he savored the lamb pastry, he found comfort in the routine, appreciating Xiao Dongzi and Oppos' diligence. The repairs would be nearly complete by the following day, and with sufficient funds, the workers would not hesitate to put in extra hours. The assassin from the prison had endured a night of torment and, by morning, had dwindled to a mere breath of life, ultimately succumbing shortly thereafter. Li Chun dispatched someone to inform Zhao Ze, who felt compelled to verify the body. They visited the burial site, confirming the demise. And the condition of the body was deplorable. Zhao Ze remained silent, knowing this was the inevitable outcome. With yet another lead severed, he recognized the need to resume his search for clues, as the hidden forces loomed in the shadows, making proactive measures challenging. However, nurturing Wu Ying's potential was paramount. He needed allies during these trying times. Finishing his lamb soup, Zhao Ze inquired, "When will Wu Ying arrive?" Xiao Dongzi pondered before replying, "I haven't inquired. But they are occupied with repairs. Perhaps tomorrow? Should I go ask?" Zhao Ze nodded. "Very well. Visit tonight to inquire further. Also, bring some supplies from the kitchen." With that, the two departed, heading toward the designated task location. After the previous mission, Zhao Ze had gained some experience and understood the importance of keen observation to uncover what he sought. Upon arriving at the designated location, one finds themselves in a humble district predominantly inhabited by individuals who have been exiled here as punishment for their transgressions. Among them, there are indeed some criminals. Yet there are also high-ranking officials and nobles who have been demoted to commoners and dispatched to this place. It is worth noting that the protagonist, a prince himself, is no exception to this fate. Typically, a prince would indulge in feasting and revelry, but his unexpected presence in this ordinary locale left Xiao Dongzi perplexed. However, as a loyal subordinate, he refrained from questioning his lord's intentions, opting instead to follow dutifully. After wandering around, they encountered no suspicious activity, which left Zhao Ze feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Noticing a few elderly men engaged in a game of chess by the roadside, he approached them to engage in conversation. However, it did not take long for him to be dismissed, primarily due to his lamentable skills in Go and his incessant interruptions, which naturally irked the elderly gentleman. Feeling disgruntled, Zhao Ze exclaimed, You are the real blunderers. Why not challenge the great Erfadog instead? Xiao Dongzi was left utterly bewildered by his master's embarrassing antics. At that moment, they spotted a plump woman pushing a cart laden with books, with a sign that read books for sale, prices negotiable. Zhao Zhe and Amp, Oppo's interest peaked as he approached her, inquiring, "May I take a look at your books?" "You may browse at your leisure. Just let me know if you find something you like," the woman replied with a smile. Zhao Zhe casually flipped through several volumes, only to be met with disappointment at their lack of utility. Just then, he noticed a solitary book set apart from the others. Upon picking it up, he was taken aback. This was a manual titled Ghostly Shadow Sword Technique. His instincts told him that this was precisely what he had been searching for. The woman chuckled. "Are you curious as to why I am selling such a precious manual?" Zhao Zhe nodded in affirmation. She sighed and recounted. "It is due to our family and Oppo's misfortunes. We once held great status in the capital, but after a fall from grace, we were exiled here. In our quest to survive, we discovered this manual, a relic of our ancestors. We had hoped it would restore our family and Oppo's honor. However, the technique requires a corresponding mental discipline for proper cultivation. Without it, the manual is rendered useless. My brothers attempted to practice the techniques within, initially becoming formidable, but ultimately they transformed into something unrecognizable, meeting tragic ends due to their obsession. With a heavy heart, she continued, we sought the counsel of a martial arts master to appraise the manual. He revealed it to be a core technique of an ancient demonic sect, now lost to time. It must be practiced alongside the mental discipline, otherwise, it leads to madness and death. With the loss of the corresponding discipline, this manual has become a dangerous relic, suitable for harming others, but ill-advised for personal practice. Zhao Zhe and Oppo's eyes widened at her candor. Must you be so forthright? Do you truly think I would use it to harm others? How much for the book? I wish to acquire it for my own collection, not for nefarious purposes. The woman was evidently skeptical of Zhao Zhe and Oppo's intentions and proceeded to offer a lengthy admonition filled with cautionary tales. Zhao Zhe, demonstrating remarkable patience, listened attentively, and in the end, he successfully procured the manual. Chapter 12. Additional tasks upon acquiring the secret manual. Just as Zhao Zhe was about to turn and leave, he suddenly felt that this task had been alarmingly easy. Completing it so swiftly seemed almost too effortless. Reflecting on the time and effort spent on the task, he considered that this endeavor must not be as straightforward as it appeared. Ultimately, Zhao Zhe, with a hint of skepticism, inquired, "How much for all these books? And I suppose I should take this box as well?" The plump woman, with a knowing glimmer in her eyes, discerned Zhao Zhe's thoughts and candidly responded, "Ah, young man, you're quite astute. We've contemplated the very ideas you ponder. Do you truly believe we would allow our family to be fools? You must be wondering if the books and the manual are all contained within this box, am I right?" Having been seen through, Zhao Zhe could only chuckle sheepishly, scratching his head in embarrassment. The woman continued with a smile, "Indeed, our ancestors were quite remarkable, leaving behind treasures for us to rise from our circumstances. The heart method is indeed stored alongside the manual. You were clever to have surmised this, for it would be absurd for our ancestors to leave just a single, untrainable sword technique without its corresponding heart method. However, the means to unlock it must remain exceedingly discreet, intended for our descendants to unearth in times of crisis. Many might wonder why such a powerful manual was not passed down through generations. The answer lies in the current state of the world. The demonic path is universally condemned. Should the entire family practice this manual, they would be branded as part of the demonic lineage, facing rejection from all quarters, including the imperial court. Hence, the manual could only be practiced in dire circumstances, as dictated by the woman and Oppo's ancestors. With this revelation, Zhao Zhe pressed on with his inquiry. "If your family is already aware, then how did the manual disappear?" The plump woman sighed. "What can I say? It has long been forgotten, passed down through several generations. My elder brothers, lacking the necessary skills, attempted to force someone to unlock this box, inadvertently triggering a formation that destroyed the heart method. We only learned of this yesterday from a martial arts master we consulted, who charged us a hefty sum. I believe he was a teacher from the Heavenly Martial Academy." She then produced a crumpled document from her clothing, handing it to Zhao Zhe. Upon inspection, Zhao Zhe confirmed it was indeed an identification document from the Heavenly Martial Academy. He had heard of this prestigious institution in the capital, known for its commitment to education and its avoidance of worldly conflicts, often engaging in charitable activities that earned it a good reputation. To Zhao Ze, this seemed rather peculiar. An educational institution should focus solely on teaching without seeking to enhance its public image, yet it appeared to be growing increasingly prominent, catching the attention of the imperial court. Recently, amidst the ongoing struggle for the throne, the court had little time to rein in the academy, issuing merely a verbal warning, to which the academy agreed, promising to refrain from causing disturbances. However, it seemed they were beginning to extend their influence outward. Zhao Ze recalled the many young nobles who had enrolled at the Heavenly Martial Academy during his time in the capital, leaving a lasting impression on him. Although the academy might be embroiled in controversy, the quality of its instruction was likely high. Otherwise, so many would not have chosen to study there. Hence, he deemed the identification document to be authentic. Returning the document to the woman, he said, "Auntie, since I expressed my intent to purchase these books, please sell them to me. I shall not concern myself with their authenticity. I wish to collect them. Your family is in difficulty, and this transaction might offer you some respite." After a moment of contemplation, the plump woman nodded. "Very well, young brother, you may take them, and I will include the box." She then issued a stern warning: "Once you return home, store them safely. Remember, do not practice the techniques, nor use them to harm others, or the heavens will not spare you." Zhao Ze nodded earnestly, assuring her, "I understand. I promise not to practice or harm anyone." Most common folk are merely honest individuals striving for a meager living. It is the higher echelons of martial practitioners and those in power who are often filled with guile. Thus, the saying that one's position determines their perspective holds true. After acquiring the books and placing them in the box, he called upon Xiao Donzi to help carry them home, while he himself set off to find Li Chun to gather information. He was eager to uncover the intentions of the Heavenly Martial Academy and why they had ventured to Yunshi City, as their reach seemed extensive, possibly hinting at further hidden schemes in the works. Therefore, he needed to be prepared for the worst. His greatest weakness was the lack of information. Being out of the loop made it difficult for him to adapt, especially given his explosive thirst for knowledge. Most of the time, Li Chun maintained a leisurely pace, primarily focusing on the defense of Yunshi City. Daily training could be delegated to subordinates, as his basic administrative duties were minimal. It wasn't that he wished to halt progress. Rather, the ongoing conflicts within the court left little room for development or funding for the border regions. Given Yunshi City's military governance, there were seldom any unsavory elements to contend with, as they were swiftly suppressed by the army. The locals were unlikely to venture into the city, preferring to engage in commerce rather than adapt to urban life. Li Chun was a wise man. Being away from the tumult of the capital offered certain advantages. His presence in Yunshi City was a personal recommendation to the king, seeking a tranquil refuge from conflict, and now was not the time to choose sides. Especially for those born of martial lineage or noble families, openly supporting one prince over another was fraught with peril. Before the king and Apos' death, should the martial generals align with the prince, it would raise suspicions of treachery. Thus, he refrained from taking a stance, recognizing that the timing was not yet right. Of course, numerous emissaries had approached him with clandestine offers, yet he had rejected them all, choosing instead to await a more opportune moment to act, thereby increasing his chances of success and amplifying his significance. At this juncture, Zhao Ze arrived at Li Chun's office to inquire about the Heavenly Martial Academy. Naturally, there were no secrets that could not be divulged. 3 individuals had recently arrived by boat, intending to establish a school, but it appeared they lacked a suitable location. Seeking Li Chun's assistance in finding one. Establishing a school was indeed a commendable endeavor, but it required substantial resources. Li Chun did not decline their request and agreed to assist them. Early the next day, he guided them around some locations, though they were not fully satisfied. As it was a small area with limited population and resources, they were hesitant and decided they must consult with their headquarters. Li Chun merely indicated that they should return once they had made a decision. After casually inquiring about the address of the inn where these individuals were staying, Zhao Ze hurriedly departed, repeatedly insisting to Li Chun that he wished to express his gratitude to the teachers at the Heavenly Martial Academy for his past attendance there. Indeed, he had attended lectures there, but it was more to mingle than to truly learn. He had gotten into a scuffle with a noble over a woman and was politely escorted out, a situation that had reached his father's ears, resulting in a harsh reprimand. In Zhao Ze's previous life, he had amassed a significant amount of animosity in the capital. Now, he felt the weight of that legacy. Initially, he sought information, but soon retreated from public life, engaging in less than honorable pursuits at home, which ultimately led to his assignment to this remote location. Upon returning home, he was met with messages from the system. Ding! The task is accomplished with a completion rate of 60%, granting 1 point in the reward system. The host may explore further completion independently. Indeed, this task has its pitfalls yet to be resolved. It seems essential to seek out the 3 individuals from the Heavenly Martial Academy, as they may possess the clues I require. Coincidentally, I must find time to pay them a visit. As the hour until dinner stretches on, Zhao Zili observes the box containing the books in his study. At first glance, it appears utterly unremarkable, devoid of any suspicious features. However, upon closer inspection, it reveals something intriguing. The 4 corners of the box bear engravings, likely formations, and astonishingly, beneath 2 of these patterns lie newer, freshly inscribed formations. After numerous examinations, Zhao Zili arrives at a bold conclusion. Forcibly opening the box would not destroy the heart method. Rather, it seems to be locked away in a certain space or transported elsewhere. The box bears fresh signs of tampering, indicating that if it were a self-destruct mechanism, there would be no need to decipher the formations again. Moreover, the plump matron mentioned that the ghost shadow sword technique had been borrowed and perused. For these martial masters, merely glancing at it once should suffice for them to remember the essence, especially if they have had ample time to memorize it anew. It remains uncertain whether they succeeded after their deciphering efforts, or if they require more time or a visit to a specific location. All possibilities linger. Nevertheless, they undoubtedly possess what Zhao Zili seeks. The instructors from the Heavenly Martial Academy are a duplicitous lot, their cunning methods making it exceedingly difficult to detect any flaws. At this moment, it is time for dinner, which is delivered by Li Chun, consisting of various game meats intended to curry favor with Zhao Zili. Given that Li Chun bears some responsibility for the assassination attempts, he ordered a selection of local specialties to present to Zhao Zili, well aware that he does not lack for wealth. These game meats are indeed Zhao Zili's favorites, and given his slightly portly physique, they hold tremendous appeal for him. Delicacies such as rabbit, wild chicken, venison, and wild boar are all exquisite treats. With their small number, they cannot consume all of it. Naturally, they each take a portion to enjoy, ensuring that everyone can partake in the feast. Thoughts of dieting have been cast aside by Zhao Zili, originally intent on losing weight. He found himself disheartened by the realization that he was not suited for martial practice. With assassins relentlessly pursuing him, he requires the sustenance of fine food as fuel for hope, lest his heightened anxiety lead to a mental breakdown. Engaging in a contest with food is by no means shameful. Rather, victory brings an indescribable sense of accomplishment. Zhao Zili meticulously plans his approach, what to eat first, which part to savor, and how to prepare each dish, all weighing the gains and losses. This preoccupation with food is not his alone. Every member of the household, including the servants, is embroiled in their own culinary battles. Chapter 13. Activation of achievement tasks. From the moment one enters this world, the struggle for sustenance begins. Initially, the goal is merely to satiate hunger and survive, but as time progresses, aspirations evolve beyond mere survival. Zhao Zili gazed at the array of dishes before him, decisively choosing to start with the meat, swiftly consuming it, while neglecting the wild vegetables and mushrooms, which, unbeknownst to him, were remarkably beneficial for his health. It seemed his body deliberately showed little interest in these verdant offerings. After devouring several pieces of meat, Zhao Zili reluctantly issued a rather irksome command to himself. He must finish a plate of vegetables before he could conclude his meal. In truth, these vegetables were exquisitely prepared, organic, and devoid of any pollutants. A mere sprinkle of seasoning rendered them delectable. The wild mushrooms bore a striking resemblance to the highly coveted matsutake from his previous world, and a simple roasting over charcoal could elevate their flavor to sublime heights. Maintaining a balanced diet was paramount for him, as martial arts practice was no longer his primary focus. He needed to ensure his body received an array of essential nutrients. He had no desire to succumb to ailments commonly associated with old age, such as hypertension or gout, thus squandering the opportunity at a second chance at life. Meanwhile, in a quaint inn located in Yun City, an elderly man was meticulously penning a letter. This elder exuded an air of warmth and wisdom, complemented by his long beard and neatly worn robe. At that moment, the door swung open, and a young man entered, announcing, "Elder Yin, we have secured the demonic arts manual." Elder Yin set down his brush and replied, "This matter shall be entrusted to you 2 brothers. I shall not intervene." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "My visit to this desolate place was unavoidable. Teaching here appears to have limited efficacy. Perhaps establishing a clinic to provide free consultations for the soldiers would be a more effective approach. The young man, eyes wide with admiration, nodded in agreement. Elder Yin, your foresight is commendable. I am in your debt. Elder Yin rose and placed a reassuring hand on the young man's shoulder, imparting gravely, Qing Yin, you and your brother are still young. Some matters cannot be rushed. Opportunities abound. We must proceed with diligence. The letter is ready. Please send it out shortly. As Su Qingyun stepped out of the room, his demeanor darkened. Why had they found themselves in such a predicament at this critical juncture? Were they perhaps fearful? The time was ripe for a coup against the Song Kingdom. Waiting in the corridor was a young man who bore a striking resemblance to him. Upon seeing Su Qingyun, he inquired, Brother, what is the situation? Can we return? Su Qingyun shook his head, replying, Elder Yin disapproves. He intends to establish a clinic here for free consultations. So we may be unable to return for the time being. The young man clenched his fist and struck the wall in frustration. Su Qingyun quickly intervened, whispering, Have you lost your mind? You and Amp, Oppos, recording disaster. He then led the young man outside. Once they had distanced themselves from the inn, Su Qingyun reassured, Qingyang, do not fret. I will devise a plan. Please bear with me. We will return, and our grievances shall be avenged, I swear it. With his brother and Amp, Oppos, comforting words, Su Qingyang gradually relaxed. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, Brother, can we cultivate from that manual? If so, our strength could greatly increase. Su Qingyun replied with a smile, Indeed. We can cultivate. Elder Yin has assured me that as long as we locate him, all will be well. Su Qingyang rejoiced, Really? That is splendid news. I have a good idea of the location. We can retrieve it tonight, finally acquiring a superior manual. With a glint in his eye, Su Qingyang added, Brother, I heard that the useless prince has also been exiled to this wretched place. Should we pay him a visit tomorrow? Su Qingyun scoffed, Indeed, it nearly escaped my mind. We have yet to settle the score for the indignities our cousin suffered. We dared not act in the capital, but here, we must teach him a proper lesson. So the Zhao family understands the might of the Su clan. They owe us far too much. Only by eliminating them can we quell our resentment. Let us begin with this useless prince tomorrow. At that moment, Zhao Zhe had just finished his dinner, feeling rather full. He decided to take a stroll when he suddenly sneezed a few times, pondering whether that villain was scheming against him again. Oddly enough, those sneezes had indeed been prophetic. Just as he was about to step outside, Wu Ying rushed in, looking panicked and flustered, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Zhao Zhe patiently urged, Do not fret, speak slowly. Someone, please bring this child a glass of water. After quenching his thirst, Wu Ying finally spoke coherently. It seems I opened my meridians while eating. Zhao Zhe, taken aback, wondered if he had misheard, and promptly summoned Xiao Dongzi for verification. After a thorough examination, Xiao Dongzi confirmed, Your Highness, he indeed has opened his meridians. This occurrence is exceedingly rare. His pathways are exceptionally receptive, requiring no forceful manipulation. Most importantly, there are no after effects. Zhao Zhe was astonished. A whirlwind of thoughts racing through his mind. Why was there such a vast disparity between individuals? However, upon reflection, he realized that this young man was, after all, one of his subordinates, which somewhat restored his sense of equilibrium. The prospect of bringing him along to flaunt their prowess was undeniably exhilarating. Ultimately, he instructed Xiao Dongzi to provide Wu Ying with fundamental martial arts lessons, while he himself opted for a little leisure, as he was not well versed in those teachings. After a brief outing, he returned to find his stomach less distended, while Wu Ying was escorted home by Xiao Dongzi. Upon returning to his chamber, the system and Amp, Oppos' voice suddenly resonated. Due to the host nurturing talent with notable success, an achievement task has been completed, Nurturing Talent 1. Rewarding the host with the opening of a meridian segment. Before he could fully revel in his newfound fortune, Zhao Zhe felt a surge of warmth enveloping him, followed by an explosion of strength as his body began to feel lighter, a sign that he had ascended to the third stage of meridian opening. The sensation was so pleasurable that Zhao Zhe nearly cried out, but he managed to contain himself. Why had there been no hints regarding this achievement task? After calming his excitement, Zhao Zhe inquired. The system replied, This was inherently a hidden task, so no hints were provided. However, based on the typical patterns of achievement tasks, the system believes the host will deduce certain insights. Indeed, upon reviewing the task and Oppos' description, Zhao Zhe grasped the situation. The first achievement task was Nurturing Talent 1. which surely implied the existence of subsequent tasks, namely 2 and 3. Will the rewards from completed achievement tasks solely pertain to my martial arts realm? Zhao Zhe pressed further. The system responded, not necessarily, rewards are random. With this understanding, Zhao Zhe refrained from further inquiries. It appeared that to elevate his realm, he would need to undertake achievement tasks. Though initially concealed, these tasks followed a discernible pattern, leading Zhao Zhe to feel no urgency. Rather, he now possessed a new method for advancement to incorporate into his future plans. Zhao Zhe had once believed that he would rely solely on his subordinates for assistance throughout his life. If this continued, he would meet his demise within a century. As a warrior who had only opened 2 meridians could expect to live around 120 years, each additional meridian extending life by 10 years, and beyond 5 meridians, an additional 20 years. Thus, it was evident that the system's expectations of him were substantial, even if a primary task had yet to be assigned. Zhao Zhe remained confident that once his strength was sufficient to ensure his survival, the task would reveal itself. Zhao Zhe hurriedly summoned Xiao Dongzi to inquire about fundamental martial arts knowledge and methods to stabilize his realm. Fortunately, the system had enhanced his level with no issues, making it quite solid. However, martial arts knowledge remained limited. With diligent practice of the basics each day, he would surely improve. Those who indulged in laziness would find their foundational skills lacking. It seemed Zhao Zhe had no choice but to rise early each day to train, bidding farewell to the luxury of sleeping in. Now that he had achieved the 3rd stage of meridian opening, he could study formal martial arts techniques. Alas, he had none. One could only blame the previous individual for leaving no martial arts manuals behind. What was he to do now? Just as Zhao Zhe fretted, Xiao Dongzi exclaimed, "Your Highness, look at this." With that, he promptly produced 3 manuals. Zhao Zhe's heart soared with joy upon seeing them, exclaiming, "You clever rascal. Very well. I shall study these 3 first, and once I'm proficient, I'll ask you for more." It turned out that Xiao Dongzi had kept the manuals Zhao Zhe had previously discarded for future needs. Truly, he was a capable steward, Zhao Zhe mused. The 3 manuals were not particularly formidable. 2 were of inferior grade, while 1 was of medium grade. Zhao Zhe decided to begin with the simplest, one titled Swift Wind Leg, which caught his eye. After flipping through a few pages, he remarked, "What is this Swift Wind Leg?" "It's merely a technique for kicking one's adversary in the groin." Upon reading the introduction, he realized it was a leg technique invented by a female martial artist, inherently designed with swift footwork and body movement, targeting those detestable men. Of course, this technique bore no peculiar side effects or strange requirements. Men could practice it as well. Thus, Zhao Zhe resolved to train with it, as it resonated with his character. He favored swift, decisive strikes. And what better way to achieve that than by targeting an opponent's vulnerabilities? As Zhao Zhe began his training, he soon discovered his comprehension was lamentably poor. For a long while, he could not even grasp the fundamentals, feeling utterly humiliated. Though his realm had risen, his understanding had not. His mind would declare, "I've got it," after reading the manual. Yet when it came time to coordinate his body and limbs, he found himself utterly incapable. Frustrated, Zhao Zhe nearly tore the manual in half. The disparity between individuals was stark. His mind and body were out of sync, resulting in bizarre and comical movements. He nearly wished for a camera to record these ridiculous antics and share them online for sympathy. Suddenly, Zhao Zhe resolved not to let this defeat him. He refused to accept that he could not even master the basics. He vowed to perfect at least 1 move by nightfall, declaring that he would not sleep until he did so. Thus, throughout the night, Zhao Zhe was seen frantically kicking and jumping about, startling the maids who arose to relieve themselves, who feared their master had gone mad. Chapter 14. Rapid Introduction to Enchantment. He practiced until dawn before returning to catch a brief slumber. Even in his dreams, he found himself incessantly kicking, instinctively tossing the blanket onto the floor. Before long, he was roused by the cold, and the unfortunate Zhao Zhe picked up the blanket to continue his sleep. Initially, he intended to sleep until the afternoon. However, hunger awakened him, a certainty after a night of martial training. As the saying goes, the impoverished seek knowledge, while the wealthy pursue martial prowess. The physical toll of martial arts practice is immense. Thus, after training, one must consume a copious amount of food. Upon rising, Zhao Zhe discovered he felt no fatigue and that his body was remarkably invigorated. It seemed that the benefits of martial training in this world were indeed profound. During breakfast, he sought counsel from Xiao Dongzi regarding various martial arts matters, and upon reflection, he concluded that his choice was not in vain. The reason he had chosen to cultivate a low-grade martial arts manual was directly tied to the correlation between the quality of the manual and the martial artist and oppos, as comprehension and potential. The primary reason for opting for a low-grade technique was its minimal requirements for comprehension, allowing for a swift entry into practice. By diligently repeating the movements and key points outlined in the manual, one could achieve a foundational understanding with relative ease. Furthermore, establishing a solid martial foundation by beginning with low-grade techniques is akin to mastering the horse stance. Incremental progress facilitates the learning of higher-level martial arts in the future. In contrast, mid-grade techniques typically require one to dedicate at least a week to a month, or even longer, to gain proficiency. High-grade techniques necessitate the opening of 5 meridians or more and come with stringent prerequisites. It became evident why the Ghost Shadow Sword technique he acquired required corresponding mental cultivation. It was indeed a specific requirement of that manual. While cultivating a low-grade technique lays a beneficial groundwork, it may not directly enhance a martial artist and oppos, as comprehension. However, a strong foundation significantly reduces the time required to master subsequent mid-grade techniques. Zhao Ze deeply resonated with this notion, recalling that in his own world, numerous countries and institutions existed, yet few could rival the educational foundation of his homeland, Huaxia. Even the British Empire sought out Huaxia for elementary mathematical multiplication tables and practice materials. The importance of a strong martial foundation cannot be overstated. Therefore, Zhao Ze would not recklessly pursue high-grade manuals simply because he possessed a system. Many would question why he did not utilize the enhancement feature of the system. It was not a matter of desire, but rather a fear that enhancing the manual could render it a high-grade text, extending the entry time by at least a week. Some might further inquire why he did not enhance one of his 3 manuals, 2 low-grade and 1 mid-grade, arguing that even if one were enhanced, he could still practice the remaining low-grade manual. However, Zhao Ze had already calculated this. He aimed to enhance the mid-grade manual, allowing him to effectively gain a high-grade manual without effort. High-grade manuals are rare, typically held by formidable powers and renowned for their great strength. After finishing his meal, Zhao Ze hurried back to his room, eager to enhance the mid-grade manual in his possession. This manual, titled Snake Turtle Shin Armor Technique, was evidently a body-refining practice, which is notoriously difficult to master completely. The prerequisites were exceedingly demanding. Initially, one needed to find someone to beat them until their body was bruised, followed by soaking in a bath infused with a concoction of 10 different herbs. This cycle had to be repeated for 2 weeks just to meet the entry requirements. To gain entry, one also needed to locate a snake turtle, which was depicted in the manual and oppos illustrations. Zhao Ze realized that such a creature would be challenging to find, and even if located, it would not come cheaply. After obtaining the turtle meat for culinary use and bathing in the turtle's blood, the process would need to be repeated for 2 weeks to achieve entry. After reviewing the requirements, Zhao Ze felt a surge of frustration. He had no intention of subjecting himself to such torment. He despised the thought of being a masochist, as the physical suffering was utterly unappealing to him. Hearing from Xiao Dongzi about some practitioners of dark arts who endured countless poisonous insects gnawing at them only reinforced his belief that such individuals were indeed insane. He feared both death and pain. How could such people aspire to be martial artists in another world? In Zhao Ze's eyes, true skill lay in having others do the fighting for you. Engaging personally in every task was simply cumbersome. System, enhance this manual, Zhao Ze commanded. Beep. System, enhancement complete. Zhao Ze swiftly opened the manual to check whether it had transformed into a high-grade text. Unfortunately, upon inspection, it appeared unchanged, still a mid-grade manual. What is going on? System? Why is there no transformation? Wasn and amp. Amp. Oppos. T the enhancement supposed to occur? Zhao Ze inquired, shaking the manual in frustration. System, it has been enhanced. You must verify it, host. Zhao Ze flipped through the manual again, but nothing seemed amiss. Could it be an enchanting effect? After pondering briefly, he tossed the manual aside, only to find it remained unchanged, devoid of any enchantment effects. System, if it is enchantment, could you possibly provide a small hint? Zhao Ze asked, exasperated. 1 minute passed without a response, and Zhao Ze and Amp, Oppos' anger flared as he prepared to curse the obstinate system. Just as he was about to speak, the system interjected. This time, the system will make an exception to answer your question, but it will deduct 1 system point. The system was both miserly and unyielding. Yet Zhao Ze ultimately consented to its unreasonable demand. Beep. System response. The effect of this enhancement is and amp, oppos, rapid introduction, and amp, oppos, meaning that after reviewing this manual, following the prescribed method of practice will allow you to instantly achieve the entry level of this technique. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ze was overjoyed. Such a remarkable enhancement had been revealed. Thankfully, he had inquired with the system, lest he have missed out. After reviewing the practice method, Zhao Ze settled onto his bed and commenced his training. The technique proved simple. He grasped it quickly. Remarkably, there was no need for others to strike him or for the herbs and turtle blood. Everything required had been eliminated. Indeed, after completing a full cycle of practice, Zhao Ze sensed a transformation within his body. Initially, his skin flushed a bright red, resembling a boiled shrimp, before gradually returning to normal and revealing patches of scales. Only when his entire body was enveloped in scales did he know he had successfully entered the snake turtle shin armor technique. At that moment, Zhao Ze felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. A gentle poke against the wall created an immediate indentation. This snake turtle shin armor technique was indeed formidable. He required no supplementary martial skills, as his physical prowess alone would ensure that any opponent, untrained in body-refining techniques, would undoubtedly suffer greatly in his presence. No wonder so many rushed to embrace such masochistic practices. The allure of power was simply irresistible, Zhao Ze mused. Chapter 15. Confrontation at the door. Zhao Ze now needed to test the true effectiveness of this manual with a martial artist who had opened their meridians. Only practical application could reveal everything. Of course, the only way to practice was to spar with Xiaodongzi. After leaving his room and summoning Xiaodongzi, they arrived at an open space in the residence, ready to test its power. At that moment, the maid Yuan Yu hastily arrived to report visitors, clarifying that it was not Li Chun. Zhao Ze found it peculiar, as he didn't and amp, oppos, know anyone here who would come to visit. Upon greeting them, he discovered two unfamiliar young men at the entrance, their attitude towards Zhao Ze filled with animosity. Zhao Ze and amp, oppos' eyelids twitched, realizing they had come seeking trouble. Zhao Ze, maintaining the courtesy befitting his status, cupped his fist and inquired, "May I ask who these distinguished guests are?" Su Qingyun replied with a faint smile. "Your Highness is truly forgetful, having already forgotten about us, the Su brothers?" Zhao Ze genuinely couldn't and amp, oppos, recall who these individuals were. They were absent from his memories, which were primarily filled with wine and women. He was momentarily embarrassed. After a few seconds, Zhao Ze, with a brazen demeanor, declared, "Oh, it's the Su brothers. I have long admired your names. Please, come inside." Together, they entered the residence, where Zhao Ze instructed the maid to serve fine tea and invited the two men to sit. To invite enemies into one and amp, oppos, as home, seat them, and treat them with courtesy seemed absurd. However, life often forces one to work or cooperate with adversaries. In Zhao Ze and amp, oppos' previous world, the protection of the law mitigated such encounters. Enemies might resort to underhanded tactics behind the scenes, but in this world, enmity was a matter of life and death. Currently, both parties were contemplating how to eliminate the other, a sensation Zhao Ze was experiencing for the first time. After the tea was served, Zhao Ze continued, "I wonder what brings the Su brothers here today?" Su Qingyun, still smiling, responded, "We have come, of course, regarding the half-year agreement. Could it be that your Highness has forgotten about it?" Zhao Ze was utterly bewildered. He hadn't even transmigrated half a year ago. So how could he know anything about some ridiculous agreement? His memories were primarily filled with wine and women, lacking any other details. During this awkward moment, Xiaodongzi quietly whispered a few words into Zhao Ze and Oppos' ear. Apparently, Zhao Ze and the Su brothers had agreed to a martial arts contest half a year ago, seemingly over a woman. It was a verbal agreement, known only to those present. The original Zhao Ze was known for causing trouble, including engaging in numerous brawls with young people. He would typically beat them, and they wouldn't and amp, oppos, dare touch him, as he would constantly boast, "My father is the king. Try to lay a finger on me." Even more egregiously, he never fought alone but would engage in group assaults, employing hired thugs. Those who were beaten would only resent Zhao Ze, while the thugs simply carried out their paid task. Before Xiaodongzi could finish, Zhao Ze excitedly interjected, "I remember that agreement. How could I forget? Let's fight now." Xiaodongzi was immediately alarmed, thinking, has His Highness gone mad? How could he agree to their challenge? This is a disaster. Without his father and amp, Oppo's protection, Zhao Ze had become a useless individual in everyone and Oppo's eyes. However, the current Zhao Ze was different. He had opened 3 meridians and practiced the serpent turtle Xuanjia skill. Even a master with 4 meridians would struggle to kill him instantly. While the young men before him were likely around 3 meridians with a maximum of 4, according to Xiao Dongzi and Oppo's information. Naturally, he would accept the challenge. Xiao Dongzi and Oppo's assessment was accurate. Half a year ago, Zhao Ze had just opened his meridians, while Su Qingyun seemed to have already opened his 2nd meridian. His younger brother was also at the 2 meridian level. Now, after half a year, with normal cultivation progress, reaching 3 meridians was almost certain. Reaching 4 meridians required high talent and some luck. The elder brother, Su Qingyun, had already opened 4 meridians, thanks to excellent fortune in the past half year. His younger brother, Su Qingyong, was slightly behind, but had also reached 3 meridians. The two were intelligent and never forgot to gather information on their enemies. This time, they had come seeking retribution with full confidence, having received extensive training after joining the Tianwu Academy. To defeat an enemy, one must exploit their weaknesses. And Zhao Ze was at his weakest, lacking his father and Oppo's protection and possessing mediocre martial arts talent. The chances of successfully teaching him a lesson were nearly guaranteed. However, after Zhao Ze readily agreed, Su Qingyun sensed something amiss. He wondered if Zhao Ze had any hidden helpers. But the information they had gathered since arriving here yesterday indicated that no experts would assist him. Am I overthinking this? Su Qingyun pondered. At this moment, upon hearing Zhao Ze and Oppo's response, the younger brother, Su Qingyong, stood up excitedly and exclaimed, "Great! A duel. Just you and me, until one of us admits defeat." Zhao Ze happily responded, "A duel it is, but on one condition, no hitting the face." After both agreed, they hastily left the room in search of a suitable place for the duel. Su Qingyun, seeing that his brother had already agreed and left, didn't Oppo's dwell on it and followed them out. Xiao Dongzi anxiously paced back and forth, muttering, "This is a disaster. His Highness is going to be bullied to death." Zhao Ze and Su Qingyong stood facing each other. Su Qingyong was eager to kill Zhao Ze, but he couldn't do so now. Li Chun was present. And even though Zhao Ze was a waste, he still held the protective title of prince. To kill him, it would have to be in a remote area. However, he could still teach him a harsh lesson this time, as long as he didn't Oppo's kill him. Li Chun wouldn't Oppo's say much. Zhao Ze stretched his body and said, "Let's begin." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Qingyong attacked, his hands moving like lightning, quickly striking Zhao Ze's body multiple times in rapid succession. Bang, bang, bang. A beautiful spinning kick landed squarely on Zhao Ze's chest, sending him flying high before crashing heavily to the ground. Perfect. Su Qingyong praised himself internally. To humiliate someone, one must do so with style. That's what I learned at the academy. The entire sequence, from start to finish, took less than a few seconds. And the movements were fluid and elegant. All that was missing was music and cheering beauties. Even his elder brother, Su Qingyun, was stunned. How can he be so weak? A total pushover. Is it already over? Xiao Dongzi was about to rush over to help Zhao Ze up and check his injuries. At that moment, Zhao Ze suddenly flipped over and sat up, exhaling a mouthful of stale air. "Your hands and feet are quick," he said. "I was a bit slow to react." Let an Oppo's go again. I haven't an Oppo's admitted defeat yet. Zhao Ze and Oppo's actions left everyone dumbfounded. He and Oppo's alright? No way. Su Qingyong was enraged. Such a perfect opening and ending. And he's fine? What was he doing lying on the ground for so long? If you want to act tough, at least get your priorities straight. Zhao Ze wasn't acting tough. He was genuinely weak. When Su Qingyong attacked, he truly couldn't react. Fortunately, he had learned the serpent turtle Xuanjia skill, which made him more resistant to blows. After taking a few hits, he activated the skill and was then kicked to the ground. This time, Zhao Ze was genuinely hurt by the kick to his chest. Of course, he had to lie on the ground for a moment to rest before activating the serpent turtle Xuanjia skill to prevent being hit again due to his slow reactions. Chapter 16. Gale and Thunder. Zhao Ze looked at Su Qingyong and teased, "Well, it and Oppo's. It's been half a year, and your skills have improved." Su Qingyong's expression darkened as he clenched his fists, thinking, "Don't get too smug. We're at the same martial realm. My ultimate move hasn't even been unleashed yet. Just wait until then. You'll be crying for your father." Onlookers observed that Zhao Zhe appeared to be a three-meridian martial artist. After standing, he deliberately showcased his three-meridian strength. Xiao Dongzi finally felt relieved, pondering when the prince had opened 3 meridians, recalling that the prince seemed to lack a habit of martial training. Ultimately, he concluded that it mattered little. After all, the prince was wise and formidable. Su Qingyang's elder brother, Su Qingyun, was also taken aback. Clearly, the intelligence he received had been gravely flawed, necessitating a return for corrections. Nevertheless, he held great confidence in his brother and Appo's ability to win this duel, for he had learned much during his time at the Tianwu Academy. At that moment, a faint purple aura enveloped Su Qingyang, and a delicate lavender light shimmered around his hands, giving him an eerie appearance. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Zhe immediately suspected that this fellow had trained in sinister arts. Realizing that it was now time for Su Qingyang to demonstrate his true capabilities, with a wicked smile, Su Qingyang warned, "Don't blame me afterward. You may cry, but prepare for the deadly palm." He stepped forward swiftly, his purple palm aimed at Zhao Zhe's chest, who stood still, as if oblivious to the impending strike. The spectators widened their eyes, absorbing the scene unfolding before them. Xiaodongzi began muttering, urging the prince to evade, warning that the deadly palm was toxic. Meanwhile, Su Qingyun stood aside, smiling with barely concealed glee. If that palm landed, it would all be over. With a resounding clash, Su Qingyang's palm struck Zhao Zhe's chest. To everyone's astonishment, Zhao Zhe merely staggered back a few steps, grinning at the strikingly poised Su Qingyang. Su Qingyang looked as if he had seen a ghost, bewildered that his opponent remained standing. Was he imagining things, or was Zhao Zhe merely pretending to endure? The crowd was left in a state of disbelief. Xiao Dongzi rejoiced, marveling at the prince's prowess. Indeed, he was a brave and mighty master. Zhao Zhe then mocked, "Did you skip breakfast? Is that all the strength you possess? Go eat well and return, or is it that you are simply underfed? If so, I cannot intervene." Su Qingyang's reluctance to withdraw stemmed from his own regrets, prolonging this peculiar stance for over 10 seconds. Seizing the moment, Zhao Zhe uttered a provocative remark that ignited the crowd. Su Qingyang's face darkened at the insinuation about his hunger. Retracting his hands, he quickly unleashed a barrage of strikes, executing them in less than 2 seconds. Zhao Zhe, caught off guard, was met with a series of slaps on various parts of his body. However, the sounds and sensations felt oddly insubstantial, leaving Su Qingyang perplexed. Impossible. How could there be no effect? My deadly palm, though rooted in the most sinister martial arts, should be able to penetrate defenses of the same level. Zhao Zhe stood like a wooden post as the strikes landed. The power of Su Qingyang and Appo's deadly palm had been absorbed and neutralized by the scales of the snake-tortoise mystic art, rendering the remaining force akin to mere tickles. Naturally, the scales only manifested at the points of impact, hidden beneath his clothing, leaving Su Qingyang both regretful and confused. Suddenly, Zhao Zhe let out a grunt, prompting Su Qingyang to assume he was about to retaliate, leading him to hastily step back. Zhao Zhe had intended to test the efficacy of this body technique, and he now understood that most entry-level martial skills could not breach the defenses of the snake-tortoise mystic art. Only those who had reached a certain level could hope to penetrate its protection or target vulnerable areas of the body, such as the eyes. The initial agreement to avoid attacking the face was meant to prevent the other from targeting his eyes. Generally, martial artists with a sense of honor would not prioritize such strikes. However, Zhao Zhe was an exception, as he was not inherently a fighter. Having learned some underhanded techniques was merely a precaution for self-defense. Many might wonder what would happen if the opponent violated the agreement and aimed for his eyes. Zhao Zhe had prepared a thunderfire egg for such an occasion, believing that if both sides were to break the rules, it would be a splendid affair. As the tension mounted, Su Qingyang began to feel anxious, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, his breathing becoming erratic. A sense of impending defeat loomed over him. Zhao Zhe casually stretched his joints and remarked, "Have you and your brother not eaten breakfast? You seem starved. Shall I have someone prepare some food for us to eat before we continue?" Su Qingyang and Appo's face turned a deep shade of anger as he retorted, "Enough of your nonsense. Attack if you dare. Do you think I fear you?" Zhao Zhe chuckled and replied, "Very well, I shall attack." He then slowly approached, channeling his energy into his hands, each step seemingly propelling him forward in leaps. With a series of rapid movements, he closed the distance to Su Qingyang, launching a straightforward punch, deceptively simple, devoid of any trickery. Su Qingyang, waiting for this opportunity, found a slender needle in his hand, crafted with exceptional sharpness, capable of piercing even golden silk armor. He had no intention of conceding easily. He needed Zhao Ze to suffer immensely. Zhao Ze had anticipated this move, having caught a glance at Su Qingyun, who seemed to be signaling information to his brother. Such silent communication was unique to their bond. Suddenly, invigorated by the realization that Zhao Ze had mastered body techniques, Su Qingyun and Apos' demeanor shifted. The confusion in his eyes vanished, replaced by renewed confidence. Su Qingyun and Apos' signal had been timely indeed, indicating that Su Qingyun could use hidden weapons to breach Zhao Ze and Apos' defenses. Su Qingyun sidestepped Zhao Ze and Apos' punch, thrusting the needle toward the vulnerable area beneath Zhao Ze and Apos' right armpit, an unprotected part of the body that even novice practitioners of body techniques could not defend. The onlookers held their breath, and Su Qingyun appeared pleased, relieved that his message had reached just in time to avert disaster. In a flash, Zhao Ze unleashed a lightning-fast kick aimed at Su Qingyun and Apos' lower body. However, Su Qingyun was no novice. He sensed the incoming strike, but unfortunately, his body reacted a moment too late, resulting in a blow to his abdomen that sent him stumbling back. As Su Qingyun adjusted his stance, Zhao Ze's feet moved with the swiftness of a gale, launching rapid kicks from various angles. Yet, Su Qingyun deftly evaded each attack. Just as he sought to resolve the confrontation, he let out a cry of surprise. Zhao Ze had landed a heavy stomp on his foot, seizing the opportunity to unleash a flurry of strikes against Su Qingyun's body. Su Qingyun fell to the ground, contorted in pain. Zhao Ze gazed down at his fallen adversary and declared, "It appears you have lost." The crowd, awakening from their stupor, was astonished by the rapid conclusion of the duel. Su Qingyun rushed over to assess his brother's injuries, momentarily setting aside any thoughts of confronting Zhao Ze about his shamelessness. Meanwhile, Xiaodongzi and Zhao Ze were not to be underestimated. They had already prepared their Thunderfire eggs, ready to unleash their fury upon Su Qingyun, who had successfully opened 4 meridians. Chapter 17. Diminishing presence. Upon examination, it was discovered that there were no serious injuries, at least the vital parts were preserved. Though the pain from the impact in such a sensitive area was excruciating. Su Qingyun, in agony, lamented, "Zhao Ze is treacherous. Brother, you must avenge me," before succumbing to unconsciousness. At that moment, Su Qingyun stood on the brink of fury, glaring fiercely at Zhao Ze and Xiaodongzi. Consumed by the urge to tear them apart for daring to harm his brother, he was resolved to defend himself and eliminate Zhao Ze. Zhao Ze, witnessing the surge of hatred in Su Qingyun's eyes, noted that the animosity meter had skyrocketed to 100%, with the ominous addition that it was irreversible. How impressive. Zhao Ze mused, feeling exhilarated by the extent of his provocation. He taunted Su Qingyun, saying, "Your gaze suggests you wish to take us both on. You can do it. Come forth and accept the challenge." Since Su Qingyun had been pushed to his limits, Zhao Ze saw an opportunity to eliminate both brothers, thus averting future complications. However, Su Qingyun yearned to retaliate but refrained, aware that Zhao Ze possessed the devastating Thunderfire egg. The last time there had been an assassination attempt on Zhao Ze, Xiaodongzi had unleashed it, startling the neighbors with its terrifying sound. A casual inquiry with the city lord, Li Chun, would clarify the situation for him. Su Qingyun understood that should he act, Zhao Ze would retaliate fiercely. Furthermore, this confrontation took place within Zhao Ze and Apos' residence. If Zhao Ze claimed that the brothers conspired to assassinate him, they would face dire consequences. Calming himself, Su Qingyun took a deep breath and resolved to leave, uttering, "You may be cunning. We shall see what happens." Observing Su Qingyun and Apos' hesitation, Zhao Ze realized that eliminating the two brothers today was futile. Unlike his brother Su Qingyun was often composed, calculating his actions to ensure a high probability of success. This time, his miscalculation stemmed from Zhao Ze and Apos' inherent advantages. As the previous Zhao Ze would likely have fallen into his trap, many might wonder why Su Qingyun did not simply use the Thunderfire egg to eliminate them now that they were in Zhao Ze's home. However, it was not that simple. Su Qingyun had opened 4 meridians and possessed escape strategies. He could abandon his brother and report to the authorities. In such a case, Li Chun and the Tianwu Academy would likely intervene, making Zhao Ze and Apos' indiscriminate slaughter of innocents problematic. Even in a world where the strong prey on the weak, one must still uphold a semblance of justice. It is universally despised to act without regard for appearances. However, for those in positions of power, It is crucial to present their actions in a favorable light to the public. This is why, despite possessing strength, one must operate discreetly not for vanity, but to maintain control over the situation. Zhao Zei's previous disdain stemmed from his lack of subtlety and reckless behavior. After the two brothers departed, Zhao Zei instructed Xiao Dongzi to tidy up the chaotic aftermath in the courtyard. At that moment, Wu Ying emerged from a corner, grinning at Zhao Zei, holding something in his hand. "Brother Zhao, guess what I just stole?" Zhao Zei quickly recognized the item as a storage bag. Just as he was about to reprimand Wu Ying for reverting to his old ways, he noticed that this bag seemed familiar. After a moment of contemplation, he realized it belonged to Su Qingyun, who had worn it at his waist upon entering. This incident dated back to the duel between Zhao Zei and Su Qingyang. During their heated exchange, Wu Ying had approached Zhao Zei, intending to formally join him, as he had just unlocked a meridian and found his previous living arrangements unsuitable. Upon arrival, he had witnessed the thrilling duel and, perceiving the two brothers as antagonistic, sought to assist Zhao Zei. When he was at a loss for how to intervene, Xiao Dongzi had quietly approached him with a few suggestions, enabling him to pilfer Su Qingyun and Apos' storage bag while the latter was engrossed in the fight. Remarkably, even a former Meridian practitioner like Su Qingyun had been oblivious to Wu Ying's theft, a testament to Wu Ying's remarkable ability to diminish his presence. Zhao Zei marveled at how this skill resembled a technique from a basketball anime in his previous world, showcasing its effectiveness in a stealthy assassin. What Zhao Zei was unaware of was that Su Qingyun had not perceived Wu Ying's presence at all, his focus solely on Zhao Zei, inadvertently aiding Wu Ying in his theft. Zhao Zei praised Wu Ying profusely, advising that in future confrontations, one should not merely steal but take what is rightfully theirs. This educational approach would surely incite ire among the three elders, Wu Lao. Xiao Dongzi also commended Wu Ying for alleviating their burdens at a critical moment, reinforcing his role as an exemplary chief steward. Zhao Zei, eager to inspect the contents of the storage bag, was halted by Xiao Dongzi, who cautioned against potential traps that could ruin its contents. Xiao Dongzi produced a talisman to shield the bag and Apos' locking mechanism, preventing its owner from realizing it was missing. Even if Su Qingyun returned in search of the bag, Zhao Zei would deny any knowledge of it. However, he was wary that the brothers might alert Li Chun or the Tianwu Academy, leading to complications. How did Zhao Zei deduce that these two were students of the Tianwu Academy? Their distinctive attire bore clear insignias, an oversight indeed. Initially, Zhao Zei had contemplated how to outmaneuver the Tianwu Academy, but lacking a suitable strategy, he opted to bide his time, confident that these individuals would remain in the vicinity for the foreseeable future. To his surprise, they had come to his doorstep, and even more unexpectedly, these brothers recognized him as an adversary, simplifying matters considerably. Thus, it was highly probable that Su Qingyun's storage bag contained the core secrets of the Phantom Shadow Sword technique. Zhao Zei yearned to unveil its mysteries, but acknowledged that the complexities of the situation necessitated the dismantling of any protective wards first. Fortunately, Xiao Dongzi possessed knowledge in this area, although erasing the wards of someone with a higher martial level was currently unfeasible without specific resources. For now, Zhao Zei would wait, as he had the time to spare. Chapter 18. Training and Cultivation. After finishing this bout, Zhao Zei felt a modest sense of achievement. Yet hunger gnawed at him once more. The consumption of a martial artist is truly substantial. One must constantly replenish their body with copious amounts of meat. The reason for his rapid hunger was the scarcity of fierce beast meat recently. Ordinary meats or livestock do not provide sufficient bloodline energy. Fierce beasts, as their name suggests, are the mutated creatures of this world, typically residing in deep mountains or other extraordinary locales. The flesh and blood of these creatures offer martial artists a significant amount of life energy, and even inedible parts can be utilized as materials, making them treasures in every sense. However, this abundance comes at a steep cost, rendering it unaffordable for most martial artists unless they seek out a specific organization. In the past, during his time in the capital, Zhao Zei had easy access to such delicacies, as noble families provided a certain quantity of fierce beast meat. Unfortunately, his reckless behavior led to him being reported to his father, resulting in a cessation of his meat supply. Moreover, as his martial arts talent improved, ordinary animal meat could no longer meet his body and Apos' requirements. Thus, he needed to find a way to acquire fierce beast meat during this period. Under the attentive care of Xiao Dongzi and his maid, Zhao Zei indulged in a delightful meal. Meanwhile, Su Qingyun hurriedly carried his injured brother along the road, drawing the attention of passers-by who paused to witness the spectacle. speculating whether something significant had occurred. The sight of his brother appearing lifeless led some to ponder whether they should alert the authorities. Su Qingyun, however, was hesitant to visit an inn, as this endeavor to confront Zhao Zhe was orchestrated solely by the two brothers, without any directive from above. A worthless prince was not worthy of disturbing higher authorities. And if Elder Yanxing learned of this face-slapping endeavor, they would surely face punishment. Yet, it seemed the situation could no longer be concealed. It was all Zhao Zhe and Appo's fault. This despicable character had ensnared his brother, who had inadvertently fallen into his trap. Fortunately, Su Qingyun managed to maintain his composure and escape quickly, otherwise, he would be in dire straits as well. At that moment, he had no time to check whether his belongings were missing, as all his focus was consumed by his brother and Appo's injuries and his animosity toward Zhao Zhe. Once he had settled his brother, he discovered that his storage bag had vanished. In a panic, he activated the restriction locator, but found nothing. Where could it have been lost? Could it have been at Zhao Zhe and Appo's residence? That seemed unlikely, for neither Zhao Zhe nor Xiao Dongzi had approached him closely, at least. That was how he remembered it. It must have been lost on the road, as he had been completely unguarded while navigating through the crowd, cradling his injured brother. He was certain, for the image of Wu Ying did not linger in his mind. He hurried back to the previous path, searching for clues, but found nothing even after scouring until nightfall. Doubts began to creep in about Zhao Zhe, yet his recollections revealed no suspicious circumstances. If there had been, he would have promptly informed Yanxing and Li Chun to confront Zhao Zhe, but without solid leads, who would believe him? The items in his storage bag were crucial. He had to locate them, lest he face ruin. Anxiety enveloped him as he walked, calling out, "Who stole my bag? Who are you? Show yourself." Finally, he shouted in a frenzy, "Who? Who is it? I will find you." Tears threatened to spill from his eyes. This incident, of course, reached Zhao Zhe and Appo's ears, filling him with delight at the unexpected outcome. Su Qingyun had completely lost the impression of Wu Ying. Yet, one must not underestimate Wu Ying. His innate ability to render himself unnoticed made Su Qingyun increasingly neurotic. A martial artist's perception surpasses that of ordinary humans, as long as one is close. They can sense your presence or deduce much from scent and memory. One should never dismiss an open meridian martial artist, yet Wu Ying was an anomaly, elevating himself to an almost unattainable level. It appeared that Wu Ying and Appo's role extended beyond that of a mere assassin, prompting Zhao Zhe to contemplate assigning him other significant tasks. Upon Wu Ying and Appo's formal appointment, Zhao Zhe initiated a comprehensive training regimen under the guidance of Xiao Dongzi, while he merely observed. Zhao Zhe, with his limited knowledge, could hardly instruct Wu Ying without hindering him. Thankfully, although Xiao Dongzi was not a martial arts master, he possessed considerable theoretical expertise, making him suitable to mentor Wu Ying. Many may wonder when Xiao Dongzi became a theoretical master. It had been long ago. His initial pursuit was to become a martial arts master to protect the prince. Yet lacking sufficient talent, he settled for the next best option. In the capital, he had perused a plethora of martial arts texts and sect gossip, gathering an array of unique items to safeguard Zhao Zhe. This is why Zhao Zhe frequently sought Xiao Dongzi's counsel on martial matters. Xiao Dongzi's theoretical knowledge proved invaluable during the foundational stages, and with his assistance, Wu Ying was now capable of channeling his meridians. At this juncture, Zhao Zhe made a crucial discovery. When Wu Ying activated his meridians, the influence of his martial arts scars appeared significantly diminished. Initially, Zhao Zhe thought it merely an illusion, but prolonged observation confirmed the reality. He promptly informed Xiao Dongzi. As someone who had been observing Wu Ying closely, Xiao Dongzi had not noticed the decrease in the influence of the martial arts scars. Fortunately, Zhao Zhe, as an outsider, had detected this anomaly. Determined to investigate further, Zhao Zhe conducted multiple tests and confirmed that when Wu Ying utilized his meridians, the impact of his martial arts scars indeed diminished. This revelation complicated matters. Without the scars, Wu Ying might not even fulfill his role as an assassin. While an awakened Wu Ying was formidable, the absence of martial arts scars would be a devastating blow to his strength. Thus, they tirelessly trained, seeking solutions to this predicament. After several sessions, Xiao Dongzi seemed to have an epiphany and approached Zhao Zhe, exclaiming, I remember how to resolve this, Your Highness." Zhao Zhe, reclining in a chair, opened his eyes and regarded Xiao Dongzi, inquiring, "What has you so excited?" Xiao Dongzi, brimming with anticipation, replied, "Your Highness, regarding Wu Ying and Appo's condition. I have recalled how to address it. An ancient text states that those with potent martial arts scars must cultivate a corresponding secret technique, which would not only prevent any detrimental impact but may also enhance their capabilities. Zhao Zhe responded, so, Wu Ying needs a secret technique that corresponds to his martial arts scars? Xiao Dongzi nodded affirmatively. But where am I to find such a thing? Do you possess it? Zhao Zhe replied impatiently. Chapter 19. The event task commences. Xiao Dongzi. Your Highness, have you forgotten? Your Ghost Shadow Sword technique is exceptionally suitable for his martial arts path. Your Ghost Shadow Sword technique is perfectly suited to his martial arts essence. Zhao Zhe suddenly recalled this detail, realizing how he had overlooked it, suggesting that his parents were not a virtuous character, otherwise they would not have abandoned him. If he could locate the heart technique, it would enable Wu Ying to cultivate the Ghost Shadow Sword technique. Observing Su Qingzun and Appo's anxious demeanor, Zhao Zhe was certain that the heart technique was likely contained within his storage bag. There was no need for Zhao Zhe to fret any longer. A solution to Wu Ying and Appo's predicament had finally emerged. It was merely a matter of time before the bag would be opened. Zhao Zhe intended to enhance the Ghost Shadow Sword technique and Appo's manual, but alas, today and Appo's enhancement quota had already been exhausted, and he would have to wait until tomorrow. The remaining class time consisted of theoretical courses, and Zhao Zhe found little desire to observe from the sidelines. He retreated to his room and activated the divine mode of the system. Today, he had yet to utilize the search function, and he certainly intended to do so to avoid wasting the opportunity. System, search function activated. Please be patient. Ding. System, target located. Please review at your discretion. Upon using the divine system to examine the task location, Zhao Zhe discovered that it appeared to be the dungeons of Yinshi City, marked with a countdown timer. He understood that this was an event task, necessitating his presence at the specified place within the designated time to trigger it. Glancing at the clock, he noted that several hours remained before the appointed hour. It seemed he would have to wait until evening. Furthermore, the destination was the dungeon. Could it be that someone intended to stage a prison break? Zhao Zhe pondered. This matter seemed rather significant. Should he inform Li Chun in advance? That seemed unwise, for she would undoubtedly question him about his knowledge of the situation and the reliability of his sources. Additionally, the system interjected, considering this is your first event task, the system will provide some guidance. Event tasks possess considerable randomness, allowing you to choose from various possibilities. The system interjected, considering that this is your first event task, the system will provide some guidance. Event tasks possess a high degree of randomness. Zhao Zhe understood that this event task pertained to a significant occurrence within his jurisdiction. With the system's explanation, Zhao Zhe grasped that this event task involved a major incident about to unfold within his jurisdiction, possessing significant influence and potential for destruction. He would need to intervene as circumstances warranted. Of course, he could also choose not to intervene, in which case he would bear the consequences of the event. In simple terms, it was a high-risk, high-reward scenario, contingent upon Zhao Zhe and Appo's judgment. Gambling. Zhao Zhe loathed the concept. He preferred meticulous planning. However, plans often failed to adapt as swiftly as circumstances changed. Life, he mused, is a series of choices, each akin to a gamble. Some individuals suffer from indecision, mistakenly believing that avoiding choice allows them to sidestep challenges. In truth, procrastination is itself a choice, and life is spent perpetually navigating decisions, accompanied by a torrent of regrets. This evening, Zhao Zhe contemplated who would dare attempt a prison break and what sort of individuals were confined within those dungeons. It was regrettable that he, as the city lord, was unaware of the prisoners and Appo's identities, as the criminal roster resided with Li Chun. Had he possessed that roster, he might have discerned which criminal possessed the audacity to orchestrate a rescue. Time was still on his side, so he remained unhurried. Exiting the system, Zhao Zhe summoned Xiao Dongzi, instructing him to prepare several sets of night attire for unforeseen circumstances. Xiao Dongzi merely smiled at Zhao Zhe and retrieved a garment from his storage bag, tossing it to Zhao Zhe. After trying it on, Zhao Zhe found it fit him perfectly. Xiao Dongzi truly seemed to know him well, instinctively aware of what he required. With the night attire secured, it would be more convenient to avoid detection by Li Chun. Now, the task lay in waiting for the appointed time to depart. Of course, he would not forget the importance of a meal as dinner time approached. He called upon Xiao Dongzi and the maidservants to prepare an ample feast. Anticipating the possibility of intense conflict later that night, He also invited the 3 Wu elders to his home. Little Wu Ying, having only just said his farewells, was already growing restless, filled with concern and tempted to visit, but he restrained himself. This adopted son was their most treasured gem. When Zhao Ze dispatched Xiao Dongzi to summon them, their joy was palpable, and they followed Xiao Dongzi to Zhao Ze's residence without hesitation. Upon seeing the 3 Wu elders, Wu Ying was elated, and his favor toward Zhao Ze surged to 100%, culminating in a respectful demeanor of 20%. Zhao Ze, seizing the opportunity during dinner to enhance Wu Ying and Appo's favor, realized that it was quite simple to win his affection. He merely needed to treat the 3 Wu elders with kindness. It was imperative to nurture someone like Wu Ying, so Zhao Ze constantly sought ways to endear himself to the 3 elders. Once everyone had gathered, dinner commenced. To his surprise, maidservant Yuan Yu proved to be rather cunning, captivating the audience with a delightful dance that elevated the atmosphere of the gathering. During her performance, Yuan Yu cast lingering glances at Zhao Ze, and everyone present understood the implications. However, Zhao Ze feigned ignorance, as he was not yet inclined to accept her advances. It seemed that each individual had their own motives. Zhao Ze resolved to investigate the backgrounds of the remaining 4 maidservants to prevent any unforeseen complications. He had already deduced Yuan Yu and Appo's intentions. Having witnessed his prowess during the day, she likely perceived him as no longer the feckless prince he once appeared to be. This information might have reached Li Chun as well. Initially, Zhao Ze believed he had gained a fortuitous advantage when Su Qingyun visited, receiving a storage bag as a gift. His strength was the very aspect he wished to conceal. The previous assassination attempts had been thwarted due to the assailants and Appo's ignorance of his true capabilities. If this information were to circulate and reach his adversaries, the next assassination attempt could involve not just one individual but a whole group. It seemed imperative to eliminate Li Chun preemptively. Lacking viable methods, he considered disposing of Yuan Yu, the troublesome maidservant, to prevent her from spreading rumors. Naturally, lacking a viable method, he contemplated silencing Yuan Yu, the meddlesome maidservant, to prevent her from spreading rumors. While it was unlikely Li Chun would make a fuss over the death of a mere maidservant, it would irrevocably sever their relationship, as he would lose his informant. Zhao Ze resolved not to resort to such drastic measures against Yuan Yu unless absolutely necessary. Following dinner, Zhao Ze would refrain from eliminating Yuan Yu. Following dinner, Zhao Ze dispatched Xiao Dongzi to escort the 3 elders of the Wu family back. He intended to bring Wu Ying along that evening, as his martial arts prowess could be utilized for reconnaissance. Upon Xiao Dongzi's return, time was of the essence. However, Zhao Ze was constrained from exiting through the main gate due to Li Chun's informants within the household. He was compelled to surreptitiously scale the walls once the maids were asleep, a situation that irked him, as he felt deprived of freedom in his own abode. Furthermore, the uncertainty of their return time posed a potential issue. Should Yuan Yu awaken and discover their absence, it would raise suspicion. To preempt this, Xiao Dongzi had subtly introduced a mild sedative into the maids' water, ensuring they would sleep soundly through the night without stirring. The dosage was meticulously calculated to guarantee a restful slumber without any adverse effects or lingering repercussions, thus averting any suspicion. Once the maids had extinguished their lamps and drifted off to sleep, Zhao Ze and his entourage stealthily scaled the walls and slipped out. As they rounded the corner, they were taken aback to discover soldiers patrolling the vicinity of Zhao Ze's residence, prompting them to quickly seek cover. "Damn it!" Zhao Ze exclaimed under his breath, realizing that Li Chun had begun to monitor his movements closely. Fortunately, they had avoided the main gate, as they would have been immediately spotted by the soldiers. Evading the patrolling squads, Zhao Ze and his companions made their way towards the dungeon, situated adjacent to the city lord and Appo's mansion on the first subterranean level. The dungeon possessed a single entrance, heavily guarded, necessitating a strategic approach for entry. The garrison stationed there comprised martial artists of at least the 3rd meridian, while the guards on the first subterranean level were predominantly experts of the 4th meridian. The prisoners within were also restrained by having their meridians sealed, rendering them unable to move freely. Escape without external assistance was virtually impossible. The walls were constructed from the region and Appo's unique cloudstone, renowned for its smooth and aesthetically pleasing surface, akin to polished marble. In reality, it was incredibly resilient, rendering it virtually impenetrable to martial artists below the 3rd meridian, and posing a significant challenge even to those of the 4th meridian. This material was the namesake of Cloudstone City. Escape through subterranean tunnels was futile. both from within and without. The prison consisted of suspended cages several meters above the ground and away from the walls, precluding any covert tunneling operations to rescue inmates. Zhao Zhe owed his knowledge of these details to Xiao Dongzi, who had located the original architect of the dungeon upon their arrival in Cloudstone City. Under the guise of acting on behalf of City Lord Zhao Zhe, Xiao Dongzi had obtained a copy of the architectural blueprints, which included the fundamental design of the Cloudstone City dungeon. As they neared the dungeon, the appointed hour drew close. They managed to find a concealed vantage point from which to observe the unfolding events. Zhao Zhe surveyed the dungeon's surroundings, noting the presence of at least 4 patrolling squads in the vicinity, with the dungeon itself heavily guarded, leaving no room for infiltration. He pondered the method by which the group intended to stage the prison break, racking his brain for a viable strategy. After a few minutes, the designated time arrived. Yet there was no discernible activity on their end. Zhao Zhe questioned whether the system had malfunctioned. Suddenly, a deafening explosion reverberated, prompting Zhao Zhe and his companions to locate the source, which turned out to be the city gate. Zhao Zhe immediately surmised that it was a diversionary tactic. The soldiers guarding the dungeon remained steadfast, maintaining their positions. Meanwhile, the sounds of battle intensified at the city gate, with glimpses of flames visible in the distance. Another explosion shook the ground, and the buildings near the city gate began to ignite, with the fire rapidly spreading. Despite Cloudstone City being constructed primarily of stone, many of its interior structures were made of wood, rendering them vulnerable to fire. This prompted the attention of the patrolling squads, and soon a squad leader made the decision to dispatch a group to assist in extinguishing the blaze, thus thinning the defenses around the dungeon. However, Zhao Zhe suspected that this was not enough, and that the group intended to lure away all of the surrounding soldiers. Indeed, before long, another fire erupted in a different location, quickly escalating and spreading, creating a significant commotion that even alerted Li Chun. Clad in armor and brandishing a spear, Li Chun emerged from the city lord's mansion, exuding an aura of martial prowess. After issuing instructions to several squads, he mounted his horse and galloped towards the city gate. The remaining squads were dispatched to extinguish the fires in other areas, effectively diverting the soldiers from the vicinity of the dungeon, setting the stage for the impending action. Shortly after Li Chun and Apos' departure, Zhao Zhe spotted several shadowy figures leaping across the rooftops, their target being the dungeon before them. As they drew closer, he discerned their forms: 3 bare-chested indigenous men, their torsos adorned with enigmatic tattoos, their hair styled in peculiar fashions. Zhao Zhe had never encountered such indigenous warriors before. It was evident that these 3 individuals possessed considerable strength, likely no less than the 4th meridian. As expected, the lead indigenous man swiftly dispatched the guards at the dungeon entrance with a few decisive blows, leaving them no chance to react. The other 2 silently assassinated the sentries, eliminating them with practiced efficiency. Within a minute, all of the guards were neutralized. The 2 assassins displayed exceptional skill in stealth and assassination, but their martial arts aptitude was inferior to that of their leader, likely placing them at the 4th meridian. The 3 men approached the dungeon entrance, but instead of immediately entering, they began to search the surrounding area. Zhao Zhe initially struggled to understand what they were seeking, assuming they were simply assessing the terrain for a strategic advantage. However, he eventually realized that he had overlooked a crucial element: the ventilation shafts. Given that the dungeon was constructed from the local cloudstone, ventilation was essential for those confined within. Zhao Zhe recalled that there were 28 ventilation shafts extending to the surface, with sentries typically stationed near their openings. Chapter 21. The Indigenous Special Forces. After splitting up, the 3 individuals arrived at their respective ventilation openings. They retrieved a peculiar substance from their storage bags and mixed it with their saliva, transforming it into a large, gum-like mass that they affixed to the vents. Within 30 seconds, only 4 ventilation openings remained unblocked. The others had been sealed. The leader returned to the entrance of the dungeon, while the other 2 lingered beside the unsealed vents. At this moment, the trio produced a type of purple-patterned mushroom from their storage bags. Upon its emergence, Xiao Dongzi nearly exclaimed in excitement, but managed to restrain himself, whispering to Zhao Zhe that this purple mushroom, known as the paralyzing hypnosis mushroom, was a local specialty with immense medicinal value, often sought after by daring merchants. Its name hinted at its effects. When squeezed, the mushroom would emit a cloud of smoke with paralyzing and hypnotic properties, provided one did not inhale the gas continuously. There was little to fear. However, excessive inhalation would lead to paralysis and eventual unconsciousness. Xiao Dongzi, having long desired to acquire this mushroom, had previously lacked the means to do so, hesitant to venture into the mountains alone or approach the indigenous people for purchase. Now, finally encountering the coveted specimen, he was overwhelmed with excitement. The three indigenous individuals began tossing the mushrooms into the dungeon. Coupled with their blockade of the ventilation openings, it would become increasingly difficult for those below to ascend. The leader squeezed a paralyzing hypnosis mushroom and hurled it toward the staircase, while the other two did the same at the remaining open vents, sealing them off one by one until all four were blocked. This entire operation took less than 10 seconds, and in total, their efforts in neutralizing the soldiers and addressing the ventilation concerns consumed a mere 3 minutes. Zhao Zhe watched in astonishment, likening their efficiency to that of a special operations unit from his own world, characterized by discipline, method, and strategy. Gradually, doubts crept into his mind regarding whether he had inadvertently crossed into an alternate reality, for these warriors were not adhering to the expected norms of their kind. Wasn't it said that they could conquer heaven and earth with ease? Why were they now resorting to tactics and strategy? Initially, the soldiers within the dungeon remained oblivious to the peculiar happenings and continued their watch. Although they heard the commotion above, it seemed unrelated to their duties, and they carried on with their tasks. The dungeon housed a variety of prisoners, predominantly indigenous individuals, some of whom were determined to forcefully expel the others. In one cage sat a girl with long white hair, meditating in the center with her eyes shut, murmuring an incantation. Suddenly, the tattoos on her skin emitted a strange glow, though the nearby soldiers failed to notice. One soldier began to feel an unusual warmth and attempted to voice his discomfort, only to be interrupted as a peculiar object fell from the ventilation shaft, releasing gas that left him gasping for air. Similar occurrences transpired at 3 other vents, all situated at the dungeon's corners, with another object dropping near the staircase. The prisoners were alarmed by the unfolding chaos, banging on the bars of their cages. The soldier realized that the situation above must have deteriorated. A wave of fear washed over him. "Silence! Everyone, quiet down," barked the squad leader, instilling fear in the prisoners, who trembled at his authority. "Form the ranks. Team 1, secure the lower levels. Team 2, follow me to investigate." The squad leader swiftly issued commands, preparing to ascend and discern the situation. However, he seemed to have forgotten the gas accumulating within the dungeon. As they reached the staircase, several soldiers succumbed to its effects. "Captain, my legs are numb," one soldier exclaimed, collapsing to the ground. "The gas is toxic." Another shouted in alarm. "My hands have lost sensation." "Captain, we must retreat," cried yet another. Initially, the squad leader and the soldiers had been aware of the potential toxicity of the substance and had held their breaths to limit inhalation, confident in their training. Yet, the mushroom possessed the insidious ability to permeate through the skin, leading to numbness in the limbs. Despite understanding the risk, the soldiers remained composed and obedient to their leader's orders, displaying remarkable discipline amidst the chaos. These soldiers, the elite of Li Chun's forces, were indeed formidable. However, their adversaries had anticipated such a scenario and employed these insidious tactics. Engaging the soldiers directly would have been tantamount to suicide. Yet, being human entails an instinct for survival. One prisoner seized the opportunity to shout, "You fiend! If you want and amp, Oppos, let us escape. Do you intend for your soldiers to perish here as well? He wishes for our demise. Release us." His cries resonated with the others, who joined in, pleading for their freedom. Meanwhile, Team 1 had remained silent at their posts. Yet doubt began to stir within them. Each soldier contemplated the implications of the squad leader's decision to ascend without them. Were they to perish here, forsaken? In truth, the squad leader had been wrongly accused. His intentions were to navigate the blocked vents, surmising that the prisoners would lay an ambush at the entrance. Should they ascend, the ensuing chaos would likely trap them at the dungeon staircase, leading to their inevitable demise. Thus, he resolved to lead a team in breaking through the enemy's traps before assessing the situation above. Yet, human nature proved fragile under duress, and as the prisoners incited unrest, witnessing their comrades succumbing to the gas, he could only issue the most reluctant of commands. Chapter 22. The ambush. The command was to abandon all prisoners and make a desperate charge together, a task that was undeniably suicidal. Despite the knowledge of the impending doom, he could no longer afford to dwell on it. The soldiers below had descended into madness, incapable of rational thought. This was both a conspiracy and an open scheme, where any choice made would lead to folly. If death was inevitable, then it was better to face it together. After all, those who might survive would be exceedingly fortunate, leaving them to gamble on the mere chance of fortune smiling upon them. "Brothers, arm yourselves and charge with me. We shall leave these criminals to await their fate here." The injured helped each other up, and I led the charge up the staircase, drawing my sword as I ascended. Though barely a minute had passed, it felt like an eternity. Zhao Ze could only imagine the torment faced by those trapped in the dungeon below. The soldiers were engulfed in a toxic atmosphere, with the ventilation blocked. The only feasible method to escape was to rush out of the dungeon in the shortest time possible. Yet there was but a single exit, a narrow spiral staircase designed to accommodate only one person at a time, a precaution against prison breaks. However, this spiral staircase had become a nightmare, now weaponized against their own. The designer could hardly have anticipated such a dire outcome. Zhao Ze was curious to see how the three natives would respond. They would not simply await the soldiers' emergence from the dungeon. They had to act swiftly and also guard against the possibility that the soldiers might succumb to the mushroom and amp, Oppo's, effects, collapsing on the staircase, rendering any rescue efforts futile. He decided to observe their actions, for time was running short. The sounds of slaughter from the main gate were beginning to wane. And if the situation on their end was and amp, Oppo's, resolved soon, Li Chun might arrive. The three natives had already heard the clatter of armored soldiers ascending the staircase, the noise echoing loudly, unmistakable even from a distance. The rhythmic footsteps indicated a well-disciplined army, maintaining formation even in the face of danger, an admirable display of composure. Unhurriedly, they retrieved enormous red flowers from their storage bags, each larger than a hand, with the centers resembling spray nozzles. Holding two in each hand, they aimed at the dungeon's entrance, preparing for the first soldier to emerge. Zhao Ze felt woefully uninformed. What strange contraption was this? Each revelation about this world opened new vistas of understanding. Little Dongzi explained in a whisper, "These flowers are a local specialty, known as spray flowers. Their blossoms can eject a corrosive liquid, inflicting significant harm on warriors, particularly those clad in armor. Typically, the spray's range and velocity are limited, making it difficult to hit a warrior with 3 meridians, let alone one with 4. Thus, they are generally prized for their beauty, which Zhao Ze could appreciate even from a distance. Little Dongzi had already collected these flowers and cultivated several pots in his room for observation. Yet he had never considered their potential application in combat, a truly innovative thought. In such a confined space, even the mightiest warrior with 4 meridians would find it challenging to evade. There was no room to maneuver, forcing reliance on armor or sheer physical resilience. However, how long could one endure such a trial? This was a critical question. With each passing second, the soldiers below were succumbing to the toxins, giving the natives a significant advantage. Indeed, as the first soldier approached the dungeon's exit, the 3 natives squeezed the stems of the flowers, unleashing a foul, greenish acidic spray. One soldier, despite wielding a shield for protection, found it reduced to mere scraps as the acid began to eat away at his armor, emitting wisps of smoke. He pressed forward, determined to escape, but as he neared the exit and beheld the 3 natives with their menacing flowers, he felt the corrosive liquid starting to eat away at his skin. With a cry of despair, he attempted to retreat, but his comrades behind him pushed him forward, forcing him out of the dungeon's mouth. Too late, he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. As another soldier prepared to charge out, a native with 5 meridians stepped forward and delivered a kick that sent several soldiers tumbling back down the staircase. The ensuing chaos caused a domino effect, as soldiers were caught in the melee, tumbling atop one another. This incident plunged the entire unit into distrust. Those behind questioned the actions of their frontline comrades. What are they doing? Just rush out. What is there to fear? It and amp, Oppo's, just death. The frustration mounted as soldiers behind began to feel incapacitated, their limbs growing heavy, while many succumbed to paralysis. If we don't move up, we're done for. The soldiers in front were equally frustrated, emerging only to be met with a spray of acid, and a formidable opponent blocking their path. Felt like facing a duel. They understood it was not that they did not wish to advance, but the circumstances were beyond their control. As seconds ticked away, soldiers inside the staircase began to lose their strength, collapsing one after another, while those at the entrance found themselves stranded, unable to break free from the acid spray or the relentless kicks forcing them back. Finally, after 30 seconds had elapsed, no more soldiers dared to emerge, and the 3 natives ceased their assault. In a mere 5.5 minutes, less than 6 minutes, Zhao Ze marveled at the efficiency of their ambush. How did he keep track of time? Fortunately, the current world provided him with time-keeping instruments, supplemented by the system offering a basic understanding of temporal measurement. Yet, Zhao Ze felt a pang of regret. Although the 3 natives had successfully neutralized 50 of Li Chun and Oppo's troops, including 30 formidable warriors. The bodies of the fallen soldiers now cluttered the staircase, creating a significant obstacle. How could they descend? Zhao Ze pondered this dilemma while the ambush was formidable. The path down required either the removal of the soldiers or the destruction of the stone wall forged from cloud marble. Chapter 23. How to choose. Breaking through the impenetrable barriers seemed an impossible task, although a practitioner of the fifth pulse could use their hands to breach it. The sheer thickness of the wall demanded immense effort and time. Moreover, the noise from striking the wall would inevitably attract the attention of nearby soldiers, rendering the endeavor futile. They needed to complete their task and escape within 3 minutes, an ideal scenario, yet a tight time frame that raised doubts in Zhao Ze and Apos' mind. Nevertheless, he harbored a flicker of hope, spurred by the remarkable prowess of the 3 natives he had witnessed earlier, who appeared to be rigorously trained. If only the natives had 100 individuals as capable as those 3, seizing the precious cloudstone would surely be a trivial affair. As these thoughts coursed through Zhao Ze and Apos' mind, he felt a chill down his spine. The tribe must be eliminated before they could pose a threat. Otherwise, his idyllic days would be over. The prospect of becoming a captive of the natives was unacceptable, and he resolved not to allow such a fate to unfold. Indeed, the 3 natives were not idle. They found a spot and removed the layer of flooring, exposing the layer of cloudstone beneath. 2 of the 4th Pulse natives sat down, muttering incantations. Their tattoos began to glow, and their abdomens swelled, the expansion traveling upwards to their chests, and then to their necks, finally reaching their mouths. As their mouths could contain no more, a black beetle crawled out, splitting their lips as it emerged. The 2 4th Pulse warriors convulsed on the ground before succumbing to death, suggesting that these creatures had been parasitic within their bodies. Zhao Ze was nearly sickened by the grotesque sight, utterly revolted by the idea of these natives employing such foul insects. The 2 beetles then flew to the cloudstone, rapidly gnawing at it until a 1-meter-wide hole appeared, just large enough for a person to enter. The 5th Pulse native leapt down, presumably to rescue someone. At this juncture, Zhao Ze found himself in a quandary. He had initially come to complete a mission, but now faced a choice. Should he watch the prisoner be rescued, or inform Li Chun? Each option seemed less than ideal. Aiding Li Chun would not earn him loyalty, only gratitude at best. Observing the natives rescue their captive also felt perilous, as they appeared both fierce and astute. Allowing them to escape would be akin to releasing a tiger back into the wild, and if they later attacked Cloudstone City, Zhao Ze would find himself in dire straits. The captive in the dungeon was undoubtedly of great importance if the natives were making such an effort to break him out. He must be significant. In a moment of indecision, Zhao Ze succumbed to a state of choice paralysis, hesitating as precious time slipped away. Soon enough, the native emerged, dragging a woman with stunning white hair. Oddly, the native's grip on her hair seemed forceful, while the woman struggled against her chains, unable to free herself. At that moment, Zhao Ze knew what he must do. He instructed Xiaodongzi to find Li Chun while he and Wu Ying stayed behind to buy time. After shedding his stealth attire, Zhao Ze leapt into the dungeon, striking a dramatic pose as he declared, "Release that girl." Both the girl and the native turned to regard the audacious Zhao Ze, perplexed by the sudden appearance of this fool. Undeterred, Zhao Ze reiterated, "Release that girl." The native remained impassive, shoving the girl to the ground, and emitted a strange sound as 2 beetles emerged from the earth to encircle her. Zhao Ze was not foolish enough to engage the 5th Pulse native directly. His strategy was to stall for time until Li Chun arrived, while Wu Ying prepared to strike from the sidelines. As the native charged towards him, Zhao Ze readied his thunder firebombs, launching 3 at the advancing figure. The native noticed the projectiles but merely smiled, employing a technique to continue his advance, seemingly unafraid of the impending collision. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions filled the air with thick black smoke, and from within, the silhouette of the 5th Pulse native emerged, his pants riddled with holes and his hair singed. Yet he remained unscathed. Zhao Ze was astonished. This was the first time he had encountered someone withstand a thunderfire bomb without harm. Xiaodongzi had warned him that 5th Pulse practitioners were different. This level marked a watershed moment, granting them the ability to generate a small energy shield that enveloped their entire body, significantly enhancing their defense. To breach such a shield would require special tactics, or perhaps a coordinated assault by multiple attackers. Zhao Ze realized that to penetrate the native and Apos' defenses, he would need 3 or 4 individuals to launch a concentrated barrage of 20 to 30 bombs in quick succession. The native flashed a slight smile at Zhao Ze, causing a wave of anxiety to wash over him. In a flurry, Zhao Ze hurled 10 more thunder fire bombs, throwing 2 or 3 at a time. Knowing he had an ample supply, the continuous explosions served not only to create chaos, but also to signal Li Chun to hurry. Surely, he could see the unfolding battle. After detonating nearly 20 bombs, Zhao Ze began to feel a pang of regret. Each bomb was precious, irreplaceable, and there was no blueprint for crafting more. Many would question why he persisted with the thunder fire bombs against a fifth pulse practitioner if they were seemingly ineffective. But Zhao Ze was reluctant to waste them without first attempting to enhance their power. What if their potency increased after fortification? The idea of squandering such valuable resources was unbearable. The tactic of using thunder fire bombs to delay the native was proving effective. The native was a master of close combat, lacking any ranged attack capabilities. Each time the native approached, Zhao Ze would strike back, creating a loop of explosions that lasted nearly a minute. Internally, Zhao Ze prayed fervently for Li Chun's swift arrival. Meanwhile, the native seethed with frustration. The interloper was wasting his time. He had intended to dispatch the intruder quickly, but this cunning foe was not granting him a moment's opportunity. The sheer volume of explosives, nearly 30 detonations, had left him incensed, and he resolved to unleash his ultimate technique. Chapter 24. A battle of wits against the insects. Zhao Ze observed the native's anxious expression, understanding that the individual had some hidden tricks up his sleeve that he was yet to employ. It was inconceivable for a martial artist of the fifth pulse to be easily toyed with by a mere third pulse practitioner. Zhao Ze's ability to restrain him for such an extended period was solely due to the substantial wealth he wielded, an approach not easily replicated by the average individual. Was Zhao Ze genuinely choosing to delay time in order to assist Li Chun in capturing these rogues? Of course not. He merely prolonged the encounter by a minute, during which Xiao Wuing was also engaged in certain actions. Let us rewind to a minute earlier, where Zhao Ze opted for a delay while dispatching Xiao Dongzi to inform Li Chun, as Xiao Wuing prepared to launch a covert strike. The term covert strike here encompasses the notion of acting based on circumstances. Initially, Zhao Ze intended to draw the native and amp, Oppos, as primary attention while Wuing executed a surprise attack. Such a plan would have been ideal, but alas, the situation unfolded contrary to expectations. The fifth pulse native proved formidable. They were unable to breach his energy shield, making it exceedingly difficult to inflict any harm. Consequently, Zhao Ze issued a second command to Wuing. Should it appear that the native was impervious to Zhao Ze and Oppos' attacks, he was to first assist the white-haired woman over there, while Zhao Ze continued to stall for time. Wuing indeed followed this directive. Upon witnessing that even the Thunderfire egg had failed to harm the native, he wasted no time in confronting the two insects. The diminutive figure stealthily approached the pair of beetles, intending to eliminate one before proceeding. Xiao Dongzi had entrusted him with a dagger, a weapon exclusively for royalty, exceptionally sharp. This dagger had originally belonged to Zhao Ze, but had been discarded as refuse until Xiao Dongzi surreptitiously retrieved and preserved it. Now, it was of use and had been passed on to Xiao Wuing. To Wu Ying's astonishment, as he drew within 10 meters of the two beetles, they began to twitch their antennae as if sensing an impending ambush. Damn it, Wu Ying cursed. This was his first failure, so to speak. The strength of these beetles was not particularly high, likely equivalent to a second pulse martial artist. Although they had consumed the blood essence of a fourth pulse warrior to grow, their development was stunted due to the insufficient time since their emergence. They remained in a larval state, requiring time and the flesh and blood of martial artists to mature. This information had been provided by Xiao Dongzi prior to his departure. He had not gleaned it from any texts but rather from conversations with seasoned soldiers. He had taken great interest in such curiosities and had diligently noted them down. Little did he know he would encounter two such creatures that very night. Initially, he had contemplated joining Wu Ying in seeking Li Chun, but Zhao Ze had dissuaded him, not wanting Wu Ying to reveal his talents. Should Li Chun witness Wu Ying, his martial arts traces and keen insights would undoubtedly be exposed. Thus, Zhao Ze decided to have Wu Ying maintain the guise of a pitiable, disabled boy residing in his household. Returning to the wretched insects, this was Wu Ying and Amp, Oppos, as first encounter with them. And their ability to disrupt his martial arts traces was entirely unexpected for all three of them. In truth, animals and insects possess an acute awareness of their surroundings, far surpassing that of humans. For instance, prior to an earthquake, animals often exhibit peculiar behaviors, exhibiting an uncanny accuracy that can leave humans bewildered. This was a detail Zhao Ze had overlooked. Having emerged from an era of information overload, he realized he needed to provide Wu Ying with a cautionary reminder. However, time was of the essence, leaving no room for extensive contemplation, which resulted in a significant oversight. This error could jeopardize Zhao Zai's intended course of action as a third party intervening in this matter. Xiao Wuing now felt a surge of anxiety. It was his first real battle, and he was genuinely nervous. He continually motivated himself to appear less troubled, confident in his ability to confront the two absurd beetles. In his childhood, he had unknowingly crushed countless insects in his old house. These insects were merely larger, posing no substantial threat. After the insects disrupted his martial arts traces, he found himself even more composed. In the midst of the battlefield, he was akin to a born hunter, as if he existed solely for the fray. The greater the challenge, the more intriguing he found it, and his inner resolve grew colder. Having circled around the insects for 20 seconds, he was astonished by their vigilance. There was not a single gap or blind spot. Concealed behind a wall, he observed, seeking to discern the insects and Oppos, weaknesses. Every creature possesses its own vulnerabilities, and insects are no exception. In a flash of insight, he realized that the insects resided in darkness and that most insects harbor a fear of fire. In his youth, he often amused himself by burning insects. Could it be that these large beetles were also afraid of flames? Wuing pondered. Emerging from the shadows, he brandished a torch taken from the nearby dungeon wall. Upon sighting him, the beetles emitted hissing warnings, likely signaling him to keep his distance or face their wrath. Wuing gauged the distance between himself and the insects, attempting to throw the torch toward them. Indeed, as the torch landed just before the beetles, they began to emit frantic sounds, retreating until they were nestled behind the white-haired woman. Wu Ying's heart leaped with joy, prompting him to stride forward with the torch in hand. The insects continued to issue warnings, mingled with fearful cries, their large legs rhythmically pounding the ground. The white-haired woman, realizing that the young boy had come to her aid, slowly rose and began to move towards the torch Wu Ying had just thrown. The two beetles sensed her movement and attempted to intervene, but Wu Ying was faster, rushing forward and brandishing the torch at them. The beetles, now pressed, retreated further, their mighty pincers clashing with a resounding clang, a sound that could be interpreted as a call for help, hoping the native would come to their rescue. Alas, such a sound could not compare to the thunderous roars of battle nearby. It was impossible for the native to hear them amidst the cacophony. With the native failing to provide support, the insects, displaying their intelligence, took advantage of Wu Ying and Oppos' momentary distraction. One beetle stealthily maneuvered around him, racing toward the white-haired woman. Wu Ying gasped, shouting, "Be careful!" Quickly, grab the torch. As the beetle approached, the white-haired woman, limping, stumbled and fell. With great effort, she crawled toward the torch, turning to face the oncoming beetle and waving it to ward it off. Seeing this, Wu Ying's anxious heart finally eased. He cautiously approached her, and together they retreated while brandishing their torches, moving steadily towards the area of brightest light. The two beetles followed closely, unable to inflict harm but nonetheless posing a persistent nuisance. Chapter 25. Rescue. The two retreated into the alley, brandishing their torches, distancing themselves further from Zhao Zai and the indigenous man. Wu Ying, at that moment, had yet to devise a suitable method to eliminate the two pests, so he continued to ponder as he walked. At this juncture, a minute had passed, bringing us back to the battlefield where Zhao Zai faced the indigenous warrior. The latter had activated his energy shield and began chanting incantations, his tattoos glowing ominously. Zhao Zai was filled with confusion. This grand display lacked originality and was rather repulsive. He thought to himself. Zhao Zai had no intention of allowing him to summarily unleash another insect. With a smile, he gestured towards the direction behind the indigenous man, where the white-clad woman had originally been. Initially, the indigenous man disregarded Zhao Zai, but Zhao Zai, in exasperation, remarked, "The thing you seek has fled, you fool." Upon hearing this, the indigenous man turned, visibly distressed to find her indeed absent. Shocked, he wondered how this could be. The insect should have communicated with him. Realization struck him that this was the work of the three-veined warrior before him, who had deliberately drawn him away, causing him to face away from the white-haired woman. Now, the insect and Oppos' presence was unknown. Had it pursued her, or was it vanquished? Curiously, despite his initial vigilance when the three-veined warrior appeared, he had let down his guard, having probed the surroundings for ambushes, but found none. Unbeknownst to him, his awareness had been dulled by Wu Ying's martial aura, which he could not match. Ignoring Zhao Zai now, the indigenous man refrained from casting his spell and hurriedly inspected the area for any signs of escape. The woman was vital to him. If she had fled, he would face dire consequences upon his return, thus he must locate her. He was pleased to find traces on the ground. Just as he prepared to track the white-clad woman, Zhao Ze hurled another thunderfire projectile at him. With a resounding boom, the indigenous man and Appo's hair nearly ignited from the explosion. Fury welled within him. This insufferable young warrior was becoming a nuisance. What am I to do? He thought in frustration. Zhao Ze tauntingly said, "You won't find her so easily. Your opponent is me. Come now, unleash your insects. I wish to see just how foul they are." Indeed, Zhao Ze's provocation incited the indigenous man's wrath like never before. He knew he had to eliminate this cunning warrior first to pursue his goal. He resumed his incantation, with Zhao Ze watching, his objective merely to buy time. Even a minute and Appo's delay would suffice. Fortunately, the indigenous man lacked both range and agility, indicating a stark difference in their cultivation methods compared to the martial artists of the inland kingdoms. The indigenous man's tattoos began to glow. But rather than swelling or releasing insects, his body inflated grotesquely, his mouth splitting to reveal insect-like mandibles. From his ribs, 2 insect legs protruded, and his hands twisted into lethal blades, while transparent insect wings erupted from his back. Zhao Ze was taken aback. What in the world? This is becoming a grotesque insect creature. He questioned whether he had crossed into the wrong realm. Was this not supposed to be a world of martial artists? The insect creature roared at Zhao Ze, spittle flying, its 4 compound eyes fixed on him. Panic surged within Zhao Ze. He knew he could not contend with this abomination and feared for his life. With a swish, the insect vanished from his sight. He was not fast enough to track its movement. Suddenly, it materialized behind him, its hands poised to strike. He could evade the blow by merely stepping forward, yet his reactions were sluggish. He would have been cleaved in 2 had it not been for the sudden glow of his golden silk armor, forming a shield. Alas, it was too small. The dual blade struck down with tremendous force. The impact diminished only slightly by the shield, yet it still carved 2 long gashes along his back, sending him sprawling to the ground, dazed. Zhao Ze attempted to rise, propping himself up with his hands, but despite several attempts, he lacked the strength. Agony coursed through his back, and he suspected several bones had been fractured from the force of the blow. This insect must be at the 6th vein level, he concluded. Feeling his end was near, barely 4 months into his journey, the insect creature continued to roar, gleefully leaping in place, seemingly reveling in its victory. It approached Zhao Ze, ready to deliver the final blow, intent on severing the head of this detestable foe. At that moment, salvation arrived. Li Chun rode in on a magnificent white steed, rushing towards Zhao Ze as the insect raised its deadly hands. What fiend dares to threaten him? Li Chun bellowed. He swiftly raised his spear, channeling his energy as flames engulfed it, before hurling it at the insect. Sensing the imminent danger, the insect darted backward, narrowly avoiding the spear. Li Chun then leapt into the air, drawing his sword, his body igniting in flames, revealing himself as a master of the 6th vein. And he engaged the insect in fierce combat. Meanwhile, Xiaodongzi arrived, shocked to find Zhao Ze wounded and incapacitated. Rushing to assess Zhao Ze's condition, he was relieved to discover the injuries were not life-threatening, merely superficial wounds common in this world, with ample remedies available. Xiaodongzi quickly applied a soothing powder to Zhao Ze's back, which was both painless and refreshing. Zhao Ze, initially confused by Xiaodongzi's choice of medicine, learned it was a royal healing powder, known for hastening recovery and providing pain relief. Xiaodongzi then offered Zhao Ze some oral medication, reassured once he had taken a few doses. Meanwhile, Li Chun battled the insect with fervor, a conflict beyond the scope of lower-tier warriors like them, leaving them to watch in awe. On another front, Wu Ying and the white-haired woman continued their retreat, having distanced themselves significantly, yet the relentless insect pursued them. Just then, Wu Ying heard a calling, seemingly directed at him. Turning, he was astonished to see his 3 foster fathers approaching. The 3 elders, having emerged due to concern for their child amidst the chaos in the city, were anxious given the indigenous assault. Coincidentally, as Wu Ying retreated, he found himself on the path to Zhao Ze's home, leading to their unexpected reunion. The 3 elders had grown accustomed to arming themselves with their old armor and weapons whenever indigenous forces attacked the city. Though worn and outdated, their resolve remained steadfast. Upon discovering that Xiao Wu was unharmed, they were, of course, elated. However, their joy was swiftly eclipsed by the sight of 2 beetles relentlessly pursuing him. The 3 seasoned soldiers, who had long stood guard over Yunchi City, were incensed. They had encountered these wretched beetles no fewer than 10 times before. Noticing that these particular specimens were still immature made them more manageable, and they were well prepared to handle such threats, a habit honed over years of experience. Earlier, when the mention of Xiao Dongzi arose, it was indeed information gleaned from these three veterans. Last night, after indulging in spirits, they had regaled one another with tales of their past exploits, including their observations and experiences. While some might dismiss these accounts as mere fabrications due to a lack of tangible evidence, Xiao Dongzi believed wholeheartedly. The three veterans produced makeshift incendiary devices fashioned from liquor, each hurling them in different directions towards the two beetles. The bottles shattered upon impact, igniting a fierce blaze that encircled the creatures, who emitted terrified shrieks. Although the beetles could have burrowed into the earth to escape, they were bound by a deadly command to pursue the white-haired woman at all costs. In a final act of defiance, the three veterans launched their firebombs towards the heart of the inferno, resulting in a thunderous explosion. The flames engulfed the beetles, whose anguished cries filled the air as they succumbed to madness, charging blindly towards the white-haired woman. Tragically, they met their fiery demise before they could reach her. Chapter 26. The developments following a gentle ray of sunlight graced Zhao Zhe and Apos' face, as he lay prone on his stomach due to an injury on his back. The pressure had left imprints on both sides of his face. He felt an itch on his back and yearned to scratch it, but alas, his reach was insufficient. As he attempted to turn his body for further action, a sharp pain surged through him, jolting him awake. Ouch! That hurts. Zhao Zhe grimaced, his slightly plump face contorting in discomfort as he struggled to sit up on the bed. Someone, bring me water. I wish to drink. Barely upright, he shamelessly invoked his princely privilege. After a minute of silence, his patience wore thin. Where is everyone? Have they all perished? At that moment, he heard the voice of Xiao Dongzi. Your Highness, I am coming. Please wait. I shall fetch you water. Zhao Zhe relented, smacking his parched lips and enduring the wait. After gulping down 2 cups of water, he sought to inquire about the events of the previous night, realizing he had fainted due to his injuries and was oblivious to what transpired thereafter. Whether Wu Ying and the silver-haired woman had successfully escaped or had been discovered by Li Chun remained a mystery. Xiao Dongzi recounted the basic circumstances of that fateful night. Zhao Zhe learned he had slept for an entire day. Wu Ying and the woman had managed to flee without detection by Li Chun. He then realized that his slumber had lasted a day and a night, the events having unfolded 2 nights prior. The royal medicine for his wounds proved remarkably effective. His back had begun to scab, and the itch he felt that morning was a consequence of the healing process. The internal medicine also worked wonders. He had initially feared that several broken bones would confine him to bed for half a year. Yet now, while some areas still ached, he was able to rise and attend to matters. What Zhao Zhe remained unaware of was that martial artists, upon opening their meridians, accelerated their bodily recovery. Those who had practiced body refinement techniques possessed even greater resilience and recuperation speed. In essence, experience yields truth. After this injury, Zhao Zhe garnered a clearer understanding of his own physical strength and recovery capabilities. After 5 minutes of listening to Xiao Dongzi, a wave of hunger struck Zhao Zhe. Having gone a day without sustenance, recovery demanded considerable energy and nutrition, and he felt capable of devouring an entire sheep. He promptly instructed Xiao Dongzi to prepare a meal, intending to converse while eating. Xiao Dongzi, brimming with joy at his prince's awakening, eagerly complied, noting a newfound maturity in Zhao Zhe, who no longer engaged in his previous antics. It appeared that his assignment to this impoverished place had yielded positive results. 30 minutes later, Zhao Zhe sat at the dining table, surrounded by an array of delectable dishes. Roasted lamb, his favorite, was elegantly presented as lamb chops, accompanied by nourishing lamb bone soup and fresh wild vegetables. He wasted no time, devouring the food with the fervor of a famished wolf, while Xiao Dongzi dutifully attended to him, as was customary during such feasts. However, a moment of panic struck Zhao Zhe as he realized he had nearly forgotten the pressing matters at hand. Yet, he quickly decided to prioritize his hunger. It was challenging to think clearly while ravenous, especially after a day of sleep. After consuming a substantial portion of the meal, he found himself only half full. Realizing that ordinary food no longer held much allure for him, he needed to procure the flesh of formidable beasts. As he slowed his eating pace, Xiao Dongzi understood the shift in focus and began recounting the events from 2 nights prior. It turned out that the bizarre insect-like creature he had fought had succumbed shortly after Zhao Zhe fainted, its body oozing pus before it perished. It seemed that the indigenous secret technique could only be utilized once, with the risk being one and Amp, Appo's own life. No wonder the natives had refrained from employing it initially. Xiao Dongzi also detailed how Wu Ying had aided the silver-haired woman in her escape and their encounter with the three elderly Wu men. Indeed, having an elder is akin to possessing a treasure, Zhao Zhe exclaimed, grateful for the assistance rendered by the three old soldiers during a critical moment. Although their aid had not been direct, it was of immense significance to him. Initially, he had regarded them merely as pitiable veterans, boasting over drinks, unaware that they possessed the keenest understanding of the indigenous warfare tactics in Yunshi City. Only Xiao Dongzi had absorbed the information. Even Wu Ying had dismissed it as inconsequential. Had they inquired further about the previous night, clarity would have come easily. Yet, it was understandable. The grotesque nature of the insect-like creature made belief contingent upon first-hand experience. It was no surprise that the local veterans had been mocked by the new recruits, accused of delusions or madness. Indeed, the natives had not attacked for nearly a decade, and this region had enjoyed a decade of peace, allowing many to forget the past. It was a human flaw to heal from wounds and forget the pain. Zhao Zhe also inquired about the whereabouts of the silver-haired woman, to which Xiao Dongzi provided an answer. After Wu Ying had escorted her away that night, she had initially intended to leave Yunshi City. However, persuaded by Wu Ying and the three elderly men, she chose to temporarily reside with them, awaiting the right moment to assess the situation. The likelihood of her remaining was attributed to her possessing something of great importance that she could not take with her. Zhao Zhe was elated upon hearing this, confirming his suspicions. After being rescued by the natives, she had been threatened, leading him to believe she possessed something of immense value, an item for which the natives had sacrificed many lives. Thus, he had intended to intervene as a third party for future considerations. Now, a mere meeting with the silver-haired woman could unravel the mystery, and he was banking on her potential assistance in the days to come. A crucial question remained. Had Li Chun discerned anything amiss? Following the woman's disappearance, had he launched a widespread search throughout the city? Xiao Dongzi and Appo's response was reassuring. Li Chun had neither searched nor retaliated, seemingly placing trust in Xiao Dongzi's explanation. Xiao Dongzi had explained that when Zhao Zhe heard a commotion that night and rose to investigate, he had discovered individuals heading toward the dungeon. Zhao Zhe and Xiao Dongzi had followed, uncovering an indigenous prison break. Zhao Zhe had bravely engaged with the 5 assailants, 2 of whom transformed into insects and 1 into a bug-like creature, while the remaining 2 escaped with the prisoners. Zhao Zhe had dispatched Xiao Dongzi to inform Li Chun, remaining behind to fend off the attackers, ultimately sustaining severe injuries. What valor he had displayed. The explanation was somewhat acceptable, albeit modifying the number of attackers from 3 to 5. However, Xiao Dongzi had failed to clarify how the guards in the dungeon had perished. Surely, an investigation would reveal some details. Additionally, there were those who had survived, albeit incapacitated, who would also require care. Zhao Zhe recognized that he was not nearly as valiant as Xiao Dongzi portrayed. Initially, he had not dared confront the indigenous assailants, especially considering their numbers far exceeded his own. Thus, it is essential to bide one and Amp, Appo's, as time before taking action. Although the prisoner successfully escaped, at least the leader of the indigenous people was apprehended, providing an explanation to the citizens of Yunshi City. This scenario likely reflects Li Chun and Amp, Appo's ultimate analysis and aligns with Zhao Zhe and Amp, Appo's hopes. Furthermore, Zhao Zhe heard from Xiao Dongzi that, to demonstrate the reliability of the city lord, Li Chun displayed the corpse of the insect creature at the vegetable market in Yunshi City. This was intended to assure the populace that, despite the indigenous attack the previous night, their lord had performed commendably. Look, he managed to eliminate a formidable foe. Li Chun, in his relentless pursuit to win the favor of the people, spared no effort. However, this also served the advantage of allowing the newly arrived soldiers to comprehend the nature of the adversaries they were to confront. One cannot deny that Li Chun and Amp, Appo's military tactics and methods of garnering public support are top-notch, given his extensive experience as a general. Although he faced a minor setback, he adeptly maneuvered the situation to not only recover his losses, but also to gain significantly. The hearts of the people in Yunshi City are beginning to rally around him, and the soldiers' morale has surged after the previous day's battle, revealing that the indigenous foes are not as formidable as initially perceived. With this knowledge, Zhao Zhe, the legitimate city lord, finds himself at a disadvantage, as his aspirations to seize Yunshi City have become increasingly challenging, for no citizen would rally to his cause. Now, He feels as if a heavy stone weighs upon his chest, rendering him breathless. Chapter 27. Encounters and memories. Having finished the meal and asked most of his questions, Zhao Ze decided to seek out the silver-haired woman. He inquired with Xiao Dongzi about the current hiding place of this enigmatic figure. It turned out that initially, she had been staying with 3 elders of the Wu family, but the accommodation was too cramped, and due to the propriety between genders, Xiao Dongzi had arranged for her to move to a more secluded location the following day. This new abode was a 2-story building just behind Zhao Ze and Appo's home, separated by a single wall. The property was bought under the name of one of the elder Wu and Appo's, a precaution taken to ensure that Li Chun would not discover it. For such a revelation would undoubtedly lead to numerous complications, as Li Chun would certainly send someone to investigate. Zhao Ze had intended to gift a house to the 3 elders, but their stubborn refusal to accept left him no choice. He resolved to reserve this house for Wu Ying's future marriage instead. Xiao Dongzi had conveyed a similar sentiment to the elders, explaining that since Wu Ying was still young, it was impractical for her to own property in her name at this time. If they could assist her by purchasing it now, it would eventually belong to her. This reasoning finally persuaded the 3 elders to agree to the purchase. The head of the inner court was indeed meticulous in his dealings. Zhao Ze initially worried that without his arrangements, things might go awry, but it seemed his concerns were unfounded. Upon leaving, he checked the system and confirmed that none of his tasks had yet been completed. 2 tasks remained pending. One involved the Su brothers' storage bags, which had yet to be opened due to insufficient progress, and the other pertained to an event task that currently had no measurable completion, though the system hinted that minimal progress had been made. It appeared that the silver-haired woman was a pivotal element in the unfolding tasks. After exiting, Zhao Ze, under the scrutiny of the attitude detection system, noted that there were no suspicious individuals monitoring him with malice. Turning a corner, he entered the designated room. Upon stepping inside, he politely announced, "Miss, Zhao Ze has come to pay his respects." A moment of silence ensued, but Zhao Ze remained still, understanding that patience was essential to pique the interest of a stranger. The system had indicated that this woman was present, yet she seemed internally conflicted about how to approach Zhao Ze. Initially, her demeanor was hostile, then shifted to a state of vigilance and soon morphed into suspicion. Eventually, a soft feminine voice broke the silence, inviting him in, suggesting that her dealings with the people of the inland kingdom were limited, and her decision had come only after much inner turmoil. Upon entering, Zhao Ze observed the woman seated on a stool, her feet dangling above the ground, tightly clutching her legs, conveying a sense of nervousness and insecurity. Zhao Ze spoke first. "I believe you are already aware of my name. May I inquire about yours?" The silver-haired woman hesitated, stroking her long hair before responding, "You may call me Xiaobai." Zhao Ze felt a moment of awkwardness. If she preferred not to reveal her true name, that was her choice. He mused silently about the irony of her chosen moniker. Before Zhao Ze could continue, Xiaobai interjected, "I understand that your intention in rescuing me is ulterior. I will not hand over that item to you, so you may as well relinquish that hope." Zhao Ze was aware of the existence of that item, yet its purpose eluded him. What mattered most at this juncture was ascertaining whether he could establish a collaborative relationship with this woman. "You misunderstand. I have no interest in your possession," Zhao Ze replied slowly. "What I seek is to reclaim what rightfully belongs to me. If you would allow me to explain further, it may prove advantageous for you as well." He continued, "I know you wish to conceal your true name, and that is of no consequence to our future collaboration. However, I must point out that your white hair and the tattoos upon your body reveal your lineage." Upon hearing this, Xiaobai widened her eyes, her attitude shifting from suspicion to wariness. Zhao Ze merely smiled and continued, "If my conjecture is correct, you must belong to the tribe of chieftains. The tattoos you bear signify that only those of chieftain blood would adorn themselves in such a manner, and your white hair further betrays your heritage. A decade ago, a chieftain with hair like yours led an assault on Cloudstone City. While some may have forgotten, there remain those who still recall the event, and they are very much alive." The narrative harkened back to the events of the previous evening when the 3 Wu elders, after hearing about Wu Ying and the silver-haired woman, felt a sense of déjà vu regarding her tattoos. The following day, after Xiaobai departed, they finally recalled the incident, which was rooted in the war of 10 years prior. At that time, Cloudstone City had only recently been established, and several tribal leaders perceived a looming threat. After deliberation, they resolved to launch an attack to eliminate this burgeoning power. On that fateful morning, clear and bright, The three Wu elders stood guard atop the city walls as a throng of indigenous warriors emerged from the forest, led by 5 chieftains, one of whom was a silver-haired woman. The conflict raged fiercely, lasting a full day and night, yet the indigenous forces failed to breach Cloudstone City, having underestimated the military prowess of the inland kingdom. The soldiers of the kingdom, fortified by their civilized structures, proved to be nearly invincible, wielding their weapons with devastating efficacy. Many perished in this siege. Fortunately, the 3 Wu elders survived, albeit with lasting injuries. Faced with staunch resistance from the kingdom and Apos' soldiers, the 5 chieftains ultimately retreated, although one fell victim to an ambush during the withdrawal, while the remaining 4 managed to escape. In the aftermath, there were numerous smaller skirmishes, yet none rivaled the scale of the siege at Cloudstone City. Eventually, both sides recognized the futility of continued conflict. While negotiations seemed implausible, an unspoken agreement emerged: avoid each other in Apos' territories. A decade has swiftly passed, leaving few veterans of that war alive. Some returned to their homelands, while others have long since become dust. Among those who remain with memories of that time are the 3 Wu elders. Besides them, a few others are still in Cloudstone City, including a prominent military advisor to Li Chun and 2 others who run their small businesses quite successfully. Indeed, the military advisor had previously mentioned Xiaobai to Li Chun, who dismissed the notion, believing it to be a mere error of memory, given that it was an event from years past. The military advisor had recognized Xiaobai during her time in the dungeon. As for Li Chun, having grown complacent in Cloudstone City, he often disregarded counsel, particularly from this advisor, whom he found irksome, as he was not one of his trusted confidants. Such fortuitous encounters as Zhao Zai's were not to be overlooked. Chapter 28. Negotiation. The 3 elderly men merely conveyed their messages and memories to Zidongzi, instructing him to relay them to Zhao Zai. Thus, the preceding dialogue ensued, and once again, these venerable figures aided Zhao Zai through their invaluable contributions. Observing the astonished expression on Xiaobai's face, Zhao Zai reassured her, saying, "Do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions. If I did, I would not have come alone. Moreover, discovering your lineage was purely coincidental. There are still veterans from those days residing in Yunchiching. Now do you comprehend why you were exposed?" Upon hearing this, Xiaobai hesitated, a hint of guilt crossing her features, evidently regretting her carelessness. After a moment of contemplation, she responded, "Is my capture also a result of that exposure?" Anticipating her line of thought, Zhao Zai shook his head and replied, "My dear lady, you are overthinking. Your capture was merely a matter of happenstance and bears no connection to your heritage. Currently, even the deputy city lord remains unaware of your existence. He has always presumed you to be an ordinary native." Shifting the conversation, he continued, "However, now that you have gone missing, he may very well have commenced an investigation. Your background information could already be laid out on his desk." Xiaobai nodded in agreement with Zhao Zai's analysis. Zhao Zai pressed on, "It seems our predicaments are alike. We are both pursued by our own factions. Therefore, collaboration is the most prudent course of action. Would you not concur?" Xiaobai remained silent. Zhao Zai understood the hesitation. Transitioning from adversaries to allies is a challenging adjustment, necessitating time for contemplation. Growing weary of standing, he seated himself in a chair opposite Xiaobai and continued, "Allow me to share some of my experiences, and you will grasp why our partnership is the most favorable outcome." Zhao Zai patiently recounted his story as a prince, omitting nothing significant while only slightly altering certain details. Once he concluded, he observed Xiaobai and Apos' demeanor. Although her expression remained unchanged, he could sense a flicker of understanding stirring within her, albeit fleeting. Zhao Zai recognized that this slight emotional shift had indeed touched Xiaobai. Any semblance of empathy was better than none. The reason Xiaobai began to empathize with Zhao Zai lay in the fact that both their parents held positions of immense power, and they had both grown up amidst such authority, making their experiences relatable. Uncertain of the veracity of Zhao Zai and Apos' claims, Xiaobai hesitated to make a hasty decision. After pondering, she said, "I will verify the truth of your words by noon. Once I have done so, I shall provide you with my response. You may return here tonight. Just enter without knocking." Zhao Zai understood that it was improbable for an agreement to be reached in one sitting. Initially, he possessed a greater bargaining chip at the negotiation table, creating an asymmetry that seemed unfair. Allowing her to investigate was wise. Otherwise, how could they ensure equitable cooperation in the future? Many might argue that seizing the opportunity to forge an unequal treaty would allow for exploitation. But Zhao Ze believed that Xiaobai was no fool to be easily deceived. Moreover, he currently lacked the means to enforce any such treaty. In fact, he was in dire need of allies, necessitating a display of sincerity. Negotiation is fundamentally a matter of accounting for mutual gains and losses, appearing simple in theory yet exceedingly complex in practice, particularly under conditions of balanced power. In Zhao Ze's former world, the Western powers often emerged victorious in modern negotiations due to their strategic positioning, frequently brandishing weapons at the negotiation table. Years later, they realized this tactic was no longer effective and began to employ high technology, a domain in which only they excelled, thus ensuring their advantageous standing in negotiations. Now, Zhao Ze and Xiaobai were left to seek warmth in their alliance, rendering any further scheming redundant. How Xiaobai would ascertain Zhao Ze and Appo's information was beyond his knowledge. He had witnessed the peculiar yet effective methods of the natives. In truth, uncovering Zhao Ze and Appo's information was not overly challenging. His notoriety had spread widely. As long as one inquired among the inhabitants of the inland kingdom, they would soon learn of him. However, the common folk here were oblivious to his appearance, which spared him considerable trouble when venturing outside. Zhao Ze did not linger, returning home to recuperate, aware that he would be visiting again that evening. After a hasty farewell to Xiaobai, he arrived at his residence. Once home, he busied himself with the system, intending to enhance his thunderfire bombs. The previous night's failure stemmed from not having reinforced them, resulting in significant losses. He retrieved a bag and counted the remaining bombs, discovering fewer than 30 left. It pained him, as Zaidanzi had about 10 more. He realized he must conserve his trump cards, otherwise he might find himself in dire straits. Holding a thunderfire bomb, Zhao Ze announced, "System, enhance the thunderfire bomb." The system responded, "Enhancement in progress. Please hold." Ding. The system then declared, "Enhancement successful." Zhao Ze examined the enhanced bomb, noting a slight change in color. Previously red, it now exhibited a faint purple hue. Uncertain of its effects, he refrained from inquiring further, knowing it would cost him system points. He placed the enhanced bomb into a storage bag and asked the system if he could enhance an item that had already been upgraded. The system and Appo's answer was negative, reflecting its stringent requirements. The golden silk armor he had previously enhanced was destroyed, and he considered himself fortunate to have survived. Now, he sought another defensive item akin to the golden silk armor to enhance, but regrettably, he had none at hand. This enhancement function proved to be remarkably direct and effective. Alas, Zhao Ze lacked quality items, thus limiting him to enhancing what was available. After completing these tasks, he intended to take a short nap, expecting to awaken at an opportune time. Unfortunately, Li Chun arrived, seeking to speak with Zhao Ze to obtain his testimony. Having already heard Zidongzi's account, it was insufficient. The victim's testimony was also required. Initially, the two exchanged pleasantries, with Li Chun expressing gratitude for Zhao Ze's efforts. Although the perpetrator had escaped, at least one individual had been apprehended and had contributed to the investigation. Once seated, Li Chun inquired about Zhao Ze's experiences from the previous night. Zhao Ze recounted the events, aligning closely with Zidongzi and Appo's narrative, with minimal discrepancies. In the end, Li Chun produced a portrait for Zhao Ze to identify. Upon examining it, Zhao Ze recognized it as Xiaobai and Appo's likeness. Fortuitously, having anticipated this, he remained composed and confirmed, "Yes, that is the native who escaped." Li Chun could not ascertain the appearances of the two other natives who had fled with Xiaobai, prompting him to request Zhao Ze to describe their features as best as he could. However, the two individuals were merely figments of Zhao Ze and Zidongzi's imagination, lacking distinct characteristics. Nevertheless, Zhao Ze adjusted the descriptions based on the facial features of the two deceased natives and shared them with Li Chun. Ultimately, having completed the necessary formalities, Li Chun departed hastily to continue his investigation. Chapter 29, Cooperation and Memories. After Li Chun departed, Zhao Ze wore a gloomy expression. It could be said that he had exploited a loophole with the assistance of the system. However, such opportunities were not always available. Li Chun had only recently assumed his position, and some matters were not yet handled to perfection, or rather, he needed a bit more time to acclimatize. The events of the previous night had provided him with a significant opportunity, greatly accelerating his adjustment period. This was precisely the scenario Zhao Ze dreaded, but unfortunately, the situation had grown increasingly intricate, with many developments slipping beyond his control, causing him considerable distress. The bounty on Xiaobai could be left to Li Chun, for it would take him a while to realize that Xiaobai had not fled with the natives and was still within Yunchi City. Moreover, it was crucial to note that even if Li Chun were to discover the truth about Xiaobai and Appo's origins now, it would be too late. She was no longer within his grasp, making any attempts to exploit the situation nearly impossible. As for the possibility of Li Chun leading troops to eradicate the bandits, that was even less likely. He might gather a few more men to scout the situation of the surrounding natives, thereby strengthening defenses. The terrain of the surrounding 10,000 Great Mountains was still not fully understood. Attempting to confront the bandits there would be tantamount to seeking one and Appo's own demise. Thus, it was unlikely that Li Chun would venture forth, and at most, he might unleash his frustrations on the native slaves within Yunchi City. The absence of Xiaobai as a potential pawn was undoubtedly a significant blow to Li Chun, but regrettably, he had not heeded the counsel of his military advisors. With still some time before evening, Zhao Ze sprawled on the bed like a dead pig and fell asleep. It was not until mealtime that he awoke. Sleeping and eating had become the two most vital aspects of his life. The former was the best means of restoring his spirit, while the latter replenished his physical strength. For Zhao Ze, this was remarkably effective. After dining, he ventured into the adjacent room, and upon entering, he found Xiaobai still seated in the same position, her demeanor and expression unchanged from the morning. Zhao Ze began to question whether this individual was indeed real or merely an illusion. Xiaobai spoke in a low tone. "You have come." Zhao Ze nodded. "Yes, I have arrived. How about your end? Please sit." Zhao Ze resumed his seat from that morning. "I have inquired into the matter. What you said is true, and I apologize for doubting you earlier," Xiaobai said. Zhao Ze replied, "It is of no consequence. I understand the historical issues between us. So your mistrust is quite understandable." Xiaobai, again speaking in a subdued tone, stated, "We can collaborate, but I have one condition that you must agree to." Zhao Ze inquired, "What condition?" Xiaobai looked at Zhao Ze earnestly. "I hope that after you reclaim what is rightfully yours, you will release my suffering compatriots in Yunchi City." To be candid, Zhao Ze was not surprised by Xiaobai and Appo's stipulation. He had already intended to free the native slaves, for prolonging the situation would only worsen relations. Unless one possessed the strength to annihilate them all, a degree of compromise was necessary. "You need not worry. I would do so regardless. However, some natives wish to reside in Yunchi City or engage in trade and work here, and you cannot prevent them from doing so in the future," Zhao Ze responded. These natives represented a valuable labor force and productive potential. Zhao Ze would not forsake them. Many natives were eager to come to the city for interaction, as Zhao Ze had witnessed on numerous occasions. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaobai replied, "I agree with your approach. I know you look down upon us, perceiving us as savages. In truth, this stems from our culture. While in the dungeon, I contemplated much. I also wish to send members of my tribe to your side for learning and exchange in the future, which would benefit us both." Upon hearing this, Zhao Ze felt a surge of joy. He had not anticipated that this typically taciturn girl could be so open-minded. This meant that he need not fear a lack of population in the future, with a substantial native population in the mountains. Enticing a few to settle and assimilate would be a splendid prospect. Zhao Ze and Xiaobai discussed the means of communication and basic customs between their tribes, and after reaching an agreement, their collaboration officially commenced. It was at this juncture that Xiaobai began to share the secrets of her people, information essential for their cooperation. 10 years ago, following their defeat in war, her people retreated into the mountains to continue their lives, which remained largely unchanged. And they lived quite happily as a family of 3. Their tribe was among the 5 most powerful within the 10,000 Great Mountains. They referred to themselves as the Bai Chong tribe, venerating the wisdom worm through generations. Their totem and tattoos symbolized this wisdom. Within the tribe, their shaman held the highest authority, surpassing even the chieftain. Her mother was the chief shaman of their tribe, and Xiaobai was both the shaman and Appo's and the chieftain and Appo's daughter, their sole offspring. In truth, their tribe was not adept at combat. Instead, they excelled in tool-making and medical care, being the most peaceful of the 5 tribes. The other 4 tribes were the Chi Chong tribe, responsible for warfare, the Lan Chong tribe, which managed livestock, the Lu Chong tribe, dedicated to foraging and hunting, and the He Chong tribe, which engaged in prayer and rituals. It was the He Chong and Chi Chong tribes that decided to invade Yunchi City a decade ago, while the remaining 3 tribes, lacking their strength, could only follow suit. Tragically, it was the chieftain of the Lucheng tribe, responsible for foraging and hunting, who was killed in the ambush during that battle. 5 years ago, for reasons unknown, the Haichong and Chichong tribes began to unite against the other 3 tribes, whose power was insufficient to withstand such a formidable onslaught. Ultimately, the 3 tribes banded together to confront the now mad 2 tribes. Initially, the outcome was favorable, as the Haichong and Chichong tribes were repelled. However, it was not long before they returned, this time with reinforcements, some martial artists from internal factions, numbering around several dozen, who joined in the assault on the 3 tribes. After several days of resistance, the 3 tribes could no longer hold out and surrendered. Xiao Bai seized the last opportunity to escape, seeking refuge in Yinshi City. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhe sensed a significant conspiracy lurking behind these events. The involvement of internal factions could spell disaster if mishandled. After your escape, did you bring what they sought? Zhao Zhe inquired. Xiao Bai did not deny it. Yes. My mother entrusted the last hope of our tribe to me. As I was leaving, she gave me an item, saying it was of utmost importance and must not be lost. After arriving in Yinshi City, I was uneasy and hid it in a concealed location, though I still do not know its purpose. Zhao Zhe felt his suspicions confirmed. It was likely this very item that had drawn the natives to Yinshi City, leading to the prison break. Xiao Bai could have departed Yinshi City the previous night, but her delay was undoubtedly to retrieve that item, which was likely hidden in a place not easily accessed, necessitating her current wait. Zhao Zhe asked, "Where have you concealed that item? Why can you not retrieve it?" Chapter 30. Determination and a small goal. Xiao Bai replied, "It is not I who hid it, but I commanded some insects to do so, and only they know the location. Thus, I wait patiently for their return. Periodically, they send scouts to explore Yinshi City, and as they are aware that I am unharmed, they will lead me to the hidden location." At the moment, Xiao Bai was captured by the local soldiers. She used her last ounce of strength to control some insects and conceal the object. She had only recently arrived in Yinshi City and was unaccustomed to life here. After witnessing so many of her kin subjected to servitude, she acted in a fit of anger, injuring someone, which resulted in her being taken to the dungeon. It was that simple. Zhao Zhe had initially anticipated much more utility from her, but regrettably, that was not the case. It appeared that this girl, Xiao Bai, was in a more dire situation than he had imagined. He felt compelled to reconsider the value of their collaboration, yet he refrained from expressing all his thoughts aloud, opting instead to take one step at a time. Nonetheless, it was inconceivable that she possessed no utilitarian value at all. Now, they had at least one avenue to unite the indigenous people within Yinshi City, forming a modest yet significant force at their disposal. As for Li Chun's subordinates, Zhao Zhe need not concern himself with them. When he was ready to seize Yinshi City, those individuals would likely need to be eliminated. Even if he were to spare a few, how many would remain loyal? They were soldiers who had followed Li Chun since their youth, and would undoubtedly recognize only him. The reason many sovereigns fear the rise of military generals is not due to the generals themselves, but rather the formidable support they command. In such dynamics, there are no emperors, only their superior officers. To eliminate a 5,000 strong elite force is no trivial matter. It requires careful planning. However, a silver lining remained. There was a piece of information that only Zhao Zhe and his companions knew. He could leverage this exclusive intelligence to take action. Zhao Zhe inquired, "When can we expect to retrieve that object?" Xiao Bai responded, "Soon. I have calculated, and in a few days, they will appear in Yinshi City, at which point I will be able to obtain it." Zhao Zhe nodded and said, "Very well, you may decide how to proceed then. Furthermore, during this time, reach out to the surrounding clansmen. Uniting them will undoubtedly prove advantageous." Xiao Bai replied, "Even without your suggestion, I would do so. I must rescue my parents, and for that, I will need manpower." After concluding their conversation, Zhao Zhe returned home and summoned Xiaodongzi to discuss recent developments. Xiaodongzi, perplexed, asked, "Your Highness, what has transpired? Is it that the woman named Xiao Bai refuses to cooperate?" Zhao Zhe shook his head and replied, "That is not the case. She has resolved to collaborate with us, as she has no alternative." Xiaodongzi queried, "Then why the urgency? To ally with your Highness is already a favor to them. They should be grateful." He flattered. Though he genuinely had no intention of complimenting her, yet it could easily be misconstrued. Flattery, after all, is a human weakness. There are those who, after a moment of amusement, reflect on the context, while others simply revel in such sycophantic praise, taking it to heart. Zhao Zhe had grown accustomed to Xiaodongzi's adulation and chose not to respond, merely casting a sidelong glance to remind him to adopt a more serious demeanor. Ziyadongzi, sensing his exaggeration, immediately lowered his head in acknowledgement. Once seated, Zhao Zhe continued, "Originally, I was dispatched here by my father to enjoy a more leisurely life. Returning to the capital seems an impossibility. Alas, these people refuse to let me be. What wrong have I committed?" Ziyadongzi firmly replied, "Your Highness, you have committed no wrongdoing. It is they who have acted with cruelty, pursuing you relentlessly even when you posed no threat." Zhao Zhe lamented, "Indeed, I am left with no choice. Forced into this predicament. Yet, these were mere fabrications." While they had indeed pressured Zhao Zhe, he, as a time traveler, was far from being an easy target. His words served as a prelude to garner support and bring him some solace. Suddenly, Zhao Zhe stood and declared, "I intend to contest for this world. If I cannot ascend to the throne, I shall at least cause them some trouble." Ziyadongzi was taken aback, fearing Zhao Zhe was merely boasting. However, upon observing Zhao Zhe's serious demeanor, he sensed that his master had made a resolute decision. Ziyadongzi stammered, "Is your Highness truly sincere? It seems a bit implausible." Zhao Zhe shot him a glance and retorted, "If I am unafraid, why should you be? Moreover, we have ceased our pursuit of anything. Have they spared us?" Indeed, they had not. 2 assassination attempts had already occurred, and upon arriving in Yanshi City, Li Chun showed little respect for Zhao Zhe. It was certain that more assassins would come. The thought ignited a surge of indignation within Ziyadongzi. Reflecting on these matters, Ziyadongzi and Apos' gaze grew resolute, and he resolved to stand alongside Zhao Zhe, for in the end, they faced only death. Zhao Zhe, observing Ziyadongzi and Apos' newfound determination, smiled slightly. Though he had yet to cultivate a confidant upon his arrival, he was fortunate to have a loyal subordinate. Suddenly, Ziyadongzi knelt and respectfully proclaimed, "Regardless of your Highness and Apos' actions, I, Ziyadongzi, vow to follow you unto death." Zhao Zhe had awaited this affirmation, smiling as he said, "Rise, there is no need for kneeling." There were matters he had long kept hidden, yet now he felt unburdened, as a significant portion could be shared, alleviating his pressure considerably. Once Ziyadongzi stood, Zhao Zhe continued, "Our primary adversaries are not my brothers. We lack the strength to confront them." Ziyadongzi nodded in agreement. Zhao Zhe approached the map of Yanshi City and continued, "Our modest objective now is to reclaim what is rightfully ours. You understand what I mean, do you not?" With that, he pressed his palm against the map. Ziyadongzi certainly understood Zhao Zhe and Apos' intentions. Although he was the lord of Yanshi City, he was practically a figurehead, lacking the strength to contend with his brothers. "My lord," Ziyadongzi ventured, "forgive me if this is unwelcome, but Li Chun commands a formidable force of 5,000 troops and possesses the strength of 6 meridians. With our current capabilities, seizing Yanshi City from him seems an insurmountable task." Ziyadongzi offered his counsel. Despite his occasional impracticality, he possessed sound reasoning and articulated his points well in formal discussions. Zhao Zhe glanced at the map before turning back to Ziyadongzi and said, "I am well aware of your concerns. However, an opportunity has arisen to eliminate Li Chun, provided we execute our plan flawlessly." Okay, here's the refined and improved version of the text you provided, rendered in more sophisticated English. Chapter 31. Stratagem and System Augmentation. Xiao Dongzi's eyes widened as he gazed at Zhao Zhe, curious as to what opportunity could possibly eliminate such a formidable general. Zhao Zhe gestured for Xiao Dongzi to sit, and proceeded to divulge the history of Little White and the affairs of the local tribes. After assimilating the information, Xiao Dongzi inquired, "Does your Highness intend to employ a strategy of indirect action?" Zhao Zhe affirmed with a nod, "Precisely. The assembled natives and sects believe Little White is in Li Chun and Apos' custody, and by extension, the artifact. They will inevitably continue to harass Li Chun without our direct intervention. The concern lies in the sects potentially seeking a clandestine transaction with Li Chun, which could expose our scheme. To ensure their complete downfall, we must intensify the situation." Zhao Zhe and Apos' tone shifted as he continued, "However, a significant issue remains. Our actions will undoubtedly impact the local populace. We must ascertain the nature of the alliance between the sects and the natives, along with the extent of their collaborative strength, which will indicate their resolve. A thorough assessment of our odds is crucial should they decide to assault Yanshi City. However, I suspect they will refrain from attacking Yanshi City, as the risk is too great and would attract imperial attention. A discreet approach would be more advantageous for them. Xiaodongzi mused, indeed. The previous jailbreak involved only a dozen experts, a deliberate choice to avoid imperial scrutiny. This time, however, the situation is different. With heightened security, native experts will find it difficult to infiltrate. They will have to rely solely on the sect members. Zhao Ze concurred, acknowledging that a significant number of sect experts would likely infiltrate Yunshi City. He wondered whether Li Chun could withstand an assassination attempt, and feared that the sects might seek negotiation instead. As a proficient instigator, Zhao Ze was determined to exploit his capabilities, ensuring that both sides perceived each other as implacable adversaries. Zhao Ze elaborated, later today, I will instruct Little White and his kin to disseminate the information that the artifact is in Li Chun and Appo's possession. You should also instruct Wu Ying to visit the city lord and Appo's residence, and provide me with a report on Li Chun and Appo's private life. Furthermore, Little White and Appo's people can serve as our eyes and ears within Yunshi City. Xiaodongzi nodded in acknowledgement, then asked, what is the subsequent course of action, Your Highness? Zhao Ze replied, I Don and Appo's have a comprehensive plan yet, but I have a general framework. This approach buys us time, as it will likely take several days for the sect members to infiltrate Yunshi City and for Little White to acquire the artifact. Coincidentally, they align. I have one more question. Are you able to replicate objects? Xiaodongzi, aware of Zhao Ze and Appo's intent, responded, I would need to examine the object to determine the feasibility of replication. Zhao Ze, acknowledging Xiaodongzi and Appo's exceptional talents in such matters, pressed on. Once Little White obtains the artifact, endeavor to create a replica, focusing on a similar appearance, with the materials being of secondary importance. After further discussion and achieving consensus, they concluded their conversation late into the night. Zhao Ze retired to bed, succumbing to a deep slumber. The following morning, Zhao Ze accessed the system, where the mission results were displayed. System, event mission completed with 100 success rate. Reward, 5 system points. System, sufficient system points and gold have been detected. The host can consider upgrading the system to unlock new features, having retained 5 points from the previous accumulation of 6, after deducting 1 for inquiry. Zhao Ze now possessed 10 points, along with 500 gold coins. Zhao Ze, upgrade the system. He then located and activated the system upgrade button within the interface. System, commencing upgrade. Please wait. 15. 40. 87. Ding. System upgrade complete. Congratulations, host. Unlocked. Identity information retrieval and city lord's edict functions. Zhao Ze inquired, what is the identity information retrieval function? System, in the overhead view. The host can now view the residents of Yunshi City and access their basic information. Any individual entering your territory can be scrutinized. This is remarkable. I can now monitor everyone within Yunshi City, preventing future assassination attempts. Zhao Ze tested the function, selecting an incoming merchant. An identity information panel appeared. Li Dali, native of the capital, 42 years old, merchant, frequently travels to border regions to collect local specialties for sale in the capital. The information is indeed detailed. Zhao Ze tested it again. Zhang Tai, Yunshi City resident, 16 years old, blacksmith, frequently assists garrison soldiers in repairing weapons and armor. After several attempts, Zhao Ze felt a pang of hunger. System, using this function consumes physical energy. Exercise caution to avoid starvation. Starvation? Zhao Ze exclaimed, incensed. Why didn't Appo's you mention this earlier? I and Appo's been using it extensively. After a minute of silence, the system remained unresponsive. 5 minutes later, it still did not reply. Zhao Ze considered berating the system, but relented, recognizing its aloof and passive-aggressive nature. Driven by hunger, Zhao Ze decided to have breakfast. Upon exiting his room, he observed Wu Ying diligently practicing swordsmanship, guided by Xiaodongzi. Wu Ying possessed a natural aptitude for swordsmanship, mastering techniques quickly. This frustrated Zhao Ze, who generally avoided watching Wu Ying train to preserve his own confidence. After instructing a maid, Zhao Ze resumed his position on the chaise lounge. Wu Ying ceased his practice and approached Zhao Ze, stating, I plan to visit the city lord and Appo's residence later today. Zhao Ze replied, be cautious, as there will be many people during the day. Wu Ying responded, the daytime offers opportunities, as he is often at the military camp. Very well, but prioritize your safety, Zhao Ze advised. Wu Ying nodded and resumed his swordsmanship practice. Wu Ying and Apos' maturity was commendable, as he understood Zhao Zhe and Apos' intentions without explicit explanation. This discretion was valued by Zhao Zhe and Xiao Dongzi. Chapter 32. The Purpose and Limitations of the Lord and Apos' secret order. Before long, the meal was served, consisting of bowls of similar lamb palma. Zhao Zhe was initially puzzled by how such a traditional dish had become so antiquated, especially since it was quite a renowned delicacy back in his homeland. However, upon reflection, it was not entirely surprising. The culinary offerings in this realm retained a certain antiquity. Although there were already dishes like soup pancakes, where the flatbread is torn by hand and immersed in meat broth, the local populace exhibited a strong preference for lamb, leading to a prevalence of lamb soup. Thus, the combination of noodles and lamb broth could very well be deemed the earliest form of lamb palma. Naturally, Zhao Zhe did not hesitate to indulge in the delightful cuisine before him, swiftly devouring a bowl, his mouth brimming with broth. He subsequently requested 3 more bowls, feeling only marginally satiated. At this rate, he feared becoming a glutton. Mealtime consumed an inordinate amount of time, and despite his search for solutions and pathways, none appeared readily available, leaving him in a state of vexation. After finishing breakfast, Zhao Zhe returned to his room to delve into the upgraded functionalities within the system. Entering the divine perspective, he inquired, "What exactly is the Lord's secret order? Please elucidate." System: The Lord's secret order enables you to issue a mandatory command to a living being. Zhao Zhe was taken aback, astonished by the power to command a being. Surely, this could allow him to directly command Li Chun, thereby circumventing any need for intrigue or schemes. This capability was remarkably formidable. However, after a moment of exhilaration, he sensed an unsettling discrepancy. Such a powerful function seemed unusually extraordinary, leading him to suspect a potential deception on the system's part. Cautiously, he probed, "What are the side effects and limitations of this function?" System: Due to the complexity and might of this ability, the host will gain a clear understanding after executing a practical operation, with the system providing explanations as needed. Zhao Zhe continued to inquire, "How might I go about utilizing this function?" System: The host must first select a target. The system will compute the cost of controlling that individual based on their circumstances. Upon hearing the mention of cost, Zhao Zhe realized the system was indeed attempting to ensnare him. Fortunately, he had refrained from experimenting on his own. "So, I can only control the citizens of Yunzhong City?" Zhao Zhe asked. System: Correct. You can only exert control over your subjects within your jurisdiction. This clarification allowed Zhao Zhe to grasp the situation. This was akin to unit control in a real-time strategy game. Regrettably, in this context, he could only forcibly command a single individual, and there would be a price to pay. With this understanding, he began to seek a target through the divine perspective, moving to the location of the military camp to examine Li Chun's information in hopes of testing the function. Indeed, upon clicking on Li Chun's profile, his identity information appeared. Li Chun, a native of the capital, scion of nobility, aged 40, a general commanding 5,000 troops, and the deputy lord of Yunzhong City, with cultivation marked by 3 question marks. Zhao Zhe was baffled by the presence of the question marks, prompting him to ask, "Why is this the case? What do these question marks signify?" System: This indicates his formidable strength. You are not yet qualified to know all his information. The reference to not qualified pertains to Zhao Zhe's insufficient martial prowess. If you wish to forcibly uncover this information, the system can assist, but there will be severe repercussions. Zhao Zhe chuckled knowingly, having anticipated such a response from the system. He pressed further, "What are the repercussions?" System: You would incur a penalty of 5 years from your lifespan and 3 system points, and there is a possibility that Li Chun would sense your malicious intent. "Very well, that is too great a cost. It is simply not worth it," Zhao Zhe replied. "What would be the cost of forcibly employing the Lord's secret order on him?" System: According to system calculations, Li Chun's individual worth compared to yours necessitates a payment of 100 years of lifespan, 50 system points, and 1 million gold coins to utilize the Lord and Apos' secret order on him. Furthermore, the basic Lord and Apos' secret order can only control an individual for 1 hour, after which it will automatically dissolve. If the host desires continued control, they must pay the corresponding cost. At this juncture, Zhao Zhe comprehended the utility and constraints of the Lord and Apos' secret order. It was evidently unfeasible to apply it directly to someone of significant stature. If it were possible, sweeping through this world would be far too simplistic. Resolute in his approach, Zhao Ze decided to seek out a lesser individual to test the function. Searching high and low, he discovered that the value of individuals within Yunshi City was rather elevated, rendering him inferior in comparison, with most requiring significant costs, often in the form of lifespan. A wave of frustration washed over him. Did he truly need to find a stray dog for his experiment? Well, he resolved to locate a dog for the time being, to familiarize himself with the operation. After all, it had been quite some time since he last engaged in such activities, of course, referring to gaming. After a while, he finally spotted a stray dog in a narrow alleyway. As he observed from the divine perspective, he initially failed to zoom in, but upon doing so, he was taken aback to find the dog engaged in an intimate act with another stray dog. Embarrassment washed over him, and he began to question whether commanding this dog was a wise choice. Although the divine perspective allowed for the observation of the citizens and Oppo's privacy, Zhao Ze would never stoop so low as to invade such realms. He was merely satisfied to be aware of their existence. At that moment, he lost interest in controlling the dog and continued to shift his perspective downward. Suddenly, he stumbled upon a significant location, a mine. He almost overlooked the fact that Yunshi City was established not only for the protection of water resources, but also due to the discovery of a silver mine. Adjacent to this silver mine was the source of Yunshi ore. The silver mine had been nearly depleted after over a decade of incessant extraction. While the Yunshi ore remained abundant, many convicted officials were dispatched here to mine, contributing to the development of the frontier. Approximately 1,000 individuals labored in the mining operations, including some indigenous people who were also coerced into work. However, one might wonder why the indigenous people did not contest the silver mine. To them, it held little value. Their civilization was still at a barter stage, and silver was an unfamiliar concept. Moreover, silver was neither consumable nor practical. They valued a single fruit far more than mere silver. As Zhao Ze observed the plight of the forced laborers, a flicker of compassion arose within him. He hailed from a more civilized era. Despite the existence of warfare in his world, most regions enjoyed peace, and such inhumane practices had become virtually obsolete. Among the laborers, one man caught Zhao Ze's eye. He trudged forward with shackles on his feet, his shoes worn to tatters, blood oozing from his feet, leaving trails of crimson on the ground. The guards, relentless in their supervision, continued to berate him from behind. Unable to lift the oars, his feet were on the verge of giving out. The guards, noticing his imminent collapse, ceased their shouts, shaking their heads instead, summoning the foreman to attend to him. The foreman instructed him to bandage his feet before returning to work. Chapter 33. The control experiment Yulu was finally lifted onto a stretcher by several of his colleagues, allowing him to take a much-needed breath. However, he felt as if his feet had lost all sensation, and a sudden wave of despair washed over him. Ultimately, he succumbed to exhaustion and drifted into a deep slumber. In his dreams, he vaguely heard voices discussing his condition. "Doctor, how are his feet?" "Alas, it is too late for me to save them. They have already necrosed. We must seek the aid of someone from the sect to grant him a miraculous elixir. For otherwise, to ensure his survival, we shall have to amputate." "Very well, preserving his life is already a blessing. Proceed with the amputation." In his dream, Yulu cried out, my feet, please do not amputate them, I beg you." Upon waking with a start, he found himself in a hospital bed, situated within the medical quarters of Yunshi City. His feet felt unbearably heavy, but he was relieved to discover they were still intact, tightly wrapped in bandages. It seemed he had merely experienced a frightful nightmare. A young boy rushed over, exclaiming, Master, he has awakened, come quickly." Moments later, an elderly man, presumably the attending physician, arrived. Yulu expressed his heartfelt gratitude for the doctor's efforts to save his feet. The doctor, with a faint smile, replied, "Young man, I understand your plight, yet I must advise you. You cannot return to the mines. If you do, your life will be at risk." Yulu understood the gravity of the doctor and Oppo's words. His health was severely compromised. He had contracted a grave illness on the journey here, and had not had the opportunity to recuperate before being thrust into arduous labor day after day, year after year. He knew he could not endure much longer. Yulu thanked the doctor once more, saying, "Doctor, I have no choice. I will be free in 6 months. Do you think my body can hold out until then?" The doctor sighed, shaking his head. "At most, 3 months." Yulu was left in stunned silence, eventually lying back on the bed without uttering another word. The doctor, upon observing this, sighed again and, accompanied by the young boy, quietly exited the room. leaving Yulu to his solitude. As Yulu lay there, his mind swirled with thoughts. Hope flickered within him, yet his body was failing. He found himself at a loss for what to do. Hope gradually morphed into despair, a state that his enemies surely wished to see him reach. But he could not resign himself to such an end. Countless days and nights, he had yearned to return. He sought vengeance, willing even to share the fate of his enemies. Just as despair enveloped him, Zhao Zhe invoked the Lord Mayor's secret decree upon him. Zhao Zhe, system. Initiate the Lord Mayor's decree on Yulu. System, please hold on, host. Initiating decree, cost, 1 gold coin. The cost was determined by the system's assessment of Yulu's value, which, given his waning vitality, lack of wealth, and high levels of enmity, amounted to a mere 1 gold coin, his hatred being the only valuable currency. Upon seeing the 1 gold coin cost, Zhao Zhe, ever the miser, decided to test this feature. Ding. System, the host can now begin to control Yulu. Duration, 1 hour. Yulu's eyes suddenly grew vacant, only to return to normal moments later. Zhao Zhe noticed a green frame appear around Yulu, indicating his control over the target. Experimenting with a few taps, Zhao Zhe found that fine motor movements were difficult to execute, and Yulu even rolled off the bed. Fortunately, the commotion did not attract the attention of those nearby. Damn it. Controlling a person is not like commanding a unit. The nuances of human movement are too intricate for simple clicks, Zhao Zhe grumbled. System, if fine movements cannot be controlled through clicking, the host may opt for voice commands. Zhao Zhe rolled his eyes. If only the system had mentioned this sooner. Raise your left hand, he commanded, and indeed, Yulu lifted his left hand. Now raise your right leg. Yulu complied, raising his right leg. Zhao Zhe watched, heart racing with excitement, before calming himself. He then commanded Yulu to climb back onto the bed, but due to his injuries and frail state, he found it impossible to do so. After several attempts, he lay back on the floor. Damn, Zhao Zhe cursed. What now? Should he let Yulu continue to lie on the cold floor, risking hypothermia? System, in such situations, the host may opt for task-based commands, thereby resolving the issue at once, as the host is controlling a sentient being. Many military enthusiasts would understand task-based commands, which require commanders to issue orders without dictating the precise methods of execution, thereby granting greater autonomy to frontline leaders. After digesting the system's explanation, Zhao Zhe understood the process and issued his first command. Within 30 minutes, return to the bed. After giving this command, Zhao Zhe watched intently, eager to see how this sentient being would respond. Yulu began to shout, "Help! Someone help me!" Remarkably, his cries drew attention, and soon the doctor and several apprentices arrived to lift him back onto the bed. They examined his foot injury and, finding no issues, assured him it was well bandaged. As they departed, the doctor advised him not to despair or overthink, but Yulu remained silent, his task complete, now in a dormant state awaiting Zhao Zhe and Appo's next command. Noticing Yulu's silence again, the doctor sighed and left the ward with his apprentices. Zhao Zhe, observing from an omniscient perspective, marveled at the efficacy of issuing such commands. As a sentient being, Yulu naturally utilized his faculties to fulfill the task. Shouting and speech were among his skills. Remarkably, the task was accomplished in just 5 minutes, greatly enhancing efficiency, as Zhao Zhe merely needed to observe from his elevated perspective without issuing a multitude of commands. Gazing at Yulu lying on the bed, Zhao Zhe considered testing other functionalities. However, with Yulu and Appo's foot injured and unable to move, he decided to postpone. It seemed prudent to allow him to recover fully before reassessing his potential usefulness. Upon terminating the Lord Mayor's decree, Yulu regained his awareness, albeit with a slight headache and discomfort in his feet and back, the result of his fall from the bed. Had he blacked out again? He felt as though he had experienced a peculiar dream, though the details remained elusive. Chapter 34. The experiment anew. He sensed that the events occurring within his dreams might hold great significance for him, yet regretfully, they eluded his memory. Despair and solitude once again enveloped his heart as he struggled to sit up, gazing at his bandaged foot and sighing, wishing that during this period of recuperation, his body might also receive some measure of restoration. He hoped that his nemesis in the capital would momentarily forget him. For if that individual were to deploy their connections once more, his very life would be at stake. Alas, such thoughts remained mere wishes. He understood that this person would not relent. Yulu emitted a pained, bitter laugh, collapsing back onto the bed, muttering to himself, feeling as if his sanity was teetering on the brink of collapse. From a divine perspective, Zhao Ze recognized that exerting control over most of his subjects in Cloudstone City would come at a significant cost. Only the truly destitute or base creatures remained relatively inexpensive. He inquired further with the system about the general requirements and limitations of the Lord's secret edict. The system's explanation was straightforward. Although he was the Lord of Cloudstone City, overseeing the residents registered on the household rolls, it also encompassed soldiers dispatched from the capital who were stationed there. In essence, Zhao Ze was the sovereign of Cloudstone City. With the system's assistance, the city was irrevocably bound to him. Anyone employed or registered within Cloudstone City could no longer escape Zhao Ze's grasp. Of course, the ability to control creatures within Cloudstone City was an ancillary feature. He could manipulate any base creature at will, yet once outside the city and Oppos, as confines, control would be relinquished. The extent of his dominion mirrored the boundaries of Cloudstone City. Upon glancing at the surrounding map, Zhao Ze noted that the areas beyond were shrouded in darkness, largely uncharted. While certain explored regions were obscured by the fog of war, only Cloudstone City itself was illuminated in its entirety. Those familiar with strategy games would easily comprehend that the primary objective was to develop Cloudstone City and subsequently expand into the surrounding territories. Ironically, Zhao Ze had yet to fully assert control over Cloudstone City, merely holding the title of Lord without any military authority. His foremost goal was to eliminate Li Chun and reclaim command of the military. Without regaining this power, he could not commence the city and Oppos' development. Nor could he find peace of mind. Zhao Ze contemplated conducting an experiment, having grasped the general framework but lacking knowledge of certain details. He was aware of the system and Oppos' nature. Some matters would only be disclosed at the appropriate moment, and premature inquiries would incur additional costs. He casually perused the map again and pinpointed an individual, a venerable elder named Li Qing, who was engrossed in a game of chess. Once a scholar, he had fallen afoul of others and was subsequently exiled to this remote locale, where he spent the latter part of his life. Fortunately, his family accompanied him, and he taught at a local school while his children established their own families. The system calculated that Li Qing's life was valued at a mere 10 gold coins. Zhao Ze surmised that such a low valuation indicated the elder's days were numbered. The system, cold and ruthless, assessed a person's worth based on their utility. The notion that one's lifespan constituted a fraction of their value stirred an uncomfortable sentiment within Zhao Ze. He began to ponder whether, in his own previous life, a frigid AI might have calculated his remaining worth and lifespan. He recalled his family from the past. In this world, they seemed like kin. Yet he recognized that these so-called family members were indistinguishable from foes. Many would question why Zhao Ze would so ruthlessly control the elder. Was he not condemning him to death? In truth, Zhao Ze was not the heartless tyrant one might envision. Upon receiving the elder's information, he intended to offer assistance. After all, he was a normal human being, capable of empathy. Some might argue that he could simply help without resorting to control, labeling his actions as elder abuse. Zhao Ze considered that the costs demanded by others were too exorbitant. He lacked the means, be it gold, lifespan, or system points, to comply. However, he vowed not to mistreat the elder. Rather, he sought to clarify details he had yet to master. Zhao Ze commanded the system, utilize the Lord's secret edict on Li Qing. The system replied, please hold, preparing now. Ding. The system continued, you may now begin to control Li Qing. Initially hunched over the chessboard, Li Qing suddenly appeared vacant, rising to his full height. Moments later, his eyes regained their usual luster, now receptive to Zhao Ze's every command. Zhao Ze issued a simple movement command, directing Li Qing to vacate the chess-playing area and proceed toward the target location. Numerous elders, engrossed in their games, failed to notice Li Qing and Oppos' abrupt departure, presuming he had grown weary and intended to return home. The movement was seamless. He transitioned effortlessly from one point to another, automatically circumventing obstacles without issue. Observing Li Qing standing at the designated center, Zhao Ze surveyed the surrounding crowd, a novel idea beginning to take shape in his mind, one he had yet to explore. However, he hesitated, concerned it might be construed as elder abuse, prompting him to consult the system. Zhao Ze inquired, System, what would happen if I commanded this individual to assault others? The system replied, if you incite your subjects to fight one another, depending on the injuries sustained and subsequent events, appropriate penalties will be imposed. Should a citizen perish, your own lifespan will be diminished as a consequence. After all, these citizens are your subjects. As their lord, you must care for them. They are not mere playthings. Zhao Ze reflected on this, understanding that if he were permitted to act with impunity, his existence in this strange world would be in vain. He casually commanded Li Cheng to partake in tea, and the elder found a nearby tea house to indulge in his beverage while seated at the roadside. It was essential to keep the controlled individual in motion. Otherwise, standing idly in the town square would arouse suspicion. Zhao Ze further questioned, "If I directed these citizens to attack an enemy, what would occur?" The system clarified, "If within reasonable bounds, there will be no punishment. However, should the host merely command them to sacrifice themselves, the system will impose penalties accordingly." Frustration welled within Zhao Ze upon hearing the system and Oppo's explanation. He realized he must inquire about the specifics. What constituted a reasonable boundary? The system elaborated, "This pertains to scenarios in which enemies invade the city. Citizens may be commanded to engage the foe. However, should these citizens perish while confronting particularly formidable adversaries, the host must bear the corresponding cost." Zhao Ze acknowledged this. He could not engage in reckless sacrifices of his subjects. The system provided a hint: control over citizens lies in management and development, while soldiers are essential for the host's offensive maneuvers against enemies. Chapter 35. The final experiment. Zhao Ze was indeed cognizant of these principles. However, he was lamentably without a single soldier at his command. What was he to do? Had he possessed military authority, the situation would have been far less complicated. At present, the situation would have been far less cumbersome. Presently, his objective was to thoroughly comprehend these functionalities, lest he find himself floundering when the need arose. Zhao Ze surmised that the acquisition of military power would invariably be accompanied by corresponding instruments. At that moment, a stray dog meandered through the bustling marketplace. Passing by the tea house where Li Cheng was seated, Zhao Ze's gaze fell upon it, and a whimsical notion struck him. He inquired, "What would transpire if I were to compel this elderly man to attack the dog?" The system responded, "According to system calculations, this canine does not harbor any viruses, nor does it pose any threat to the surrounding populace. Should you still manipulate a subject to assault it, the system will impose a penalty upon the host for animal cruelty." "What? Animal cruelty? Is it that grave?" Zhao Ze exclaimed in surprise. The system elucidated, "This control is primarily intended to facilitate the host and Oppo's orderly urban development, not for wanton mischief. Should you deviate from this purpose, you must bear the corresponding consequences." Zhao Ze inquired further, "If I were to manipulate these individuals into acts of theft or other criminal activities, would I also be subjected to penalties?" The system confirmed, "Indeed. Control must be exercised within reasonable bounds, ensuring the maintenance of civic order and precluding any arbitrary or capricious actions." Zhao Ze, now vexed by the multitude of restrictions. With such stringent limitations, the city lord and Oppo's edict seemed less formidable. What purpose did it serve if he could not even commence operations? However, he then composed himself, realizing that, given sufficient recompense, he could indeed orchestrate the chaos he desired. It was merely that he was initially unwilling to expend such a considerable price, and the timing was not yet opportune. He must identify the crucial points for its application. Furthermore, the cost of control varied depending on the subject and Oppo's life value. He meticulously weighed the gains and losses in his mind, seeking a pivotal moment when he could afford the cost of controlling a target. Having deliberated these matters, Zhao Ze relinquished control of Li Cheng. There was no need to harass the old man. In truth, Zhao Ze had done little more than manipulate him to wander about, solely to elicit a series of answers from the system. Otherwise, directly questioning it would prove futile, given the system and Oppo's recalcitrant nature. Of course, having resolved to aid both the elderly man and Yu Lu from the previous encounter, Zhao Ze would dispatch someone to deliver medicine shortly. He possessed an abundance of remedies for foot injuries, guaranteeing Yu Lu and Oppo's ability to walk within a day. As for the elderly Li Cheng, whose days were numbered, Zhao Ze initially considered sending him gold and silver, but deemed it too prosaic. Ultimately, he recalled that Xiao Dongzi possessed certain tonics intended for elderly members of the royal family. These tonics could enhance the user and Oppo's vital energy and extend their lifespan by 3 to 5 years. Zhao Ze could do no more than that. Li Cheng, freed from control, suddenly found himself alone in the tea house sipping tea. He was perplexed. Had he not been watching a chess game just moments ago? How had he arrived here? Perhaps he had simply become thirsty. Yet, he could not recall how he had come. It was entirely possible that he had simply wandered over for a drink. He decided not to dwell on it, finishing his tea before returning to the chess game. Meanwhile, Zhao Ze was gleefully controlling the stray dog that had just passed through the marketplace. Even dogs, being intelligent creatures, could execute certain commands. For instance, if given a scent to track, it could indeed follow the trail. It was remarkably entertaining, and there was no need to raise and train a dog. The city lord and Apos' edict sufficed. The cost of controlling a dog was negligible, otherwise he would not have initially sought one out. All that was required was a small amount of mutton, or the equivalent monetary value if mutton was unavailable. In the midst of his amusement, he spied the Su brothers approaching from across the marketplace. Amidst the preceding events, Zhao Ze had nearly forgotten about them. He had wondered when the brothers, having suffered such a significant loss, would seek retribution. By all accounts, they should have already made their move. It was not that the Su brothers were unwilling to retaliate. They had been eager to do so. However, Yanxing had restrained them. The previous incident had exposed them, earning them a severe reprimand. Furthermore, the contents of the storage pouch were unlikely to be recovered. Lacking evidence, they could not arbitrarily accuse Zhao Ze. Thus, Yanxing had instructed them to focus on matters pertaining to the headquarters, namely, the construction of the medical center. Unfortunately, the recent indigenous invasion had disrupted their efforts, and progress had stalled. Headquarters was displeased, sending missives to censure them. However, it was not their fault. It was the ill-timed arrival of the natives. The official documents were awaiting Li Chun's approval before construction could commence. To add insult to injury, the natives had set fire to their medical center on the night of the invasion, further delaying the project. The Su brothers had been experiencing a series of frustrating setbacks, as if fate were deliberately tormenting them. Zhao Ze was unaware of their tribulations. However, he knew that the two brothers had to be eliminated, lest they pounce on him like rabid dogs when he least expected it. With the situation being one of mutual annihilation, Zhao Ze would not hesitate to strike. However, he lacked a suitable method for doing so. Zhao Ze moved his finger over the two brothers, revealing their identity information. Su Qingyun, 19 years old, from the capital. Student at Tianwu Academy. Purpose for visiting Yunshi City unknown. Currently residing at the inn as a tourist. Su Qingyang, 17 years old, from the capital. Student at Tianwu Academy. Purpose for visiting Yunshi City unknown. Currently residing at the inn as a tourist. Zhao Ze was puzzled. Were these not the individuals who were supposed to be opening a medical center? Why had it not been established? What was their status as tourists? Zhao Ze inquired curiously. The system explained, tourist status indicates that their purpose for being here is yet to be determined. Some may genuinely be tourists visiting the area, while others may simply be passing through. Until they engage in economic or civil cooperation with Yunshi City, they are classified as tourists. Zhao Ze understood. Their medical center had not yet been established, and they were not yet under Yunshi City's jurisdiction. They were not yet considered citizens of Yunshi City. Zhao Ze probed further. Can they be considered potential enemies? The system responded, to some extent, they can be considered potential adversaries. However, they have already spent a considerable sum of money at the inn and have purchased shops. In a matter of days, they will officially become residents of Yunshi City. Does the host intend to proceed with this course of action? Zhao Ze laughed heartily. As long as they were not yet residents, they were fair game. He would deal with the two brothers. What would be the cost of having the dog bite them? The system calculated, according to system calculations, the host would only need to pay a price of 100 silver, after all. They have spent a lot of money, which is very useful for the economic development of Yunshi City. Dog bites are less harmful to warriors. Zhao Ze intended to humiliate them. Chapter 36. Xiao Huang and the investigation in the bustling marketplace. The presence of numerous individuals facilitated the escape of the cunning stray dog. Zhao Ze issued a command to the commander. Attack Su Qingyun and then retreat. The stray dog, Xiao Huang, had already identified its target amidst the throng and was weaving through the crowd, contemplating its approach. The name Xiao Huang was casually bestowed by Zhao Ze, as it was merely a small yellow dog. Passers-by would typically overlook a stray dog, and the Su brothers were no exception, despite their martial prowess. It was merely 1 meter away from him. In an instant, it opened its wide maw, and one should not underestimate this dog. Drawing nearer to the Su brothers without revealing any signs of intent, Su Qingyun's calf was precisely the target it had chosen, and at this moment, it was merely 1 meter away from him. In an instant, it opened its wide maw, and one should not underestimate this dog. It was the king among the strays in Yunshi City. Zhao Ze had observed other strays showing it utmost respect when he commanded it. Its teeth were the key instruments of victory in countless battles. At that moment, it sank its teeth into Su Qingyun, who, unlike most dogs that would latch on and thrash about, was given a command to bite and flee. Without hesitation, it turned and dashed toward the more populated areas. A cry of pain pierced the air, causing those nearby to halt and search for the source of the sound, only to discover a young man clutching his calf, blood oozing from a wound that appeared to be a bite. Another young man stood beside him, inquiring about his condition. Su Qingyun felt that he and his brother had been unusually unfortunate lately. Nothing seemed to go right. They had been tasked with numerous chores, relying solely on his flesh to withstand the assault. Instinctively, he turned to identify the assailant, but all he could discern was a fleeting yellow figure disappearing into the crowd. It was too late to pursue, and as a martial artist and a student of the Tianwu Academy, chasing after a stray dog would surely raise eyebrows among onlookers. Not only would his reputation be tarnished, but the Academy's name would also suffer. His shout caught the attention of his brother, Su Qingyong, who asked, "Brother, what happened?" It was too late to pursue, and as a martial artist and a student of the Tianwu Academy, chasing after a stray dog would surely raise eyebrows among onlookers. Not only would his reputation be tarnished, but the Academy and Oppo's name would also suffer. His shout caught the attention of his brother, Su Qingyong, who asked, "Brother, what happened?" Su Qingyun and Oppo's face turned pale. He could not admit to being bitten by a stray dog. A martial artist injured by a dog was a disgrace. Thus, he chose silence, kneeling to inspect the wound on his leg, realizing it was more than just a surface scratch. A chunk of flesh had been bitten away. Blood had saturated his calf, and his boot was slowly turning crimson. "Brother, what's wrong with your leg? Who attacked you?" Upon uttering these words, Su Qingyong sensed something amiss. The wound appeared to be inflicted by an animal, and upon closer inspection, it seemed unmistakably like a dog bite. Coupled with his brother's silence and the few sharp glances he received, it was evident that a dog was responsible. What a stroke of misfortune to be bitten by a dog while out. Though Su Qingyong was impulsive, he was not foolish. He recognized that there was no remedy for this incident and resigned himself to their ill fate. After hastily bandaging his brother's leg, they left the marketplace, wary of seeking medical attention lest rumors spread to tarnish the Tianwu Academy's reputation. Meanwhile, Zhao Zhe, observing from a divine perspective, found himself in fits of laughter, reveling in the insidious nature of the system that provided him with amusement. He had successfully set his sights on the two brothers as his future targets. After conducting a series of experiments, Zhao Zhe began to grasp the significance of the city lord's secret orders. As evening approached, hunger gnawed at him, and fatigue weighed heavily on his shoulders. He decided to take a break and nourish himself, exiting the divine perspective and stepping out of his room. Zhao Zhe stretched languidly. Zhao Zhe instructed Xiao Dongzi to prepare some meat and bones for Xiao Huang as a reward. Fortuitously, the dog had taken refuge near Zhao Zhe's residence. He resolved to persevere toward his goal. Before long, it was time for dinner. Zhao Zhe instructed Xiao Dongzi to prepare some meat and bones for Xiao Huang as a reward. Fortuitously, the dog had taken refuge near Zhao Zhe's residence. Not long after, Wu Ying returned. Initially, he intended to report his findings to Zhao Zhe, but was halted by his master, for the dining table was crowded and noisy. With a spy, Yuan Yu, present, should she overhear, it would spell disaster for Zhao Zhe. Wu Ying, thwarted, glanced at Zhao Zhe and Oppo's servants, his mind calculating. Though he was young, he could discern a measure of the situation. After dinner, Zhao Zhe summoned Xiao Dongzi and Wu Ying to his room to inquire about the latter and Oppo's discoveries. It turned out that Wu Ying had exhibited remarkable audacity by scaling the walls of the city lord's residence to explore, no, to investigate, as he put it. Despite being guarded, the soldiers present were only of the third pulse, making it nearly impossible for them to detect him unless he drew near. Initially, Wu Ying found nothing of significant value, which was quite typical. He even ventured into the kitchen of Li Chun's household, indulging in the culinary delights made from fierce beast meat. It appeared to be a wild boar, its skin glimmering like gold, dubbed the golden wild boar by the chefs. Having witnessed the cooking process firsthand, Wu Ying took the liberty to sample a considerable amount when no one was watching, relishing the roasted pigskin, crispy pig feet, and stewed pork soup, among other delicacies. Zhao Zhe and Xiao Dongzi listened, utterly bewildered. "What? Fierce beast meat? You actually stole some? Were we not clear that we sent you to handle important matters?" Together, they chastised the reckless youth for his lack of decorum in pilfering food. As a well-mannered young man, how could he engage in such behavior? This was simply unacceptable. In truth, Wu Ying understood the rarity of fierce beast meat and wished to bring some back for everyone to taste. However, had Wu Ying managed to sneak out a piece of pork at that moment, the two would have remained silent. Wu Ying understood the rarity of fierce beast meat and wished to bring some back for everyone to taste, however. Chapter 37. The breakthrough. Wu Ying was acutely aware of the hypocrisy exhibited by the two adults before him. The saying that every part of the pig is a treasure held true. Chapter 37. The breakthrough. Wu Ying was acutely aware of the hypocrisy exhibited by the two adults before him. Should Zhao Ze learn of this, he would undoubtedly question whether he was the protagonist or merely a supporting character, jesting about whether he had consumed too much pork. It is often said that men delight in playing the role of the great boar, for they aspire to become the protagonists of their own lives. After all, should Zhao Ze learn of this, he would undoubtedly question whether he was the protagonist or merely a supporting character, jesting about whether he had consumed too much pork. It is often said that men delight in playing the role of the great boar, for they aspire to become the protagonists of their own lives. After all, he proceeded to share his significant discovery of the day, hoping it might assist Zhao Ze. This tale began after he exited the kitchen of Li Chun and Apos' residence. Initially, he wandered around the Lord and Apos' estate, having even stealthily entered Li Chun and Apos' bedroom, yet found nothing of value. He then proceeded to the lower storerooms, only to discover they were inaccessible, guarded by a formidable elder who possessed at least 4 meridians of strength, requiring a key to gain entry. It was likely that this was where Li Chun kept his treasures. The elder was indeed a formidable figure, and Wu Ying surmised that the key must be in Li Chun's possession, prompting him to abandon any thoughts of thievery. Even Zhao Ze expressed regret upon hearing this. Had they managed to pilfer Li Chun and Apos' possessions, it would have significantly diminished his power. After all, and Wu Ying surmised that the key must be in Li Chun and Apos' possession, prompting him to abandon any thoughts of thievery. Even Zhao Ze expressed regret upon hearing this. The residents of Li Chun and Apos' womenfolk. Initially, these women were not his primary target, but upon arrival, he realized his grave miscalculation. His youth had rendered him unaware of the treachery of human nature. The backyard could be said to house the most beautiful women in Yunshi City. This assertion stemmed from his efforts to gather a multitude of beauties upon his arrival, ensuring that those deemed worthy were brought into the backyard. Those who were not suitable were another matter entirely. Nonetheless, he had amassed no fewer than 13 women, including several indigenous ladies, all under Li Chun's indulgent gaze. In this remote location, far from the emperor's scrutiny, he was the local tyrant, free to act as he pleased. Zhao Ze wholeheartedly agreed with Li Chun's approach. Every man harbored similar desires, despite any pretense of virtue. Yet, he feigned a noble demeanor, lamenting the plight of these innocent women, vowing to devise a means to rescue them. Unfortunately for him, Xiao Dongzi was all too aware of his true thoughts. Every time Zhao Ze contemplated women, subtle signs of his intentions betrayed him, nuances that only Xiao Dongzi could perceive. In his heart, Xiao Dongzi mused that the prince remained unchanged, his virility undiminished. Among the multitude of women in the backyard, one stood out as particularly significant. Essentially, the affairs of the backyard and the lord's estate required her involvement. Subtle signs of his intentions betrayed him, nuances that only Xiao Dongzi could perceive. In his heart, Xiao Dongzi mused that the prince remained unchanged, his virility undiminished. Among the multitude of women in the backyard, one stood out as particularly significant. Essentially, the affairs of the backyard and the lord and Apos' estate required her involvement. This woman was a concubine brought from the capital by Li Chun, renowned not only for her exquisite beauty but also for her talents in song and dance, which earned her Li Chun and Apos' favor. It is worth noting Li Chun and Apos' background, of which Wu Ying gleaned some insight from letters found within Li Chun and Apos' residence. Li Chun hailed from an aristocratic family in the capital, receiving a quality education from birth. Thus, he became a military general at a young age, serving the nation in numerous campaigns, enduring both hardship and glory. His current assignment to the border was a reluctant choice, necessitated by his family and Apos' entanglement in the royal succession struggle. After all, a nobleman and a military commander were coveted prizes in the power struggle. The longevity of his family could be attributed to their secretive nature. They refrained from openly aligning with either faction until the situation became clear, a strategy that appeared simple yet was challenging to execute. Many might wonder if the family lacked matrimonial alliances. Given the complexities of such ties, how could one extricate themselves? Ironically, Li Chun's generation had no marital ties to the Wang family. Their clan, while neither vast nor minuscule, was adept at maintaining their position, resulting in numerous suitors seeking alliances with them. Moreover, the family was predominantly composed of scholars, and the emergence of a military figure like Li Chun elevated their status significantly. Aware of his importance, Li Chun sought refuge from the political storm brewing in the capital. Hence, he approached the king, requesting to guard the borders. The king, well aware of Li Chun's ulterior motives, acquiesced, although he insisted that Li Chun's family and children remain in the capital, permitting only his favored concubine to accompany him to Yunshi City. The overarching narrative was further clarified through correspondence with his family, and Wu Ying deduced most of the remaining details from the letters. Zhao Zhe lamented the absence of a system capable of probing into personal histories, wishing it were feasible. Li Chun's concubine, Su Li, was a dancer by birth, and curiously, she was deeply cherished by him, yet had never borne him a child. Such scenarios often arose amidst familial and romantic rivalries. Moreover, upon his arrival, Li Chun had taken numerous women, leaving Su Li feeling neglected and likely harboring unexpressed anguish. Indeed, Li Chun had fathered 3 children, 2 with his legitimate wife and 1 with another concubine. Thus, by conventional logic, it seemed someone was obstructing her from motherhood. While she could not lash out at the other women, she directed her wrath towards her servants, employing familiar torturous methods such as pricking with needles or scalding with boiling water. Wu Ying even ventured into her chamber, uncovering several voodoo dolls adorned with names. It appeared that in this world, such sorcery held some efficacy. Zhao Zhe, upon learning of such sinister practices, was gripped with cold sweat, nearly prompting him to dispose of every needle and thread in his household. Xiao Dongzi, standing nearby, explained that this was a form of witchcraft, often associated with certain cults and indigenous practices. Zhao Zhe harbored a deep-seated disdain for such matters, vowing to exterminate anyone he encountered who engaged in such practices. With the tale of Su Li concluded, Wu Ying and Apos' narration also reached its end. In his estimation, this woman represented a potential breakthrough, while for Zhao Zhe, she was an excellent asset to be utilized. Chapter 38. Another search. Zhao Zhe planned to observe Su Li once more the following day, seeking to uncover any remaining vulnerabilities before taking action against her. After the trio concluded their secretive discussion, Zhao Zhe instructed Wu Ying to attend to 2 matters that he owed, particularly concerning the elderly Qing and the individual Yu Lu, who might prove useful in the future. Both required certain medications, which Zhao Zhe had in modest supply. Thus, sending some would not incur significant loss. He intended for Wu Ying to discreetly administer the medication to the elder, confident in Wu Ying and Apos' ability to handle the task, as they were merely ordinary individuals. As for Yu Lu, it was imperative to instill some confidence in him, ensuring he understood that support was available, a crucial factor in preventing his descent into despair. Once the orders were given, Wu Ying departed. At this juncture, he had become a formidable tool in Zhao Zhe's hands, a sharp sword that, if wielded skillfully. As for Yu Lu, it was imperative to instill some confidence in him, ensuring he understood that support was available, a crucial factor in preventing his descent into despair. Once the orders were given, Wu Ying departed. At this juncture, he had become a formidable tool in Zhao Zhe and Apos' hands, a sharp sword that, if wielded skillfully, allowing the 3 elders to gradually relax and embrace a peaceful retirement, filled with joy and contentment, something unattainable in their previous circumstances. Had they joined a sect, such favorable outcomes would likely have been impossible, particularly in providing for Wu Ying's 3 foster fathers. Moreover, the elders were not oblivious. Having consumed their fair share of salt, they understood a variety of matters. They recognized Zhao Zhe's ambitions, understanding that he was far from the inept individual rumors suggested. After spending considerable time together, they had discerned Zhao Zhe's character and ambitions, realizing he was not merely a trivial figure. As the struggle for the throne commenced, the likelihood of this prince seizing the crown was slim. Nevertheless, establishing himself as a local tyrant was a feasible alternative. This assessment had recently been conveyed by the 3 elders, who consistently advised Wu Ying to heed Zhao Zhe and Apos' words and commands, as they were ultimately beneficial for him. Zhao Zhe initially intended to visit Xiao Bai to inquire about current developments that evening, but regrettably, he suspected that Li Chun had placed him under constant surveillance. Beyond his household, the vicinity was likely patrolled. This was a consequence of revealing his strength a few days prior, prompting Li Chun to adopt a more cautious stance. Although he had not yet resorted to overt hostility, it was prudent not to provoke him too severely. Wu Ying's martial prowess, however, allowed him to traverse areas with ease, as if they were devoid of any obstacles. At this moment, Zhao Ze realized that today and Appo's search had yielded no fruitful results. Although he had not yet resorted to overt hostility, it was prudent not to provoke him too severely. Wu Ying and Appo's martial prowess, however, allowed him to traverse areas with ease, as if they were devoid of any obstacles. At this moment, Zhao Ze realized that today and Appo's search had yielded no fruitful results, leaving him uncertain about what the night might unveil. Previously, he had squandered an opportunity during a day of unconsciousness, and he was determined not to waste this one. For the individuals or events identified by the system were invariably significant. To forfeit such an opportunity would be tantamount to relinquishing one and Appo's life. Upon returning to his room, Zhao Ze entered a godlike perspective as the system initiated today and Appo's search. System, please hold on. Searching. Ding. System, search complete. Please review the findings. Zhao Ze examined the results and discovered that the target was located within his own home. This revelation was exceedingly peculiar. How could it be within his residence? Stepping out of his room, he decided to investigate further. Zhao Ze made his way to the back garden, an area that had originally been a vacant lot, but had since been transformed into a garden where he had previously dueled with the Su brothers. He strolled around the garden several times, akin to a leisurely post-meal walk, but found nothing unusual. At that moment, Xiao Dongzi approached Zhao Ze. Being the individual most familiar with him, he could discern Zhao Ze and Appo's intentions with mere gestures. Having never witnessed Zhao Ze taking a leisurely stroll post-meal, he felt compelled to inquire about the matter. Upon questioning, he learned that the prince sensed something amiss in the vicinity and requested a thorough search. Thus, the two commenced their leisurely exploration of the back garden. The household servants, upon noticing their activity, refrained from questioning them further. Yuan Yu, in her relentless efforts to monitor Zhao Ze, often appeared unexpectedly. She too made an appearance in the back garden, though she merely glanced at Zhao Ze before retreating to her quarters, having detected nothing unusual. As long as Zhao Ze remained indoors, she felt no obligation to report back. Zhao Ze, intrigued, approached to discern what his companion had unearthed. Upon reaching Xiao Dongzi, he found him standing beside a large stone. They could now use their hands and feet. With this newfound freedom, they scoured every nook and cranny, and Xiao Dongzi seemed to have discovered something, softly calling out, "Your Highness, place your ear against the ground near this stone and listen." Zhao Ze complied, and as his ear neared the earth, he detected a faint rushing sound, confirming that a secret lay hidden beneath the stone. Together, Zhao Ze and Xiao Dongzi exerted their strength to move the stone, revealing a pit where the sound originated. They exchanged glances, sensing that there might be undisclosed secrets below, and resolved to explore further. Xiao Dongzi took the lead, descending first, confirming that a secret lay hidden beneath the stone. Together, Zhao Ze and Xiao Dongzi exerted their strength to move the stone, revealing a pit where the sound originated. He signaled that the area below posed no danger and that the prince could follow. Only then did Zhao Ze leap down, discovering a narrow tunnel that required one to stoop to navigate. Xiao Dongzi held a torch, leading the way while Zhao Ze followed closely behind. The tunnel wound forward, offering only one path, compelling them to proceed until they reached the end. There was no other choice. After walking for 5 minutes without sight of an exit, they remained oblivious to their destination and the identity of the tunnel's creator or its intended purpose. It seemed that even the city lord was unaware of this passage's existence. Had it been known, Li Chun would have surely dispatched someone to investigate, rather than allowing Zhao Ze to inhabit such a residence. This tunnel was likely the handiwork of the city's original builders, yet the whereabouts of those architects and their laborers remained a mystery, lost to the passage of time. Had it been known, Li Chun would have surely dispatched someone to investigate, rather than allowing Zhao Ze to inhabit such a residence. This tunnel was likely the handiwork of the city and Appo's original builders, yet the whereabouts of those architects and their laborers remained a mystery, lost to the passage of time. Most records had long since perished, consumed by flames, leaving no trace of the original secrets. As they continued, the sound of flowing water echoed from ahead. They pressed on, discovering a lengthy underground river. It was highly probable that Yunshi City's freshwater resources were sourced from this subterranean river, as each household had dug wells, presumably drawing their drinking water from this very stream. Chapter 39. The underground river. The passage began to widen, revealing small paths on either side of the subterranean river. meticulously crafted by human hands, exhibiting a remarkable degree of order and cleanliness. The route, however, remained natural, adhering to the river's course without disrupting its flow, suggesting that the architect was indeed a formidable individual. As they proceeded, a fork in the path emerged, causing Zhao Zhe and Xiao Dongzi to contemplate their next move, wary of potential dangers should they choose to separate. Ultimately, they resolved to follow the river downstream, intending to explore further upon their return. After walking for 30 minutes without encountering anything particularly strange or sinister, their journey remained remarkably safe. Suddenly, a glimmer of light appeared ahead, prompting the two to extinguish their torches and quicken their pace. Within a minute, they emerged from the tunnel, only to discover they had reached Yunjiang. Zhao Zhe pondered why such a route was constructed within a commoner's residence rather than beneath the Lord's manor, a question that perplexed him, revealing that the builder had indeed crafted a secret escape route. Here, one could take a boat and navigate upstream, a splendid avenue for escape. Zhao Zhe pondered why such a route was constructed within a commoner's residence rather than beneath the Lord's manor, a question that perplexed him. To address a common inquiry, despite Zhao Zhe possessing a system with a divine perspective, he was unable to discern the happenings beneath Yunshi City, where the evening sky still sparkled brightly, and the crescent moon cast its reflection upon the water and Appo's surface. Zhao Zhe and Xiao Dongzi found a spot to rest momentarily, planning to return to their explorations after a brief respite. The leisurely demeanor of the prince might irk some readers. However, after such an extensive journey, he desired to pause and appreciate the scenery. After a sufficient rest, the two resumed their journey, reconfiguring the entrance to ensure that, without close inspection, nothing seemed amiss. Yet Xiao Dongzi remained uneasy. If the secret passage were to be discovered, their lives would be in jeopardy. Consequently, he set traps at the exit, and as they traversed a short distance, he continued to lay more traps, culminating in over 10 devices along their path. Thus, another 40 minutes elapsed before they returned to the previously encountered fork. Having uncovered the secret passage within the house, they resolved to investigate it thoroughly before retiring for the night. Upon entering this tunnel, they felt reminiscent of their own hidden passage, low and devoid of proximity to the river. Another 40 minutes elapsed before they returned to the previously encountered fork. Having uncovered the secret passage within the house, Zhao Zhe's mind began to conjure speculations. Could this lead to the Lord's manor? Upon reaching the end of the passage, they found no further routes. As they walked, they noticed a series of steps ascending, suggesting an alternate route leading to a residence. Ultimately identifying a suspicious brick. Upon removing it, he discovered a switch, which, when turned, emitted a creaking sound, revealing a concealed door in the wall. As they stepped inside, they were astounded to find the chamber filled with gold and jewels, alongside an array of specially crafted weapons. This appeared to be a secret vault belonging to Li Chun. Indeed, it was likely, for apart from Prince Zhao Zhe, Li Chun was arguably the wealthiest individual in Yunshi City. They were astounded to find the chamber filled with gold and jewels, alongside an array of specially crafted weapons. This appeared to be a secret vault belonging to Li Chun. Indeed, they can accommodate only the belongings of one individual, rendering them inadequate for the vast wealth of 5,000. Moreover, not everyone possesses a storage pouch, and each person may bind only one, rendering additional pouches redundant unless the original is lost or damaged. For Zhao Zhe, possessing a storage ring signified his noble status, being a prince and a member of the royal lineage. At this juncture, Zhao Zhe should have realized that this passage was intended for escape, and each person may bind only one, rendering additional pouches redundant unless the original is lost or damaged. For Zhao Zhe, possessing a storage ring signified his noble status. Fortunate to stumble upon this treasure, benefited indirectly from the system's assistance. Xiao Dongzi, after surveying the vault, calculated that the amassed wealth far exceeded the allocations provided by the court, indicating that Li Chun was not as virtuous as he seemed. Zhao Zhe surmised that, being a formidable military general embroiled in the struggle for the throne, it was not unusual for him to accept bribes. To Xiao Dongzi's astonishment, he even uncovered the renowned 7th-ranked sword, Yinxin, among the treasures. Gazing at the blade, he could barely contain his excitement. It was forged by a master craftsman of the Song dynasty and was imbued with fire attributes, ideal for Li Chun. Surprisingly, Li Chun had left this invaluable sword in the underground vault, rather than carrying it with him, likely to keep it hidden from prying eyes until the opportune moment arose. Initially, Xiao Dongzi had begun to place items into his storage pouch, and Zhao Zhe did not intervene. After all, They had ventured here and might as well take a few treasures. However, they needed to remain discreet, for Li Chun was no fool. Should he investigate, the existence of the passage would be revealed, leading back to them. Thus, Zhao Zhe and Xiao Dongzi only appropriated a few small gold and silver trinkets, which would not arouse Li Chun and Apos' suspicion, as he was unlikely to inventory his treasures upon each visit to the vault. The existence of the passage would be revealed, leading back to them. Thus, Zhao Zhe and Xiao Dongzi only appropriated a few small gold and silver trinkets, which would not arouse Li Chun and Apos' suspicion, as he was unlikely to inventory his treasures upon each visit to the vault. Many of the gold and silver ornaments were likely gifts from those who bribed him, carelessly strewn about the vault, indicating that Li Chun had accumulated wealth to the point of indifference. At that moment, Xiao Dongzi discovered several chests hidden within a nook, filled with cultivation medicines. Regrettably, they could not take these, as one chest bore a ledger documenting the distribution of these medicines to every soldier, including the quantities and future recipients. It appeared that, in this world, cultivation medicines were far more valuable than gold and silver, which those in power generally disregarded. Chapter 40. Completion of exploration and new search tasks. Regrettably, the numerous training elixirs could only be gazed upon but not acquired, leaving Zhao Zhe feeling quite discontented, as he was in dire need of these potions. Little Dongzi displayed a similar reluctance, his mouth watering at the sight of the several boxes filled with training elixirs. Zhao Zhe, after consulting his notebook, calculated that these elixirs would suffice for approximately 5,000 troops over 3 months, with meticulous records detailing who should receive what quantity and variety of potions, which was why he had caused Zhao Zhe so much trouble. Suddenly, little Dongzi's eyes gleamed with a mischievous glint, making for a comprehensive assortment. It appeared that nothing was straightforward. Even the role of a general was fraught with complexity. Li Chun, after all, was a formidable figure, which was why he had caused Zhao Zhe so much trouble. Suddenly, little Dongzi's eyes gleamed with a mischievous glint. And possessing this 5,000 man force provided significant leverage, especially since the natives had united, with the inland sects involved as well. Thus, to be frank, Zhao Zhe had considered this scheme long ago, but after careful contemplation, he decided against it for the time being. The current situation remained intricate, and possessing this 5,000 man force provided significant leverage, especially since the natives had united, with the inland sects involved as well. Thus, the plan to poison was best postponed until a more opportune moment. After all, they could return to this place whenever they wished. Upon hearing Zhao Zhe's reasoning, little Dongzi realized his oversight. This city could survive without Li Chun or Zhao Zhe, yet it could not afford to lose these 5,000 troops. Was the author experiencing a lapse in sanity? In truth, Zhao Zhe did not wish to eliminate these troops, but rather understood that the timing was not yet right. It had been stated that Zhao Zhe could not control these 5,000 men and must eliminate them. Yet now, when the opportunity arose, he refrained. Was the author experiencing a lapse in sanity? In truth, Zhao Zhe did not wish to eliminate these troops, but rather understood that the timing was not yet right. They must allow the preceding 2 factions to clash first. The principle of the clam and the snipe contend, and the fisherman prophets was quite straightforward. If he were to poison them now, the outcome would only lead to Li Chun's side suffering catastrophic losses, if not total annihilation, resulting in the fall of Yanshi City, a most dismal prospect. Many would suggest employing precise toxins that would take effect at specific times. They cast lingering glances at the treasures within the underground warehouse, lamenting their inability to take any of it with them. Little Dongzi, however, but to achieve mastery in any single discipline required dedicated effort and focus, which he had not undertaken. As the two departed, they made their way back to the rear garden of their residence, where all had already retired for the night, as this otherworldly realm lacked evening entertainment, leading to an early bedtime. Having returned the stone to its rightful place, both retreated to their respective rooms. Zhao Zhe deemed the search mission complete and entered the system to claim his reward. System: event task completed, completion rate 80, reward 3 system points. What? Only 80? What have I left undone? Zhao Zhe wondered aloud. It seems I did not collect all the treasures, hence the incomplete rating. After a moment of reflection, Zhao Zhe deemed the search mission complete and entered the system to claim his reward. System: event task completed, completion rate 80, reward 3 system points. What? Only 80? Zhao Zhe intended to enjoy a restful sleep. As he lay in bed, Just as he prepared to rise and freshen up, he succumbed to slumber. He slept soundly until nearly noon the following day, when little Dongzi roused him from his dreams. The rest had been quite rejuvenating, and he felt invigorated. Zhao Zhe intended to enjoy a restful sleep. As he lay in bed, just as he prepared to rise and freshen up, he succumbed to slumber. He slept soundly until nearly noon the following day, when little Dongzi roused him from his dreams. The rest had been quite rejuvenating, and he felt invigorated. Following little Dongzi's suggestion, he discovered that the discomfort in his back had dissipated. He had been sleeping on his stomach and rolled over without any sensation of pain. After all, it was royal medicine, and its effects were remarkable. Zhao Zhe resolved to request a few more potions from little Dongzi for future use. During lunch, and he observed him consume it. The potion for Yu Lu had also been delivered, and Zhao Zhe had left a token for Wu Ying in return. Wu Ying grinned. Wu Ying shared that he had successfully delivered the potions to the two individuals. Li Cheng's potion was discreetly dissolved into his cup while he was not paying attention, and he observed him consume it. The potion for Yu Lu had also been delivered, and Zhao Zhe had left a token for Wu Ying in return. Wu Ying grinned, saying, "Sister Bai mentioned that tomorrow is likely the day the insects will appear, though the exact location remains uncertain. We should learn more about the target site tonight." Zhao Zhe nodded, believing there would be sufficient time, as it would take a few days for the sects to send people down the mountain after receiving the news. "Can she manage alone, or does she require our assistance?" Zhao Zhe inquired. Wu Ying replied, "Sister Bai stated she still needs your help, as there is a possibility of the insects appearing during the day, making it rather perilous for her to go alone. We must provide cover for her." "Very well. I shall await her message first thing tomorrow morning. Once we acquire that item, we will commence preparations for the next phase." Both companions nodded in agreement, understanding the significance of the matter and vowing not to be negligent. After concluding their discussion, Wu Ying hurried off to visit Li Chun. Much to Zhao Zhe and little Dongzi's annoyance, as they were irritated that the little rascal could indulge in beast meat for free. Nonetheless, they refrained from reprimanding him. This matter was only shared with little Dongzi, as Zhao Zhe wished to maintain some dignity for his superior. Returning to his own room, the consumption of beast meat would greatly aid him in this endeavor, prompting him to plan frequent visits to Li Chun's residence in the coming days. Completing daily search tasks remained imperative, thus Zhao Zhe was here for that purpose. "System, let us commence today's search," he stated. "System, please hold, initiating search." Ding. "System, target location confirmed. Please consult the information provided." Zhao Zhe examined the details of today's search mission and found that the target was located within a medical facility. It seemed necessary to pay a visit, so he summoned little Dongzi, and together they set off towards the clinic. Chapter 41. Selling oneself to bury one and Apos. Father. Upon arriving at the medical hall, I immediately sensed an unsettling atmosphere. A considerable crowd had gathered outside, their attention fixated on an unknown spectacle. Pushing my way through, I soon realized the cause of the commotion. A deceased individual lay before them. Could it be that this world, too, had its share of medical disputes? A plump figure. I immediately sensed an unsettling atmosphere. A considerable crowd had gathered outside, their attention fixated on an unknown spectacle. Pushing my way through, emblazoned with large characters soliciting mourners. A sense of familiarity washed over me. Was this chubby fellow perhaps a target set by the system? I needed to observe further. Donning a white cloth upon his head, wept profusely in front of a body shrouded in white. It was as if a banner were missing. I noticed a bold inscription on the ground, "Selling oneself to bury one and Apos, as father." This narrative felt oddly reminiscent. I mused silently. Yet, death in a medical hall was hardly extraordinary, so what sorrow compelled his tears? Was there some unresolved grievance? I resolved to inquire. As I approached, and there were no rivals in sight. Naturally, I intended to ask him how one sells oneself. Just as I was about to step forward, the onlookers began to voice their opinions. An elder spoke first, exclaiming, "You, young man, are truly unaware of your good fortune. We have all agreed to contribute some money to ensure your father receives a proper burial. Yet, you refuse our kindness and dare to demand 100 gold coins? Have you lost your senses?" Another man chimed in, "Indeed. This chubby fellow appears to be courting trouble. One wonders if his mind is addled." The crowd murmured in agreement. "We have all agreed to contribute some money to ensure your father receives a proper burial. Yet, you refuse our kindness and dare to demand 100 gold coins? Have you lost your senses?" Another man chimed in, "Indeed. This chubby fellow appears to be courting trouble. One wonders if his mind is addled." The crowd murmured in agreement. Raised by his father in a single-parent household, no one had ever laid eyes on his mother. Since he could remember, she had been a mere shadow in his past. It turned out that this plump lad was a butcher. His trade, rather unflattering, involved slaughtering pigs, although in this world, sheep were the more common livestock. What baffled them was that instead of selling off his father's remains, he boasted audaciously of selling himself to fund the burial. Strangely, the family was not impoverished. A decent plot of land for a grave and associated expenses would hardly leave him destitute, even if he had squandered his inheritance. The price he demanded for his own life, 100 gold coins, seemed utterly ludicrous. This was not merely a plea for help, it was an invitation for ridicule. The community, generally kind-hearted, was willing to assist in his time of need, yet he obstinately insisted on his outrageous demand. Thus, the events unfolded. I could not help but chuckle. The price he demanded for his own life, 100 gold coins, seemed utterly ludicrous. This was not merely a plea for help, it was an invitation for ridicule. The community. I relished the opportunity to choose, for my options were limited, and he seemed eager to comply. Most importantly, the system rarely erred. The introduction of Xiao Wuing had left me thoroughly impressed. I approached the lad and asked, "What is your name?" He replied, Fan Dao. I pressed further. I relished the opportunity to choose, for my options were limited, and he seemed eager to comply. Most importantly, the system rarely erred. The introduction of Xiao Wuing had left me thoroughly impressed. I approached the lad and asked, "What is your name?" He replied, Fan Dao. I pressed further. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. "What? That cannot be true," exclaimed an elder. "Fan Haizi, how could your father wish such a thing upon you?" His already plump face flushed with embarrassment as he confessed, "This is what my father instructed me to do. It is his final wish for me." The onlookers gasped in astonishment. "What? That cannot be true," exclaimed an elder. "Fan Haizi, how could your father wish such a thing upon you?" Yet he repeated it numerous times in the days leading up to his passing. The elder fell silent, retreating with a murmur of lamentation. What a calamity this is. I have no reason to lie. He did indeed say so. Initially, I thought he was speaking in jest. Yet he repeated it numerous times in the days leading up to his passing. The elder fell silent, retreating with a murmur of lamentation. What a calamity this is. The crowd, too, grew quiet, as they recognized the sincerity in Fan Dao and Appo's words. This was a child they had watched grow up. He was not one to fabricate such tales. Would matters conclude here? Surely, any rational individual would ponder this. After all, no one would part with such a sum for a mere sheep butcher. The neighbors shared similar thoughts, speculating whether Fan Haizi's father had lost his mind before his passing. "You shall be in my service. After you have buried your father, seek me out." The crowd gasped, their eyes wide with disbelief at the sight of the gold coins. As the crowd prepared to disperse, I intervened. I produced a bulging pouch of coins and declared, "Here are 100 gold coins. Count them carefully. From this moment forth, you shall be in my service. After you have buried your father, seek me out." The crowd gasped, their eyes wide with disbelief at the sight of the gold coins. Was this young man truly insane to purchase a butcher? Fan Dao, too, was taken aback by my gesture. Trembling, he accepted the pouch. With a dazed expression, Fan Dao murmured, "Understood, I shall go." He felt as though he were in a dream. Incredulous that his father and Appo's playful remark had transformed into reality, at least, that was how he perceived it. After providing my instructions, I departed the medical hall with Xiao Dongzi. With a dazed expression, Fan Dao murmured, "Understood, I shall go." He felt as though he were in a dream. Incredulous that his father's playful remark had transformed into reality, at least, that was how he perceived it. After providing my instructions, I departed the medical hall with Xiao Dongzi. The Prince Zhao Zhe. Consequently, rumors of this incident spread throughout the marketplace, becoming the most significant news in Yunshi City. Even Li Chun had caught wind of it. Though he only chuckled, for it was common for the prince to engage in such unpredictable actions. Chapter 42. Yet another reinforcement after Zhao Zhe revealed his strength in the confrontation with the Su brothers. Li Chun promptly dispatched individuals to investigate Zhao Ze's past, seeking to uncover the secrets of this seemingly unassuming prince and to ascertain his potential involvement in the struggle for the throne. Chapter 42. Yet another reinforcement after Zhao Ze revealed his strength in the confrontation with the Su brothers. Li Chun promptly dispatched individuals to investigate Zhao Ze's past, amassing strength to seize an opportune moment, and the second that he was merely seeking to preserve his life while indulging in a life of luxury. Li Chun dismissed the first possibility. Zhao Ze was, after all, a solitary figure. A prince without allies could never hope to ascend to the throne. Consequently, the outcome of his conflict with his brothers was glaringly evident, a definitive defeat, with no chance of victory. Thus, the second scenario appeared to align more closely with his current situation, preserving his life while living a life of comfort. Li Chun had also perused Yuan Yu and Appo's letter, which elicited a chuckle from him. The individuals under Zhao Zai's command were hardly formidable, comprised of a mere young eunuch, a child, and a blind man. It seemed that Zhao Zai had even expended 100 gold coins to procure a sheep for slaughter. Li Chun could hardly believe that such a person could contend for the throne. To him, Zhao Zai remained the same as ever, merely possessing a few more self-preservation tactics. If Zhao Zai were aware of Li Chun and Appo's thoughts, he would undoubtedly be overjoyed, for this was precisely the effect he sought, allowing him to operate more discreetly. Li Chun could hardly believe that such a person could contend for the throne. To him, Zhao Zai remained the same as ever, merely possessing a few more self-preservation tactics. If Zhao Zai were aware of Li Chun and Appo's thoughts, he would undoubtedly be overjoyed, for this was precisely the effect he sought, allowing him to operate more discreetly. It could be said that these two individuals were hidden gems, perfectly suited for Zhao Zai's current predicament. If he were to be presented with renowned talents from the outset, he would likely hesitate to employ them. Should his brothers discover his intentions, they would undoubtedly suspect ulterior motives, paving the way for potential assassination attempts. In the eyes of a ruthless monarch, any talent that could not serve him was deemed expendable. Although the system sometimes proved to be a hindrance, it ultimately aligned well with Zhao Zai's fundamental circumstances. He understood that without the system and Appo's support, he would have already met his demise. Upon returning home, Zhao Zai retreated to his chamber to claim his task rewards. While these were merely system points, he recognized their immense value, as they could be utilized for system upgrades or city lord orders. Upon entering the divine perspective, Zhao Zai instructed, "System, please calculate the task completion rate." The system responded, "Please hold on, hosting." The system continued, "Calculation complete. Task completion rate, 100. Reward, 5 system points." It appeared that everything had gone smoothly, and Zhao Zai was elated with the outcome. Exiting the system, he summoned Little Dongzi, requesting various medicinal herbs and some manuals, intending to experiment with enhancements and enchantments to see if any extraordinary results would emerge. In recent days, Zhao Zai had focused his enhancements on the Thunderfire Bomb, employing the process only once daily. Thus he was discerning about what to strengthen first. Upon entering his room and surveying the array of items before him, Zhao Zai found himself in a quandary. Should he enhance some healing potions first, or perhaps a manual? The healing effects of these potions were notably effective, employing the process only once daily. Thus he was discerning about what to strengthen first. Upon entering his room and surveying the array of items before him, Zhao Zai found himself in a quandary. Should he enhance some healing potions first, or perhaps a manual? The healing effects of these potions were notably effective. They were only accessible to members of the royal family, and Zhao Zai would have had no chance to borrow them for study. Thus, he was left to learn from medium or inferior manuals to bolster his strength. The previous experience with the Blood Serpent Tortoise armor technique had proven beneficial. They were only accessible to members of the royal family, and Zhao Zai would have had no chance to borrow them for study. Thus, Zhao Zai decided against pursuing the Serpent Tortoise armor technique. He needed a combat technique, having learned the Gale Kick, but its effectiveness was limited to subterfuge rather than direct confrontation, as it was merely an inferior technique. Yet, he was uncertain about the potential effects of enchantment. Zhao Zai decided against pursuing the Serpent Tortoise armor technique. He needed a combat technique, having learned the Gale Kick, but its effectiveness was limited to subterfuge rather than direct confrontation, as it was merely an inferior technique. Yet, he was uncertain about the potential effects of enchantment. If it did not yield the same rapid mastery as before, it would be a disappointment. After considerable deliberation, Zhao Zai resolved to take a gamble. Hoping to replicate the previous quick enchantment effect, he planned to postpone the enhancement of healing potions until tomorrow, as he anticipated a period of relative safety in the days ahead. By the time the great battle commenced, he hoped to have reinforced 4 or 5 items, currently rendering any attempts at learning such methods ineffective. Zhao Zai had no desire to engage in these martial arts, finding them uninspiring and devoid of challenge. Observing the manuals, Zhao Zai noted their similarity. They were predominantly techniques involving kicks or punches. However, He recognized his own physical lack of coordination, rendering any attempts at learning such methods ineffective. Zhao Ze had no desire to engage in these martial arts, finding them uninspiring and devoid of challenge. Though he would never admit to any inadequacy, was he to abandon the idea of enhancing manuals altogether? Certainly not. While perusing the texts, Zhao Ze discovered something intriguing within one of them. Two manuals had been bound together deliberately. One could be studied from the front, while the other was to be approached from the back. The primary technique was the thunderclap palm, a conventional martial art. Concealed weapons were generally looked down upon in that world, necessitating the author to embed such knowledge within a seemingly righteous martial arts manual. Zhao Ze, however, held a different perspective. Manuals were meant for the purpose of killing. Was there truly a moral distinction between killing for righteousness and killing without? It was laughable. Unless all martial artists refrained from studying manuals, fairness could not be achieved. Thus, no one had the right to judge others based on their own moral standards. Held a different perspective. Manuals were meant for the purpose of killing. Was there truly a moral distinction between killing for righteousness and killing without? It was laughable. Commenced the enhancement of this manual, Heavenly Rain Flying Needles. Chapter 43. Mutation Enhancement System. Enhancement commencing. Please hold on a moment. Ding. System. Enhancement complete. Congratulations, host. You have received both Mutation Enhancement and Advanced Enhancement as dual enhancements. Zhao Ze was taken aback and inquired, Dual enhancement? Please elucidate what these enhancements entail. System. Due to your fortunate circumstances, the explanation of the enhancements will be complimentary. Zhao Ze felt quite disgruntled, recalling how the system had previously demanded some system points for such information. System. Mutation enhancement signifies that the original Manual S techniques have undergone modifications, incorporating mental methods and various other techniques, rendering it more comprehensive. Furthermore, the pace of cultivation will be accelerated. Even those with low comprehension or uncoordinated bodies can easily learn it. The final and crucial point is that one need only cultivate this single manual throughout their life, without the necessity of learning others. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ze's breath quickened. It felt tailor-made for him. He was eager to start his training as soon as the system finished its exposition. The system continued. Advanced enhancement implies an elevation of the manual by one tier, transforming a mid-grade manual into a high-grade one. The mutation enhancement has already elevated this manual to a high grade. Thus, this time it ascends 2 tiers, placing it directly among the supreme manuals. Zhao Ze was astonished, exclaiming, "What did you say? Supreme manual? It seems only a handful of individuals in this world have practiced it." Of course, such secrets have been shared by Xiao Dongzi. System. Indeed, host, after rigorous calculations, placing it directly among the supreme manuals. Zhao Ze was astonished, exclaiming, "What did you say? Supreme manual? Am I dreaming? A supreme manual? I can dominate this other world. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. His laughter grew increasingly maniacal. He had originally ventured into this other world to flaunt his prowess and form a harem, a common destiny for many transmigrators, and now he had achieved his desire. However, as is often the case, ideals are beautiful while reality is harsh. When Zhao Ze opened the manual to begin his cultivation, he discovered its true mutation. The initial technique section was unremarkable, merely stating that to practice this skill, one must first learn the mental methods. This seemed quite reasonable, as such lofty manuals typically require one to first comprehend their mental methods, lest they fall into madness and perish. Upon flipping to the mental methods section, the initial technique section was unremarkable, merely stating that to practice this skill, one must first learn the mental methods. This seemed quite reasonable. Throwing the manual to the ground. Damn it. System, you've betrayed me. Come out and explain yourself. Is this your idea of mutation? What a farce. Show yourself. I demand answers. 5 minutes passed without a response from the system. 10 minutes passed in silence, leaving Zhao Ze to curse alone. His voice grew so loud that even those outside the house could hear him, assuming he had gone mad. Yuan Yu contemplated entering to inquire, but was stopped by Xiao Dongzi. As per Zhao Ze's orders, no one was allowed to enter without his permission. His voice grew so loud that even those outside the house could hear him, assuming he had gone mad. Yuan Yu contemplated entering to inquire, with the system ignoring his outbursts entirely. After another 10 minutes, he finally exhausted himself from cursing, marking the first time in his life he had berated someone for such an extended period. Regrettably, his target seemed indifferent. This was Zhao Ze's greatest anguish. Even a retort from the system would have sufficed. Feeling as though he had struck a pillow with no resistance, he picked up the manual, which lay discarded like refuse. Marking the first time in his life he had berated someone for such an extended period. Regrettably, his target seemed indifferent. This was Zhao Zhe and Apos' greatest anguish. How could he have forgotten that? Although he could not cultivate, Xiao Dongzi could certainly do so, becoming a valuable ally in due course. In his haste, though he could not cultivate it, it was still a supreme manual, and he decided to keep it safe for now. Suddenly, he remembered Xiao Dongzi. And the manual and Apos' contents reminded him of a legendary martial arts master from their world. The diverse characters crafted by this master had left a profound impact on Zhao Zhe. Zhao Zhe had overlooked the fact that Xiao Dongzi was neither a man nor a woman, instructing him to take the time to cultivate it thoroughly. After its mutation, the manual could no longer retain its original name, Heavenly Rain Flying Needles. Their images forever etched in his memory. How fortunate for Xiao Dongzi, Zhao Zhe muttered, glancing at the manual. He then summoned Xiao Dongzi, casually tossing the manual to him, his hands trembling uncontrollably as tears streamed down his face. Zhao Zhe offered some words of comfort, but Xiao Dongzi remained deeply affected, even reproaching Zhao Zhe for his actions, repeatedly bowing in gratitude. Zhao Zhe, unable to bear it any longer, turned away, enduring the blows to his head until Xiao Dongzi was satisfied and departed. Zhao Zhe and Apos' feelings were complex. He was uncertain whether he had acted rightly or wrongly. According to the standards of his world, such actions were undoubtedly wrong, as castration was a barbaric and inhumane practice condemned by society. Yet, this world still adhered to such customs. However, Zhao Zhe was not foolish enough to attempt changing this world. He felt he lacked the standing to do so, as castration was a barbaric and inhumane practice condemned by society. Yet, this world still adhered to such customs. However, Zhao Zhe was not foolish enough to attempt changing this world. He felt he lacked the standing to do so, even at the risk of them meddling in governance. On a small hillside outside Yinshi City, a burial ceremony was underway. Yet, this dog possessed more humanity and principles than many actual men. Zhao Zhe suddenly comprehended why many ancient emperors in his world favored eunuchs, even at the risk of them meddling in governance. On a small hillside outside Yinshi City, a burial ceremony was underway, attended by neighbors and friends who came to pay their respects to Fan Dao's father. This hillside served as a primary cemetery for Yinshi City, where most residents and soldiers were interred after death. After receiving funds, Fan Dao purchased a burial plot here and commenced the funeral proceedings, fulfilling his father's final wishes. I have already burned plenty of paper money for you. In a while, I will come to visit. After bowing several times, he quietly departed the gravesite. Fan Dao knelt silently before his father and Apos' grave, murmuring, "Father, I have completed what you asked of me. Do not worry, I shall fulfill my promise shortly. Rest well below. I have already burned plenty of paper money for you. In a while, I will come to visit." After bowing several times, he quietly departed the gravesite. Chapter 44. Fulfilling the covenant. Mere moments elapsed before tenebrous clouds obscured the firmament, initiating a downpour that instantly quenched the parched earth. This capricious weather pattern was characteristic of the frontier, where the climate oscillated between arid and monsoonal seasons. The advent of this rain heralded the commencement of the rainy season. Denizens outside the periphery of Cloudstone City scurried towards the urban enclave or sought refuge from the deluge. Concurrently, in the sepulchral grounds, a man whom the medical establishment had already declared deceased, yet here he was, alive once more. The dark-skinned man, upon emerging from the grave, did not hasten away. Instead, he meticulously restored his burial site to its former state, brushing the dirt off his body before gazing distantly at Yinshi City. He muttered to himself, "My son." The swarthy man, having emerged from his subterranean confinement, did not hasten his departure. Instead, he meticulously restored his grave to its original state. It seems his ambitions are vast, and you shall not suffer under his guidance. Moreover, the skills I have imparted to you will surely astonish the world. He sighed and continued, "The place I am heading is fraught with peril. I may never return. Leaving you behind is for your own good. And the skills I imparted shall astound the world." He sighed, continuing, "The destination I embark upon is fraught with peril, possibly precluding my return. My decision to leave you behind is for your own benefit. This is the pact I forged, one that I am bound to fulfill." Fan Dao returned home, heartbroken. Now, he was alone. The stern figure who had once presided over their household was no longer there. In the blink of an eye, the rain continuing its gentle descent, restoring the graveyard to its former serenity, Fan Dao, crestfallen, returned to his abode, now devoid of all but himself. The once stern figure who presided over his upbringing was gone, leaving him in a state of disbelief. The events had transpired with undue haste. From his father's affliction to his ultimate demise, spanning a mere few months. Compounding the mystery was the fact that his father had rarely, if ever, succumbed to illness, who had often reminded him that even if the sky were to fall, there would always be taller men to hold it up. He had adhered to this principle until now, yet he felt an overwhelming inability to rein in his emotions. An honest child suddenly left without a father, left to navigate the world alone. It was only natural for him to feel lost. His tears were but a reflection of his innocence, amplified by his inherent naivete. The children of the impoverished mature early was an adage that held true. When Fan Dao and his father first arrived in Cloudstone City, through his father and Appo's hard work and his own assistance, they managed to establish a foothold, and the house they inhabited was the fruit of their collective labor. After some 10 minutes, Fan Dao wiped his tears, stood up, and began to collect his belongings. He was to seek out his new master after all. Having been bartered for 100 gold coins, he was bound by the principle of honoring his commitments, a lesson instilled by his father. Having arranged his possessions, once he had gathered his things, he locked the door behind him. This home held a lifetime of memories for him, both joyful and sorrowful. And he realized he might not return often. However, he had no intention of selling it, as it was the last legacy left to him by his father. It was nearby, and he could always come back to visit. He slung a bag over his shoulder, composed his emotions, and turned to leave his childhood home, hoping to avoid attracting the attention of his neighbors, who were, for the most part, kind-hearted. However, he was spotted by several, who wished to offer solace, but hesitated. Finally, a few approached to offer their counsel. Yet, their words lacked the weight to sway him. Finally, an elderly man stepped forward and said, "Young Fan. Grandfather Wong, I appreciate your concern, but this is my father and Appo's dying wish, and I have accepted the man and Appo's coin. Henceforth, I shall serve him alone." He bowed respectfully and hastened away from his neighborhood. The elder Wong, his entreaties proving futile, could only shake his head and sigh. As Fan Dao departed without looking back, he shouted, "Lad, if you ever regret your decision and wish to return, seek me out. Your neighbors will vouch for you." Within the city, finding an address was relatively simple. Fan Dao consulted the slip of paper and located the residence without delay. The house was far grander than his own. "We, your neighbors, will support you." In a bustling city, finding a place was relatively simple. Fan Dao, glancing at the directions on a piece of paper, whose name he did not yet know, the attendant, who introduced himself as Xiao Dongzi, ushered him inside, informing him that a room had been prepared for him. He was shown to his quarters, where he could settle his belongings before meeting Zhao Zhe. Fan Dao acquiesced, acknowledging that it was inappropriate to meet his master encumbered by luggage. The room was immaculate, having been cleaned by Xiao Dongzi. And after a brief tour, Xiao Dongzi suggested he organize his belongings before meeting Zhao Zhe, to which Fan Dao readily agreed. Idly wandering through Cloudstone City, he also availed himself of the God's Eye view to observe Li Chun's concubine, Su Li, indulging in voyeurism that bordered on impropriety. It was only when Xiao Dongzi announced his arrival that Zhao Zhe recalled the impending meeting with the portly youth named Fan Dao. He exited the system, adjusted his attire, and uttered, "Enter." Xiao Dongzi escorted Fan Dao into the room. The youth remained as he remembered him, simple, slightly awkward, and visibly nervous. He kept his gaze lowered, awaiting Zhao Zhe's instructions. Zhao Zhe scrutinized Fan Dao, employing the system to assess him. He realized that these individuals were invaluable assets. The youth's loyalty was remarkably easy to cultivate. A mere 100 gold coins had transformed his attitude into one of reverence. However, unable to meet Zhao Zhe's gaze, merely awaiting his words, Zhao Zhe scrutinized Fan Dao closely and utilized the system to gather further insights. His father had instilled in him the values of neighborly kindness, respect for elders, and unwavering integrity. Now that Zhao Zhe was his master, as the boy's demeanor had shifted to one of respect. In truth, Fan Dao's loyalty was not easily earned. Rather, he was simply an earnest child with a pure heart. His father had often taught him to be kind to neighbors and to show respect to elders, principles he embodied sincerely, without pretense. Now that Zhao Zhe was his master, Fan Dao felt an innate respect for him, a lesson imparted by his father. Had his father been present, he would undoubtedly have scolded him for his misfortune, lamenting that this unfortunate child was beyond redemption. Chapter 45. The honest man at present, Zhao Zhe remained unaware of the true talents possessed by the chubby youth. However, he was not in a hurry to discover them, for he understood that time would reveal all. True brilliance would inevitably shine forth. He decided to inquire. The rules here are few. Speak less and act more. Complete your tasks as per my instructions, and if I am not present, you may roam freely. However, feel free to approach him at any time. Now that you are here, we are family, and family does not speak in halves. Now is the time to voice them. Fan Dao nodded in response, saying, Your Highness, my requests are modest. I merely wish for sustenance and a modest wage. Do inform me if you plan to venture out. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Zhe continued, There is nothing else of significance. If you have any questions, now is the time to voice them. Fan Dao nodded in response, saying, Your Highness, my requests are modest. I merely wish for sustenance and a modest wage. Granting this individual a mere day off in a month seemed rather exploitative, akin to a capitalist oppressing the working class. Very well, I agree to your terms. Just inform me when you wish to take your leave. If I am not at home, you may speak with Xiaodongzi. Do you have any further requests? Granting this individual a mere day off in a month seemed rather exploitative, akin to a capitalist oppressing the working class. Very well, I agree to your terms. But I must mention that I will be practicing my knife skills in the morning, which may create some noise. I hope you won't mind. Zhao Zhe asked. It would be best to state them all at once for my convenience, Zhao Zhe inquired. Fan Dao shook his head, replying, No. But I must mention that I will be practicing my knife skills in the morning, which may create some noise. I hope you won't mind. Zhao Zhe asked. Do you possess any other skills? Fan Dao, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, I am also proficient in accounting. I assure you, my calculations are always accurate. Zhao Zhe found himself at a loss for words. This lad was exceedingly earnest. However, it was a relief, as it meant he would not need to intentionally cultivate the chubby youth's loyalty. You may proceed to the kitchen. Dinner is soon to be prepared. And you shall be the one to cook tonight, Zhao Zhe commanded. Upon hearing this, Fan Dao was immediately filled with excitement. At home, he either slaughtered sheep or cooked, both of which were his forte. After taking his leave from Zhao Zhe, he hurried to assist in the kitchen. And you shall be the one to cook tonight, Zhao Zhe commanded. Upon hearing this, Fan Dao was immediately filled with excitement. At home, he either slaughtered sheep or cooked, both of which were his forte. After taking his leave from Zhao Zhe, he hurried to assist in the kitchen. This left Zhao Zhe and Xiaodongzi alone in the room. Xiaodongzi was perplexed by Zhao Zhe and Appo's decision to take in Fan Dao, for the chubby youth was merely a sheep butcher and seemed to lack any significant experience. He questioned why Zhao Zhe would choose to employ such an apparently useless individual, especially at the steep price of 100 gold coins, though he was a servant and not meant to question his master and Appo's decisions. Recent conversations with Zhao Zhe regarding his aspirations for the throne had sparked a desire within him to understand this peculiar choice. Thus, he remained eager to uncover the truth. Zhao Zhe was well aware of Xiaodongzi's lingering presence and the reasons behind it. Understanding that spending 100 gold coins on a mere sheep butcher would raise many eyebrows, he simply observed Xiaodongzi, waiting for him to speak. At last, Xiaodongzi could no longer contain himself, stating, Your Highness, in my view, this chubby youth lacks significant talent. Spending such a sum to acquire him seems exceedingly unwise. After exiting the room, Xiaodongzi remained unconvinced of Fan Dao and Appo's capabilities, yet he resolved to heed the prince's advice and observe the unfolding events. Nor for me. There must be undisclosed reasons for his father and Appo's decision to send him here. Just wait and see. In a few days, we shall discern his true value. After exiting the room, Xiaodongzi remained unconvinced of Fan Dao's capabilities, yet he resolved to heed the prince's advice and observe the unfolding events. In a tribal enclave nestled within the vast mountains, a vast circular stone chamber was filled with individuals. Most were bare-chested natives, while a select few were clad in garments. All dressed in black, their faces obscured. Only one elder revealed his true visage. He began, It has been several days, yet your people remain untraceable. I believe it is time to concede defeat and cease waiting. An elder native, leaning on a cane, replied, Why the haste? And we should speak with clarity. I dispatched my own men to address the matter yesterday. Simply wait and observe. What? The native elder exclaimed, rising in agitation, particularly those from the inland sections. The cloaked elder snorted dismissively, saying, Do not feign ignorance. You knew your people had failed. Why pretend otherwise? We are all adults here, and we should speak with clarity. I dispatched my own men to address the matter yesterday. Simply wait and observe. What? The native elder exclaimed, rising in agitation. Their dispatch of men is for the greater good. Furthermore, your people have been absent for several days. This course of action is unavoidable. You must understand. Chief Haichong pointed an accusing finger at the middle-aged native, declaring, So, you have conspired without my knowledge while I remain in the dark. Truly despicable. Suddenly, their dispatch of men is for the greater good. Furthermore, your people have been absent for several days. This course of action is unavoidable. You must understand. Chief Haichong pointed an accusing finger at the middle-aged native, declaring, So, you have conspired without my knowledge while I remain in the dark. Truly despicable. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his chest and struggled to breathe. The middle-aged native rushed to support the elder, calling out, Quickly. The two exchanged knowing smiles, and sect leader Zhang added, Following your last failure, Yunchi City is likely under tight security. It will be nearly impossible for your tribesmen to infiltrate. I have heard of Li Chun. He is a formidable character, and it seems unlikely we could overpower him through brute force. We must employ cunning instead. The middle-aged native concurred. I agree. Now is not the time for open conflict. Recently, 3 subordinate tribes have begun to show signs of insubordination. I must find time to rectify the situation within. Once I have restructured these 3 tribes, combined with that artifact, I shall become the king of the 10,000 great mountains, he proclaimed. Sect leader Zhong cautioned, Once you become king, do not forget our agreement. We stipulated that only one item would be ours, while the remainder belongs to you. The middle-aged native assured him, I will not forget. As long as I can unlock that artifact, it shall be yours. Raising their cups in a toast, the two echoed in unison, to a fruitful collaboration. We stipulated that only one item would be ours, while the remainder belongs to you. The middle-aged native assured him, I will not forget. Chapter 46. The Black Worm Tribe. The chief of the Black Worm Tribe was carried into his dwelling by several servants. A dark-haired woman rushed over, inquiring anxiously, Father, what has happened? The servants respectfully replied, The chief's heart condition has worsened again. Lord Sita has instructed us to bring him here to rest. The dark-haired woman furrowed her brow in anger and exclaimed, Damn Sita, what is he scheming with those inlanders? The servants stood by, frightened and hesitant to speak. Enough. I shall take care of him from here. You may all leave, the woman stated. The servants responded with deference, Yes, Lady Hesta, and gradually exited the room. Once the servants had departed, Hesta tenderly attended to her father, eventually dozing off beside him. In her dreams, she beheld her late mother, who remained as beautiful as ever, a testament to the countless efforts she had devoted to her. At that time, she was merely 10 years old, frolicking amidst a meadow of flowers, with her mother always by her side. Those were days of unbridled joy, a carefree existence now shattered by the impending war, which had claimed her mother's life, a testament to the countless efforts she had devoted to her. At that time, she was merely 10 years old, frolicking amidst a meadow of flowers, with her mother always by her side. Those were days of unbridled joy, a carefree existence now shattered by the impending war, which had claimed her mother and Appo's life. Appearing to be a man, Is that you, Sita? Have you come to save me? She cried. Yet, the man resembling Sita remained silent. And then a sharp sword pierced through his back, blood gushing forth. As the blade withdrew, he collapsed to the ground. Hesta's eyes widened in horror as she cried, No. Appearing to be a man, Is that you, Sita? Have you come to save me? She cried. Yet, the man resembling Sita remained silent. And then a sharp sword pierced through his back, blood gushing forth. As the blade withdrew, he collapsed to the ground. Hesta's eyes widened in horror as she cried, No. Please, Sita. She strained to reach him, but no matter her efforts, she was unable to move closer. Then she saw a dark figure wielding a long knife standing over Sita's lifeless body. Gradually, the silhouette became clearer. You are awake. Are you thirsty? Let me fetch you a cup of warm water. The old chief, with a hint of a smile on his weathered face, replied. An aged hand disrupted her slumber, and she awoke to find her father had regained consciousness. Lowering her gaze to wipe away her tears, she smiled and said, Father, you are awake. Are you thirsty? Let me fetch you a cup of warm water. The old chief, with a hint of a smile on his weathered face, replied. No need, my dear daughter. I am aware of my condition. My time is limited. I hope to see you wed to Sita before I depart this world, so I may leave in peace. Hesta pouted, responding, Do not speak such ominous words. You still have much time ahead. Moreover, I do not wish to marry him just yet. He is a man who cares only for himself. The old chief coughed violently, words trapped within him. Hesta anxiously asked, "Father, are you all right? Wait here. I will fetch you some water." She hurriedly went to pour a cup of water for him. After he drank, the chief calmed himself and said, "Daughter, heed your father's counsel. You should marry him. Among our kin, Sita is the most suitable choice for you. Though he harbors great ambition, a man without any ambition is not to be trusted. I believe he will treat you well in the future." Seeing her father so insistent, now peacefully asleep, and sighed deeply, she was uncertain whether the actions of their people were right or wrong, yet an overwhelming sense of impending danger loomed over their tribe. She resolved to persuade Sita against his plans, fully aware he would likely ignore her pleas, but she wished to try nonetheless. After leaving the room, now peacefully asleep, and sighed deeply, she was uncertain whether the actions of their people were right or wrong, yet an overwhelming sense of impending danger loomed over their tribe. She resolved to persuade Sita against his plans, fully aware he would likely ignore her pleas, but she wished to try nonetheless. After leaving the room, she inquired with several tribesmen before hastening towards Sita's location. Sita was inspecting a cave where worms were bred, a vital lifeline for the blackworm tribe. Thus he conducted daily inspections, engaged in conversation with several worm herders. Upon noticing Hesta and Apos' arrival, he approached her with a smile. "You actually care about such matters now? You never inquired about them before. What has changed?" Hesta responded, "In my dreams these past few days, you have been killed." With a stern expression, Hesta replied, "I have heard you are collaborating with those faction members to launch an assault on Cloudstone City." Sita, with a hint of disappointment, asked, "You actually care about such matters now? You never inquired about them before. What has changed?" Hesta responded, "In my dreams these past few days, you have been killed. Do you know what that signifies? It has occurred multiple times. I urge you to abandon this endeavor. Is it not better to lead a peaceful life?" Sita chuckled. "Peaceful life? Ever since those inlanders arrived, has there been any peace here? I do this for my people, for you, so that you may live without fear. Am I in the wrong?" He shifted his tone, continuing, "And do not mention that cursed dream of yours. Do you understand the implications?" Sita, his anger rising, retorted, "Enough. What do you know? You speak with a woman and Apos. As perspective, they will come, just not at this moment. We must strike first, or we shall perish. Do not concern yourself with the collaboration. You would not comprehend." Hesta had intended to argue her point further, but Sita cut her off, commanding, "Someone, escort Miss Hesta back to her quarters. I believe she is weary." Heartbroken, Hesta was ushered out by several servants and escorted back to her room by warriors. As she gazed at her father, peacefully sleeping in her chamber, she found herself at a loss for what to do. Danger was encroaching upon her tribe, and with tears in her eyes, she silently prayed beneath the totem, beseeching the blackworm deity to protect her people through the impending trials. Meanwhile, deep within the 10,000 great mountains, dozens of shadows moved swiftly. She found herself at a loss for what to do. Danger was encroaching upon her tribe, and with tears in her eyes, she silently prayed beneath the totem. "Everyone understands how to disguise and relay messages, correct?" The others responded in unison, "Understood." He nodded, "Excellent. At that time, follow my orders. We cannot afford any mistakes, otherwise we shall bear the consequences." The remaining individuals replied, "Understood." Chapter 47. The talents and utility of Fan Dao. At this moment, Zhao Zai's home was filled with exuberance. As everyone savored the exquisite dishes prepared by Fan Dao, each person, bowing their heads over their bowls, relished the delectable food. Fearful that a careless movement might send their meal flying, grease adorned their lips, Zhao Zai included. As everyone savored the exquisite dishes prepared by Fan Dao, each person, bowing their heads over their bowls, relished the delectable food. Professional chefs possess an extraordinary ability to elevate everyday cuisine to unparalleled heights of deliciousness. As Fan Dao indulged in the meal, a sense of elation washed over him. This was his first experience cooking for others. Typically, he would only prepare meals for his father, who often chastised him for not meeting his lofty standards, critiqued relentlessly. He had long believed he lacked culinary talent. Yet today, a simple display of his skills garnered overwhelming praise, leaving him in disbelief, as if caught in a dream. He was no fool, however. He suddenly recognized the significance of his father's teachings, though the reasons for their secrecy remained elusive, and he could no longer inquire. After finishing the skewers, Zhao Zai wiped his mouth and asked, "Fan Dao, aside from these dishes, have you ever prepared meals using ferocious beast meat?" He was no fool, however. He suddenly recognized the significance of his father and Apos' teachings, though the reasons for their secrecy remained elusive, and he could no longer inquire. After finishing the skewers, Zhao Ze wiped his mouth and asked, Fan Dao, aside from these dishes, have you ever prepared meals using ferocious beast meat? Zhao Ze was convinced that Fan Dao's father was no ordinary man. Otherwise, he would not resort to such extreme measures to secure a future for his son. Little Dongzi, upon hearing this, felt a surge of excitement. Obtaining ferocious beasts was no simple task, and even if acquired, it required a skilled professional to prepare it. Without such expertise, the energy within the beast meat would dissipate, rendering it indistinguishable from ordinary fare. A talented chef could ensure that the energy concentration remained intact and even accelerate the diner's absorption of it. If this chubby lad truly possessed such skills, the energy within the beast meat would dissipate, rendering it indistinguishable from ordinary fare. Little Wu Ying chimed in, this meat is far tastier than the ferocious beast meat I have had before. As soon as he spoke, he realized he had overstepped. Then the investment of 100 gold coins would be well worth it, for he would serve the prince alone for the rest of his life. At that moment, Little Wu Ying chimed in, this meat is far tastier than the ferocious beast meat I have had before. As soon as he spoke, he realized he had overstepped. Zhao Ze and Little Dongzi were both staring at him, as were Yuan Yu and the remaining 3 maidservants. Zhao Ze retorted, what do you know, you little brat? If your eyes can't see, don't boast here. Just eat your food and spare me the nonsense. He shot him a fierce glare. Wu Ying understood Zhao Ze's reprimand was for a reason, and though he felt no anger, he put on a facade of childlike indignation for those around him, joining a group of maidservants to enjoy their meal. Zhao Ze, watching Little Wu Ying and Appo's performance, was astonished as he nearly dropped his meat several times. Ignoring those grown-ups, Wu Ying pouted, I and Appo's. LL listen to Sister Yuan. Let and Appo's. Go eat over there and ignore them. With that, he was led away by Yuan Yu. Mistaking it for mere adult discipline of a child, a lesson he often received from his own father, the deeper truths of which eluded him. This little fellow was becoming quite the actor, effortlessly deceiving older women. Meanwhile, Fan Dao simply chuckled, not comprehending the subtle dynamics at the table. Mistaking it for mere adult discipline of a child, a lesson he often received from his own father, the deeper truths of which eluded him. Zhao Ze recognized that Fan Dao, being so straightforward, was oblivious to the intricacies of their interactions. He resolved to assign him more straightforward tasks. Zhao Ze summoned Fan Dao to his room and inquired, from where does your family acquire the ferocious beast meat? Fan Dao replied, initially, I was unaware of where my father procured the meat. However, in the days leading up to his passing, he took me to the source, located within Yunshi City. Zhao Ze summoned Fan Dao to his room and inquired, from where does your family acquire the ferocious beast meat? Fan Dao replied, initially, as such beneficial goods must be registered with the city lord before they can be sold. The prices are somewhat steep, yet the quality is assured. Where a local vendor sells this ferocious beast meat, but his operations could be considered smuggling. As such beneficial goods must be registered with the city lord before they can be sold. The prices are somewhat steep, yet the quality is assured. Although obtaining the goods can be a hassle, Zhao Ze waved his hand dismissively. As long as the meat is good, that suffices. I will negotiate the price later. Fan Dao agreed with a nod. Exiting the room, Zhao Ze gathered Little Dongzi and Wu Ying, informing them that they would visit Wu Ying's 3 adoptive fathers while Fan Dao returned to tidy up his home and retrieve the clothes he had left behind. Thus, Fan Dao agreed with a nod. Exiting the room, Zhao Ze gathered Little Dongzi and Wu Ying. The elders were delighted, insisting Zhao Ze join them for a few drinks before they would allow him to leave. Observing Wu Ying and Appo's attitude towards him shift from respect to admiration, Zhao Ze surmised that it would soon reach its zenith. After bidding farewell to the 3 elders, Fan Dao led them into a dark alley, a place inhabited predominantly by the natives of Yunshi City, with a few inland individuals. These natives had been integrated into the city years prior and had adapted to urban life, thus becoming legitimate residents of Yunshi City. Recently, due to a prison break incident, a place inhabited predominantly by the natives of Yunshi City, with a few inland individuals. These natives had been integrated into the city years prior and had adapted to urban life, thus becoming legitimate residents of Yunshi City. Recently, due to a prison break incident, presumably an acknowledgement of a secret signal, to which Fan Dao responded in kind. The door creaked open, revealing a narrow gap and an eye peering out, inquiring, Fan Dao, why have you come? And why bring so many people? Chapter 48. The smuggling business. Fan Dao, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched his head and said, Uncle Shan too. presumably an acknowledgement of a secret signal, to which Fan Dao responded in kind. The door creaked open, revealing a narrow gap and an eye peering out, inquiring, Fan Dao, do you not realize that we are currently under martial law? I would also like to engage in business, but it is no longer feasible at this moment. It would be best for you to leave and seek someone more capable. With that, he attempted to close the door, signaling the end of what he deemed a futile conversation. At this juncture, Zhao Ze stepped forward and asserted, if you do not open the door to let us in, I will return with soldiers. Shantu snorted in anger. Do you think I am easily intimidated? Go ahead and call them, if I were afraid. I wouldn't survive in this line of work. His audacity suggested that he had left no incriminating evidence at home. Capturing him would yield nothing, and in a few days, he would be released, awaiting his revenge. Fan Dao spoke in a somber tone. Uncle Shantu, I advise you to open the door. If you are caught, you may find it impossible to escape from prison. This individual is His Highness the Prince. Shantu scrutinized Zhao Ze for a long while before finally opening the door, allowing the group to enter the modest dwelling. The residents of Yinshi City had heard of Zhao Ze, the prince. But as he had come to escape the power struggles for the throne, he held a nominal position and had not publicly revealed himself. Thus, many residents were unfamiliar with his appearance. The small room became quite cramped with the influx of people. Shantu, a middle-aged man with a goat-like beard, had assimilated well, now donning the attire of the inland populace, though his tattoos remained faintly visible. He inquired of Zhao Ze, are you truly the prince? Do not deceive an old man with falsehoods. Those engaged in business possess a heightened sense of caution, and Zhao Ze understood the need to validate his identity. He produced his royal jade pendant for Shantu to inspect. After examining it, Shantu respectfully acknowledged Zhao Ze's status. Recognizing the significance of such insignia given his years of trade and connections with inland officials. Following the confirmation of his identity, Shantu's demeanor transformed dramatically. Although Zhao Ze held a nominal title, his royal lineage commanded respect, often surpassing mere authority. Once they were seated, Shantu queried, might I inquire what business His Highness seeks to conduct with me? Zhao Ze replied, naturally, it pertains to the trade of beast meat. Although Zhao Ze held a nominal title, his royal lineage commanded respect, often surpassing mere authority. Once they were seated, Shantu queried, might I inquire what business His Highness seeks to conduct with me? Zhao Ze replied, naturally, it pertains to the trade of beast meat. Do you engage in any other business? Shantu chuckled lightly and responded, Your Highness may not be aware that General Li Chun has imposed martial law in Yinshi City. Attempting to smuggle beast meat at this juncture would be a grave offense. Thus, I have refrained from undertaking any dealings recently. If you wish to proceed, we must wait for a while. Zhao Ze waved his hand dismissively. I am aware of the situation. What I wish to ascertain is whether you can procure beast meat. Matters regarding entry into the city are of no concern to you. Shantu, realizing that Zhao Ze had means to enter the city, the meat is without issue and can be inspected on the spot. This being our first transaction, I have a list from which you may select your desired cuts. Shantu nodded. I do have quality goods available, though the price may be somewhat steep. However, I assure you. Additionally, the list featured some local herbs and fruits, many of which were prohibited items. Goods beneficial to martial artists must be purchased from designated government establishments. Ordinary locals could only engage in minor trades involving non-prohibited items that were absent from this list. Upon careful examination, Zhao Ze discovered that snake turtle meat was available. Much to his delight, though the supply was limited and would require an additional fee for a fresh hunt. Ordinary locals could only engage in minor trades involving non-prohibited items that were absent from this list. Upon careful examination, Zhao Ze discovered that snake turtle meat was available. Much to his delight, though the supply was limited and would require an additional fee for a fresh hunt. He inquired, how much would it cost to hunt more of this snake turtle meat, and how long would it take? Shantu furrowed his brow. This type of snake turtle is difficult to capture. It dwells in a marshy area, and hunting it can be quite troublesome. And I will also require some herbs. I will provide you with a list shortly. Just procure what you can, and we shall settle the payment together. Shantu acknowledged. Understood, Your Highness. I will inform my tribesmen on the mountain tomorrow. Dealing with the wealthy was indeed gratifying. Shantu had not anticipated such a smooth transaction, which would significantly benefit him. After finalizing the deal, he inquired, once the meat is secured, how shall I contact you? Shantu acknowledged. Understood, Your Highness. I will inform my tribesmen on the mountain tomorrow. Dealing with the wealthy was indeed gratifying. As for how I enter the city, That is not for you to concern yourself with. Shantu had intended to probe further. But seeing Zhao Zhe and Apos' reluctance to divulge any details, he conceded. I understand, Your Highness. The earliest the goods can arrive is in 3 days. You may send someone to contact me then. After concluding the transaction, Zhao Zhe felt elated, grateful to Fan Dao for establishing this connection. But seeing Zhao Zhe's reluctance to divulge any details, he conceded. I understand, Your Highness. The earliest the goods can arrive is in 3 days. You may send someone to contact me then. After concluding the transaction, Zhao Zhe felt elated, grateful to Fan Dao for establishing this connection. He credited Fan Dao with the greatest contribution of the evening. At that moment, Xiao Dongzi interjected, Your Highness, even storing the meat in a spatial pouch would not prevent its energy from gradually dissipating. He needed a solution, yet time was of the essence. And he could not retract the deal. Just then, Fan Dao chimed in. My family and Apos' basement can serve as storage. Zhao Zhe and Xiao Dongzi exclaimed in unison. Really? Fan Dao replied. Of course. We are in the meat business. It is impossible for us not to have a means of preservation. Otherwise, how would we conduct our trade? Zhao Zhe nearly forgot this vital aspect. Naturally, those who slaughtered sheep and sold meat would possess their own methods of preservation. Very well, we still have some time. Let us visit your home and see for ourselves, Zhao Zhe suggested. Fan Dao agreed, and the three of them hurried to his residence. Fan Dao and Apos' father had constructed a basement at the back of their house, which served as an underground ice cellar specifically designed for meat preservation. This cellar had been specially treated, allowing even beast meat to be stored effectively. Fan Dao's father was certainly no ordinary person. Fan Dao and Apos' father had constructed a basement at the back of their house, which served as an underground ice cellar specifically designed for meat preservation. The three merely glanced around before hastily ascending, and Zhao Zhe felt a surge of happiness, impressed by how effortlessly the issue had been resolved. He lavished praise on Fan Dao, whose face flushed with delight. Chapter 49. Xiaobai's rival. After concluding these matters, Zhao Zhe and his companions returned home, the night having deepened. The three merely glanced around before hastily ascending, and Zhao Zhe felt a surge of happiness, impressed by how effortlessly the issue had been resolved. Anxiously awaiting news from Xiaobai, uncertain of what it might entail. According to her, he should receive updates by this morning at the latest, with the dawn still fresh, prompting each of them to retire to their respective rooms for rest. A night of silence ensued. The following morning, Zhao Zhe rose early, anxiously awaiting news from Xiaobai, uncertain of what it might entail. According to her, he should receive updates by this morning at the latest, with the dawn still fresh. Zhao Zhe had a light breakfast before returning to his room to enter the system. From this divine perspective, Zhao Zhe surveyed the entirety of Yunshiqing, intending to identify any peculiar or suspicious locations. This vantage point proved invaluable, albeit time-consuming. Upon examining the residence where Xiaobai stayed, he detected no signs of life, indicating she had likely departed the previous night. Where could she have gone? He scrutinized the nearby marketplace, but found no trace of Xiaobai. Hadn't she been advised not to wander too far? It seemed she had disregarded this warning, and if she were to be discovered by Li Chan, it would spell trouble. Zhao Zhe frantically searched the vicinity, but to no avail. Was it possible she had vanished? A wave of anxiety washed over him. She might have already left Yunshiqing, yet she had claimed that the item was concealed within the city. Why would she leave without informing anyone? Zhao Zhe resumed his desperate search, this time scouring the entirety of Yunshiqing. He meticulously examined every corner, scrutinizing figures that bore any resemblance to Xiaobai. Finally, he spotted a suspicious silhouette. Clad in a black garment that obscured her features, her white hair betrayed her identity. She appeared to be trailing someone, concealing herself behind a large tree. The target of her surveillance was another woman, dressed in finery and possessing striking beauty, someone Zhao Zhe felt he had encountered before. Of course, although the patrols during the day were fewer than at night, it was still unwise. Zhao Zhe exited the system, gathered Xiaodong and Wu Ying, and instructed them to assist Xiaobai. Xiaobai and Apos' pursuit of this woman indicated that the item or a lead might rest in her possession. Xiaobai was undoubtedly in a precarious situation, following this woman alone. Although the patrols during the day were fewer than at night, it was still unwise. Zhao Zhe exited the system, gathered Xiaodong and Wu Ying, and instructed them to assist Xiaobai, detailing her approximate location and emphasizing the necessity of bringing her back. He then returned to his room to re-enter the divine perspective. From this elevated viewpoint, he could oversee the entire situation, although timely communication was still lacking. Otherwise, he could have issued commands instantly. Wu Ying sprinted ahead, his martial prowess allowing him to go unnoticed by passers-by, while Xiaodong trailed behind. Upon reaching the location Zhao Ze had indicated, they found no sign of Xiaobai. They quickly split up to search and eventually discovered her tucked away in a corner. Zhao Ze observed the unfolding events as they urged Xiaobai to cease her pursuit, assuring her that his team would continue the chase. Initially resistant, she relented after Wu Ying and Xiaodong insisted, ultimately being escorted back to her residence. Seeing her return safely, Zhao Ze felt a wave of relief. Should Li Chun find her, it would lead to complications. He exited the system, adjusted his clothing, and splashed water on his face to rejuvenate himself, his eyes weary from strain. With no eye drops available, he had no choice but to endure. After leaving his room, he then took a seat and inquired what transpired. Initially, Xiaobai glared at him with a pout, but soon her resolve crumbled, and she lamented, "She is my enemy." He found Xiaodong and Wu Ying keeping watch over Xiaobai, vigilant to prevent her from slipping away again. Zhao Ze entered and gestured for them to wait outside. Xiaobai replied, "She stole my man and betrayed her kin. She is a devil, and I must eliminate her." "Wait, you mean she took your man? I wish to kill her. You should all stay out of it." Zhao Ze was taken aback. "An enemy? What is the story?" With tears shimmering in her eyes, devoid of the subtlety characteristic of inland sentiments, Zhao Ze reassured her, "Fear not, I support your desire for vengeance. However, as the saying goes, a gentleman's revenge is best served cold. There is ample time. After all, she cannot escape Yunshiqing, so there is no need to rush." Devoid of the subtlety characteristic of inland sentiments, Zhao Ze reassured her, "Fear not, I support your desire for vengeance. However, as the saying goes, not only is she beautiful, but she is also remarkably intelligent. Unlike the others, she yearned to explore the world beyond the mountains, finding tribal life stifling." Zhao Ze recognized that Xiaobai embodied the essence of a vie and charming native girl, while her senior sister resembled a cunning individual from the mainland. The events that unfolded were quite dramatic. During their studies, both had developed feelings for a handsome and promising young man of their tribe, but ultimately, Zhao Ze recognized that Xiaobai embodied the essence of a vie and charming native girl, while her senior sister resembled a cunning individual from the mainland. It was not long before the man fell gravely ill, a malady that even the tribe's shamans could not cure. His condition deteriorated rapidly, and the once youthful man resembled a man nearing 50. Shortly after his demise, several other young men who had been close to her senior sister also fell ill. Following numerous investigations by the elders, it was revealed that her senior sister had been breeding a forbidden insect, long thought to be extinct. When her mother, accompanied by guards, confronted her, demanding the surrender of the insects, they underestimated her strength. In the ensuing chaos, several guards were slain, and her mother was injured. She managed to escape. Following numerous investigations by the elders, it was revealed that her senior sister had been breeding a forbidden insect, long thought to be extinct. When her mother, accompanied by guards, confronted her, demanding the surrender of the insects, they underestimated her strength. In the ensuing chaos, several guards were slain, and her mother was injured. She managed to escape. Even her senior sister and Apos' name remained unspoken, raising questions about her reluctance. Perhaps she disliked her name. Nevertheless, one would expect her to at least mention her senior sister and Apos' name. Initially, Chapter 50, Yu'in and Amp, Apos' senior sister. After a lengthy conversation, Xiaobai consistently avoided mentioning the names and surnames of her kin, leaving Zhao Ze perplexed. Even her senior sister's name remained unspoken, raising questions about her reluctance. Perhaps she disliked her name. Nevertheless, one would expect her to at least mention her senior sister's name. Initially, Xiaobai pouted, her cheeks flushed, turning her head away in a playful yet adorable manner, leaving Zhao Ze momentarily at a loss. Minutes ticked by without her turning back, assuring her of his support. As time passed, Xiaobai's emotions began to stabilize, prompting Zhao Ze to finally ask, "What is your name, if not just a nickname?" Xiaobai pouted, her cheeks flushed, turning her head away in a playful yet adorable manner, leaving Zhao Ze momentarily at a loss. Minutes ticked by without her turning back, leading Zhao Ze to consider giving up. Then, a faint voice emerged, "Yu'in." Zhao Ze, initially unsure, asked again, "What did you say?" In a sudden burst of frustration, Xiaobai spun around, exclaiming, "My name is Yu'in, you fool," and dashed into her room, slamming the door behind her. "Yu'in, What a lovely name. Zhao Zhe mused, bewildered by her outburst as he shrugged and exited the house. Xiaodong and Wu Ying had been waiting outside and inquired about Xiaobai's condition. To which Zhao Zhe candidly responded. They too were astonished by the events, yet admired the indigenous people and Apos' forthrightness, contrasting it with the more reserved women of the inland kingdoms. Convinced that food could mend all woes, though he was unsure how others perceived this belief, he instructed Wu Ying to remain vigilant, just in case Yu Ying attempted to seek revenge while Zhao Zhe was preoccupied. Upon returning home, convinced that food could mend all woes, though he was unsure how others perceived this belief, he instructed Wu Ying to remain vigilant, just in case Yu Ying attempted to seek revenge while Zhao Zhe was preoccupied. Upon returning home, escaping his watchful eye was an impossibility. Before long, Zhao Zhe spotted the figure of Yu Ying and Apos' senior sister, idly wandering the marketplace, seemingly engaged in shopping. Her disguise was remarkably effective. She bore no resemblance to a beast tamer or a ruthless killer. This woman was undoubtedly cunning. Escaping his watchful eye was an impossibility. Before long, Zhao Zhe spotted the figure of Yu Ying and Apos' senior sister, idly wandering the marketplace, seemingly engaged in shopping. Her disguise was remarkably effective. She bore no resemblance to a beast tamer or a ruthless killer. This woman was undoubtedly cunning. Explaining why Yu Ying held lingering feelings regarding her. After purchasing her items, she turned to leave, appearing to head home. Zhao Zhe, curious about her residence, followed, only to realize she was heading toward the Lord and Apos' manor. Goodness! Zhao Zhe exclaimed, slapping his forehead as he suddenly recalled that she was one of the 13 beauties taken by Li Chan. No wonder she seemed familiar. Initially, he had focused more on Su Li among those beauties, absent-mindedly overlooking the significance of the others. Many might scoff, questioning how a man could forget such beauties. Yet while Zhao Zhe appreciated them, he had not descended to that level of obsession. A chill ran down Zhao Zhe and Apos' spine as he pondered the implications of this woman residing in Li Chan and Apos' harem. According to Yu Ying, she was no ordinary woman. She was undoubtedly scheming within Li Chan and Apos' palace. He wondered whether her machinations would disrupt his original plans. These were matters that needed careful consideration. With this knowledge, they discovered Wu Ying had already devoured several bowls of lamb, and Yu Ying had eaten heartily as well, her spirits seemingly restored. She appeared particularly fond of Fan Dao and Apos' cooking, consuming more than usual. Once they finished their meal, Zhao Zhe shared the insights he had gleaned from the system regarding Li Chun and her senior sister. Everyone was taken aback, especially Yu Ying, who seemed to suspect something but chose not to divulge. She quietly remarked, "That thing of mine is also in her possession." Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhe felt as if struck by lightning. He had not anticipated such a turn of events. What began as a one-sided grievance had now circled back to Li Chun, who seemed to suspect something but chose not to divulge. She quietly remarked, "That thing of mine is also in her possession." Upon hearing this, with the item now in someone else and Apos' hands. After a few moments, Zhao Zhe spoke, "What we must ascertain is whether your senior sister is colluding with Li Chun. If so, we are in trouble. What are her intentions? That remains unclear." He turned to Yu Ying. "Based on your understanding of her, what might she do?" Yu Ying replied earnestly, "On the surface, my senior sister appears gentle and kind, but underneath lies a heart of venom. From my experience, I know that all the men who were close to her have perished. Thus, I believe she is not aligned with Li Chun." She added, after her departure. Yu Ying replied earnestly, "On the surface, my senior sister appears gentle and kind, but underneath lies a heart of venom. From my experience, my deductions lead me to conclude she harbors a profound loathing for men, having eliminated those who were close to her." Zhao Zhe inquired further, "Was your item also lost this morning?" Yu Ying nodded, "Yes, upon sensing the reconnaissance insect and Apos' presence this morning, I left my home. However, by the time I pinpointed its location, the insect had vanished, and I encountered my senior sister. She seemed unaware of my presence, which is why I followed her until you arrived. She likely remains oblivious to the insect and Apos' significance, perhaps just happening upon it. Her skills in insect taming are exceptional." Zhao Zhe pressed on, "Is there any way you could retrieve the insect?" Yu Ying hesitated, "I cannot. She is stronger than I. If I attempt to command the insect, she will detect my presence." Chapter 51. Acquaintances, it seems that the clever approach has proven ineffective. Thus, resorting to force appears to be the only option. However, Zhao Ze remains uncertain about the woman's true capabilities. It is astonishing that she has managed to remain hidden within the city lord and Apos' residence for such an extended period without Li Chun ever realizing it. This woman is undeniably formidable. How strong is your senior sister? How did she deceive the powerful Li Chun? Zhao Ze inquired. Yuan shook her head and replied, I do not know. However, when she fled, she was significantly stronger than I, having already opened 3 meridians. Therefore, she must be formidable now. Her greatest strength lies not in combat, but in her mastery of insect manipulation. It is said that she cultivates several ancient forbidden insects, although their exact purpose remains uncertain. One of them is known to drain life force. It appears that brute strength may also be futile. The combination of this woman and her insects could surpass Li Chun and Apos' power by a considerable margin. Zhao Ze finds himself facing a hidden boss. One of them is known to drain life force. It appears that brute strength may also be futile. The combination of this woman and her insects could surpass Li Chun and Apos' power by a considerable margin. Zhao Ze finds himself facing a hidden boss. I believe I can negotiate with her. Zhao Ze raised an eyebrow and questioned, What of your desire for revenge? Of course, I wish to avenge myself. Yuan exclaimed. Let us invite her out for a discussion. I know my senior sister well. She must be plotting something, but it is not directed at us, rather at Li Chun. I believe I can negotiate with her. Zhao Ze raised an eyebrow and questioned, What of your desire for revenge? Of course, I wish to avenge myself. Yuan exclaimed. However, I am currently not strong enough. Once I have improved my abilities, I will seek retribution. She will come, as it is related to me. The group then discreetly discussed the time and place for their meeting. I concur that we should arrange a meeting with her, Zhao Ze stated. We shall determine the location, but will she agree to meet us? Yuan assured him. She will come, as it is related to me. The group then discreetly discussed the time and place for their meeting, ultimately deciding to take action that very night at the Wang family's little shop, the site of Zhao Ze's first mission. With their plans set, the remaining time felt rather abundant, but Zhao Ze had other matters to attend to, so he resolved to complete those tasks before proceeding. Aside from Yuan, please hold. Ding. System. Target located. Please review at your convenience. In his divine perspective, Zhao Ze examined the task's location, discovering it to be in close proximity to the city gates of Yunshi, complete with a countdown. It appeared to be an event mission. Exiting his room. Please hold. Ding. System. Target located. Please review at your convenience. In his divine perspective, Zhao Ze examined the task and Apos' location, discovering it to be in close proximity to the city gates of Yunshi, complete with a countdown. It appeared to be an event mission. Exiting his room. Facing him was a group of individuals clad in white, likely his fellow disciples from the same sect. Several of the young women gazed at him with starry eyes. A remarkably elegant and handsome young man in white played a flute, producing enchanting melodies that harmonized beautifully with the picturesque surroundings, evoking a sense of serenity. Facing him was a group of individuals clad in white, likely his fellow disciples from the same sect. Several of the young women gazed at him with starry eyes. Do not flaunt your talents here any longer. Gather your fellow disciples and prepare. Our destination is approaching. Yi Tianqing replied respectfully, Yes, Elder Bai. I will lead them below to pack. Once in the cabin, a young man asked, Senior brother, do you think this mission will be dangerous? Do not flaunt your talents here any longer. Gather your fellow disciples and prepare. Our destination is approaching. Yi Tianqing replied respectfully, Yes, Elder Bai. The natives there can be quite savage, so avoid provoking them. Satisfied with this answer, the young man responded, Understood, Senior brother. I will be careful. A girl with twin ponytails approached, playfully tugging at Yi Tianqing and Apos' arm. Senior brother, why must we travel so far to such a place? Look at my arms. They are covered in mosquito bites. Yi Tianqing replied, Did I not tell you to bring insect repellent? Have you forgotten? Just as the girl began to respond, another girl rushed over, exclaiming, Senior brother, look at my face. I have been bitten all over. Yi Tianqing could only sigh in exasperation. In a different cabin, Elder Bai sat opposite a stunning young woman, who appeared to be in a deep meditative state, her eyes closed as she prepared for a crucial moment. The elderly woman remained vigilant, guarding her. Vital energy surged from the young woman, eventually forming a swirling vortex above her head, which she absorbed entirely. With a resounding burst, A powerful force emanated from her, ready to obliterate everything in its vicinity. Yet, Elder Bai merely waved her hand, dissipating the force effortlessly. The young woman opened her captivating eyes, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she respectfully bowed to Elder Bai, saying, "Thank you for your protection, Elder Bai." Elder Bai chuckled, "No need for thanks, my dear. Your talent has already surpassed that of our elders. The future of our sect rests upon your shoulders." Lin Qingqing lowered her head politely, replying, "Elder Bai, you flatter me. Having been raised within the sect, I will naturally prioritize its interests. You need not worry about that." Elder Bai nodded. "We shall soon arrive at our destination. You should prepare yourself." Lin Qingqing responded, "Understood, Elder Bai. I will get ready right away." As she turned to gather her things, Elder Bai added, "I have received word that your former fiancé is also in Yunshi City." Elder Bai nodded. "We shall soon arrive at our destination. You should prepare yourself." Lin Qingqing responded, "Understood, Elder Bai. I will get ready right away." Her face paling as unwelcome memories resurfaced. After a moment of composure, she replied, "I understand. I have no desire to see him again. I am now his nominal sister-in-law, and it appears he is the city lord. It would be best for you to avoid any encounters, lest unnecessary complications arise." Upon hearing this, Lin Qingqing's expression tightened, her face paling as unwelcome memories resurfaced. After a moment of composure, she replied, "I understand. I have no desire to see him again. I am now his nominal sister-in-law. Even if he had not wronged me, it would not alter his dismal fate. It would merely delay the inevitable." Elder Bai smiled knowingly. "Indeed, it cannot be changed. And he is but a stray dog, hiding in this wretched place to survive. I imagine he must regret his past actions towards you." Lin Qingqing scoffed. A score of figures cloaked in black attire sought respite within the confines of a cavern. They had been traversing for 3 days and 2 nights. Despite their martial prowess, their bodies were fatigued and in need of rejuvenation. Once the majority had recuperated, the leader addressed the assembly, inquiring, "Have you all sufficiently rested?" The group responded in unison. "Yes, Lord Wuqi, we have." "Excellent," he affirmed. "Prepare your disguises. Maintain vigilance, for we shall infiltrate the city in separate contingents." Their bodies were fatigued and in need of rejuvenation. Once the majority had recuperated, the leader addressed the assembly, inquiring, "Have you all sufficiently rested?" The group responded in unison. "Yes, Lord Wuqi, we have." "Excellent," he affirmed. "Prepare your disguises. Maintain vigilance, for we shall infiltrate the city in separate contingents." "Very well, proceed with your preparations." This mission held immense significance for him. To ensure its success, he needed to maintain the morale of his subordinates. "Did you not partake in sustenance? Your voices are barely audible." This remark galvanized their enthusiasm, and they proclaimed with newfound fervor, "Understood, Lord." He nodded in satisfaction, stating. An hour later, Zhao Zhe, Xiao Dongzi, and Wu Ying hastened towards the gates of Yunshi City. The nature of the impending mission remained shrouded in mystery. A successful outcome would augment his standing within the sect. As a defector from another sect, he was compelled to consistently demonstrate his value to solidify his position. This mission would disrupt his preconceived plans, leading to a more intricate and perilous situation. Upon reaching the city gates, they observed 2 factions engaged in fierce combat. The sheer number of combatants, estimated at 40 to 50 individuals, rendered the scene chaotic. Bystanders prudently maintained a safe distance, while merchants were unable to enter the city. This mission would disrupt his preconceived plans, leading to a more intricate and perilous situation. Upon reaching the city gates, they observed 2 factions engaged in fierce combat. They could only offer verbal admonishments, as any attempt to quell the disturbance would be suicidal. Reinforcements had been dispatched to General Li Chun. The ongoing conflict at the city's entrance effectively barred their passage. The garrison stationed outside the city was aware of the situation. However, their limited numbers precluded any direct intervention. Direct intervention was out of the question. Engaging such a multitude of martial artists would be foolhardy. The prudent course of action was to await the arrival of General Li Chun before formulating a plan. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that some of the combatants were comparatively weaker. The leaders of the factions were an elderly woman and a middle-aged man locked in combat. A handsome young man and a merchant-like warrior were also engaged in a duel. On the other side, a comely woman, who seemed vaguely familiar, was fighting a middle-aged peasant woman. These 3 pairs comprised the most formidable combatants. The elderly woman and the middle-aged man possessed cultivation bases of at least 5 meridians. The others were of lesser caliber. Zhao Zhe could prevail against some of them, but he saw no reason to intervene. Remaining a silent observer was a more prudent course of action. The internecine strife between these sects would ultimately benefit the royal family and the nation. At that moment, Xiao Dongzi tugged at Zhao Zei's sleeve and whispered in his ear, "Your Highness, that appears to be your former fiancée." Zhao Zei was taken aback. "What? Former fiancée? I had a fiancée," he added excitedly. "Are you saying she was my fiancée, but she broke off the engagement because I was deemed useless, and now she's here to witness my humiliation?" Xiao Dongzi stammered. "More or less." Zhao Zei erupted in laughter, overjoyed. This confirmed his status as the protagonist of the story. A broken engagement was a prerequisite for any self-respecting protagonist. He could now boast to other transmigrators that he, too, had experienced this trope. Xiao Dongzi was perplexed. Had His Highness lost his mind? How could he laugh in the face of such humiliation? It appeared that the woman had deeply affected him. Zhao Zei, however, had no recollection of this woman. He had forgotten her name. He had seen countless beauties in his previous life, observing them with meticulous detail. While he acknowledged her classical beauty, he was not inclined to dwell on it. She was merely a cosplay of the women he had known. Even if she were his former fiancée, it was of no consequence to him. He was not foolish enough to seek validation through her. The situation had already transpired, and he bore no responsibility for it. Zhao Zei then noticed that the attire of his former fiancée's opponents was peculiar, as if they were deliberately disguised. Initially, their fierce combat had obscured this detail. However, it was of no consequence to him. He was not foolish enough to seek validation through her. The situation had already transpired, and he bore no responsibility for it. Zhao Zei then noticed that the attire of his former fiancée and Oppo's opponents was peculiar, as if they were deliberately disguised. Initially, their fierce combat had obscured this detail. However, upon closer scrutiny, he realized that they were the same sect that had colluded with the three indigenous tribes. It seemed they were attempting to infiltrate Yinshi City. Ironically, they had encountered acquaintances who recognized their disguise. This was fortuitous. Zhao Zei had been contemplating how to apprehend them. Now, they had conveniently presented themselves. Wu Ying was tasked with a clandestine mission, as Zhao Zei wished to conceal his presence, particularly from the sect members. Zhao Zei retrieved 3 enhanced Thunderbolt fireballs from his storage pouch. He entrusted one to Xiao Dongzi, retaining the other 2. He had intended to reserve them for future use. Wu Ying was tasked with a clandestine mission, as Zhao Zei wished to conceal his presence, particularly from the sect members. General Li Chun is on his way with reinforcements. Zhao Zei turned and smiled, replying, "I and Amp, Oppos, am merely collecting some interest. The principal sum will be settled later." He turned back and continued forward, stopping at the edge of the battlefield. He then bellowed, "I am Zhao Zei, the 5th prince of the Song Kingdom and the lord of this city. You brigands must lay down your arms and surrender. Otherwise, I shall show you no mercy." Chapter 53. A calculated massacre. Both factions, caught in the throes of battle, were momentarily stunned. Who was this fool who dared to speak so brazenly? Li Chun had some grounds to address them, but this individual claimed to be a prince. Was he mistaken? Especially given the collusion with the indigenous sect. What sort of prince was he? Zhao Zei's former fiancée's sect, though many had never seen Zhao Zei, was well aware of his reputation and scoffed at the absurdity of his claims. Lin Qingqing, upon hearing Zhao Zei's words, displayed no emotion, regarding him as if he were already dead. She refrained from striking him down, considering that her current fiancé needed some semblance of reputation. Otherwise, was well aware of his reputation and scoffed at the absurdity of his claims. Lin Qingqing, upon hearing Zhao Zei and Oppo's words, displayed no emotion, merely a scion barking like a lost dog. Zhao Zei shook his head in resignation, appearing utterly defeated. He had approached simply to put on a show. Since he had begun, he might as well see it through to the end, especially as Li Chun would soon arrive. Addressing the crowd before him, he remarked, "It seems you rogues refuse to heed advice. Thus, I am left with no choice." The members of the sect were equally exasperated. Since he had begun, he might as well see it through to the end, especially as Li Chun would soon arrive. Addressing the crowd before him, he remarked, "It seems you rogues refuse to heed advice. Thus, I am left with no choice." The members of the sect were equally exasperated. With 3 explosive fireballs in his left hand and a crossbow in his right, he had his standard equipment ready. He had already locked onto his targets, all of whom were in vulnerable positions. Calming himself, he recognized that if the sect members were unmindful, this could become a one-sided massacre. With 3 explosive fireballs in his left hand and a crossbow in his right, He had his standard equipment ready. He had already locked onto his targets, all of whom were in vulnerable positions. Calming himself, he recognized that if the sect members were unmindful, this could become a one-sided massacre. 3 targets were chosen, one beneath a farmer and amp, Oppo's feet, one behind a girl, and one above a merchant and amp, Oppo's head. He hurled the explosive fireballs towards these 3 targets, then raised his crossbow, aiming at the first target. With a swift pull of the trigger, the arrow struck the airborne fireball with precision. A thunderous explosion ensued, shaking the earth, followed by 2 more deafening blasts. Over a dozen sect members fell, some killed instantly, others grievously wounded, while a few narrowly escaped with minor injuries. Most of the deceased were those with 2 meridians opened, and many with 3 meridians were severely injured or lightly hurt. Xiaodong had used standard explosive fireballs, saving the enhanced ones for self-defense. Utilizing such items for a surprise attack was virtually unthinkable. Both sides were momentarily at a loss, displaying a maturity beyond her years. Wu Qi commanded, "Stay calm. Gather around me." At that moment, 2 more explosive fireballs were thrown from among the onlookers, and called out, "Junior brothers and sisters, are you all right?" Lin Qingqing urged, "Stop dawdling. Form up and maintain order." In crisis, her leadership qualities emerged. Elder Bai and several disciples also began to retreat while fighting. Wu Qi continued to direct his subordinates. Regrettably, they had consistently overlooked Zhao Zhe. At the moment they began to withdraw, Zhao Zhe threw explosive fireballs into their retreat path, a tactical collaboration with Xiaodong that conserved ammunition. Lin Qingqing sensed the impending danger. Elder Bai and several disciples also began to retreat while fighting. Wu Qi continued to direct his subordinates. Regrettably, they had consistently overlooked Zhao Zhe. At the moment they began to withdraw, Zhao Zhe threw explosive fireballs into their retreat path, a tactical collaboration with Xiaodong that conserved ammunition. Lin Qingqing sensed the impending danger. She longed to warn her junior brothers and sisters, but as she cried out, the 2 fireballs detonated. In the split second of Zhao Zhe's action, realizing he had successfully enraged the sect members, his former fiancée, he was evidently provoked. He feigned terror and retreated, exclaiming loudly, "This is terrible. These rogues are gathering to revolt against the prince." His voice resonated throughout Yinshi City. He repeated, "This is terrible. These rogues are gathering to revolt against the prince." Realizing he had successfully enraged the sect members, his former fiancée, he was evidently provoked. He feigned terror and retreated, exclaiming loudly, "This is terrible." Lin Qingqing, witnessing Zhao Zhe and Oppo's antics, felt her face flush with rage, contemplating a lethal strike against him, but Elder Bai restrained her. In a critical moment, Elder Bai discerned that Zhao Zhe was laying a trap for them. Wu Qi could no longer contain himself. He charged at Zhao Zhe, shouting, "Prepare to meet your end." Lin Qingqing, witnessing Zhao Zhe's antics, felt her face flush with rage, contemplating a lethal strike against him, but Elder Bai restrained her. In a critical moment, had she not been held back by that old hag, they would have all perished here. With 2 enhanced explosive fireballs in hand, he needed only one to deal with this assailant. He hurled the fireball without pretense, a psychological gambit on his part, and he had already won. Wu Qi, a master with 5 meridians opened, was shielded by an energy barrier. He believed he could dodge the attack, aided by his swift footwork. His initial strike missed as Zhao Zhe evaded, and the fireball struck his chest. Despite the barrier, he felt no fear. Yet, the fireball did not explode, a curious occurrence. A master with 5 meridians opened, was shielded by an energy barrier. He believed he could dodge the attack, aided by his swift footwork. And his weapon slipped from his grasp. The electric current emitted by the fireball had rendered him immobile, the effects of which even Zhao Zhe had not anticipated. He merely hoped the man would not evade it. Feeling utterly drained, Wu Qi collapsed to the ground, the energy shield dissipating. Yet, the fireball remained affixed to him, emitting a steady ticking sound. He suddenly sensed death looming before him, screaming, "No!" With a resounding explosion, his upper body was obliterated. The onlookers watched with bated breath as the Qi cultivator was obliterated by the thunderclap fireball. His upper torso was completely annihilated. It seemed the prince was not exaggerating. He possessed considerable prowess. His concealed weapon was indeed formidable, and it would be prudent to accord him due respect in the future. Unbeknownst to the crowd, a cultivator of his caliber would typically be impervious to such an attack, capable of erecting a Qi shield to deflect most harm. However, this was an enhanced iteration of the thunderclap fireball, designed to first paralyze the target with electricity, thus nullifying the chi shield before detonating. The precise mechanism by which the electrical charge bypassed the shield remained to be elucidated through further experimentation. Such validation would prove challenging, as the enhancement enchantment was capricious. Even Zhao Ze had not anticipated such a lethal outcome. His initial intention was merely to incapacitate the assailant before proceeding. He possessed another such device. The precise mechanism by which the electrical charge bypassed the shield remained to be elucidated through further experimentation. Such validation would prove challenging, as the enhancement enchantment was capricious. Zhao Ze had committed homicide, slaying a formidable chi cultivator in a manner that defied comprehension. The notion of being felled by a thunderclap fireball was preposterous, but this single strike had obviated the need for further action. Bai Zhang and Lin Qingqing observed the unfolding spectacle with incredulity, as if caught in a dream. Zhao Ze had committed homicide, slaying a formidable chi cultivator in a manner that defied comprehension. The notion of being felled by a thunderclap fireball was preposterous. The swiftness of events had precluded their understanding of the altered nature of Zhao Ze and Apos' weapon. They merely perceived Wu Qi and Apos' sudden paralysis, followed by the dissolution of his chi shield and subsequent demise. The enigmatic force that had neutralized his defenses remained a mystery. Their intended targets remained wary. Having witnessed Zhao Ze and Apos' capacity for lethal force, their perception of him underwent a metamorphosis. He was no longer a negligible entity, but one to be regarded with caution. Such is the nature of humanity. Civility often falls on deaf ears, while brute force commands obedience. Upon encountering them, their intended targets remained wary. Having witnessed Zhao Ze and Apos' capacity for lethal force, their perception of him underwent a metamorphosis. He was no longer a negligible entity. Lin Qingqing and Apos' attitude had shifted to animosity, while Bai Zhang and Apos' had become one of apprehension. It seemed that demonstrable power did possess some utility. After all, humans are. Zhao Ze had employed his system to assess Lin Qingqing and Apos' resentment and Bai Zhang and Apos' indifference. The latter regarded him as an insignificant insect. Now, in the wake of his homicides, Lin Qingqing's attitude had shifted to animosity, while Bai Zhang's had become one of apprehension. It seemed that demonstrable power did possess some utility. After all, humans are, at their core, animals, and animals adhere to the principle of might makes right, an instinct that is immutable. Zhao Ze's early arrival at the location, as dictated by the system's task, allowed him to meticulously calculate the timing of Li Chun's arrival with his troops. This timing was of paramount importance. Any deviation could have jeopardized his entire endeavor. Fortunately, all had transpired as planned. Li Chun, accompanied by 200 soldiers, promptly encircled Zhao Ze and the assembled sect members upon arriving. He scrutinized the scene, noting the numerous fatalities. His primary concern was the presence of civilians among the casualties, as their deaths could be exploited by his family's political adversaries to lodge accusations before the king. In times of peace, the lives of commoners held considerable value. Lin Qingqing attempted to assert her identity, but Zhao Ze preempted her. Generally, he began, upon my arrival, these villains were already engaged in combat, and further civilian casualties would further erode his family's standing. He bellowed, "What scoundrels dare to cause such a disturbance? Have they no fear?" Lin Qingqing attempted to assert her identity, but Zhao Ze preempted her. Generally, he began, upon my arrival, these villains were already engaged in combat. The surrounding civilians and merchants were caught in the crossfire of their formidable powers. I attempted to intervene, but both factions disregarded my pleas and even sought to join forces to eliminate me. Lin Qingqing was infuriated by Zhao Ze's mendacity. He is fabricating a tale, she thought, claiming we sought to kill him. Zhao Ze continued, many of the surrounding civilians have been injured, and numerous merchants have had their wares destroyed. Generally, Zhao Ze was fabricating the entire narrative. These sect members adhered to certain principles, one of which was the avoidance of gratuitous harm to civilians. Such actions would have repercussions from both their respective sects and the imperial court. However, accidents could occur during combat. Zhao Ze was fabricating the entire narrative. These sect members adhered to certain principles, one of which was the avoidance of gratuitous harm to civilians. Such actions would have repercussions from both their respective sects and the imperial court. However, accidents could occur during combat, as it was impossible to maintain complete awareness of one's surroundings. Lin Qingqing, unwilling to allow Zhao Ze to continue his deception, interjected, "General, we are disciples of the Xiantian sect, here in Cloudstone City on official business. Upon arriving at the city gate, we encountered a long-standing traitor who appears to have joined a malevolent sect known as the Shadow Demon Sect. We engaged in combat with him. These sect disciples were, in fact, members of the Xiantian sect. Li Chun hesitated. He is the murderer of our sect disciples. He is undoubtedly colluding with this evil sect. The woman was indeed formidable, adept at turning the situation to her advantage. These sect disciples were, in fact, members of the Xiantian sect. Li Chun hesitated. He was aware of the Xiantian sect and Apos' connections to numerous nobles and members of the royal family within the imperial court, and some deference was warranted. Inspect the bodies to ascertain whether they are, in fact, sect members in disguise, Li Chun ordered. Lin Qingqing smirked, casting a sidelong glance at Zhao Zhe. You are now silenced, she thought. You must provide evidence to support your claims of mob violence and harm to civilians. After several minutes, the soldiers reported, General, given the reckless nature of your combat, they would naturally seek to distance themselves from the danger. He then gestured towards the spectators, stating, Come forth, all of you. These individuals were disguised members of the Shadow Demon Sect. Zhao Zhe was now devoid of recourse, as no civilians had been harmed. All eyes were now fixed on Zhao Zhe, awaiting his response. He feigned helplessness, exclaiming, Who claimed that these deceased sect members were civilians? Did I make such a statement? Have no fear. General Li will ensure that justice is served. Upon hearing Zhao Zhe and Apos' words, several individuals emerged from the crowd, bearing visible injuries. Some were prostrate on the ground, unable to move. An emaciated elder, bearing a wound, knelt on the ground and pleaded, General, I beseech you to deliver justice to this humble servant. My grandson is on the verge of death, all due to these individuals. Some were prostrate on the ground, unable to move. An emaciated elder, bearing a wound, knelt on the ground and pleaded, General. The cries echoed, General, you must champion our cause. Li Chun counted over 10 injured citizens, with a few rendered unconscious, all evidently victims of the residual impact. The sheer number of injured left him somewhat perturbed. Lin Qingqing and Elder Bai were equally astonished, pondering the legitimacy of these individuals. Surely, they must be impostors. However, after sending someone to assess the injuries, Li Chun discovered the wounds were genuine, inflicted by the aftermath of the disturbance. Zhao Zui, filled with righteous indignation, declared, General Li, these brigands have blatantly violated the laws of our great Song Kingdom, gathering to brawl and harm the innocent, disregarding warnings, and assaulting law enforcement. According to the law, they must be detained and interrogated. Please, General, advocate for these citizens. Li Chun regarded Zhao Zui with a sidelong glance, thinking to himself, why is this fellow always present, and so adept at stirring trouble? Now he is suddenly allied with the Xuantiangmen. I can't tell if he is genuinely foolish or merely pretending. Though the Xuantiangmen had indeed participated in the turmoil, Li Chun had no desire to escalate matters further. He resolved to detain these individuals, later releasing them, believing that would suffice to reassure the citizens. Bring these people to the dungeons until I decide their fate, Li Chun commanded. The citizens rejoiced at this pronouncement. Yet the members of Xuantiangmen were far from pleased, particularly Lin Qingqing, who interjected, Wait, I have something to say to the general. At that moment, Li Chun wished to avoid further discourse with her, especially in front of the citizens. Whatever you have to say, do so in the dungeons. We have all the time in the world, he retorted. Lin Qingqing, evidently undeterred, waved her hand, sending an envelope soaring towards Li Chun. He caught it, initially intending to disregard its contents, presuming it to be mere flattery or bribes. However, Lin Qingqing's subsequent words compelled him to read it. General, this letter from the capital is not mandatory reading, but the consequences shall be yours to bear, she stated. Upon opening the letter and perusing its contents, he looked up at Lin Qingqing, then turned to Zhao Zui, finally grasping the situation. Yet, the animosity between them was beyond his ability to mediate. He could not assist either party, nor was it within his jurisdiction. After a moment's contemplation, he instructed, Take these individuals to my residence. I shall personally interrogate them. The letter, penned by Zhao Zui's elder brother, the current crown prince, elucidated the intentions of Xuantiangmen and mentioned his fiancée, Lin Qingqing, imploring Li Chun to facilitate matters. At this juncture, it would be sheer folly for Li Chun to remain oblivious to Lin Qingqing and Apos' identity. Having fought as a martial general for many years, he had heard whispers of Zhao Zui and Lin Qingqing, though he had yet to encounter them in person. He had previously met Zhao Zui, but this was his first encounter with Lin Qingqing. Now, the overarching narrative became clear. Zhao Zui had taken advantage of Lin Qingqing and her companion's unguarded moments to exact revenge on her, leading to the demise of her fellow disciples. With the plight of the citizens being a mere afterthought, once Lin Qingqing's identity was revealed, Li Chun could not imprison her. He could only detain her temporarily at his home to provide an explanation to the citizens. Zhao Zui had anticipated that Lin Qingqing would disclose her identity to Li Chun, yet he felt secure, knowing he had gained the support of many through his actions. Indeed, the onlookers regarded him with newfound respect. He could only detain her temporarily at his home to provide an explanation to the citizens. Zhao Zui had anticipated that Lin Qingqing would disclose her identity to Li Chun. His advocacy for the injured citizens further endeared him to them, shifting their attitudes toward him to one of warmth and camaraderie. Initially, his lack of support stemmed from a failure to win the hearts of the people. His advocacy for the injured citizens further endeared him to them, shifting their attitudes toward him to one of warmth and camaraderie. Initially, his lack of support stemmed from a failure to win the hearts of the people, but now he had shed the stigma of unpopularity and felt free to reveal his identity. Zhao Zui exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao Dongzi, and together, they returned home amid the citizens and Appo's lingering cheers. The crowd outside was reluctant to disperse. At that moment, Wu Ying entered the residence, picking up an apple from the table and devouring it. Zhao Zui, reclining in a chair, glanced at him and inquired, "Have you completed the task I entrusted to you?" "It's merely persuasion. I had no choice but to resort to such tactics. Otherwise, when would I ever gain support? Without the people and Appo's backing, using deception to win the people's favor. How shameless." Zhao Zui, having overheard, turned to him and replied, "What do you know, you little rascal? This is not deception. It's merely persuasion. I had no choice but to resort to such tactics. Otherwise, when would I ever gain support? Without the people's backing, even if I ascended to the position of city lord, it would be unstable." Indeed, the injured citizens were a fabrication, forcing them to assist him. Among them, the elder who first spoke was not coerced. He was destitute and desperate for medical care. Feeling his time was short, deceiving someone as astute as Li Chun was no simple feat. However, circumstances compelled Zhao Zui to leverage his system to hold sway over these individuals. His grandson, disguised as another, had a criminal history. Zhao Zui had discovered that he had callously abandoned his 6-year-old brother in a well, driven by a desire to monopolize the family inheritance. Coerced by Wu Ying, he ultimately participated in the ploy. Though Wu Ying had taken it upon himself to ensure this individual would pay dearly, rendering him a vegetative state. Others were similarly unsavory characters, guilty of violent crimes, robbery, or other offenses. Zhao Zui managed to reform the younger offenders who had never harmed anyone, while the more serious cases were coerced into submission before being incapacitated by Wu Ying. Those who had been bribed were offered some benefits. After all, those willing to barter their lives for money were often the impoverished. Such tactics were not unfamiliar to Zhao Zui's former world, where inciting the lower classes for various purposes or staging theatrical displays was a common stratagem employed by Western powers. In his previous life, he could only criticize these methods from behind a keyboard, yet now he found himself employing such lowly political maneuvers in this new realm. This manipulation of public sentiment became strangely addictive. Witnessing the gullibility of those around him instilled a sense of accomplishment within him. Observing the populace as fools while he portrayed the role of their clever ruler was a disconcerting sensation for Zhao Zui. He feared losing himself in this charade. Realizing that he must wield such power judiciously, refraining from wantonly swaying public opinion unless absolutely necessary. Chapter 56. The crime list. Zhao Zui understood that the public support gained through such opportunistic means was not genuine. Since it was fabricated, it would inevitably be exposed one day. True public sentiment, and will require time and effort to cultivate, allowing the populace to witness tangible benefits. That is the essence of authenticity. Deceiving the hearts of the people and stimulating their hormones is a simple task, achievable by anyone who grasps the fundamental points. However, engaging in earnest work is a far more arduous endeavor, one that few politicians can undertake. Why not take shortcuts? Why expend effort when time and energy are finite? The supporters surrounding him were easily manipulated. With just a few words, they would be enraptured, dripping with excitement, without him even lifting a finger. This was more exhilarating than toying with a lover in bed. Zhao Zui resorted to such despicable tactics out of sheer necessity. After all, For someone with a reputation as tarnished as his, acquiring a genuinely good name was a distant prospect. Thus, he had to make do with these underhanded methods to stabilize his foothold in Yunshi City. Many would suggest that Zhao Zhe should engage more with the common folk to win their hearts. However, he was not yet the true leader of this place. If he were to assist the people without proper authority, how would Li Chun perceive him? How would his comrades react? This reasoning was why Zhao Zhe concealed his identity when he arrived in Yunshi City, presenting himself merely as a commoner. Thus, if he were to assist the people without proper authority, how would Li Chun perceive him? How would his comrades react? He would have made a favorable impression on the populace. He had managed to rid Yunshi City of some undesirable elements, while he planned to keep others for future use. Considering their crimes were not particularly severe and they deserved a chance for redemption, Zhao Zhe retrieved a list from his sleeve. He would have made a favorable impression on the populace. He had managed to rid Yunshi City of some undesirable elements, while he planned to keep others for future use. Considering their crimes were not particularly severe and they deserved a chance for redemption, Zhao Zhe retrieved a list from his sleeve. A compilation of individuals with criminal records that he had recently observed from a vantage point. He had noted their names, locations, and offenses. Originally, he intended to share this list with Li Chun for lawful apprehension of these offenders, but he ultimately decided to hold on to it for the time being, realizing its imminent utility. Logically, as the rightful lord of Yunshi City, the determination of these individuals and Oppo's fates should rest with him. This thought lightened his spirits, for he was now privately executing justice upon criminals. Zhao Zhe summoned Xiao Dongzi to his chamber and handed him the list, instructing, "This list contains individuals who have become vegetative. In a few days, organize some manpower to create a disturbance at the Lord and Oppo's residence, demanding compensation from the Zuanyangmen. You and Wu Ying should take action when the time is right. I do not wish to hear any unfavorable news reaching us." Zhao Zhe contemplated further. Regarding the silencing of these individuals, Wu Ying is still inexperienced and may hesitate. You should handle it instead. The techniques I provided you have been practiced, surely? You can manage this minor task. Xiao Dongzi replied with a sinister grin. Your Highness, I have mastered that technique, and it suits me well. Regarding the silencing of these individuals, Wu Ying is still inexperienced and may hesitate. You should handle it instead. The techniques I provided you have been practiced, surely? You can manage this minor task. Xiao Dongzi replied with a sinister grin. Your Highness, I have mastered that technique, and it suits me well. I have effortlessly broken through 3 meridians and acquired some killing techniques. If they do not comply, I can demonstrate it to them. I shall prepare for this task immediately. We will observe their future conduct and reward those who perform well, as they may still prove useful. Concerning those we have yet to contact, please compile a count of those who have committed serious crimes versus those with minor offenses. Record this carefully and transcribe a new list for me. We will observe their future conduct and reward those who perform well, as they may still prove useful. Concerning those we have yet to contact, is there anything else you require, Your Highness? Zhao Zhe wished to inquire about his former fiancé and elder brother, yet he struggled to find the words. He could not simply claim amnesia, as failing to clarify these matters would hinder future operations. He resorted to subterfuge, sighing, Xiao Dongzi. Do you believe individuals can forget unpleasant experiences? Xiao Dongzi responded. Indeed, some may instinctively forget after enduring certain traumatic events. He could not simply claim amnesia, as failing to clarify these matters would hinder future operations. He resorted to subterfuge, sighing, Xiao Dongzi. There was no need to fabricate further. Xiao Dongzi was inquisitive enough to seek out all manner of arcane knowledge. Zhao Zhe lamented, I have heard this from the royal physician and have read about such symptoms, though I have not encountered any actual cases. Zhao Zhe felt a surge of relief. Initially puzzled by Zhao Zhe and Oppo's inquiry, he suddenly understood the psychological trauma involved. It was no wonder Zhao Zhe had failed to recognize Lin Qingqing at the city gate. I cannot recall anything about Lin Qingqing. After one night of drinking, I awoke unable to remember many past events. Xiao Dongzi and Oppo's eyes widened in realization, forcing him to confront painful memories. Concerned, Xiao Dongzi asked, Your Highness, do you truly wish to uncover the past between you? I fear that remembering may cause you even greater harm. Zhao Zhe waved dismissively. Just tell me. I can handle it. I should be able to endure. For if I cannot, those who seek to harm me will spare no effort, having pursued me to this forsaken location. He added, and do not forget, there were 3 parties who sought my life. They may be among them. Indeed, it had only been a few days since that incident. Xiao Dongzi would not forget. For if I cannot, those who seek to harm me will spare no effort, having pursued me to this forsaken location. He added, and do not forget. There were 3 parties who sought my life. They may be among them. Indeed, it had only been a few days since that incident. Xiao Dongzi would not forget. Chapter 57. Grievous Remembrance. Xiao Dongzi originally intended to recount the tale from the moment the relationship between the two of them began to unravel. However, he was interrupted by Zhao Zhe, who insisted that he start from the very beginning, at the time of their engagement. Thus, Xiao Dongzi complied. Chapter 57. Grievous Remembrance. Xiao Dongzi originally intended to recount the tale from the moment the relationship between the two of them began to unravel. However, he was interrupted by Zhao Zhe, who insisted that he start from the very beginning, at the time of their engagement. Thus, Xiao Dongzi complied. This narrative must commence with the birth of Zhao Zhe. Zhao Mu, Zhao Zhe and Apos, S. father, was exceedingly joyful upon his son's arrival, hosting a grand feast for the nobility. Coupled with his striking resemblance to his father, about 7 parts alike, garnered him Zhao Mu's affection. This resemblance led many in the court and among the nobility to speculate whether Zhao Zhe might one day become the crown prince. Coupled with his striking resemblance to his father, about 7 parts alike, garnered him Zhao Mu and Apos' affection, particularly since his marriage had yet to be arranged, presenting ample opportunities for many, including the Xiantian sect. The Xiantian sect was arguably one of the largest sects in the Song Kingdom, with thousands of disciples spread throughout the realm. It had cultivated numerous martial talents, especially in the military. This collaboration between the court and the sect proved beneficial, while the court lacked the efficiency to manage the masses. The sect possessed extensive experience in training warriors. Thus, a formidable partnership emerged, with civil officials governing the realm while martial officials safeguarded it. This harmonious arrangement allowed both parties to reap substantial benefits without conflict. When Zhao Zhe turned 7, the leader of the Xiantian sect approached, revealing that an elder had adopted a girl named Lin Qingqing, who exhibited exceptional martial talent and beauty. At just 6 years of age, she was deemed a perfect match for Zhao Zhe. After careful consideration of the relationship between the Xiantian sect and the Song Kingdom, Zhao Mu consented to the engagement. Consequently, Zhao Zhe and Lin Qingqing were betrothed under the guidance of their fathers, despite having never met, unaware that they would one day become strangers. From that point, their destinies intertwined. Lin Qingqing, as promised by her master, demonstrated remarkable martial prowess at a tender age, growing increasingly beautiful and attracting many suitors. Had she not been engaged to Zhao Zhe, she might have been in line to inherit leadership of the Xiantian sect, but her royal engagement positioned her to potentially become a princess or queen. Meanwhile, Zhao Zhe and Apos' former glory faded as his martial arts instructor discerned that he lacked the talent for martial practice. Having inherited his common mother and Apos' lack of ability rather than any martial gift from his royal lineage, he struggled with both martial training and academic pursuits. Zhao Zhe and Apos' former glory faded as his martial arts instructor discerned that he lacked the talent for martial practice. Having inherited his common mother and Apos' lack of ability rather than any martial gift from his royal lineage, he struggled with both martial training and academic pursuits, unable to memorize texts that others could recite after a few readings. Aside from inheriting his father's gallant visage and his mother's enchanting eyes and hair, he was left with little to commend him, rendering him a handsome yet ineffectual individual. As the saying goes, a dull bird must take flight early. He resorted to pilfering from his father and Apos' study to settle them. When Zhao Mu discovered his son and Apos' misdeeds, indulging in gambling from a young age, particularly in cricket fights, often wagering excessively. Eventually, when he lost and could not repay his debts, he resorted to pilfering from his father's study to settle them. When Zhao Mu discovered his son's misdeeds, he lost his father's affection and, compounded by his reckless actions, effectively forfeited any claim to the throne. The Xiantian sect, aware of Zhao Zhe and Apos' decline, Zhao Zhe only intensified his reckless behavior, becoming notorious in the capital for his misdeeds, his reputation deteriorating with each passing day. As a result, he lost his father's affection and, compounded by his reckless actions, effectively forfeited any claim to the throne. The Xiantian sect, aware of Zhao Zhe's decline, found it shocking that a prince could lack talent. While they might have overlooked his deficiencies due to his royal status, His self-destructive behavior was an affront to their honor. Thus, they determined that the engagement must be annulled. However, severing a royal engagement was no simple task, as it would provoke the wrath of the royal family, who would certainly retaliate. Faced with this dilemma, the Xiantian sect found themselves in a precarious position, lacking the wisdom of courtly matters. They sought counsel from a noble in the capital. It is worth noting that the account of consulting with the noble is a matter of folklore. They should select another prince among the many, allowing for a mutual concession beneficial to both parties. The Xiantian sect agreed to this proposal. Though it conveys the essence of the situation, the Xiantian sect sought advice and adhered to it. The council suggested that rather than dissolve the engagement outright, they should select another prince among the many, allowing for a mutual concession beneficial to both parties. The Xiantian sect agreed to this proposal. What seemed a straightforward solution was fraught with complexity, as failure could tarnish both their reputations. Thus, how to proceed became a pressing question. Direct alterations were implausible. She resided in Zhao Zai's household. Despite Lin Qingqing and Amp, Apos, S beauty and Zhao Zai and Amp, Apos, S shortcomings, he possessed a modicum of common sense. Representatives from the Xiantian sect visited Zhao Zai, including Lin Qingqing, who, at the age of 14, had blossomed into a beauty, owing to their engagement. Zhao Zai was not driven by lustful impulses. Shadongzi assured him repeatedly, remaining by his side. In an effort to maintain decorum, Zhao Zai even rented a separate residence to avoid any scandal. Yet, fate intervened. One morning, he awoke to find himself unclothed in Lin Qingqing's chamber. She sat at the foot of the bed, weeping. Just as Zhao Zai was about to speak, warriors entered, apprehending him without a word. Thus, he was taken before his father. In that moment, Zhao Zai looked at Zhao Mu and questioned, "Why have you done this?" Zhao Mu replied, "It is all due to your shortcomings. I am left with no alternatives." It was then that Zhao Zai realized his father had conspired against him. Chapter 58. Reminiscences and Fragments of Memory. Upon reflection, it becomes evident that only his father could orchestrate such a series of events in the capital without arousing suspicion. For Zhao Zai, despite being a prince, was always surrounded by guards. Although Zhao Zai was deemed ineffectual, he was not devoid of intelligence. He possessed a fundamental understanding of reasoning and common sense. Upon learning of his father's actions, he was utterly heartbroken, revealing the profound disappointment his father harbored towards him. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to such measures. Yet, his father found himself with no alternatives. As the sovereign of this nation, he was entangled in a web of various competing powers, rendering some decisions beyond his unilateral control. The outcomes were the results of multifaceted negotiations, leading to both victors and vanquishers. Clearly, Zhao Zai was the latter. Although he belonged to the royal lineage, the greater good required sacrifices, and he could still subsist on his royal status. This situation was hardly surprising, as Zhao Zai's own shortcomings played a significant role in the predicament. He had lived in a manner reminiscent of a languid existence, and those factions exploited this weakness. Had he conducted himself as a proper prince, it would have been far more challenging for those powers to act against him, especially given that his father was a king, and a modicum of respect was still due. He had lived in a manner reminiscent of a languid existence, and those factions exploited this weakness. Had he conducted himself as a proper prince, it would have been far more challenging for those powers to act against him, especially given that his father was a king, and a modicum of respect was still due, indicating the extent of his tarnished reputation, which had led to a profound distrust among the people. The ultimate beneficiary of this situation was undoubtedly the Xiantian sect. They not only preserved their matrimonial ties with the royal family, but also advanced their position by seeking a more formidable successor, Zhao Zai and Apos, S elder brother, indicating the extent of his tarnished reputation, which had led to a profound distrust among the people. The ultimate beneficiary of this situation was undoubtedly the Xiantian sect. He was known for his good deeds, whether genuine or not, which had earned him a stellar reputation among the citizens of the capital, making him the prime candidate for succession. Logically, with such an exemplary son, it would be most fitting to designate him as the crown prince, especially since neither the court nor the public would oppose it. Yet, he remained unappointed, making him the prime candidate for succession. Logically, with such an exemplary son, it would be most fitting to designate him as the crown prince, especially since neither the court nor the public would oppose it. Yet, he remained unappointed, and the reasons behind Zhao Mu's apparent disdain for his eldest son remained shrouded in mystery. It was only after the tumultuous events involving Zhao Zai and Lin Qingqing had concluded that the appointment was made, undoubtedly influenced by various factions meddling in the affairs. Zhao Ze had inhabited this body for nearly 4 months. Upon arrival, he found everything satisfactory, and the new body posed no discomfort. However, as if a hammer were incessantly striking his skull, the fragments of memory intertwined with Zhao Ze's current recollections, a process beyond his control. This was an experience he should have undergone upon his arrival, but had postponed. Initially, it felt like a series of hammering sensations, which soon morphed into a tearing agony. Compelling Zhao Ze to clutch his head in distress, his face contorted in discomfort. Noticing his distress, Xiaodongzi inquired urgently, "Your Highness, are you well?" This was an experience he should have undergone upon his arrival, but had postponed. Initially, it felt like a series of hammering sensations, which soon morphed into a tearing agony. Compelling Zhao Ze to clutch his head in distress, his face contorted in discomfort. Noticing his distress, Xiaodongzi inquired urgently, "Your Highness, are you well? Shall we postpone the remainder for another time?" The integration of memories proceeded rapidly. Within minutes, Zhao Ze regained a significant portion of his past memories, although not all. And further narration should enable me to remember everything. Xiaodongzi resumed recounting Zhao Ze's past experiences in the capital, though they were trivial anecdotes that failed to elicit any sensation of memory merging. Initially, Zhao Ze questioned whether the content was insufficient and encouraged Xiaodongzi to elaborate further. And further narration should enable me to remember everything. Xiaodongzi resumed recounting Zhao Ze's past experiences in the capital. At this juncture, Zhao Ze interrupted Xiaodongzi, urging him to ponder whether there were any significant matters left unspoken, issues that might profoundly impact Zhao Ze's understanding. Yet, despite his earnest contemplation, Xiaodongzi could not identify any crucial details. Perhaps there were matters the previous Zhao Ze had not disclosed to him. Though the likelihood of this was slim, given that Xiaodongzi had always been by Zhao Ze's side, absorbing all relevant occurrences. Additionally, there were events that transpired prior to Xiaodongzi's companionship with Zhao Ze, which Zhao Ze would need to voice for Xiaodongzi to be aware. Ultimately, the reasons behind the original Zhao Ze's concealed memories remained unknown to the current Zhao Ze, leaving him with little recourse but to accept the situation. Zhao Ze could not yet recall particularly significant events. Thus, Xiaodongzi's presence had become redundant, prompting him to take his leave. Zhao Ze remained in his chamber, determined to organize his thoughts, as the recollected matters were of varying significance. What surprised Zhao Ze the most was the nature of his relationship with Lin Qingqing. Zhao Ze could not yet recall particularly significant events. Thus, Xiaodongzi's presence had become redundant, prompting him to take his leave. Zhao Ze remained in his chamber, determined to organize his thoughts, as the recollected matters were of varying significance. What surprised Zhao Ze the most was the nature of his relationship with Lin Qingqing. Zhao Ze refrained from exclaiming, "Mark my words, the tides turn, and fortunes shift. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty." Alas, he was not impoverished. His worth in his former world was considerable. Of course, Zhao Ze and Oppo's self-deprecating humor served to lighten his mood, especially in the face of formidable adversaries. Ignorance had been bliss. But upon recalling prior events, he felt a pang of regret. The royal family, the Xiantian sect, and other lurking noble factions constituted significant threats. Zhao Ze mused aloud. The gravest peril indeed stems from the Xiantian sect. Following their actions against me, our fates are irrevocably intertwined. It is a matter of life or death. But upon recalling prior events, he felt a pang of regret. The royal family, the Xiantian sect, and other lurking noble factions constituted significant threats. Zhao Ze mused aloud. The gravest peril indeed stems from the Xiantian sect. Following their actions against me, our fates are irrevocably intertwined. It is a matter of life or death. Yet, out of respect for the royal family, they have refrained from immediate action, given that I was, at that time, a mere idle waste. Now, Chapter 59. Reorganizing thoughts and a complementary upgrade. He harbored no regrets for eliminating the disciples of the profound sky sect. It was an inevitable confrontation, leaving no room for negotiation. It was a matter of survival. Either they would perish, or he would. Embroiled in a heated succession struggle that stretched their resources thin, leaving them little capacity to pursue Zhao Ze. Zhao Ze and Oppo's respite was finite. Bound by his elder brother and Oppo's ascent to the throne, which would inevitably lead to a reckoning. He recognized Lin Qingqing as a woman of considerable guile, willing to employ any means to achieve her objectives. Her willingness to marry his elder brother, Zhao Hui, a man nearly 40 years her senior, was indicative of her ambition. In this world, early marriages were commonplace, and royal families were often large. Zhao Hui already had multiple consorts from noble houses, willing to employ any means to achieve her objectives. Her willingness to marry his elder brother, Zhao Hui, a man nearly 40 years her senior, was indicative of her ambition. Zhao Ze foresaw a grim fate for Zhao Hui's sole heir, destined to become a pawn in the power plays, with whom he had fathered a son and 3 daughters. It seemed Zhao Ze was not the only one at a disadvantage. These noble families were also among the losers. Zhao Ze foresaw a grim fate for Zhao Hui and Apos, sole heir, destined to become a pawn in the power plays. Although the Shangguan family was of noble lineage, their influence was limited. Their alliance with Zhao Hui had propelled their rapid ascent in the capital. Only vaguely remembering attending Zhao Hui and Apos' wedding as a child, he believed it was the Shangguan family, and he recalled the bride being renowned for her beauty. Zhao Ze lacked reliable contacts in the capital to reach out to the Shangguan family. It was possible that Zhao Hui and Apos' political rivals had already made contact, rendering his intervention futile. Some might expect Zhao Ze to launch an assault on the Profound Sky sect to demonstrate his burgeoning power to Lin Qingqing. However, Zhao Ze lacked reliable contacts in the capital to reach out to the Shangguan family. It was possible that Zhao Hui and Apos' political rivals had already made contact, rendering his intervention futile. Some might expect Zhao Ze to launch an assault on the Profound Sky sect to demonstrate his burgeoning power to Lin Qingqing. However, Zhao Ze was not driven by such motives. While he harbored resentment towards Lin Qingqing, he felt no affection for her. He felt no need to prove himself to her. And even if his elder brother were to seize the throne, the Profound Sky sect would be significantly weakened. He hoped that they would not foolishly provoke him, lest he seize the opportunity to further diminish their strength. As for Lin Qingqing, he would leave her undisturbed unless she sought to trouble him. Should she prove unwise, he would not hesitate to act. Having organized his thoughts, Zhao Ze turned his attention to the system's completed event task, which he had yet to settle. System. Settle the task, Zhao Ze instructed. System. Settling. Task completion, 120. Exceeding task requirements. As this is the host's first time exceeding task requirements, he would not hesitate to act. Having organized his thoughts, Zhao Ze turned his attention to the system and Apos' completed event task, which he had yet to settle. System. He attributed it to the elimination of the expert with 5 meridians. He lamented the absence of Lin Qingqing and the old woman. The system will grant the host a complimentary system upgrade. Zhao Ze was overjoyed, not anticipating that his choices would result in such a high completion rate. System. Please click the upgrade button in God's perspective. Zhao Ze had nearly forgotten about this step. Entering God's perspective, he located the upgrade button, labeled Free 1, and clicked it. System. System upgrading. Please wait. 20. 50. 90. Ding. System upgrade complete. Unlocked. Private information inquiry, Cloudstone City crime alert, and City Lord forced death contract. Zhao Ze marveled at the sudden influx of new features, realizing he would need to test each one individually to ensure their efficacy. Despite the system's power, its complexity and harsh penalties demanded caution. Does the private information inquiry function allow me to access more sensitive information within the identity information function? Zhao Ze inquired. System. Affirmative. These private details vary in value, with those of greater significance potentially impacting Cloudstone City and Apos' development. The cost for such information is correspondingly higher. Despite the system and Apos' power, its complexity and harsh penalties demanded caution. Does the private information inquiry function allow me to access more sensitive information within the identity information function? Zhao Ze inquired. System. Affirmative. These private details vary in value, with those of greater significance potentially impacting Cloudstone City's development. The cost for such information is correspondingly higher. Priced at 10 copper coins. Zhao Ze was slightly taken aback by the low value assigned to the individual and Apos' secrets. Regardless, the affordability was paramount. He proceeded with the payment. A 17-year-old shepherd and one of the managers of Cloudstone City and Apos' flock. Beneath the character information was a line of question marks, presumably representing the individual and Apos' private information. Good heavens! Zhao Ze exclaimed, astounded by the system and Apos' intrusion into the individual and Apos' innermost secrets. The revelation reminded him of his past life, where he vehemently opposed information leaks. Revealing the private information, since the age of 15, Li Ernesto has been secretly watching the widow Wang change clothes or bathe at night, even engaging in self-gratification while observing. Good heavens! Zhao Zhe exclaimed, astounded by the system's intrusion into the individual's innermost secrets. The revelation reminded him of his past life, where he vehemently opposed information leaks. He suddenly perceived the system not as a supreme conquest system, but as a supreme dictatorship system, adept at controlling hearts and minds. In this world, he had become an information thief, the very type of person he once despised. The irony was not lost on him. He suddenly perceived the system not as a supreme conquest system, but as a supreme dictatorship system, adept at controlling hearts and minds. Yet as the system continued to evolve in such a systematic manner, there was potential for the host to eventually eavesdrop on conversations of all individuals within his notification range. This alternate world exhibited a rather primitive form of governance, with its rulers deeply fearful of rebellion from their subordinates. With this newfound capability, yet as the system continued to evolve in such a systematic manner, there was potential for the host to eventually eavesdrop on conversations of all individuals within his notification range. A series of question marks appeared. However, the cost was exorbitant, demanding 5 years of life and 3 system points. Zhao Zhe would be able to discern the true intentions of those beneath him. Zhao Zhe directed his attention towards Li Chun and beneath the character information. He then shifted his focus to Lin Qingqing, revealing her information. Lin Qingqing, 17 years old, a disciple of the Xiantian sect, currently engaged to Zhao Wei. Since the information sought pertained to his family's internal affairs, which he deemed unnecessary at present, Zhao Zhe chose to forego this option. He then shifted his focus to Lin Qingqing, revealing her information. Lin Qingqing, 17 years old, a disciple of the Xiantian sect, currently engaged to Zhao Wei, the crown prince of the Song Kingdom. The system designated her identity as a visitor, and more question marks appeared. This woman harbored secrets. He could manipulate her as he pleased. At that moment, Zhao Zhe decided to investigate the sister of Yuan, considering a potential encounter later that evening. After a brief search, he found her still residing in the rear courtyard of the Lord's mansion. She appeared to be an ordinary indigenous woman with a hint of allure. Yet beneath this mundane facade lurked a ruthless killer. Given her deep-seated hatred for men, Zhao Zhe pondered how she had managed to endure Li Chun's presence. Especially since she was already his woman. The thought of a murderous queen being subdued by Li Chun was an oddly captivating image, one that Zhao Zhe struggled to articulate. Regrettably, Zhao Zhe lacked the habit of spying at night. However, this peculiar relationship piqued his interest, for aside from Li Chun, especially since she was already his woman. The thought of a murderous queen being subdued by Li Chun was an oddly captivating image, one that Zhao Zhe struggled to articulate. A member of the Baichong tribe, currently wanted for the murder of several tribesmen, due to her use of a false identity in Yunshi City. The system classified her as a spy. Zhao Zhe, astonished, inquired about the significance of her spy status. The system explained that it indicated her living in Yunshi City under a false identity. Although she posed no immediate threat, anyone employing false information would be defaulted as a spy by the system. The host had the authority to apprehend or execute such individuals without penalty. Zhao Zhe further questioned, "What means do I possess to apprehend her? How might I execute her?" The system replied that this pertained to the host's capabilities, independent of the system, and advised him to swiftly seize military power. Rolling his eyes, Zhao Zhe mused that had he possessed military authority, he would have already eliminated those obstructing his path. Should I simply allow this spy to roam freely in Yunshi City? Is there no function to restrain her? Zhao Zhe queried. The system responded that this feature had not yet been activated, but it could continuously monitor her whereabouts and report her actions to the host. It appeared that while such functionality might emerge in the future, Zhao Zhe was still irked and demanded to know why the system had not initially reported her presence. The system elucidated that the crime alert feature had not been activated, and previously, the host had to identify suspicious targets independently. Now, with the crime alert system in place, any individual entering Yunshi City would be registered and reported to the host. The crime alert, as the name implies, would notify the host of any criminal activities, enabling timely intervention. Naturally, this feature could be muted to allow the host uninterrupted rest. Zhao Zhe had intended to inquire about the possibility of disabling this function but found the system had already addressed it. As he preferred not to be disturbed by alarms during his slumber, the system then informed him that he could maintain public order in Yunshi City. And if order was upheld, the system would reward him with points. This was imperative as the points required for upgrading or trading were not solely attainable through task completion. As he preferred not to be disturbed by alarms during his slumber, the system then informed him that he could maintain public order in Yinshur City. Fulfilling the costs would become significantly easier. Zhao Ze had initially planned for Wu Ying to handle the criminals, but the system refused to compensate for this, asserting that the current upgrade bore no relation to the midday events. Frustrated, Zhao Ze realized he was powerless against the system and Oppo's decisions. There was still a new feature he had yet to test, and it was prudent to experiment with it now to avoid unforeseen costs later. Zhao Ze inquired about the function of the forced death contract. There was still a new feature he had yet to test, and it was prudent to experiment with it now to avoid unforeseen costs later. Zhao Ze inquired about the function of the forced death contract. If the individual consented, they could also sign the contract willingly. After contemplating the system's explanation, Zhao Ze surmised that if utilized effectively, this function could yield a legion of the dead at his command. However, he was uncertain of its duration. Judging by the system's tendencies, if the individual consented, they could also sign the contract willingly. After contemplating the system's explanation, Zhao Ze surmised that if utilized effectively, and to fully comprehend the efficacy of the forced death contract, he would have to experiment with it personally. Thus, Zhao Ze set out in search of a suitable target through his divine perspective. After a thorough search, he found only elderly individuals, whose advanced age rendered them unsuitable for experimentation. It would be unethical to disturb them. Suddenly, he recalled the numerous individuals he had slain earlier that day alongside Xiao Dongzi. Where were their corpses? Just as he was about to search for them, he realized over an hour had already passed, rendering the opportunity moot. What a pity it was to lose a skilled practitioner with 5 meridians. Otherwise, he could have acquired a reliable aid. It seemed he would have to begin anew. Zhao Ze was reluctant to use ordinary citizens for this experiment, as it would not yield worthwhile results. Contracting with warriors would better demonstrate the feature's practicality. What a pity it was to lose a skilled practitioner with 5 meridians. Otherwise, he could have acquired a reliable aid. It seemed he would have to begin anew. Zhao Ze was reluctant to use ordinary citizens for this experiment, as it would not yield worthwhile results. Contracting with warriors would better demonstrate the feature's practicality. After a thorough search, he found no particularly suitable candidates, though he did encounter a few criminals. With no other options, he decided against experimenting for the time being, intending to revisit it later. Zhao Ze then exited the system, preparing to dine, as the hour had grown late. Upon awakening, he surveyed his surroundings and realized he was in a guest chamber. Struggling to rise, he called out, "Is anyone there? Where am I?" Fortuitously, he had survived, thanks in part to a protective garment that mitigated a considerable amount of harm. However, the explosive shockwave of the thunderous fireball ultimately rendered him unconscious. Intent on venturing outside to gather information, just as he was about to rise, the door swung open, revealing Lin Qingqing. His heart leapt with joy as he exclaimed, "Sister, what of my senior and junior brothers and sisters?" Initially, his queries were met with silence, which heightened his anxiety. He attempted to sit up, intent on venturing outside to gather information. Just as he was about to rise, the door swung open, revealing Lin Qingqing. His heart leapt with joy as he exclaimed, "Sister, elder Bai and I will handle it." Memories flickered in Yi Tianqing and Oppo's mind as he, filled with trepidation, asked, "Sister, tell me, did my brothers and sisters perish?" Upon confirming he had sustained no serious injuries, she let out a sigh of relief and said, "Focus on your recovery. Do not concern yourself with the others." She hastily exited the room. Yi Tianqing, now listless, muttered to himself, "I knew it. I knew they were all dead, all killed in the blast. Zhao Ze, wait for me. I shall avenge them one day." Meanwhile, Lin Qingqing returned to her chamber, where Elder Bai awaited her. With concern etched on her face, she inquired, "How is Tianqing and Oppo's condition? His injuries are manageable, but he appears profoundly affected. It is, after all. Wait for me. I shall avenge them one day." Meanwhile, Lin Qingqing returned to her chamber, where Elder Bai awaited her. With concern etched on her face, she inquired. Elder Bai nodded thoughtfully. "Indeed, we must keep a watchful eye on him. You should spend more time with him in the coming days. He listens to you, given your shared upbringing." Lin Qingqing assented with a nod. Elder Bai continued, "We did not anticipate such significant losses at the outset of this operation." Elder Bai nodded thoughtfully. "Indeed, we must keep a watchful eye on him. You should spend more time with him in the coming days. He listens to you. Our return will be even more troublesome. Li Chun has been exceedingly evasive, repeatedly declining our invitation to join us. It is troubling that Zhao Zhe was the one who thwarted us. We had previously underestimated him. If we fail to procure that medicinal herb, our return will be even more troublesome. Li Chun has been exceedingly evasive, repeatedly declining our invitation to join us. We must hasten our efforts to acquire that herb. The esteemed individual we serve cannot afford to wait indefinitely. We must return within the stipulated time, otherwise, the repercussions will be dire. I understand. I am already making arrangements. It should be resolved within the next couple of days, Lin Qingqing assured him. She then posed another question. What shall we do about Zhao Zhe? Elder Bai gritted his teeth and replied, that scoundrel has slain so many of our own. The repercussions will be dire. I understand. I am already making arrangements. It should be resolved within the next couple of days, Lin Qingqing assured him. The latest intelligence suggests that his father and Apos' days are numbered. Once their conversation concluded, Elder Bai departed to attend to his own matters. He must not escape unscathed. However, he is still a prince, and while his father lives, we must refrain from taking direct action against him. Yet, the latest intelligence suggests that his father's days are numbered. Once their conversation concluded, Elder Bai departed to attend to his own matters. While Lin Qingqing and Apos' mind wandered back to the events of that afternoon. Zhao Zhe had proven to be not only cunning, but also ruthlessly efficient, and she could not shake the feeling that he harbored intentions to eliminate her. Despite their previous interactions, the Zhao Zhe she recalled bore no resemblance to the one she had encountered today. It felt as though she was dealing with a different person altogether, yet undeniably, it was indeed him. This disconcerting sensation lingered in her mind after the incident, though she chose not to disclose it to anyone. Women and Apos' intuition is often remarkably acute. With her junior brothers and sisters all lost, only Yi Tiansheng remained, gravely injured and unable to assist her. It was imperative that she undertake the responsibility herself. Hardly having rested, she set out to find Li Chun, determined to procure that essential herb, for without it, she would be left with no face to return. The Xiantian Gate had ventured to this desolate locale solely for its unique offerings, a medicinal herb capable of counteracting myriad toxins. With Prince Zhao Hui and Apos' bid for the throne hanging in the balance, a powerful ally had been injured and afflicted by a sinister poison. To concoct the antidote, this herb was crucial, prompting the assembly of her fellow disciples under the guise of exploration. Just as they approached the city, they encountered a traitor from their sect. With Prince Zhao Hui and Apos' bid for the throne hanging in the balance, a powerful ally had been injured and afflicted by a sinister poison. To concoct the antidote. In a different location, Zhao Zhe was at home, enjoying dinner, a ritual he adhered to with strict punctuality, a habit cultivated over time. Many regarded mealtime merely as a transactional affair, a means to an end, and Zhao Zhe had witnessed this disingenuousness in his former life, which he scorned. Occasionally, in a different location, Zhao Zhe was at home, enjoying dinner, a ritual he adhered to with strict punctuality, a habit cultivated over time. His solitary meals were genuine moments of enjoyment, devoid of ulterior motives. While one could argue that satisfying hunger constitutes a purpose, he dismissed such assertions. Dining alone allowed him to attain a rare sense of tranquility, free from extraneous distractions. Of course, this was merely his personal perspective. Others were welcome to their own interpretations. Since arriving in this new world, he had generally found company at mealtime, yet he felt no discomfort. Rather, he gradually accepted these individuals as his new family, his new support system. Regardless of the setting, having a circle of trustworthy companions alleviated his sense of loneliness. As Zhao Zhe savored his meal, since arriving in this new world, he had generally found company at mealtime, yet he felt no discomfort. Rather, he gradually accepted these individuals as his new family, his new support system. Regardless of the setting, having a circle of trustworthy companions alleviated his sense of loneliness. As Zhao Zhe savored his meal, disfavor was inconsequential. He would not be intimidated, regardless of whether they were nobles or commoners. He welcomed all challengers, prepared to face whatever came his way. Chapter 62. Methods of Domestication After Dinner. Zhao Zhe, Xiao Dongzi, and Wu Ying convened in the study to discuss matters. Xiao Dongzi had effectively completed the task Zhao Zhe entrusted to him. All the criminals had been dealt with, and now they were quite compliant, with many expressing a genuine desire for reform and to become good citizens in the future. Zhao Zhe was pleased to hear this. Xiao Dongzi had effectively completed the task Zhao Zhe entrusted to him. All the criminals had been dealt with, and now they were quite compliant, with many expressing a genuine desire for reform and to become good citizens in the future. Zhao Ze was pleased to hear this, as he had finally earned his first bucket of system points. However, while utilizing the God system today, he discovered additional criminals and prepared a list to present to Xiao Dongzi. With just a glance, Xiao Dongzi understood what needed to be done, for Zhao Ze had made his instructions abundantly clear. This was Wu Ying and Amp, Oppo's first experience in handling criminals. He found himself unable to take a life, leaving all such tasks to Xiao Dongzi, who executed them with remarkable proficiency. Each kill was swift and decisive, clearly indicating that he had engaged in such work during his time in the capital. To prevent the discovery of the bodies, Xiao Dongzi even possessed corpse disintegrating powder, making the victims vanish as if they had never existed. Even if someone reported the disappearances to Li Chun, he would treat them as missing persons. Knowing they had a meeting that evening, after concluding their discussion, they fabricated an excuse to leave the house and made their way to Yu Yin and Amp, Oppo's residence. Coincidentally, Yu Yin was awaiting their arrival. Zhao Ze had brought some food along, as it was only right to cater to Yu Yin. Knowing they had a meeting that evening, after concluding their discussion, they fabricated an excuse to leave the house and made their way to Yu Yin's residence. Coincidentally, Yu Yin was awaiting their arrival. Zhao Ze had brought some food along, as it was only right to cater to Yu Yin, who could not venture out at her leisure. It seemed she had a particular fondness for the delicacies prepared by Fan Dao, and she indulged heartily. Initially, she has agreed to meet us. The time and place have been set at Wang's Tavern, although it will be a bit later. In her message, she mentioned that Li Chun typically hosted a late banquet upon returning home in the evening, and all his women were required to attend. Therefore, she has agreed to meet us. The time and place have been set at Wang and Amp, Oppo's Tavern, although it will be a bit later. In her message, everything else can be negotiated. However, the true intentions of this woman remained unclear. They must wait until the banquet concluded for her to slip away and join them. Very well, Zhao Ze replied. As long as she can meet us. This suggested she had no knowledge of Yu Yin's imprisonment within the dungeons of Yunshi City, as Yu Yin had been incarcerated just days before Li Chun's arrival. It appeared she had captivated Li Chun shortly after he and Zhao Ze arrived in Yunshi City, leading to her inclusion in his harem during those initial days. This suggested she had no knowledge of Yu Yin and Amp, Oppo's imprisonment within the dungeons of Yunshi City, as Yu Yin had been incarcerated just days before Li Chun and Amp, Oppo's arrival. It became apparent that Zhao Ze, aided by the system, successfully rescued Yu Yin from the indigenous people, leaving her fate to be handed over to Li Chun for resolution. Life is rife with such coincidences, often leading to unforeseen outcomes. As events unfolded, it became apparent that Zhao Ze, aided by the system, successfully rescued Yu Yin from the indigenous people, though many believed it was the locals who had aided in her escape. Even her senior sister, Zi Yin, could not have anticipated such a twist. Curiously, Zhao Ze inquired, Yu Yin, how did you manage to contact your senior sister? Yu Yin raised her hand, and soon a silvery white butterfly fluttered down to rest upon it. This is the silver-winged butterfly bred by our Baichong tribe. They assist us in conveying messages. She gently placed the butterfly on the table, where it began to rhythmically tap its abdomen against the surface, emitting sounds akin to an old telegraph machine. Zhao Ze was astonished. The ingenuity of this world in message transmission surpassed his expectations. Despite the limitations, humanity and Oppo's wisdom prevailed, distinguishing them from other species. The practice of insect domestication was far more advanced than he had imagined. In his own world, only a few types of insects were domesticated, with silkworms being among the first, having been cultivated thousands of years ago. He could not help but admire the wisdom of his ancestors. Following silkworms, honeybees were the next to be domesticated, providing honey, edible larvae, and aiding in the pollination of plants, truly invaluable insects. Yet many forget that their ancestors were among the first to engage in insect domestication. People often think of dogs as humanity and Amp, Oppo's first domesticated animals. Dogs are indeed man and Amp, Oppo's best friend. However, the real marvel lies in the ability to train insects to serve human needs, a feat accomplished solely by his forebears. Is this the code? Zhao Ze asked, gazing intently at the silver-winged butterfly. Xiao Dongzi and Wu Ying approached to observe. Intrigued by this rare phenomenon they had never encountered inland. Yu Ying nodded. Indeed, the male silver-winged butterfly produces this sound by tapping its abdomen against tree trunks during courtship. We simply harness this ability through special methods during domestication, allowing us to control the rhythm and establish a code. Zhao Zhe continued. Could you provide us with some of these butterflies? We would also like to learn their domestication methods for more convenient communication in the future. In this world, they had likely evolved into a refined subspecies due to the local environment. These carrier pigeons were strictly regulated by the government, similar to postal services in the old world. All correspondence, large or small, had to pass through the Lord and Apos' office. Private ownership of such pigeons was prohibited to prevent unauthorized communications with enemies. After a moment of contemplation, Yuan replied, certainly. I have a book detailing the methods of breeding these silver-winged butterflies that you may peruse. Fortunately, it was not confiscated by your people. All correspondence, large or small, had to pass through the Lord and Apos' office. Private ownership of such pigeons was prohibited to prevent unauthorized communications with enemies. After a moment of contemplation. But I have recently annotated it in your language, so you should be able to comprehend it now. I will also compile a guide on the coding methods for you when time permits. Feel free to ask me if there is anything you do not understand. Zhao Zhe was overjoyed and accepted the book, flipping through a few pages only to find it exceedingly complex and labor-intensive, lacking the patience for such endeavors. I will also compile a guide on the coding methods for you when time permits. Feel free to ask me if there is anything you do not understand. He had developed a fondness for these butterflies. Chapter 63. The meeting. After several individuals had concluded their discussions, they made their way directly to the Wang family tavern. Due to her current status as a wanted person, Zhao Zhe instructed Xiao Dongzi to craft a maid and Apos' outfit for Yuan to wear. With Xiao Dongzi and Apos' assistance, the issue of her hair color was resolved as well. His storage bag contained an array of peculiar items, even including a disguised eye that resembled something from his world, akin to a robotic cat. Though these items were numerous, they were not exceedingly bizarre. While en route, they encountered a patrol team conducting inspections. However, upon seeing Zhao Zhe, the patrol offered no further inquiries, merely glancing at those accompanying him before allowing them to pass without issue. Li Chun had also bolstered the evening's guard, indicating that the recent prison break incident had left a mark on him. The devastating fire had destroyed many homes, leaving numerous civilians homeless that night, compelling Li Chun to permit them to stay in military tents until their houses were rebuilt. Although he managed the aftermath adequately, some discontent had already begun to brew among the populace regarding his leadership. Upon arriving at the Wang family tavern, compelling Li Chun to permit them to stay in military tents until their houses were rebuilt. Although he managed the aftermath adequately, a decree from Li Chun to accommodate those wishing for late-night snacks and drinks after the patrol's shift ended. The military had provided financial support, and the tavern owner had agreed to this arrangement, subsequently ceasing midday operations to focus solely on evening and late-night business. One could not help but admire Li Chun's concern for his subordinates, which elucidated why he held such a prominent position in the soldiers' esteem. As Zhao Zhe and his companions entered the tavern, they found it fully occupied, forcing them to wait. Fortunately, many tables were preparing to vacate, and they soon secured a private room as one party departed. The private room, located on the second floor, consisted of over 10 chambers designated for affluent and influential patrons, providing a quieter atmosphere conducive to discussions. Zhao Zhe instructed Xiao Dongzi to order a few dishes symbolically, while Yuan had already released her silver-winged butterfly to inform her senior sister of her arrival in the second-floor room. Approximately 10 minutes later, providing a quieter atmosphere conducive to discussions, Zhao Zhe instructed Xiao Dongzi to order a few dishes symbolically, while Yuan had already released her silver-winged butterfly to inform her senior sister of her arrival in the second-floor room. Approximately 10 minutes later, the door to the private room swung open, revealing Yuan and Apos' senior sister, Zien, now known as Bailota, clad in a black robe that enveloped her. Only her facial contours were visible. However, upon spotting her junior sister Yuan, she smiled gently and lifted her hood, revealing her stunning visage. Upon noticing Zhao Zhe seated beside Yuan, a flicker of surprise crossed her features, indicating she was unaware that Yuan had been rescued by Zhao Zhe and his companions. Confident and unaccompanied, she was accustomed to independence, especially given the circumstances of her being pursued by her kin and navigating the unfamiliar world of inland dwellers, leaving little room for trust. As they settled in, silence enveloped the room. Zhao Zhe had intended for Yuan to initiate the conversation, but she remained uncharacteristically mute, and an awkward atmosphere ensued. Just as Zhao Zhe contemplated breaking the silence, he was interrupted by Zien and Apos' laughter, filled with joy. She grasped Yuan and Amp, Apos' hand, exclaiming, "Sister, I'm relieved to see you unharmed. I was worried they might mistreat you if captured. I had even planned to return to the tribe to assess the situation and see if I could rescue you and your master. It's wonderful to see you safe. I never expected that you, the so-called useless prince, would involve yourself in a prison break. It seems everyone in Yunshur City underestimated you, including Li Chun. It's best if you don't draw Li Chun and Amp, Apos' attention." Ziyin, undeterred by Yuan's words, turned her gaze to Zhao Zhe and said, "I never expected that you, the so-called useless prince, would involve yourself in a prison break. It seems everyone in Yunshur City underestimated you, including Li Chun. He would never fathom that you are the mastermind behind this entire affair, and even the three tribes remain oblivious." Zhao Zhe did not deny his involvement in the orchestration. "I am already aware of your actions from this afternoon. The tribes and Li Chun have become sworn enemies, and I know they intend to retrieve something from Yunshur City. That was incidental. We are all merely striving to survive. I had no other choice." Ziyin replied, "Stop being modest. I am already aware of your actions from this afternoon. The tribes and Li Chun have become sworn enemies, and I know they intend to retrieve something from Yunshur City, which is located." She glanced at Yuan before continuing, "If that is the case, the tribes will likely launch another assault on Yunshur City, allowing you to reap the benefits of their conflict. You certainly have a knack for strategic planning. Too bad. Too bad. It seems you have lost something very important. And that item is not in your possession anymore, which is why you sought me out." She lowered her voice, adding, "If Li Chun and those three tribes discover they've been played, and that you are the one behind it all, they will not let you live. Am I correct?" "Your Highness?" Zhao Zhe felt a sense of unease. This woman had seized hold of their vulnerabilities, and the balance of negotiation had tilted unfavorably. Nevertheless, he knew he had to continue to argue his case, as the stakes were dire. "I believe Li Chun would be quite interested in hearing about your past. If my affairs come to light, I may merely face house arrest, but if yours are exposed, especially with those forbidden insects in your possession, news would reach Li Chun by morning, and those three tribes would soon learn that the item is in your possession. I can assure you they would be very interested in pursuing you." Zhao Zhe replied nonchalantly. Ziyin huffed in frustration, "You are quite cunning. How shall we collaborate? News would reach Li Chun by morning, and those three tribes would soon learn that the item is in your possession. I can assure you they would be very interested in pursuing you." Zhao Zhe replied nonchalantly. Ziyin huffed in frustration, "You are quite cunning. How shall we collaborate? It's clear what benefits you seek. What do I gain in return?" Zhao Zhe chuckled softly, recognizing that his objective had been achieved. This woman was now inclined to cooperate. In truth, Ziyin had limited options. She was trapped without a safe haven, a weakness Zhao Zhe had exploited. "Now, let us discuss what you require. I will assist you within the limits of my capabilities," Zhao Zhe proposed. Without hesitation, Ziyin declared, "I wish to become the ruler here. Can you help me achieve that?" Zhao Zhe laughed heartily. "As long as your tribe consents, what could possibly prevent that? However, it seems the opposition extends beyond your tribe. Others will also oppose your ascension to power. You are well aware of the reasons, so I need not elaborate further." Chapter 64. An inevitable choice. Upon hearing this, Ziyin furrowed her brows in anger, yet she recognized the veracity of Zhao Zhe's words. Desiring to render the populace thoughtless, all subject to their singular control. This, they believe, constitutes the ultimate form of governance, everyone obeying my command, devoid of any independent thought. Alas, or merely a puppet master playing with human marionettes. The distinction is profound. Many from Zhao Zhe's world have transformed kings or dictators into mere child kings, desiring to render the populace thoughtless, all subject to their singular control. This, they believe, constitutes the ultimate form of governance, everyone obeying my command, devoid of any independent thought. Alas, they fail to consider the essence of humanity. A supreme king or emperor is a complex and twisted being. While he may desire unity among his subjects, where emperors and Confucian scholars co-governed, a situation unparalleled in other ancient kingdoms. Ziyin and Amp, Apos' aspiration to become a ruler stemmed from a desire to protect her remaining kin from slaughter. She retorted fiercely, "Do you think you're kind or virtuous? Once you conquer Yunshur City, your expansion will be inevitable, and my people will perish at your hands. Where emperors and Confucian scholars co-governed, a situation unparalleled in other ancient kingdoms." Ziyin and Amp, Apos' aspiration to become a ruler stemmed from a desire to protect her remaining kin from slaughter. The current stasis stems from the struggle for the throne. Even if you refrain from expanding, your brethren will inevitably come to seize this land. Zhao Ze fell silent, acutely aware of Zine and Appo's truth. Whether he or his brothers captured Yinshur city, expansion would surely follow, leading to the eradication of these indigenous people. He needed to devise a strategy to fully integrate them into Yinshur city, as their customs and culture were merely different. In essence, they bore no significant distinction from the inlanders. Their numbers were vast, likely uncounted thus far, and such a populace represented an invaluable resource that Zhao Ze would not forsake, especially as he contended with his brothers. Relying solely on the few thousand residents of Yinshur city was impractical. At that moment, the previously tranquil atmosphere of discussion was shattered by a remark from Yuan. Sister, who would have thought that a ruthless murderer like you could actually feel sympathy for your kin? Truly laughable. Rather than anger, Zine responded, Oh, junior sister, I did not realize you were so infatuated. Before he perished, it seemed his affections lay with me, not you. Fuming, Yuan leapt to her feet, exclaiming, You wretched woman, I shall not let this stand. With that, she seized a bowl from the table, prepared to hurl it at Zine. Just then, Xiaodong swiftly intervened, deftly grasping Yuan and Appo's wrist and relieving her of the bowl. Zhao Ze cast an irate glance at Yuan and commanded, Sit down. We are in the midst of negotiations. You wretched woman, I shall not let this stand. With that, she seized a bowl from the table, prepared to hurl it at Zine. Just then, Xiaodong swiftly intervened. Cease your quarrel. Collaboration is paramount. I shall summon Fan Dao to prepare a delightful meal for you later. A delightful meal, HM. I am not swayed by such trivialities. Yuan retorted, turning her head in feigned indifference, though inwardly she was already captivated by the prospect of delicious food. Tempting a child with culinary delights often proves effective. Cease your quarrel. Collaboration is paramount. I shall summon Fan Dao to prepare a delightful meal for you later. A delightful meal, HM. I am not swayed by such trivialities. Yuan retorted, turning her head in feigned indifference, though inwardly she was already captivated by the prospect of delicious food. Tempting a child with culinary delights often proves effective, particularly in this world where culinary arts remain rudimentary and sustenance scarce. The indigenous people occasionally resort to consuming raw food. I can protect your kin from the onslaught, and in doing so, I may be unable to expand for many years, granting your people a prolonged respite. Zhao Ze then remarked, I cannot offer guarantees at present, but you are aware of the animosity between my brothers and me. Once I seize Yinshur city, I can protect your kin from the onslaught, and in doing so, I may be unable to expand for many years, granting your people a prolonged respite. Though he was uncertain if the other party would acquiesce, and thus remained silent. Frustrated, Zine slammed her palm on the table. Do you possess no alternatives? If not, I wish to liberate my people from this fate, not prolong their demise. Zhao Ze fell into deep contemplation. He indeed had a potential solution, though he was uncertain if the other party would acquiesce, and thus remained silent. Frustrated, Zine slammed her palm on the table. Do you possess no alternatives? If not, our collaboration is futile. We shall inevitably fall to your inlanders, the sooner the better. As she made to rise, Zhao Ze interjected, Wait, I do have a plan. This should demonstrate sufficient sincerity, no? Zine and Appo's eyes brightened as if she had discovered a new path. This could indeed save her people. She had nearly forgotten Zhao Ze and Appo's noble identity. With this union, he would be unlikely to renege, and once married, they would be kin. Violence would be unnecessary. Moreover, it was crucial to note that Zhao Ze's intention behind this marriage was not merely to stall for time. He genuinely sought to integrate these indigenous people into his fold. She had nearly forgotten Zhao Ze and Appo's noble identity. With this union, he would be unlikely to renege, and once married, they would be kin. Violence would be unnecessary. Moreover, of the authentic royal bloodline of the Song Kingdom would require a bride of comparable status, even if she were an indigenous woman. At that moment, Zine cast a knowing gaze at Yuan. She understood Zhao Ze and Appo's implication. Currently, only Yuan and Appo's status was sufficiently aligned with Zhao Ze's. If Yuan consented, everything would fall into place. Her only worry was whether the girl would comply. Of course, Yuan remained oblivious to the subtext of their conversation, puzzled by their lingering stares. Do I have something on my face? She mused. Observing Yuan's naive confusion, Zhao Ze felt a mix of exasperation and affection. The girl, innocent and charming. Everything would fall into place. Her only worry was whether the girl would comply. Of course, Yuan remained oblivious to the subtext of their conversation, puzzled by their lingering stares. Zhao Ze felt a twinge of guilt, being a visitor from a different world. Transitioning from the notion of free love to a politically motivated marriage was a shift he struggled to embrace fully. Uncertain if his choice was right or wrong, Zhao Ze felt a twinge of guilt, being a visitor from a different world. Attempted to stand and relocate, but Xin clung to her, refusing to let go. Angrily, Yuan exclaimed, "Why are you so annoying? Why must you sit right next to me? I haven't seen you in so long, and I've missed you. Is it too much to ask for a little closeness?" Xin playfully replied. Yuan shouted in frustration. Attempted to stand and relocate, but Xin clung to her, refusing to let go. Angrily, Yuan exclaimed, "Why are you so annoying? Why must you sit right next to me? I haven and Amp, Oppos, T seen you in so long, and I and Amp, Oppos, V missed you. Is it too much to ask for a little closeness?" Xin playfully replied. Yuan shouted in frustration. "I could die from this. Get away from me, you devil, you murderer. I don't want to sit with you." However, she quickly realized that her sister was genuinely upset, just as she always was when Yuan misbehaved. At that moment, tears began to well in her eyes as she thought to herself how unbearable it was that everyone was bullying her. Zhao Ze felt helpless, hoping Xin would persuade Yuan to accept the marriage proposal. He understood that such matters could not be rushed and required immense patience. If only Yuan and Oppos' parents were present. Tears began to well in her eyes as she thought to herself how unbearable it was that everyone was bullying her. Zhao Ze felt helpless. Yuan merely responded dismissively or remained silent, leaving Xin feeling quite flustered. Ultimately, she had no choice but to temporarily abandon her efforts. Resigned, Xin returned to her original seat and resumed her conversation with Zhao Ze about what she knew. Yuan merely responded dismissively or remained silent, leaving Xin feeling quite flustered. Ultimately, she had no choice but to temporarily abandon her efforts. Resigned, Xin returned to her original seat and resumed her conversation with Zhao Ze about what she knew. "Do you find it hard to believe that a murderer of her own kin would seek to protect her people?" Xin asked. Zhao Ze nodded, and Yuan followed suit. "Have you ever considered that since I have already killed my kin, I should harbor no affection for them? I could have fled far away and never returned," Xin continued. "Yet, after escaping to the inland, I found myself returning to this place that nurtured me." Xin's tone grew somber. "It is not a matter of conscience, but rather a discovery of a significant secret, one that pertains to the survival of our people. According to my research." Xin laughed heartily. "Kill? Those were my kin? They are no longer so. They are traitors who have betrayed the white insect tribe, and they deserve their fate." Yuan, shocked, exclaimed, "You are speaking nonsense. They cannot be traitors." Xin huffed. "I know better than you whether they are traitors. You have always been sheltered by your mother." Xin laughed heartily. "Kill? Those were my kin. They are no longer so. They are traitors who have betrayed the white insect tribe, and they deserve their fate." Yuan, shocked. "I approached them because I sensed their suspicious nature, leading me to uncover more truths. These individuals have already allied themselves with the red insect tribe, seeking to bolster their strength when the red insect tribe attacks the white insect tribe, all for the sake of something of immense importance. I approached them because I sensed their suspicious nature, leading me to uncover more truths. These individuals have already allied themselves with the red insect tribe, seeking to bolster their strength when the red insect tribe attacks the white insect tribe, all for the sake of something of immense importance." She then produced an object resembling an insect totem from her sleeve, a treasure that Yuan's mother had instructed her to safeguard, and which Zhao Ze and the Shadow Sect, along with those two tribes, were desperately seeking. Upon seeing it, Yuan leaped up, demanding, "Give it back to me. That was left to me by my mother." Xin chuckled. Zhao Ze inquired, "What is this object that has drawn the attention of so many factions?" Xin replied, "To understand that, we must delve into the history of our people. Our history is fragmented, unlike the extensive records you inlanders possess. To uncover it, one must piece together fragments and consult the elder tribesmen." Zhao Ze inquired, "What is this object that has drawn the attention of so many factions?" Xin replied, "To understand that, we must delve into the history of our people. Our people and Oppos' wisdom and belief stem from another tribe, whose ruins lie beneath the 10,000 mountains." Zhao Ze was taken aback. "As their legends may reflect our true history, In my quest for knowledge, I have traveled extensively, uncovering valuable historical records. According to these accounts, what treasures could possibly await them? Zine shook her head. Those individuals have become intoxicated by the allure of what lies within the ruins, believing it will grant them dominion over the world. Ironically, the key has always existed, divided into 5 parts among different tribes. Did our ancestors not realize they could unlock the ruins and retrieve what lay within to enhance their lives? The truth is, no one can control what lies inside. The historical records I have seen serve as a warning, a seal meant to prevent the contents from escaping. It seems they have forgotten this crucial fact. Zhao questioned, "What exactly is inside?" Zine responded, "It could be ancient insects, or perhaps primordial diseases, or even weapons of war. Moreover, there are vast treasures and knowledge within. These are of utmost significance. This civilization was immensely powerful in the ancient times, rivaling your inland people, perhaps even surpassing you." She continued, "For reasons unknown, their civilization collapsed, leaving behind a few survivors who escaped with fragments of knowledge, sealing away their legacy. Ultimately, they intermingled with the indigenous peoples of the 10,000 mountains, giving birth to our first generation. This marks the inception of our people. For reasons unknown, their civilization collapsed, leaving behind a few survivors who escaped with fragments of knowledge, sealing away their legacy. Ultimately, only to have extinguished itself. Yet, now new tribesmen emerged to aid in preserving that culture and knowledge." Chapter 66, A Reunion. Zhao solemnly remarked, "It appears they have yet to find a secure method to unlock the seal, and they are overly confident in their ability to control whatever lies within, only to have extinguished itself. Yet, now new tribesmen emerge to aid in preserving that culture and knowledge." Chapter 66, A Reunion. Zhao solemnly remarked, "It appears they have yet to find a secure method to unlock the seal, and they are overly confident in their ability to control whatever lies within." Zine nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, the Shadow Sect has engaged with our kin for a considerable time. Their influence can be traced behind the chaos and wars in many smaller nations and regions, and this instance is no exception. I took the opportunity to investigate the Shadow Sect and discovered it is a faction skilled in assassination, long involved in activities aimed at toppling dynasties. Their influence can be traced behind the chaos and wars in many smaller nations and regions, and this instance is no exception. They are utterly indifferent to the fate of our people. Their sole intention is to breach the seal and obtain the treasures within. However, this time, they may have miscalculated, for those treasures are not easily acquired. If things go awry, it could result in the annihilation of all living beings in this region. This conclusion is drawn from extensive historical research. I trust you do not wish to witness such devastation?" Zhao nodded in agreement. "Naturally. This place has become my final refuge. If it were to be destroyed, I would have nowhere else to turn. You need not worry. My brothers would never let that happen. Hence, I must protect this land and coexist with it." At that moment, Zine rose, indicating her intention to depart. Zhao assured her, "I will do so. You need not worry." Reassured by Zhao and Amp Appo's response, Zine smiled sweetly and departed from the Wang family and Amp Appo's shop. "And if I do not return soon, Li Chun will certainly notice my absence. I shall come back tomorrow to discuss our subsequent matters. Please look after my junior sister." Zhao assured her, "I will do so. You need not worry." Reassured by Zhao response, Zine smiled sweetly and departed from the Wang family's shop. It was then that Yuan realized she wanted to pursue her senior sister, but was restrained by Zidongzi and Zhao. Frustrated, she exclaimed, What if she absconds with that item?" Her mistrust of her senior sister was evident, stemming from emotional resistance. Zhao, feeling helpless. "It is her safeguard against us. She fears we, the people of Nilu, might breach the agreement. This is for your own good." Yuan skeptically retorted, "For my own good? What if she absconds with that item?" Her mistrust of her senior sister was evident, stemming from emotional resistance. Zhao, feeling helpless. Zhao finally managed to lead Yuan back. True to his word, he had Fan Dao prepare a late-night meal, which Wu Ying subsequently delivered to Yuan. Concluding the day and Amp Appo's events. The following morning, a gentle drizzle fell, heralding the arrival of the rainy season. Zhao, reluctant to rise from his warm bed, struggled momentarily before finally getting up, his hair a disheveled mess. Each morning required him to wash his long hair, a tedious task. For a man in this ancient world could not recklessly cut his hair, as one must honor the body received from one's parents. Fortunately, His long hair suited this ancient aesthetic, unlike some burly men whose appearances did not align. His status became evident as someone attended to him. Whenever he washed his hair, Yuan would be by his side. Trained in a noble household in the capital, her professional demeanor was impressive. She managed Zhao Zhe and Amp Oppo's hair expertly. His long hair suited this ancient aesthetic, unlike some burly men whose appearances did not align. His status became evident as someone attended to him. Whenever he washed his hair, Zhao Zhe enjoyed a breakfast of lamb offal soup, simmered to perfection, fragrant and tender, melting in his mouth. After finishing a bowl, creating an illusion of dependency that compelled Zhao Zhe to admire her skills. Her gentle touch was indeed subtle, yet profound. Once his hair was arranged, the conversations from the previous day had left Zhao Zhe profoundly shaken, revealing that the world was far more complex than he had anticipated, with many secrets lurking beneath the surface. Many would inquire if Zhao Zhe had forgotten to assess Xine's true intentions using his system. However, he had not. His reconnaissance system remained active, yet Xine exhibited a steadiness that far surpassed Yuan's. Throughout their discussion, her demeanor had not shifted significantly. Her initial distrust of Zhao Zhe remained until the end. Thus, Zhao Zhe understood the necessity of relying on his own bargaining chips to negotiate with her. A prudent course of action. While some might argue that cooperation is possible despite mistrust, after all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Zhao Zhe understood that such partnerships often hinge on a gamble, determined by the value and significance of the assets each party holds. This time, beyond the basic issues of profit, there was also a matter of life and death at stake, with the potential for mutual destruction. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Zhao Zhe understood that such partnerships often hinge on a gamble, determined by the value and significance of the assets each party holds. Zhao Zhe wasted no time calling for Zidongzi to accompany him to Yuan's residence. Xine had not yet arrived, but Yuan had already informed her of the location via her silver-winged butterfly, so it was only a matter of time before she would appear. To minimize Yuan's interjections, Zhao Zhe had entrusted Fan Dao with preparing some snacks and midday meals, ensuring Yuan and Oppo's delight as she eagerly devoured a meat pie. But Yuan had already informed her of the location via her silver-winged butterfly, so it was only a matter of time before she would appear. To minimize Yuan's interjections, Zhao Zhe had entrusted Fan Dao with preparing some snacks and midday meals, ensuring Yuan's delight as she eagerly devoured a meat pie, showing little regard for her demeanor as a young lady. Before long, Xine arrived, no longer disguising herself, having deemed it unnecessary. Both women exhibited slightly tanned skin, a testament to their upbringing in the Dazai Mountains, where the climate was neither too hot nor too cold. Their attire, minimal as per their customs, contributed to the sun-kissed complexion that was both vibrant and healthy. Chapter 67, Li Chun and Amp Oppo's impotence. Xine. Both women exhibited slightly tanned skin, a testament to their upbringing in the Dazai Mountains, where the climate was neither too hot nor too cold. Their attire, minimal as per their customs, contributed to the sun-kissed complexion that was both vibrant and healthy. Chapter 67, Li Chun's impotence. Xine. Spotting a table laden with delicacies and Yuan voraciously devouring meat and broth, unceremoniously took a seat and joined in. Perfect timing, she remarked between bites. I skipped breakfast this morning. Yuan, displeased, drew the majority of the dishes closer. These are mine, she declared. You can't have any. Xine, unperturbed, gracefully sipped from the bowl of soup before her, dabbing her lips delicately. You and Amp Oppo's burst if you eat that much. I don't and Amp Oppo's take care, Yuan retorted. Even if I become obese. You're not getting your hands on this food. Xine, dismissing Yuan's antics, concentrated on the remaining dishes. Her refined demeanor waned as she ate, glancing at Zhao Zhe. I never imagined your cook would surpass the city lord's chef in culinary skill. No wonder Yuan adores it. Zhao Zhe, naturally, would not divulge Fan Dao's existence. He preferred such talent to remain obscure, ideally perpetuating the rumor that he had acquired a mere butcher for 100 gold pieces. He modestly replied, I simply chanced upon a skilled cook. There's no need for such astonishment. Yuan interjected, Can you let me have this chef? I want him to prepare delicious meals for me every day. Zhao Zhe rolled his eyes, thinking, I make a polite gesture, and you take it seriously? What an ingenuous girl. Aren't you already enjoying his cooking daily? Albeit someone else's portion, Zhao Zhe countered. Yuan, chewing on a piece of meat, replied, Oh, I forgot. She giggled, continuing, Promise me that he'll be the only one preparing my meals from now on. Zhao Zhe nodded. I understand. Now eat. He never anticipated such an effortless resolution. Ziyin, observing the scene, shook her head in resignation. My dear sister, what am I to say to you? If it were me, extract a considerable dowry from him. She would be ruthless, potentially demanding items of great significance to Zhao Zhe as a safeguard for her people. This cook is a passable asset. In truth, Zhao Zhe was aware that upon finalizing the betrothal, Ziyin would undoubtedly, on behalf of her clan, extract a considerable dowry from him. She would be ruthless, potentially demanding items of great significance to Zhao Zhe as a safeguard for her people. Similar to Zhao Zhe's previous world, where men often purchased property to facilitate marriage, providing a basic security for the couple. However, these interspecies unions were far more intricate, with the ultimate resolution being straightforward, the birth of their child, particularly a son, who would serve as the greatest assurance between their races. As for his union with Yuyin, she remained blissfully unaware. Not that he was not proactive, but courtship was not the norm in this world. Arranged marriages were the prevailing custom. The only ones with the authority to broach the subject with Yuyin were her parents, or, in their absence, senior relatives. Ziyin desired to initiate the conversation, but Yuyin was resistant. Even if she spoke up, her involvement would likely sabotage the situation. Therefore, she focused on strengthening her bond with Yuyin, hoping she would understand her past actions and rekindle their former relationship. In Zhao Zhe's view, such a prospect was unlikely. Time was of the essence, and without it, her gaze alluring, scrutinized Zhao Zhe for a moment. I know what you men are thinking. Just some bedroom matter, and that I am a treacherous and venomous woman. Why would you willingly debase yourself as Li Chun's woman? He refrained from using the term plaything, deeming it impolite, though such was the fate of these native women. Ziyin, her gaze alluring, scrutinized Zhao Zhe for a moment. I know what you men are thinking. Just some bedroom matter, and that I am a treacherous and venomous woman. That any man who sleeps with me will be killed. She paused, continuing, actually, I was plotting his assassination from the moment he entered Cloudstone City. But he possesses some power, making it difficult to kill him. I needed to get close to him to have a chance. Such an expert would require cunning to eliminate their target. Zhao Zhe lamented. So, he hasn't touched you? Ziyin rolled her eyes at Zhao Zhe. No. Why? Do you find me unattractive? Perhaps we should find a room and try it out? She provocatively hiked up her dress, her eyes radiating allure. Zhao Zhe swallowed. Such an expert would require cunning to eliminate their target. Zhao Zhe lamented. So he hasn't touched you? Ziyin rolled her eyes at Zhao Zhe. No, why? Do you find me unattractive? Perhaps we should find a room and try it out? She provocatively hiked up her dress, her eyes radiating allure. Zhao Zhe swallowed. The reason he has and amp, oppos, touched me, she continued, is because, after much inquiry, I discovered that he is impotent. Zhao Zhe had suspected as much. Harboring insects on her person that could desiccate a person without warning. Zhao Zhe had no desire to become sustenance for her forbidden insects. Observing Zhao Zhe's discomfort, Ziyin smirked. The reason he hasn't touched me, she continued, is because, after much inquiry, I discovered that he is impotent. Zhao Zhe had suspected as much. When Ziyin mentioned that he had never visited her chambers, any man would have surmised the truth. This revelation was utterly unexpected. His investigation had been insufficient. Of course, I heard this from my sisters in the city lord and Oppos' mansion. More than half of them have never been favored by Li Chun. However, according to some men's logic, even if they are impotent, they would still claim ownership of these women, forbidding anyone else from touching them. Ziyin continued. The physician examined the wound and claimed it could be healed, but required a period of rest. Unfortunately, he disregarded the doctor and Oppos' advice. He can't even manage to spread his attention evenly. His concubine, Suli, mentioned that he sustained an injury to his nether regions during the last battle. The reason he hasn't come to my room is because his body is depleted and requires time to recuperate, denying me the opportunity to act. Chapter 68. The outcome of the discussion. Ziyin shifted the tone of her discourse and continued. You may have already surmised my intention to eliminate him. It is to incite a grand conflict between the court and the indigenous tribes. Such a war would undoubtedly delay their efforts to unseal the barriers. Of course, this could also lead to the potential extinction of my kin. I had not anticipated that within a mere span of 10 days, they would conquer 3 tribes in rapid succession. If Li Chun were to perish or sustain injuries, I had planned to lure the garrison of Yinshi City into a preemptive strike against the Chi-Chong and Hei-Chong tribes, thereby granting our Bai-Chong tribe additional time. I had not anticipated that within a mere span of 10 days, they would conquer 3 tribes in rapid succession. If Li Chun were to perish or sustain injuries, This strategy is fundamentally a suicidal one, a last resort born out of desperation. I even contemplated dragging Li Chun down with me into this abyss. However, it was only a few days ago that I encountered the presence of my junior sister, which led to the prison break. I discovered that she had been imprisoned in the dungeon all along. After her abduction, I had intended to rescue her, but regrettably, it was only a few days ago that I encountered the presence of my junior sister, which led to the prison break. And that led to your contact with me. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ze perceived a remarkable audacity in this woman, one that surpassed that of most men. I was unable to extricate myself from my other commitments. The subsequent events are known to you all. I inadvertently stumbled upon the creatures nurtured by my junior sister, and that led to your contact with me. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ze perceived a remarkable audacity in this woman, one that surpassed that of most men. Despite the significant risks, she was prepared to act. Alas, it was unfortunate that her kin no longer placed their trust in her. Otherwise, matters would not be so convoluted. Zhao Ze pondered for a moment before inquiring, does this imply that the three tribes, including the upper echelons of your Baichong tribe, had joined the ranks of the Heichong and Chichong tribes in agreeing to unseal the barriers? She cast a glance at Yuan before continuing. The reason I resorted to murder and escaped at that time was due to the fact that many from our Baichong tribe, including some senior figures, had joined the ranks of the Heichong and Chichong tribes in agreeing to unseal the barriers. She cast a glance at Yuan before continuing. Aside from the high priestess and a few elders who opposed this, no one else voiced dissent. My escape was facilitated largely due to my master's influence. Yuan, upon hearing this, leapt to her feet in agitation, exclaiming, "You speak falsely. My mother would never claim you as her ungrateful disciple. It was you who harmed her, and many witnessed it. Every situation possesses its underlying causes. One must not merely observe the superficial phenomena. Junior sister, should you harbor doubts." Drawing in Yuan and Appo's parents as well. Many aspects had not been elucidated by Zien, perhaps due to Yuan's presence, indicating that significant matters were being concealed from her. And then we shall see how you attempt to defend yourself. In Zhao Ze's view, the power struggles within the Baichong tribe encompassed numerous complexities. Drawing in Yuan's parents as well. Many aspects had not been elucidated by Zien, perhaps due to Yuan's presence, indicating that significant matters were being concealed from her. It seemed imperative to find a moment to converse privately with Zien. Where there are people, there will always be conflict, even among tribes, and none can escape such a fate. At this juncture, Zien redirected the conversation towards Li Chun. She stated, currently, half of the women in Li Chun's household have become bereaved, lamenting their circumstances daily. Particularly, Su Li stands out as an excellent candidate for exploitation. It appeared Zen's insight was not lacking, for she and Zhao Ze had arrived at the same conclusion regarding Su Li as a target for manipulation. Although he had refrained from taking action upon discovering Zen's movements, the opportunity to act was not yet lost. Many would wonder why Wu Ying, having infiltrated their ranks, had not gleaned any information regarding Li Chun's shortcomings, nor had he been detected by Zen. Wu Ying had been raised by 3 foster fathers and, due to his youth, had not been subjected to the overwhelming bombardment of information from Zhao Ze's original world. Thus, he remained an unblemished canvas, oblivious to the implications of his surroundings. Consequently, he had instructed Wu Ying to wait near the Wang family's small establishment. Thus, he was absent from the scene. Wu Ying remained Zhao Ze's clandestine asset, especially with Zidongzi imparting certain infiltration techniques to him. Zhao Ze had yet to allow Wu Ying to reveal himself before Zien during their last encounter. For revealing such knowledge to others could lead to dire consequences. Zhao Ze deliberately asked, "So how shall we utilize her?" Zien replied, "It is quite simple. Li Chun has a deputy named Li Dali, a robust young man. During a recent banquet hosted by Li Chun, for revealing such knowledge to others could lead to dire consequences." Zhao Ze deliberately asked, "So how shall we utilize her?" Zien replied, "It is quite simple. Li Chun has a deputy named Li Dali, a robust young man. During a recent banquet hosted by Li Chun, he was in attendance and was caught stealing glances at Su Li, while the other women garnered no such attention. Occasionally, Zhao Ze had long desired to leverage Su Li but had struggled to devise an effective strategy. Now, not only did he possess one, this information came to my attention quite by chance. Indeed, women can be quite cunning, and such subtle dynamics are known only to those who experience them firsthand. Zhao Ze had long desired to leverage Su Li but had struggled to devise an effective strategy. Now, not only did he possess one, but also a plan that would bring about the betrayal of two individuals close to Li Chun simultaneously. Did Su Li not yearn for status and security? It is no wonder they gaze upon you with envy. Her words prompted Zhao Ze to realize that he had overlooked certain aspects in his surveillance. He had not conducted a thorough investigation into Li Chun's subordinates, assuming that those who had fought alongside him for many years would not betray him. However, it is no wonder they gaze upon you with envy. Her words prompted Zhao Ze to realize that he had overlooked certain aspects in his surveillance. He had not conducted a thorough investigation into Li Chun's subordinates, assuming that those who had fought alongside him for many years would not betray him. However, Zien and Apos' insights illuminated Li Chun's vulnerabilities, particularly in the realm of women. The distribution of riches and precious items seemed to pose no issue. The victors are granted the greatest rewards and the most opportunities for procreation, a behavior ingrained in our very DNA since the days of our primate ancestors, leaving his subordinates to ponder their own desires. This world is undeniably harsh. Beauty has become a resource, and every conflict is accompanied by issues of profit and desire. The victors are granted the greatest rewards and the most opportunities for procreation, a behavior ingrained in our very DNA since the days of our primate ancestors, persisting even until the extinction of humanity. Zhao Ze nodded, acknowledging, "Indeed, I have been investigating Li Chun as well, but I had not anticipated that his vulnerability lay in the distribution of women. I now comprehend. However, it is not yet the opportune moment to act. We must wait a few more days." Zien affirmed, "Very well. I am aware of your actions from yesterday afternoon. I have learned that you have eradicated the members of the Moing sect. They are likely seething with anger, though they have yet to reach the boiling point that would compel them to assault Yinshi City. We must stoke the flames further, inciting genuine conflict. I propose that we take the initiative." Zhao Ze concurred, stating, "I have already instructed Yuan to relay a false message to her kin. They will dispatch more personnel, and we can ambush them en route. I will require your assistance in dealing with the masters, while I will handle the rest. Furthermore, they will realize it was I who eliminated their comrades, and they will seek retribution against me, driven by their desperate need for the key to unseal the barriers." Zhao Ze and Apos' confidence in uttering these words stemmed from his conjecture that experts at the 6th meridian were relatively scarce. The Shadow Demon sect, the Black Insect tribe. I lack comprehensive knowledge of the adjacent terrain. Could you deduce the path they are most likely to traverse? Zhao Ze and Apos' confidence in uttering these words stemmed from his conjecture that experts at the 6th meridian were relatively scarce. The Shadow Demon sect, the Black Insect tribe. This was evident in how the war a decade prior was successfully defended, with the city walls playing a pivotal role. "Rest assured," replied Zien. "My junior sister and I are intimately familiar with the paths here. There are only a few readily navigable routes, and forging new ones is impractical. Given a day, we can deduce their likely path. After all, these individuals hail from inland sects and lack our tribe and Apos' understanding of these woodlands." Zien continued, "Assassination is not an issue. I can handle most 5th Meridian experts single-handedly, and I can stall 6th Meridian experts for a time, but their elimination would require your assistance." Zhao Ze nodded, affirming, "Understood. We can deduce their likely path. After all, these individuals hail from inland sects and lack our tribe's understanding of these woodlands." Zien continued, "Assassination is not an issue. Considering the journey and the less-than-ideal road conditions, reaching the vicinity of Cloudstone City will take at least until tomorrow. We and Apos stage an ambush beforehand." Zien interjected, "Spare your conjectures. I can accurately predict the time frame. From the moment the news reaches the Black Insect tribe to their deployment of personnel, traveling without pause. They should arrive around Cloudstone City by noon tomorrow. Even if they rest en route, they should arrive by afternoon. We can lie in wait during that period. Moreover, they'll undoubtedly require rest upon reaching their destination after continuous travel, presenting us with an opportunity." Having said this, she inquired curiously, "I hear you have few subordinates. How do you intend to intercept these individuals?" Zhao Ze, reluctant to reveal his hand, casually replied, "I have my methods for recruiting a group of people. Though ordinary, we can set traps, and I possess numerous war implements that are highly effective for ambushes. Even in the hands of ordinary individuals, their effectiveness will not be diminished." "How do you intend to intercept these individuals?" Zhao Ze, reluctant to reveal his hand, casually replied, "I have my methods for recruiting a group of people. Though ordinary, we can set traps, and I possess numerous war implements that are highly effective for ambushes. Even in the hands of ordinary individuals, their effectiveness will not be diminished. Her understanding was that the Thunderbolt Fireball was incapable of killing 5th Meridian martial artists, and even posed a challenge to 4th Meridian cultivators. Yet, Zhao Ze had allegedly slain one with it, leaving her uncertain of the veracity of the rumor. If true, she would have cause to be wary of Zhao Ze. Her understanding was that the Thunderbolt Fireball was incapable of killing 5th Meridian martial artists, and even posed a challenge to 4th Meridian cultivators. Yet, her combat prowess would be halved. This was Zhao Ze and Appo's deliberate display of his trump cards to avoid being underestimated by the woman. After all, she was truly formidable. As such, incendiary and explosive devices were exceptionally lethal to her insects and possessed a significant deterrent effect due to the noise. Without the aid of her insects, alliances of convenience only arise when the strengths are relatively balanced. If Zhao Ze's strength failed to inspire a sense of danger in her, and if given the opportunity, she might very well eliminate Zhao Ze and seize control of Cloudstone City as queen of her tribe. Alliances of convenience only arise when the strengths are relatively balanced. If Zhao Ze's strength failed to inspire a sense of danger in her, she would inevitably renege on the agreement. However, Zhao Ze could not afford to do so. If he broke the agreement, he would have to exterminate all the surrounding indigenous peoples, thereby depleting his primary source of population resources. How would he then contend with his brothers? Zhao Ze inquired. How familiar are you with the Black Insect Tribe and the Scarlet Insect Tribe? What are their strengths? Zine responded, I possess some knowledge of these two tribes. While the Black Insect Tribe is enigmatic, they are also powerful, primarily due to their mastery of certain secret arts, likely remnants of an ancient civilization. During my youth, there were over 1,000 warriors bearing the title of Scarlet Warrior, all with approximately 4th Meridian cultivation. Their current numbers are unknown. While the Black Insect Tribe is enigmatic, they are also powerful, primarily due to their mastery of certain secret arts, likely remnants of an ancient civilization. I am uncertain of their specific applications, but they are no less formidable than the Scarlet Insect Tribe. What is the size of their current army? I estimate it to be no less than 10,000. Do not underestimate these 10,000, as they are all formidable warriors. Moreover, when our tribe initiates warfare, even young people who are not martial artists participate, bringing the total to at least 30 to 40,000. Zine added, furthermore, they have enslaved members of 3 of our tribes, who will undoubtedly be used as cannon fodder in their siege. Therefore, I have been gathering intelligence on their movements in recent days, but they have yet to respond. Initially, I feared that my contacts had been discovered. It would be an excellent opportunity, at least diminishing their strength. Zine replied, I cannot currently ascertain their location. However, I still have some reliable contacts in that area. I have been gathering intelligence on their movements in recent days, but they have yet to respond. Initially, I feared that my contacts had been discovered. Very well. We and Appo's LL discussed the subsequent steps after receiving information from that area. Let and Appo's conclude here for today. You two should scout the area, while I must organize my forces. I carefully examined the message for any signs of tampering and found none. My contacts should be safe, and the source of the information is reliable. Zhao Ze nodded, saying, very well. We and Appo's LL discussed the subsequent steps after receiving information from that area. Let and Appo's conclude here for today. You two should scout the area, while I must organize my forces. Time is of the essence. Let and Appo's split up and act accordingly. Chapter 69. Acquiring weapons and equipment. After reaching a preliminary agreement, the group dispersed to take action. Zine forcibly dragged Yuan, who was reluctant to cooperate with her, to scout the area, while Zhao Ze needed to return home to prepare. Zhao Ze was confident that, while they might not stand against skilled fighters in a fair confrontation, ambush tactics could prove advantageous, coupled with superior weapons and traps, leaving only those who were more compliant. With a few incentives, they would effectively become Zhao Ze's own followers. Although this motley crew lacked martial prowess, except for one location, the underground treasury of the city lord's mansion, which housed a myriad of treasures. He planned to borrow some weapons from Li Chun for his intended purposes, knowing that he could return them later without raising suspicion. Having made these decisions, he returned home alone, while Xiaodongzi and Wu Ying contacted the group of criminals. Upon arriving, Zhao Ze retreated to his room and entered the goddess perspective. While Yuan Yu was preoccupied with her own matters, he exited the system and quietly made his way to the backyard. He moved a stone to reveal a small opening, strategically placed against the wall for concealment. Only by maneuvering behind the stone could one discover the entrance. Before descending, he retrieved a makeshift cover crafted from weeds and wood. While Yuan Yu was preoccupied with her own matters, he exited the system and quietly made his way to the backyard. He moved a stone to reveal a small opening and proceeded forward. The tunnel remained dark and narrow, and Zhao Zhe detested this initial part of the journey. However, once he reached the underground aqueduct, the path widened. Designed by Dongzi for easy access to the secret passage. After testing the fit and confirming its seamless concealment, he leaped down without hesitation, secured the cover, lit a torch, and proceeded forward. The tunnel remained dark and narrow, and Zhao Zhe detested this initial part of the journey. However, once he reached the underground aqueduct, the path widened, and he could walk without bending his head. Nothing noteworthy occurred along the way, yet traversing the dimly lit corridor felt somewhat lonesome. Before long, he reached a fork in the path and entered a narrow passage, eventually arriving at a dead end. Following Dongzi's method from his previous visit, he opened the hidden door. Although Zhao Zhe was not entirely familiar with the materials or methods of their creation, he estimated that there were over 100 sets of armor and countless weapons. He headed straight for a room brimming with weapons and armor. The space was filled with specially crafted weaponry and armor. Although Zhao Zhe was not entirely familiar with the materials or methods of their creation, he estimated that there were over 100 sets of armor and countless weapons, including exquisite swords and spears likely intended for martial artists. Combining these weapons with one's martial skills would undoubtedly enhance one's capabilities. Regrettably, Zhao Zhe intended to borrow some for the common folk. If Li Chun were to discover this, he might very well seek to eliminate Zhao Zhe. He carefully selected lightweight armor suitable for the average person, ensuring it was not cumbersome. These light armors were ideal for movement in the forest and offered solid protection, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a 4-pulse expert, though the same could not be said for a 5-pulse attack. As long as vital areas remained unharmed, survival was likely. Zhao Zhe also chose several short swords for self-defense, aware that longer weapons would be hindered by branches in the forest, making them less effective for eliminating foes. The length of these short swords was perfectly suited for such encounters. The primary weapons for stealth attacks were crossbows, and these bore significant distinctions from ordinary ones. Their power and range were notably enhanced, capable of firing 5 arrows in succession, unlike the typical 3. Additionally, Zhao Zhe discerned the underlying motives upon seeing these weapons. He noted that while the armory was not overly vast, it could still equip a team of around 100. This situation seemed orchestrated by the court to eradicate the indigenous people and seize their lands, a plan only known to Li Chun. Zhao Zhe discerned the underlying motives upon seeing these weapons. He noted that while the armory was not overly vast, it could still equip a team of around 100, likely intended for reconnaissance purposes. It was unfortunate that Li Chun had yet to act on this. The ongoing struggle for the throne may have caused delays. It was merely a matter of time before launching an assault on the indigenous people to seize the surrounding territories. Xian's intuition proved correct. The court had long been prepared for war, only interrupted by the power struggle. This situation afforded Zhao Zhe and the locals a brief respite. Otherwise, he would have struggled to contend with his ruthless brethren. Once he had made his selections, Zhao Zhe wasted no time. He had emptied his storage pouch to accommodate these items, and should it prove insufficient, he still had a storage ring with ample space. After filling his storage pouch to capacity, he sought to fit even more into his storage ring, including several boxes of armor-piercing arrows, before finally stopping. Just before leaving, he felt something was amiss. Suddenly, he stepped on a scattered pearl necklace, prompting him to recall that the benefits owed to the criminals should not come from his pocket, but rather from Li Chun, who bore principal responsibility for the crimes. Not out of stinginess, but rather indignation, he reasoned that the scattered valuables were better off given away as favors than left behind. Thus, he gathered a handful of scattered jewels and gold to add to his storage ring, feeling satisfied as he exited the underground treasury. After retracing his steps to the entrance of his home, he carefully lifted the cover to ensure no one was around before emerging. He replaced the cover and returned the stone to its original position, quietly making his way back to his room. Once all was in order, he awaited Dongzi's report, during which he entered God's perspective to observe the situation in Yunshi City and the locations of Dongzi and Wu Ying. Chapter 70. The Child King Zhao Zhe meticulously observed that Dongzi was stationed in the north of the city, while Wu Ying was positioned in the west. during which he entered Goddess perspective to observe the situation in Yunshi City and the locations of Xiaodongzi and Wuing. The designated location was the residence where Yu resided, and at present, she was scouting the area, which was spacious enough to accommodate dozens of people. According to the processed list provided by Xiaodongzi, there were a total of 33 offenders with minor crimes, while the more unruly ones had already been dealt with. The designated location was the residence where Yu resided, and at present, she was scouting the area, which was spacious enough to accommodate dozens of people. According to the processed list provided by Xiaodongzi, there were a total of 33 offenders with minor crimes, while the more unruly ones had already been dealt with. These remaining individuals were relatively compliant and had expressed a desire for redemption. Upon examining the list, Zhao noted that the majority were male, indicating a predominance of men in this world and the associated higher crime rates. Among them were 2 females. But Zhao did not intend to include these 2 women in his plans. Xiaodongzi would surely understand the intent behind Zhao and Amp Oppo's decision and would likely disregard these women without further discussion. With the exclusion of these 2 women, only 31 individuals remained, of which 2 were elderly and 3 were children. The elderly were of little concern, having committed only minor thefts. But the presence of the 3 children posed a more significant challenge. These children were war orphans, victims of a decade-long conflict that had claimed their parents and Amp Oppo's lives. They had been raised by the station veterans, the eldest barely 13 and the youngest only 11, all still minors. Without parental guidance and having grown up amidst street urchins and petty criminals, they had unfortunately developed some undesirable habits. The veterans, being family men themselves, could not consistently monitor the children, who often resorted to theft and trickery in the marketplace. Local residents were at their wits' and Amp Oppo's end, hoping the children would grow up swiftly and enlist in the military, thereby alleviating their disturbances. Zhao felt sympathy for these children, yet managing them would be a challenge. Since they were children, it would be effective to employ a child leader to manage them. Once Wuing assumed the role of the child king. At that moment, Zhao noticed Wuing engaging with the 3 children, and he realized how to address their behavior. This must have been Xiaodongzi and Amp Oppo's intention. Since they were children, it would be effective to employ a child leader to manage them. Once Wuing assumed the role of the child king, the 3 would undoubtedly heed his commands. Indeed, within moments, the children began to fight amongst themselves, ganging up on Wuing. Unbeknownst to them, Wuing had significantly enhanced his abilities after consuming the flesh of ferocious beasts. He had opened 2 meridians and was on the verge of opening a 3rd. One child swung a stick at Wuing and Amp Oppo's leg, while another threw dust in his face. The 3rd child, equipped with a stone, awaited an opportunity to strike Wuing and Amp Oppo's head when he lowered his guard. Yet, Wuing was not to be trifled with. One child swung a stick at Wuing and Amp Oppo's leg, while another threw dust in his face. The 3rd child, equipped with a stone, awaited an opportunity to strike Wuing and Amp Oppo's head when he lowered his guard. Yet, Wuing was not to be trifled with. His keen senses allowed him to perceive all movements around him, rendering their ambush ineffective. In a display of agility, Wuing feigned blindness as the dust was thrown. Leaping high to evade the sweeping leg of the child behind him, he delivered a swift kick to the face of the child behind, and as he leaned forward, his intention was merely to discipline the unruly children. The youngest child, upon rising, discovered blood streaming from his nose, a result of the kick he had received. He burst into tears, while the 2nd child, realizing he had lost half a tooth, angrily declared vengeance against Wuing as he rushed to console the 11-year-old. The 13-year-old, now painfully aware of his throbbing head and swollen cheeks, pointed at Wuing, accusing him of cheating and bullying them due to his martial prowess. In truth, they were already impressed by Wuing's strength. In the world of children, respect often follows power. They longed to emulate him, yet lacked a mentor to guide them in martial arts. Wuing, however, dismissed their grievances, his expression stern as he stated, "Follow me. You wish for revenge, do you not? Join me, and you shall have your chance." The 3 children huddled together, deliberating amongst themselves, trading suggestions until the leader inquired, "Is there food?" "We will follow you if there is food." Wuing smiled and replied, "There will be plenty of meat." With this simple promise, "Do you not? Join me, and you shall have your chance." The 3 children huddled together, deliberating amongst themselves, trading suggestions until the leader inquired, "Is there food?" "We will follow you if there is food." Wu Ying smiled and replied, "There will be plenty of meat." With this simple promise, the three unruly children became Wu Ying's most devoted subordinates. Observing the entire exchange from a vantage point, Zhao Zhe smiled knowingly. It seemed that only a child king could effectively manage these rascals, as adult intervention would only complicate matters further. Meanwhile, a gathering of individuals was forming at Yuan and Amp, Appo's residence, the door left unlocked, allowing anyone to enter freely, as there was nothing of value within. In a short span, over 10 people had assembled inside, waiting idly. At this juncture, Xiaodongzi returned with several others, entering the residence. The newcomers were apprehensive, questioning why they had been gathered. Xiaodongzi calmed them, offering a few words of warning before exiting to continue his tasks. Seeing this, Zhao Zhe realized that the moment of confrontation with these criminals was imminent, and he pondered how best to persuade them to join his cause. Chapter 71. The inaugural negotiation and losses. This marked his first endeavor at influencing such a multitude of individuals. A mere recitation of prepared remarks would prove insufficient. Intimidation, of course, remained a necessary component. The carrot-and-stick approach invariably yielded results. Zhao Zhe harbored the conviction that this event represented merely the initial exercise. With numerous similar occurrences looming on the horizon, he needed to cultivate the persona of a seasoned politician, possessing both theatrical flair and persuasive eloquence, to effectively captivate attention and achieve his desired objectives. Relinquishing his omniscient vantage point, he directed Yuan Yu to fetch a basin of water. Unable to find seating, simply settled on the floor. Whispers permeated the air, yet none dared venture beyond the confines of the dwelling. Xiaodongzi and Wu Ying demonstrated commendable efficiency, having assembled all the convicts and prepared to brief Zhao Zhe on the situation. Meanwhile, Yi Yin's residence teemed with individuals. Some, unable to find seating, simply settled on the floor. Whispers permeated the air, yet none dared venture beyond the confines of the dwelling, cognizant of the dire consequences that awaited those who did. A prominent position at the head of the gathering remained conspicuously vacant, tacitly reserved for the convener of the assembly. The seats flanking either side were largely occupied, arranged according to a hierarchy of power and status. Despite their criminal backgrounds, these individuals were far from imbecilic. Having navigated the intricacies of the martial world, a mere glance or utterance sufficed to convey the general pecking order, with seating arrangements spontaneously coalescing based on mutual assessments. Those without assigned positions harbored no undue resentment, acknowledging the inherent disparity in strength and influence. Furthermore, recognizing the limited experience and knowledge among many of the convicts, the emergence of an erudite and influential figure to guide their discourse seemed a prudent course of action. Occupying the foremost seat on the left was a towering, bald-headed man named Guahao, a 3-meridian adept. His transgression stemmed from highway robbery, fueled by an insatiable gambling addiction, having squandered his family fortune at underground casinos, prompting the victims to report the incident to the authorities. However, Guahao, leveraging his martial prowess, managed to evade capture by scaling walls. During his robberies, contenting himself with intimidating passers-by with his booming voice before absconding with their money, refraining from physical violence. Unfortunately, Zhao Zhe witnessed one of his heists, prompting the victims to report the incident to the authorities. However, Guahao, leveraging his martial prowess, managed to evade capture by scaling walls. During his robberies, and unsolicited advice to abstain from gambling, he retaliated, only to be swiftly subdued by Xiaodongzi, who had cultivated formidable skills through the practice of an exceptional martial art. Subsequently, Guahao endured further torment at Xiaodongzi and Amp, Appo's hands until he prostrated himself in submission, becoming a devoted sycophant. Xiaodongzi and Amp, Appo's repertoire of torturous techniques acquired from the palace proved inexhaustible, inflicting excruciating pain without causing death. Coupled with the insidious techniques gleaned from his advanced martial art, resistance proved futile. Subsequently, Guahao endured further torment at Xiaodongzi and Appo's hands until he prostrated himself in submission, becoming a devoted sycophant. Xiaodongzi and Appo's repertoire of torturous techniques acquired from the palace proved inexhaustible, inflicting excruciating pain without causing death. Coupled with the insidious techniques gleaned from his advanced martial art, resistance proved futile. Not inherently malevolent and possessing a sense of honor, felt compelled to reciprocate the kindness shown to him. Now you are indebted to him, and you will repay that debt when the time comes. Failure to do so, well, beware of losing your head. Guahao, not inherently malevolent and possessing a sense of honor, felt compelled to reciprocate the kindness shown to him. He found himself here. Upon entering the residence, he engaged in casual conversation with the others, who quickly identified him. Consequently, his reckoning arrived swiftly. At midday, after Guo Hao had finished his meal, Xiao Dongzi appeared, informing him that the time had come to repay his debt. Thus, he found himself here. Upon entering the residence, he engaged in casual conversation with the others, who quickly identified him. Consequently, he was elevated to the foremost position on the left by his fellow convicts. Seated opposite him was a refined-looking scholar named Chen Xian, notorious for pilfering women and Oppo's undergarments and engaging in voyeurism. He enjoyed a degree of notoriety in the capital, his brushwork, though not on par with renowned masters, proving adept at producing erotic illustrations that commanded a respectable price. Despite his questionable reputation, he led a comfortable existence, dedicating himself to his art in salacious establishments. Alas, his inspiration soon waned, leading to repetitive works and a decline in prices. He desperately sought fresh inspiration, which he found in the indigenous women of the area. Devoid of red light districts and brothels, presented a challenge to his livelihood. Initially, he relied on his memory to create illustrations for the military camp, which proved immensely popular. However, his inspiration soon waned, leading to repetitive works and a decline in prices. He desperately sought fresh inspiration, which he found in the indigenous women of the area. Sensing a unique fascination among the soldiers for these women, he perceived an opportunity. Having never depicted their likenesses, he resolved to acquire indigenous slaves from the market. Unfortunately, the finest specimens were either already purchased or priced beyond his means. Thus, he resorted to surreptitious observation and the theft of their garments for study, ultimately leading to his apprehension by Zhao Zhe. His ability to evade detection owed to his martial training, having cultivated 3 meridians. Upon Xiao Dongzi and Oppo's approach, he readily acquiesced, revealing himself to be an admirer of Zhao Zhe and familiar with Xiao Dongzi. Indeed, on one occasion, the artist achieved fame and fortune, entering the ranks of the successful elite. Zhao Zhe, by virtue of that artwork, had become a household name in the capital. Revered as a mentor figure to both men and women, akin to the esteemed instructors in Japanese adult films. From an artistic standpoint, the artist achieved fame and fortune, entering the ranks of the successful elite. Zhao Zhe, by virtue of that artwork, had become a household name in the capital. He refrained from comment, recognizing that such behavior was not unexpected from the former Zhao Zhe. Initially, Xiao Dongzi intended to discreetly eliminate Zhang Xian. However, considering the widespread knowledge of the artwork, his assassination would serve no purpose. He informed Zhao Zhe of the situation, who, upon hearing the news, was initially incensed. He refrained from comment, recognizing that such behavior was not unexpected from the former Zhao Zhe. Initially, Xiao Dongzi intended to discreetly eliminate Zhang Xian. However, particularly 3 Meridian adepts, Zhang Xian and Oppo's skills were deemed valuable, to be utilized until such time as his presence became unbearable, at which point he would be eliminated. The grand doors to the chamber swung open, heralding the arrival of Zhao Zhe, with Xiao Dongzi and Wu Ying in close attendance. Zhao Zhe advanced to the head of the room and seated himself, casting a deliberate gaze over the assembled miscreants. Xiao Dongzi had furnished Zhao Zhe with a roster detailing each individual and Oppo's name, capabilities, and temperament. Zhao Zhe had only given it a cursory glance, intent on discerning the most formidable and influential figures among them, dismissing the common criminals as inconsequential. A smile played on his lips as he surveyed the first few faces, realizing that his objective could be achieved with minimal persuasion. The assembled criminals recognized Zhao Zhe as the orchestrator of this gathering, the 5th prince himself. This revelation sent ripples of surprise through the lower ranks. Chen Xian, however, was already aware of Zhao Zhe and Oppo's involvement, while Guo Hao had vaguely suspected it. Owing to Xiao Dongzi's presence, Zhao Zhe commenced, "I have convened you all today for a matter of grave importance, one that warrants such an assembly." He initially adopted a tone of respect, avoiding any heavy-handed pronouncements, intending to proceed with diplomacy. He understood that an immediate demand for bloodshed would likely incite fear and resistance. Owing to Xiao Dongzi and Oppo's presence, Zhao Zhe commenced, "I have convened you all today for a matter of grave importance, one that warrants such an assembly." None present here would disregard such a threat, for the fall of Cloudstone City would spell our collective doom. A wave of astonishment swept through the gathering. As the criminals learned of this impending danger, a potential repeat of events from a decade prior, Zhao Ze astutely linked their fate to that of Cloudstone City, making it impossible for them to shirk responsibility. The well-being of the city was intrinsically tied to the well-being of its inhabitants. The criminals grew anxious, contemplating the potential consequences of Cloudstone City's demise, the loss of their homes, possessions, and everything they held dear. Gua Hao, with a resounding voice, declared, "Though I, Gua Hao, may not be a paragon of virtue, I will not yield when it comes to safeguarding our home. I am prepared to stand or fall with Cloudstone City." He saw this as an opportunity to repay a debt, a chance to do so by defending their home. Zhang Xian, his gaze fixated on Zhao Ze with undisguised admiration. "May not be a paragon of virtue, I will not yield when it comes to safeguarding our home. I am prepared to stand or fall with Cloudstone City." Pledged to stand with His Highness and Cloudstone City until the very end. Zhao Ze found Zhang Xian's gaze unsettling and repugnant. However, he suppressed his revulsion. Echoed, "For His Highness to entrust us with the defense of Cloudstone City is an honor. Any among you who disagree are nothing short of beasts. I, Zhang Xian, pledged to stand with His Highness and Cloudstone City until the very end." Zhao Ze found Zhang Xian and Apos' gaze unsettling and repugnant. However, he suppressed his revulsion, recognizing the man and Apos' potential to sway the others. Those with property and assets echoed Gua Hao and Apos' sentiments, while the less affluent hesitated, contemplating escape. Zhao Ze, aware of their intentions, noted their names. He continued, "I now require a small detachment to intercept an enemy reconnaissance team. I extend this invitation to all of you. Those who decline are free to depart." The implied threat hung heavy in the air. Departure meant certain death or imprisonment within Cloudstone City and Apos' dungeons. The previously enthusiastic atmosphere dissipated, replaced by a palpable silence. The prospect of engaging in open combat with a ragtag group of criminals was daunting. They had anticipated defending Cloudstone City from behind its walls, under the protection of the city's army. To venture outside, without any fortifications, seemed like a suicidal mission. Some weighed the options of imprisonment versus combat. Their thoughts laid bare to Zhao Ze's detection system. He marked those whose emotions betrayed deception and treachery. He rose, producing a pouch, and announced, "These are silver coins, to be used for your immediate refreshment. This is merely an initial payment, with more to follow. Serve me well, and you shall not want for reward." He tossed the pouch onto the table and added, "Those who agree, take your share. Those who do not, may leave." The criminals exchanged hesitant glances, unsure of how to proceed. Gua Hao and Zhang Xian stepped forward, claimed their shares, and departed, signaling their agreement. Gradually, others followed suit. The remaining individuals claimed their coins, signifying their assent. Once the room was empty, Xiao Dongzi reappeared, his task completed. Zhao Ze trusted in his competence. They had surrendered their destinies to Zhao Ze. Two defiant individuals rose and bid Zhao Ze farewell without taking any coins, followed by three more. Zhao Ze, unperturbed, simply smiled. The remaining individuals claimed their coins, signifying their assent. Once the room was empty, Xiao Dongzi reappeared, his task completed. Zhao Ze trusted in his competence. To further intimidate those who had agreed to his terms, Xiao Dongzi presented a sack containing the severed ears of those who had attempted to flee. Zhao Ze glanced at the gruesome contents and returned them, unwilling to carry such a macabre memento. With the loss of 5 potential recruits, and the knowledge that some of those who had accepted payment still harbored thoughts of desertion, Zhao Ze felt a surge of annoyance. It seemed that a more brutal approach was necessary to enforce obedience. His initial desire for a gentler approach had been thwarted. Chapter 72. The Execution Ground. Fortunately, the condemned criminals were merely timid, opportunistic individuals. Their demise elicited little sorrow, for the truly formidable ones had managed to survive. Since Zhao Ze's arrival in this realm, his mindset had gradually evolved. Now, the thought of taking a life no longer posed a significant challenge. After all, these individuals were exceptionally vicious. If one did not eliminate them, they would seek to do the same to you. The only principle that prevailed was the law of strength. At that moment, Wu Ying whispered, "Brother Zhao, could this be a tad too cruel? After all, these individuals have committed relatively minor offenses. Perhaps we could spare them. This world operates on the principle that only the strong command respect." Indeed, this experience had become a lesson more valuable than any rote memorization of classic texts. Yet this is the stark reality. To achieve our objectives and those of His Highness, these individuals must be sacrificed. Your idealism, hoping to reach consensus without bloodshed, is naive. This world operates on the principle that only the strong command respect. Indeed, this experience had become a lesson more valuable than any rote memorization of classic texts. Viewing matters in a simplistic manner, things were either good or bad. This binary perspective is the initial worldview formed in childhood, which gradually transforms as one matures. I understand now. I will strive to ensure my adoptive father lives well. Wu Ying was inclined to heed Xiaodongzi and Appo's words, for he was still quite young. Viewing matters in a simplistic manner, things were either good or bad. This binary perspective is the initial worldview formed in childhood, which gradually transforms as one matures. Zhao Zhe calculated that only 21 individuals remained, several of whom were contemplating escape with the money. However, he chose not to act against them for the time being, trusting that they would comply when the moment arose. He could not afford to lose more people. He needed to account for his dealings with Zine and the ambush against the Shadow Sect, including the 3 of them, along with the 3 children. There were only 27 individuals, and with Zine and Yuan, that barely topped 30. Zhao Zhe felt overwhelmed. He had no one to command, a significant dilemma. For now, he would await news from Zine regarding how many people the Shadow Sect would send to Yunshi City, allowing him to prepare accordingly. Upon returning home, Zhao Zhe immediately entered Goddess perspective. He had yet to conduct his search for the day, so he set about doing so. System, commence the search, he instructed. System, searching, please hold for a moment. Ding. System, search complete. Please review the location, host. Utilizing Goddess perspective to examine the location, Zhao Zhe recognized it as the execution site, reminiscent of a marketplace for the condemned. Was a prisoner to be executed? It was past midday, a time typically reserved for executions. Yet, he dismissed any further speculation and decided to investigate. With only 10 minutes until the event's commencement, it appeared to be another mission. Exiting Goddess perspective, he called for Xiaodongzi and ventured out, arriving at the outskirts of the marketplace, which was already teeming with a crowd. Many were engaged in hushed discussions, and Zhao Zhe overheard snippets of gossip, though the veracity of these rumors remained uncertain. The condemned today were the indigenous individuals who had conspired and set fire during the last prison break. Li Chun had spent days capturing them, and the timing of their execution was peculiar, as the concept of public execution was not commonplace in this world. Zhao Zhe had grown accustomed to the practices of his previous realm, leading him to mistakenly assume such methods were universal, an error influenced by certain television dramas from that world. As the townsfolk spotted Zhao Zhe, they instinctively parted to grant him passage. The citizens of Yunshi City had come to recognize him as the 5th prince and found him less malevolent than rumored. He had never bullied them and had even advocated for their concerns, rendering him less detestable in their eyes. Embracing his authority, Zhao Zhe strode confidently to the forefront of the execution ground. The prisoner transport did not parade through the streets but proceeded directly to the site. Li Chun, mounted on a magnificent steed, led a lengthy procession, the center of which comprised nearly 30 prisoner carts. Zhao Zhe could only discern the faces of a few indigenous individuals in the front carts. The rest remained obscured. The guards opened the carts and ushered the prisoners out to take their places. Li Chun ascended the platform to oversee the proceedings, while Zhao Zhe, as the city lord. Upon reaching the execution ground, Li Chun dismounted, and the prisoner carts advanced to a suitable position before halting. Zhao Zhe recognized this growing discontent within Li Chun. It had not yet reached a boiling point, but the tension was palpable. Once the prisoners were in position, was expected to supervise as well. However, he found himself sidelined by Li Chun, who appeared disinclined to invite him to join. Zhao Zhe recognized this growing discontent within Li Chun. It had not yet reached a boiling point, but the tension was palpable. Once the prisoners were in position, Li Chun quietly commanded, "Commence the execution." Deputy Commander Li Dali nodded and stepped forward, declaring, "These indigenous individuals have colluded with foreign enemies and committed arson." Witnessing the execution firsthand struck Zhao Zhe profoundly. He pondered whether such a fate awaited him should he be captured by his own brothers, given his notorious reputation. Execute. With the blade raised and then lowered, heads began to roll, one even landing at Zhao Zhe and Appo's feet, only for Xiaodongzi to kick it back onto the execution ground. The first batch of executions consisted of indigenous people, prompting cheers from the crowd, who reveled in the bloodshed as if the victims were mere animals. Even animals deserve some semblance of compassion, yet none was present here. Were these individuals truly human? Yes, they were. The first batch of executions consisted of indigenous people, prompting cheers from the crowd, who reveled in the bloodshed as if the victims were mere animals. He realized the situation was far more complex than mere rhetoric. The eyes of the condemned at the moment of execution left an indelible impression on him. In that moment, he understood that he was still a human being, and those being executed were also human. He had not yet devolved into a beast. Chapter 73. The choice of corpses. The conflicts between nations throughout history have often been brutal. Although Zhao Zhe is not particularly well-versed in historical studies, he has perused various historical texts and writings. Coupled with the recent significant events of the Age of Exploration and the two world wars, it can be asserted that humanity and Apos' ethnic struggles have predominantly followed two pathways, either extermination and warfare or integration, though the latter requires a profound and holistic amalgamation, not merely superficial fusion. Many might argue that the United States is a multicultural and multi-ethnic nation. However, one must question the quality of this integration. Presently, the nation grapples with rampant racial discrimination, and one must ponder from whom the land was seized. Is it truly, as they claim, that this territory was a divine gift? Humanity often displays a remarkable lack of shame, seizing land through force and slaughter, and then declaring such actions as justified and necessary, as if it were the natural order of things. Did this land not have its rightful owners before? Countless individuals conveniently forget the events of the past few centuries, preferring to remain oblivious while the United States thrives and evolves on this fertile ground, which has indeed contributed to its emergence as one of the most powerful nations in the world. They have come to view this territory as something inherently theirs, as a rightful possession. Thus, it can be concluded that this alternate world mirrors the original in its ethnic conflicts. Warfare and extermination dominate the prevailing narrative. Yet, Zhao Zhe aspires to transform this rhythm into his own melody, striving to convert these indigenous people into his own, a primary objective of his. The bloodshed and slaughter, however, as a rightful possession. Thus, it can be concluded that this alternate world mirrors the original in its ethnic conflicts. Warfare and extermination dominate the prevailing narrative. Yet, to be disposed of once they lose their novelty. This presents Zhao Zhe with a unique opportunity. The executions at the execution ground continued, and another batch of indigenous individuals was brought forth. This time, Zhao Zhe discerned confusion and injustice in the eyes of many of them, to be disposed of once they lose their novelty. This presents Zhao Zhe with a unique opportunity. The executions at the execution ground continued, where anyone associated with the previous group was deemed guilty by association. Each execution stoked the fervor of the onlooking populace, indicating that Li Chun had begun indiscriminately slaughtering the innocent. This was a method akin to killing the chicken to scare the monkey. The effect was notably potent. The people had already forgotten the previous night's incident of their homes being set ablaze. It is no wonder that those in power favor such public displays. Beyond instilling fear in potential wrongdoers, it also serves to rally public sentiment. On this occasion, the effect was notably potent. The people had already forgotten the previous night's incident of their homes being set ablaze, now only recalling that Li Chun had executed traitors and spies. Once their homes were rebuilt, they would undoubtedly express their gratitude to Li Chun, who was undeniably performing his role as deputy city lord exceedingly well. As the third batch of criminals was brought forth, Zhao Zhe was taken aback to find a group of soldiers, apparently Li Chun's subordinates. It struck him as peculiar that he would turn against his own men. However, as prison guards, they have shamefully leaked information about the prisoners to the indigenous people, a grave sin for which there can be no forgiveness. As their commander, take a good look at these 5 men. They have been my subordinates for many years, yet their actions since arriving in Yunshi City have deeply disappointed me. As prison guards, they have shamefully leaked information about the prisoners to the indigenous people, a grave sin for which there can be no forgiveness. As their commander, I too bear responsibility for my failure to manage them properly. This is my negligence. I hope my remaining soldiers will learn a profound lesson from these 5 and strive to be soldiers whom the common folk can trust. After this impassioned speech, he commanded, "The rest may return to the barracks." Thus, this execution came to an end. Zhao Zhe chose merely to be an observer, abstaining from involvement, effectively opting out of this incident and Apos' task. In truth, he had not relinquished his intentions. The rest may return to the barracks. Thus, this execution came to an end. Zhao Zhe chose merely to be an observer, abstaining from involvement, effectively opting out of this incident's task. In truth, he had not relinquished his intentions. Xiao Dongzi had already set out under his orders to seek out those who would bury the corpses. Zhao Zei's true objective lay with the bodies of the deceased. Once everything was secured, the soldiers departed, while the grave diggers prepared to exit the city with the cart, intending to find a suitable spot to dig a grave. Meanwhile, the soldiers wrapped the corpses in straw mats and carelessly tossed them onto a cart, ensuring that the heads and bodies were bundled together for ease of burial. Once everything was secured, the soldiers departed, while the grave diggers prepared to exit the city with the cart, intending to find a suitable spot to dig a grave. Meanwhile, his companions awaited him outside the city. Just as he was about to move the cart, a young eunuch intercepted him. This eunuch was familiar to him. A servant of the fifth prince, though he was uncertain as to why he was stopping the cart. The grave digger inquired, "Might I ask if the fifth prince has any instructions?" He astutely questioned whether it was Zhao Zei's command. Xiao Dongzi replied, "It is indeed the prince's command." The grave digger covered his mouth in horror and jumped off the cart, casting a disgusted glance at the corpses. He had not anticipated such misfortune. General Li Chun, in his haste, overlooked this matter, prompting the prince to send me to address it. Upon hearing of the illness, the grave digger covered his mouth in horror and jumped off the cart, casting a disgusted glance at the corpses. He had not anticipated such misfortune. He had thought he was undertaking a significant task, but it seemed that this was hardly an easy job. Seeing that the situation was under control, Xiao Dongzi continued, "Allow me to handle this matter. You are ill-suited for it. If the disease spreads, be wary of your own head." He then added, "Here is a small token of appreciation. I trust you have already received General Li Chun's compensation. This comes from the fifth prince. Share it with your companions. Tell them not to wait." As he spoke, he tossed a bag of money to the grave digger. Upon opening the bag and inspecting its contents, the grave digger smiled broadly. "Since it is the fifth prince's command, I shall comply," he said, pocketing the money. He then asked, "Shall I assist the prince in transporting these corpses?" Xiao Dongzi shook his head, looking at the grave digger with mild reproach. "This sum is sufficient for you to purchase a new cart. Are you still fixated on this one?" The grave digger smacked his lips in realization. "I am foolish. I shall take my leave." He then scurried away, disappearing from sight. Xiao Dongzi covered the corpses once more with a cloth and added some miscellaneous items from his storage bag to obscure their true nature. From the outside, Zhao Zei understood it contained exactly what he sought. He leaped onto the cart, and together, they returned to Yuan and Amp, Appo's residence. Upon acquiring the residence, neither Zhao Zei nor Xiao Dongzi could escape his notice if they attempted to leave. Thus, they drove the cart boldly to Zhao Zei and Appo's location. Upon seeing the cart, Zhao Zei understood it contained exactly what he sought. He leaped onto the cart, and together, they returned to Yuan and Appo's residence. Upon acquiring the residence, Zhao Dongzi had meticulously orchestrated every detail. A back gate was situated in the alleyway adjacent to the house, its width precisely accommodating a carriage. Consequently, they were compelled to transport the cadavers indoors one by one. Zhao Dongzi refrained from inquiring about the purpose of these bodies, though curiosity gnawed at him. Observing the prince and Appo's earnest demeanor, he surmised that Zhao Zei spoke truthfully regarding their significance. Wu Ying, equally intrigued, cast furtive glances at the corpses and their accompanying heads. He yearned to pose inquiries, but Zhao Dongzi's cautionary gaze dissuaded him. Once the bodies were extracted from the carriage and arranged on the ground, heads reunited with torsos, Zhao Zei addressed Zhao Dongzi and Wu Ying. "The events that are about to unfold will undoubtedly astound you. I implore you to maintain absolute secrecy, even at the cost of your lives. I had initially intended to withhold this information from you, but the exigency of time compelled me to enlist your assistance. We have less than half an hour remaining." Zhao Dongzi solemnly affirmed, "Your Highness, rest assured that I, your humble servant, am bound to you by unwavering loyalty. Under no circumstances shall I divulge this secret." Wu Ying, less eloquent, simply declared, "I, too, shall maintain silence." "Your Highness, you have my word." Zhao Zei nodded in satisfaction. He harbored no reservations regarding Zhao Dongzi and Wu Ying, whose fidelity was beyond reproach. Zhao Dongzi, in particular, exhibited unwavering devotion. Wu Ying, while slightly less fervent, held the prince in profound esteem. Consequently, Zhao Zei felt confident in entrusting them with this matter. Their assistance would prove invaluable in future systemic endeavors. Having completed the preparations, he scrutinized the corpses arrayed on the floor. The majority were indigenous commoners, devoid of martial cultivation. Approximately 13 individuals fell into this category. The remainder possessed varying degrees of cultivation, ranging from the first to the third meridian. Zhao Ze was particularly gratified by the presence of 5 soldiers, all warriors of the fourth meridian. These soldiers, presumably prison guards from the dungeon, were unsurprisingly of the fourth meridian. These 5 jailers were suspected of leaking information. Whether or not this was true, they could not escape Li Chun's punishment. After all, Li Chun needed to find some scapegoats for the people and the court. All warriors of the fourth meridian. These soldiers, presumably prison guards from the dungeon, were unsurprisingly of the fourth meridian. These 5 jailers were suspected of leaking information. There may be a court spy in that corner, so it must be done. Unfortunately, Zhao Ze was unable to conduct a comprehensive search of Yunshi City's populace at this juncture. He would have to proceed methodically, identifying and rooting out any imperial spies lurking in the shadows. Until then, he would have to contend with the unsettling sensation of being watched. Without further hesitation, Zhao Ze was unable to conduct a comprehensive search of Yunshi City and Oppo's populace at this juncture. He would have to proceed methodically, identifying and rooting out any imperial spies lurking in the shadows. Until then, he would have to contend with the unsettling sensation of being watched. Without further hesitation, Zhao Ze selected a corpse, stood before it, and commanded the system, initiate the Forced Death Pact. System, commencing Forced Death Pact. Luminous emanations converged upon the corpse from various angles, visible only to the system and Oppo's host. Xiaodongzi and Wu Ying merely observed Zhao Ze standing before the cadaver, muttering incantations reminiscent of a shamanistic charlatan. Could these dead rise again? As they pondered this possibility, the corpse before Zhao Ze abruptly sat upright, its severed head miraculously reattached, the gash on its neck still visible. The 2 men recoiled in astonishment. Wu Ying, paralyzed with fear, collapsed to the ground, stammering, A ghost. Before he could utter another syllable, Xiaodongzi clamped his hand over Wu Ying and Oppo's mouth, soothing him until he regained his composure. This initial invocation of the Forced Death Pact exacted a minimal toll on Zhao Ze, given the subject and Oppo's status as a commoner. The terms of the Death Pact stipulated that the reanimated corpse would engage in a single, all-out battle on Zhao Ze and Oppo's behalf, with an indefinite lifespan contingent upon the host and Oppo's survival. The commitment to a single, unrestrained battle constituted the undead and Oppo's sole purpose. Devoid of cognitive faculties, it was incapable of independent thought or action. However, it could execute basic commands, akin to a marionette. Its defining characteristic was its capacity for 30 minutes of unbridled combat. Should his coffers dwindle, he could always replenish them from Li Chun and Oppo's subterranean vault. Without hesitation, he resurrected all 13 commoners as undead warriors. Of the remaining 17 corpses, fundamentally impervious to death or fear, these animated corpses could only be neutralized by dismemberment or incapacitation. Zhao Ze harbored no concerns regarding the expense, given his substantial financial resources. Should his coffers dwindle, he could always replenish them from Li Chun and Oppo's subterranean vault. Without hesitation, he resurrected all 13 commoners as undead warriors. Of the remaining 17 corpses, granting Zhao Ze 25 minutes of unrestrained combat. Second Meridian practitioners required 1 system point in exchange for 20 minutes of all-out fighting, while Third Meridian individuals demanded 2 system points and 100 gold coins for 15 minutes of combat. Zhao Ze deemed these costs acceptable. With 8 system points remaining, he was uncertain of the price for resurrecting Fourth Meridian experts. Based on the system and Oppo's predilection for escalating costs with increasing power, he anticipated a substantial increase. Indeed, the system revealed that resurrecting a Fourth Meridian warrior required 4 system points and 200 gold coins for 10 minutes of unrestrained combat. The total cost amounted to 20 system points. Zhao Ze would need to settle his previous task before proceeding. Zhao Ze, system, settle my recently completed tasks. System, processing settlement. The system revealed that resurrecting a Fourth Meridian warrior required 4 system points and 200 gold coins for 10 minutes of unrestrained combat. The total cost amounted to 20 system points. Zhao Ze would need to settle his previous task before proceeding. Zhao Ze, system, settle my recently completed tasks. System, processing settlement. Please wait. Ding. System, settlement complete. You have been awarded 10 system points for maintaining order in Yunshi City. ensuring that he possessed the means and time to contend with his brethren in the struggle for supremacy. Chapter 75. The emergence of the Deadpool soldiers upon acquiring the system points. Zhao Ze immediately employed the Forced Hope Agreement to transform all 5 soldiers, each having opened 4 meridians, into living dead. Now, 30 individuals stood orderly before him, which brought Zhao some solace. Although these living dead constituted a disposable force, they were undoubtedly better than having none at all. At the very least, he had something to present to Ziyin, thereby underscoring his value as a collaborator. Otherwise, he feared that Ziyin would inevitably turn against him in the future. Furthermore, Zhao intended to withhold this information from Ziyin and Yuyin, as it was his sole trump card. The natives had yet to submit to him, and he could not afford to take risks with such knowledge. As for Ziyadongzi and Wu Ying, that was a different matter. He feared that Ziyin would inevitably turn against him in the future. Furthermore, Zhao intended to withhold this information from Ziyin and Yuyin, as it was his sole trump card. The natives had yet to submit to him, and he could not afford to take risks with such knowledge. As for Ziyadongzi and Wu Ying, that was a different matter. They were allies, and informing them posed no threat. The priority now was to conceal these living dead, as the presence of so many natives could lead to disastrous consequences if Yuyin and Ziyin discovered their existence. Wu Ying curiously gathered around one of the living dead, occasionally poking at it when Zhao was distracted, hoping for some reaction. Unfortunately, these living dead remained unresponsive. Ziyadongzi, visibly astonished, inquired, "Your Highness, how is it that they have all come to life?" Zhao chuckled, weaving a tale. "This is a secret technique of the Zhao royal family, known only to a few. It is not as invincible as you imagine. These are merely a disposable force. Even the strongest of the soldiers, those with 4 meridians, we would be invincible. Your Highness, we should seize the opportunity to revive more living dead. Capturing Yunshiqing will be within our grasp." Zhao waved his hand dismissively. "It is not as invincible as you imagine. These are merely a disposable force. Even the strongest of the soldiers, those with 4 meridians, can only fight for a brief moment. Therefore, we must continue to rely on conventional manpower. This technique should only be employed in times of dire need and cannot be misused, as it has become my final trump card. Understand?" Ziyadongzi nodded. "I understand. I had no idea the royal family possessed such formidable techniques." Easily swayed by Zhao and Appo's words, Ziyadongzi trusted him implicitly, thus harboring no doubts. Zhao instructed, "Now, remove the clothing of these living dead and wrap their bodies in white cloth, leaving only their eyes exposed." Once all the living dead had been enveloped in white cloth, Zhao retrieved light armor from the storage ring, borrowed from Li Chun and Appo's underground treasury, and adorned each living dead with it. He equipped them with short swords and bows, and Ziyadongzi produced black cloaks from his storage bag, an inexplicable collection he had amassed, draping them over the living dead soldiers, thus concluding their preparations. Exhausted, the 3 of them collapsed onto the ground, panting for breath. At long last, these 30 individuals bore a semblance to the Deadpool. Seizing the moment, Zhao tested their ability to move at his command and found it to be satisfactory, albeit they lacked any semblance of thought. He could only issue simple, direct orders, as they could not comprehend complex commands. Wu Ying envied Zhao and Appo's control over the living dead, yearning to experiment with it himself. Children are drawn to toys, and such controllable toys were no exception. Regrettably, he lacked the qualification for such authority, and Zhao could not grant it to him. They returned to dine as twilight descended, aware that delays might raise Yuan Yu's suspicions. Yuyin and Ziyin would likely not return until nightfall, so it was permissible to leave the living dead here for the time being. After their meal, Zhao would relocate them. Meanwhile, deep within the 10,000 Great Mountains, Lin Xingxing and Elder Bai, accompanied by 50 soldiers borrowed from Li Chun, were escorting several natives, uncertain of what they were searching for. Lin Xingxing was incensed. They had been searching for nearly 2 days without finding the desired herbs. In her frustration, she had executed 8 of the 10 natives they had brought along. If this continued, and she eliminated all the guides without locating the herbs, her return would be untenable. Elder Bai angrily shouted at one of the natives, "Did you not claim that this area was abundant with them? Why have we not found even a single specimen? Are you lying to us?" The male native, kneeling on the ground, replied, "I did not lie. When I was a child, this land was filled with those herbs. I do not know why they are gone now. Perhaps someone has harvested them." Alas, no sooner had the native finished speaking than his head rolled to the ground. Elder Bai's sword had struck with remarkable speed, swiftly silencing him. The remaining natives trembled in fear at the sight. The guides were equally disheartened, having traversed several locations without spotting even one herb. They were oblivious as to who had harvested the medicinal plants, leaving them in despair as they failed to find even this last area. At that moment, Lin Qingqing approached, saying, "Elder Bai, calm down. We cannot kill these natives any further. If we do, there will be no one left to guide us back. I believe they are telling the truth. They have no reason to risk their lives to deceive us. It appears that someone has intentionally harvested the herbs." Elder Bai sighed. "I understand, but it is hard to swallow this frustration. We vies come all this way, and now we must return empty-handed, with so many lives lost. It will be difficult to explain. For now, we must return. In a few days, I will personally lead a group to their tribe to negotiate." "I believe the herbs must be in their possession," Lin Qingqing suggested. Elder Bai nodded. "It seems we have no other option. It will be difficult to explain. For now, we must return. In a few days, I will personally lead a group to their tribe to negotiate." She pulled them both behind a boulder. In an instant, over 10 soldiers were felled by arrows, while most managed to find cover and retaliate against the natives. Unfortunately, their firepower was insufficient. They were outmatched by the natives' superior numbers. At least 200 archers were firing at them in succession. The ground soon became littered with arrows, and the relatively flat terrain offered little in the way of shelter, plunging them into a dire situation. At this juncture, Lin Qingqing shouted. Their firepower was insufficient. They were outmatched by the natives' superior numbers. At least 200 archers were firing at them in succession. The ground soon became littered with arrows, and the relatively flat terrain offered little in the way of shelter, plunging them into a dire situation. At this juncture, Lin Qingqing shouted, "I possess the latest intelligence from Yunqiqing regarding the court's intentions toward you natives. I believe this information could be of mutual benefit." After a minute, the arrows ceased. 5 minutes passed without a response, and the arrows continued to rain down upon them. However, Lin Qingqing remained patient and reiterated, "I hope your news can preserve your head. Lay down your weapons and come with us." Lin Qingqing glanced at her subordinates, and the implication was unmistakable. And Lin Qingqing had achieved her objective. Chapter 76. The decision. At this moment, a muscular woman with fiery red hair emerged from the forest. She declared, "I hope your news can preserve your head. Lay down your weapons and come with us." Lin Qingqing glanced at her subordinates, and the implication was unmistakable. As she spoke, she reached out to caress Lin Qingqing and Appos' face. Disgusted, Lin Qingqing swatted her hand away and replied, "Please show some respect. We are all individuals of standing. How can you treat someone who brings benefits to your people in such a manner?" Latu scoffed, "You inlanders are notoriously cunning. I doubt your words hold any truth. They seem mostly fabricated. Spare us the chatter and come along. Once we reach our tribe, someone will verify your claims." Having no means to resist, Lin Qingqing realized she had miscalculated by encountering such a formidable force of natives. She had no choice but to surrender. "They seem mostly fabricated. Spare us the chatter and come along. Once we reach our tribe, someone will verify your claims." Having no means to resist, Lin Qingqing realized she had miscalculated by encountering such a formidable force of natives. She had no choice but to surrender. Though this also presented an opportunity to acquire the herb she sought. Seeing that Lin Qingqing and Elder Bai had ceased their resistance, and that the surrounding soldiers followed suit, Latu felt elated. She had accomplished a significant feat by capturing so many inlanders single-handedly, and the elders would surely reward her upon her return. Latu waved her hand, commanding, "Bind them all and take them away." Her subordinates complied, and once they were secured, he believed the execution he had conducted that day had been satisfactory, and that both the citizens of Yunshi City and the court would take notice. However, shortly after he entered his home, he was intercepted by Yi Tianqing, who eagerly inquired, "My senior sister and Elder Bai have been gone for a day. Why haven't they returned? Could something have happened? Perhaps the general should send someone to check on them." Li Chun glanced at Yi Tianqing and replied, "Do you think this is the inland? You can come and go as you please. It isn't as simple as you imagine. If it were, the court would have long since taken this area, and these natives wouldn't still be roaming about." With that, he pushed past Yi Tianqing, uninterested in the fervent young man's concerns. Yet, Yi Tianqing refused to relent, pursuing him and insisting, "General, if they take much longer, I fear the worst. You must send someone to investigate, or at least lend me some soldiers. I will go personally to assist my senior sister." As he walked, Li Chun responded, "You think my soldiers are mere commodities for your borrowing? You forget that your senior sister has already taken 50 of my elite troops." And that was only because of the crown princess face. What makes you think I would lend you more? Upon hearing this, Yi Tianqing became agitated, exclaiming, "But my senior sister is in danger. She is the future princess consort. Are you really not going to check on her?" Li Chun halted, turning to say, "Is the princess consort so remarkable? Until she becomes queen, she ought to temper her arrogance. I warned her against venturing into the mountains, where the natives are exceedingly savage and unruly. The terrain is so complex that there are no reliable maps to guide one. It is easy to get lost. I advised her not to ascend, but alas, she did not heed my counsel. If something were to happen, the responsibility would not lie with me. Do not attempt to leverage the Xintian sect or the crown prince against me. I am unafraid." Implied in Li Chun's words was the notion that should they continue to act recklessly, he might choose to ally with another faction. Yi Tianqing, though not foolish. "Do not attempt to leverage the Xintian sect or the crown prince against me. I am unafraid." Implied in Li Chun's words was the notion that should they continue to act recklessly, he might choose to ally with another faction. Yi Tianqing, though not foolish, understood Li Chun's message. He had no intention of pressuring Li Chun, but he felt an urgent need to rescue his senior sister. He could not bear the thought of her in peril. In his moment of turmoil, he resolved that one day he would stand in front of her. He finally summoned enough willpower to rise and stretch his body. As he prepared to step outside, Xiao Dongzi interrupted, announcing that a visitor had arrived, an old acquaintance. Intrigued, but his laziness overtook him. He simply wanted to lie there, pondering how he could possibly lose weight in such a state. After more than 10 minutes of inactivity, he finally summoned enough willpower to rise and stretch his body. As he prepared to step outside, Xiao Dongzi interrupted, announcing that a visitor had arrived, an old acquaintance. Intrigued, Zhao Zhe wondered if yet another fool had come calling. When Xiao Dongzi ushered the visitor in, Zhao Zhe recognized him as a member of the Xintian sect, the same one he had previously incapacitated with an explosion. Remarkably, he had survived. This individual was certainly resilient, but did he truly think he could come seeking vengeance? Yi Tianqing bowed his head, addressing Zhao Zhe. "Your Highness, may I speak with you privately? I have important news to share, and I hope you will believe me." Zhao Zhe, disappointed that this wasn't a confrontation, questioned the purpose of the visit, especially since Yi Tianqing had come alone. Where was Lin Qingqing? Ultimately, Zhao Zhe thought he must have misheard. Did this man truly expect him to rescue the imperious Lin Qingqing? Was this some sort of jest? Yi Tianqing knelt before Zhao Zhe, fervently pleading, "Your Highness, I beg you, for the sake of your past kindness, please save Lin Qingqing." What? Zhao Zhe thought he must have misheard. Did this man truly expect him to rescue the imperious Lin Qingqing? Was this some sort of jest? Filled with fervor, implored, "Your Highness, you did not mishear me. I beseech you, for the sake of our past friendship, to save Lin Qingqing." Zhao Zhe chuckled and replied, which did not surprise Zhao Zhe. However, the words he spoke were astonishing to Zhao Zhe, who, while taken aback, was also curious about Yi Tianqing's ulterior motives. Yi Tianqing, filled with fervor, implored, "Your Highness, you did not mishear me. I beseech you, for the sake of our past friendship, to save Lin Qingqing." Zhao Zhe chuckled and replied, "Why should I save her? Are you not aware that we are now sworn enemies? Friendship? What friendship do we share? It seems we have none. Our previous relationship was merely a political marriage. I have not even touched her hand. You cannot possibly think. Never mind, I know you want and amp. Oppose, believe me." He intended to clarify that he had not engaged in any such conduct, but judging by Yi Tianqing and Oppo's expression, he could tell that no one would accept his words. "I fear she has encountered trouble, which has delayed her return. Thus, I implore you to assist her." Zhao Zhe laughed. "Are you jesting? Trouble is merely a trivial matter. My senior sister set out to find a specific herb, borrowing 50 men from Li Chun. Since then, we have received no word from her. I fear she has encountered trouble, which has delayed her return. Thus, I implore you to assist her." Zhao Zhe laughed. "Are you jesting? Trouble is merely a trivial matter. I suspect your senior sister's fate is dire. She is likely in grave danger, especially with 50 men under her command, while I have nothing at my disposal. I am left with no choice but to seek your assistance. Furthermore, I trust that you did not harm my senior sister that night." Intrigued, Yi Tianqing remained kneeling, insisting, "Your Highness, I have already beseeched Li Chun, but he refuses to send troops to aid me. Hence, I am left with no choice but to seek your assistance. Furthermore, I trust that you did not harm my senior sister that night." Intrigued, Zhao Zhe settled into a position and prompted, "Oh, pray tell, why do you believe that?" Yi Tianqing elaborated. The warriors who engage with her benefit immensely, not only improving their martial prowess but also prolonging their lives. She is the woman that anyone would dream of possessing. At this point, Zhao Zhe realized Yi Tianqing and Apo's naivety, the alchemical vessel and Apo's effects were singular and exceedingly rare. Zhao Zhe had heard whispers about it. Those who had engaged with such vessels would exhibit signs of enhanced abilities in a short time. It was surprising how hard the Xiantian sect had worked to win him over, only to let this woman slip away and into the hands of his elder brother. Those who had engaged with such vessels would exhibit signs of enhanced abilities in a short time. It was surprising how hard the Xiantian sect had worked to win him over, only to let this woman slip away and into the hands of his elder brother. But he quickly regained his composure, returning to a state of normal hostility. Unfortunately for him, Zhao Zhe had caught that fleeting moment. After a contemplative silence, Zhao Zhe queried. He asked. Yi Tianqing nodded earnestly. Yes, I am certain she still possesses them. As he spoke, a flicker of emotion crossed Yi Tianqing and Apo's face. I am certain he would be greatly interested. Even if it leads to your Xiantian sect intervening, I believe he would dare to send troops to rescue her. Yi Tianqing shook his head. I do not trust him. Even if he were to rescue my senior sister, she would be rendered useless, discarded by the sect. Only you can save her. Regardless of your actions, the Xiantian sect would reap the greatest benefits, and we could justify our dealings with the royal family. Zhao Zhe chuckled. I find myself somewhat baffled. Are you seeking to save your senior sister, or the property she embodies? Yi Tianqing responded earnestly. Both, of course. I hope your highness believes my words. I am not lying. Zhao Zhe replied. Whether you are truthful or not is for me to discern. No need for further elaboration. I must warn you, your senior sister may have fallen into the hands of the natives. Upon seeing her, do you think they will act kindly? I hope your highness believes my words. I am not lying. Zhao Zhe replied. Whether you are truthful or not is for me to discern. No need for further elaboration. I implore you, save her. I assure you, I will become your loyal servant, doing whatever you command. I fear that rescuing her may prove futile, leading to nothing but wasted effort. In a state of desperation, Yi Tianqing crawled forward, gripping Zhao Zhe's leg and pleading. But Yi Tianqing held on tightly, leaving Zhao Zhe with no recourse. Xiaodong, standing nearby, admonished, release your filthy hands. Do you hear me? Now understanding the situation. I can provide you with information from the Xiantian sect and the capital, if only you would help my senior sister. Zhao Zhe attempted to kick him away. But Yi Tianqing held on tightly, leaving Zhao Zhe with no recourse. Xiaodong, standing nearby, admonished, release your filthy hands. Do you hear me? Now understanding the situation. Zhao Zhe recognized that Yi Tianqing was an infatuated man, seeking aid from an enemy for the sake of his beloved. Zhao Zhe could not help but admire Yi Tianqing and Apo's courage. Stop crying, Zhao Zhe chided. You are a grown man. What is the purpose of your tears? Tell me, do you truly love Lin Qingqing? Would you die for her? The weight of these two penetrating questions struck Yi Tianqing profoundly, halting his sobs and loosening his grip. He slumped to the ground, appearing both innocent and pitiable, a sentiment difficult to feign. Zhao Zhe, monitoring the situation, discerned that this was Yi Tianqing and Apo's genuine emotion, devoid of pretense. After a few moments, Yi Tianqing regained his composure and nodded at Zhao Zhe, affirming, yes, I have loved her since childhood. Such a simple admission, devoid of denial. As it was no longer necessary. At that moment, Zhao Zhe found Yi Tianqing somewhat more agreeable. He rose, stating, very well, return tonight and await my news. I will inform you of my actions. He then signaled Xiaodong, who promptly understood and produced a vial of slow-acting poison, presenting it to Yi Tianqing. Zhao Zhe instructed, consume this. The antidote will depend on your obedience. Without hesitation, Yi Tianqing took the vial and swallowed several pills, standing up and declaring, who would have thought he would find himself being implored by an enemy? Chapter 78. Post-event analysis. After escorting Yi Tianqing out the door, he turned and departed without a moment and Apo's hesitation. Zhao Zhe watched Yi Tianqing and Apo's retreating figure, astonished by the serendipity of the evening and Apo's events. Life often unfolds in unpredictable ways. Who would have thought he would find himself being implored by an enemy? Chapter 78. Post-event analysis. After escorting Yi Tianqing out the door, some of his statements must hold a kernel of truth. He is currently seeking something from us, and if he does not express at least some genuine intent, how could he expect us to trust him? His claim regarding Lin Qingqing being a furnace is likely accurate. I recall that each time I encountered Lin Qingqing, some of his statements must hold a kernel of truth. He is currently seeking something from us, and if he does not express at least some genuine intent, how could he expect us to trust him? His claim regarding Lin Qingqing being a furnace is likely accurate. I recall that each time I encountered Lin Qingqing, it is evident that the matter of the furnace is indeed true. However, Zhao Ze shifted his tone, continuing, he mentioned that she still retains the medicinal effects, implying that her body has not yet been compromised by my elder brother. I suspect this to be a falsehood. As you have informed me, it is evident that the matter of the furnace is indeed true. However, Zhao Ze shifted his tone, continuing, he mentioned that she still retains the medicinal effects. It is highly probable that during those years, when the effects were strongest, she was already obtained by my elder brother Zhao Hui. Now, the peak efficacy of the medicinal furnace occurs post the age of 15, which coincides with the time I was framed and forced into a marriage. It is highly probable that during those years, when the effects were strongest, she was already obtained by my elder brother Zhao Hui. Now, Lin Qingqing is alone in this border region, lacking even a few strong bodyguards, unafraid of being discovered by the overly cautious. While the Shantian sect undoubtedly possesses means to conceal the truth of her being a medicinal furnace, such actions come with significant risks. I believe her body has long since lost its efficacy, which is why my elder brother Zhao Hui and the Shantian sect feel secure in allowing her, an elder Bai, to bring disciples to this place. Zhao Ze chuckled softly. The initiative is in our hands. Whether or not we aid Yi Tianqing, we possess options, while he does not. Had memories of Lin Qingqing, and upon reflection, recognized the validity of Zhao Ze's assessment. He then asked, so, Your Highness, will you choose to assist him? Zhao Ze chuckled softly. The initiative is in our hands. Whether or not we aid Yi Tianqing, we possess options, while he does not. I would have made the same choice in his position. It is regrettable, however. He perceives us as more gullible and easier to manipulate, which is why he approached us. His decision is not misguided. Where lacking power while pursuing true love is tantamount to courting death. Moreover, Zhao Ze continued, I am certain he has not disclosed the entirety of the truth, that he possesses great potential, yet sacrifices so much for a woman who does not love him. Frankly, I admire such individuals, yet they are misplaced in this world. That the herbs are for. Zhao Ze placed a finger to his lips, signaling Xiaodongzi to remain silent, and Xiaodongzi promptly understood. Yuan Yu had witnessed Yi Tianqing and Apos' visit to Zhao Ze, but remained oblivious to the details of their discussion. She seized a moment to discreetly deliver a message to Li Chun. Upon learning of the situation, Li Chun merely laughed, dismissing the matter without issuing further commands to Yuan Yu. He found it amusing that Yi Tianqing would seek out a prince with no followers, considering it a farcical endeavor, and burned Yuan Yu's message as if nothing had transpired. Meanwhile, Zhao Ze returned to his quarters and immediately accessed the god system, intending to surveil Yi Tianqing's activities. Initially searching within the city lord's mansion, he found no trace of Yi Tianqing, suggesting that he had not returned there. Where could he have gone? Zhao Ze could only activate a fervent search mode, lamenting that there was no option to mark these individuals or reform the team for easier tracking. The effort was proving exhausting. Finally, he spotted Yi Tianqing in an inn, seemingly renting a room alone, although it appeared there was another individual inside, lying on the bed. Zhao Ze could only activate a fervent search mode, lamenting that there was no option to mark these individuals or reform the team for easier tracking. Why on earth had he exhumed his brother and Apos' body and brought it here? Did he possess a morbid fascination with corpses? Zhao Ze and Apos' curiosity compelled him to observe further. As Zhao Ze focused closer, he realized with horror that it was a corpse, already beginning to decay. He suddenly recalled who this body belonged to, one of Yi Tianqing's brothers. Often gathers strange secret techniques, claiming to do so for the sake of ridding the world of chaos. Yet, this is mere pretense. Inside the room, Yi Tianqing had prepared various herbs and peculiar items, likely for some form of dark sorcery. Major sects, aside from collecting martial arts knowledge, often gather strange secret techniques, claiming to do so for the sake of ridding the world of chaos. Yet, this is mere pretense. They themselves practice the more powerful and bizarre methods. It seemed Yi Tianqing had indeed delved into such practices, easily obtained given Yi Tianqing and Apos' proximity to her. He stuffed the hair into the corpse and Apos' mouth and began reciting arcane incantations. Minutes later, the corpse and Apos' fingers twitched. Applying it to the corpse, he then retrieved some long strands of hair, likely belonging to a woman. Zhao Ze surmised that these must be Lin Qingqing and Apos' easily obtained given Yu Tianqing and Apos' proximity to her. He stuffed the hair into the corpse and Apos' mouth and began reciting arcane incantations. Minutes later, the corpse and Apos' fingers twitched, and it suddenly sat upright, raising a hand to point in a specific direction while mumbling incoherently. Realizing that Yu Tianqing had his own plans, his earlier attempts to seek assistance from Li Chun and Zhao Ze were gambles, if those failed. Stowed the map away and discreetly removed the body, finding a secluded spot to bury it. Having witnessed this, Zhao Ze exited the god perspective. Realizing that Yu Tianqing had his own plans, his earlier attempts to seek assistance from Li Chun and Zhao Ze were gambles. If those failed, he would resort to his own means. Truly, his devotion was palpable. Zhao Ze quietly departed the room, heading to Yu Yin and Apos' residence, where 30 death warriors stood in orderly formation, unmoving. The challenge now was how to conceal these warriors before Yin and Yu Yin returned. As Zhao Ze pondered this, perhaps due to the time spent in his meeting with Yu Tianqing. However, he didn't see Yin, which put his mind at ease, making it easier to gloss things over. Chapter 79. Securing a foothold. Zhao Ze felt a tinge of awkwardness, as he hadn't Apos' anticipated their return from reconnaissance so swiftly, perhaps due to the time spent in his meeting with Yu Tianqing. However, he didn't Apos' see Yin, which put his mind at ease, making it easier to gloss things over. She simply had to return promptly, lest it become difficult. She then turned, her expression betraying a hint of pique. You don't care about me at all. Her absence from the evening banquet would arouse Li Chun and Apos' suspicion. However, she bid farewell to those inside, so I believe it one and Apos' be too problematic. Yet you distrust me and place your faith in a murderous fiend. Zhao Ze found himself in an embarrassing predicament. The moment I entered, you only asked about her. You didn't and Apos' even inquire if I and Apos' eaten. I was the one who initially collaborated with you. So I couldn't and Apos' prepare them in advance, lest they become cold. I and Apos' have them prepare an extra portion for you shortly. Upon hearing this, Yu Yin seemed appeased. He hadn't and Apos' expected their early return and was unprepared with refreshments. However, he dissembled. The delicacies are being prepared for you. I was uncertain when you and Apos' return. So I couldn't and Apos' prepare them in advance, lest they become cold. I and Apos' have them prepare an extra portion for you shortly. Upon hearing this, Yu Yin seemed appeased. She then curiously questioned, these guards appear to be as stiff as wood. What exactly are they? Zhao Ze offered an explanation. She poked one of the death servants with her finger. Zhao Ze elaborated, as I mentioned, even I am ignorant of their secrets. They and Apos' come in handy tomorrow. Yu Yin scratched her head in bewilderment. Are you certain these are living beings? They appear lifeless, devoid of any movement. As she spoke, she poked one of the death servants with her finger. Zhao Ze elaborated, as I mentioned, even I am ignorant of their secrets. I only possess these 30 death servants to protect me. I believe they are still alive, but I'm unsure why they've become like this. He then commanded the death servant before Yu Yin to move slightly. Startled, Yu Yin's eyes widened as she exclaimed, it moved. Come over here, she commanded the death servant. And Zhao Ze complied, hoping to deceive her. However, he underestimated Yu Yin. After her initial command was obeyed, she issued a second, then a third. It seemed as though Yu Yin had discovered a new plaything, and she reveled in it. Zhao Ze reluctantly obliged, controlling the death servant to appease the girl. Just then, Zaidaxi arrived at Yu Yin's residence. Upon witnessing Yu Yin and Zhao Ze's merriment, he quietly retreated, knowing what he needed to do. Of course, the girl had dismissed his ultimate weapon as a dull toy. The minds of girls were truly enigmatic. However, this peculiarity had its advantages. She settled down and lamented, this ISN and Apos' entertaining at all. It and Apos' incredibly clumsy, only capable of moving, and can and Apos' even speak. How tedious. Zhao Ze was taken aback. The girl had dismissed his ultimate weapon as a dull toy. The minds of girls were truly enigmatic. However, this peculiarity had its advantages. We then followed these routes upwards for a considerable distance and placed insects in inconspicuous locations. When they pass by tomorrow morning, the insects will detect them, revealing their destination. Now that you've seen that my subordinates are prepared, how's your side progressing? Yuan retorted with displeasure. My senior and I scouted several locations and identified 2 potential hideouts. And her resentment grew as Zhao Zhe continued to question her. Zhao Zhe promptly rose, intending to check on the meal and amp. Oppos, progress. We simply need to lie in wait at the hideout. However, my senior will provide you with the specifics. I'm famished. Is the meal ready yet? Yuan hadn't eaten. And her resentment grew as Zhao Zhe continued to question her. Zhao Zhe promptly rose, intending to check on the meal and Oppos, progress. Xiaodongzi was perplexed as to how he could move them, as only Zhao Zhe could control them. For the moment, Yuan's face lit up with a sweet smile, and Zhao Zhe signaled Xiaodongzi to devise a plan to relocate the 30 death servants, as they couldn't remain there indefinitely. Xiaodongzi was perplexed as to how he could move them, as only Zhao Zhe could control them. For the moment, he couldn't conceive of a way to conceal the 30 death servants. Finally, while Yuan was eating, the 2 conferred and determined that the underground waterway tunnel was the safest and most spacious option. It would also be convenient to transport them out the next day, as they could simply exit the tunnel without attracting attention. Now, they had to guide the death servants back, but Li Chun and Oppos' patrols were active outside, and Yuanyu was at home. Thus, they had to wait until Yuanyu had fallen asleep. Xiaodongzi then returned home. Zhao Zhe didn't and Oppos, know what to make of her. Moreover, Yuan appeared lonely and somewhat dependent on others. After all, Yuan seemed to trust Zhao Zhe more, transitioning from skepticism to friendliness. She was so naive that she had been won over by a few meals. It was remarkable that she hadn't and Oppos suffered any mental issues. Now that she had someone she believed she could trust, she became more talkative, a stark contrast to their initial meeting, where she had barely uttered a few words. She even regaled Zhao Zhe with tales of her childhood with her senior. In those days, she and her senior had shared a close bond, learning swordsmanship and secret arts under their mother's tutelage. Her senior wasn't as cunning as she was now. She had been a gentle and intelligent woman, beloved by her mother. As she spoke, she drifted off to sleep, completely unguarded. She must have been exhausted after traversing the mountain paths all day. Zhao Zhe simply shook his head at the childlike Yuan, gently lifted her, placed her on the bed. She had been a gentle and intelligent woman, beloved by her mother. As she spoke, she drifted off to sleep, completely unguarded. She must have been exhausted after traversing the mountain paths all day. Zhao Zhe simply shook his head at the childlike Yuan, gently lifted her, placed her on the bed, covered her with a blanket, and quietly left the room. At that moment, Xiaodongzi arrived, reporting that he had administered a sleeping draught to Yuanyu and the maids, who had all retired to their chambers. It was time to relocate the death servants. Chapter 80. Assembly. Yuan and Oppos' residence was in close proximity to Zhao Zhe and Oppos' home, allowing Zhao Zhe to guide the dead servants sequentially to the underground water vein. Once the relocation was complete, Zhao Zhe and Xiaodongzi returned to rest. The following morning, after breakfast, Zhao Zhe and Xiaodongzi arrived at Yuan and Oppos' residence, where Yuan had just risen, still exhibiting signs of morning irritability, allowing Zhao Zhe to guide the dead servants sequentially to the underground water vein. Once the relocation was complete, Zhao Zhe and Xiaodongzi returned to rest. The following morning, after breakfast, Zhao Zhe and Xiaodongzi arrived at Yuan's residence, where Yuan had just risen, still exhibiting signs of morning irritability. It appeared that the previous day and Oppos' high-intensity physical exertion was a novel experience for her, a pampered young lady. In her morning grumpiness, Yuan sought to provoke Zhao Zhe, but he deftly precluded her attempts by placing a food box on the table, diverting her focus entirely to the culinary delights before her, rendering all else insignificant. He was not yet capable of controlling their thoughts and words entirely. Thus, he decided to send Xiaodongzi to escort the individuals outside the city to a designated rendezvous. After Xiaodongzi departed, Ziyin arrived with news. The insect had returned with a report confirming the location of their target. However, he was not yet capable of controlling their thoughts and words entirely. Thus, he decided to send Xiaodongzi to escort the individuals outside the city to a designated rendezvous. After Xiaodongzi departed, Ziyin arrived with news. The insect had returned with a report confirming the location of their target. However, Ziyin curiously inquired, "What about your manpower? Do not tell me you lack any subordinates. Just a few of us? That would be tantamount to seeking death." Zhao Zhe had ceased to press for more. Achieving this much in such a world was commendable, especially in the absence of industrialized scientific advancements. At that moment, she would inevitably turn the tables on him. He replied, "Well, there should be 20 individuals waiting for you outside the city. You two should head there first." Zhao Ze rolled his eyes, realizing that this woman was not easily dealt with and that he needed some finesse to quell her inquiries. Otherwise, before Xin could respond, Yuan interjected, "Indeed, those 30 are quite formidable. I saw them just last night. I wonder why they seem to have vanished this morning." Zhao Ze feared Yuan might speak out of turn. Before Xin could respond, Yuan interjected, "Indeed, those 30 are quite formidable. I saw them just last night. I wonder why they seem to have vanished this morning." Xin was astonished that Zhao Ze managed to assemble a force of nearly 50 individuals in such a short span. Although she was unaware of the strength of this assembly, she was merely relieved that there were usable individuals among them, and from Yuan and Oppo's remarks, it seemed some were not lacking in capability. At this juncture, Zhao Ze produced 2 sets of dark clothing and presented them to Yuan and Xin, stating, "The individuals I have gathered are somewhat unique." She was merely relieved that there were usable individuals among them, and from Yuan's remarks, it seemed some were not lacking in capability. At this juncture, Zhao Ze produced 2 sets of dark clothing and presented them to Yuan and Xin, stating, "The individuals I have gathered are somewhat unique. It would be problematic if they recognized your faces. Thus, it would be prudent for you both to masquerade as my subordinates to avoid drawing suspicion." Initially, Yuan was highly reluctant to don such dark attire, wrapping her head and body snugly until only her eyes were visible. It felt unnatural to her, as she preferred her traditional garments, but Xin insisted on taking her inside to change. Once they were appropriately attired, they split up to execute their plans. Zhao Ze remained unaware of how Xin had managed to escort the wanted Yuan out of Yinshi City and how they had returned later that evening. Everything seemed highly suspicious. Yu Tiancheng would arrive shortly. Before long, Yu Tiancheng did indeed come, and Zhao Ze welcomed him in the study. Yu Tiancheng appeared quite haggard, likely a consequence of the secret techniques he had employed, yet his gaze remained steadfast, revealing his unwavering affection for Lin Qingqing. Yi Tianqing initiated the conversation, asking, "Your Highness, have you agreed to rescue Lin Qingqing?" Zhao Ze replied, "I am willing to rescue her. However, there is an urgent matter that must be addressed first." "Oh, what is it that demands such urgency?" Yi Tianqing inquired. Zhao Ze preferred not to disclose the entire situation at the outset, so he responded, "It is indeed related to the rescue of Lin Qingqing. If you trust my words, proceed to this location outside the city, where you will be met by someone. Once this matter is resolved, we shall go to rescue Lin Qingqing." There was no further discussion of trust. Yi Tianqing, having been poisoned, was compelled to follow Zhao Ze and Oppo's directives until he could find an antidote. Thus, he did not contest Zhao Ze and Oppo's instructions, accepting his command and heading to the designated location. "Once this matter is resolved, we shall go to rescue Lin Qingqing." There was no further discussion of trust. Yi Tianqing, having been poisoned, guiding the dead servants along the path out of the subterranean passage to the assembly point. This was one of the entrances to the 10,000 great mountains outside Yinshi City, known only to the indigenous people. Outsiders were oblivious to the existence of this route. As Zhao Ze walked through the entrance, surrounded by 30 masked soldiers maintaining a combat stance, an eerie aura emanated from them, devoid of any semblance of life. Yet they moved with purpose. Upon reaching a few hundred meters into the entrance, a shadow leaped down from the branches. Wu Ying had come to escort him. When Zhao Ze arrived at the gathering place in the cave, he found everyone present except himself, and his 30 dead servants drew the attention of those gathered, evoking a sense of danger. Xin and Oppo's gaze was fixated on the dead servants, and a new thought crossed her mind. She had underestimated this prince. Initially, she believed Zhao Ze's ability to locate and assemble a group of criminals demonstrated considerable skill. But the sudden appearance of these 30 peculiar soldiers revealed that Zhao Ze possessed his own trump cards, signaling her to act with caution. She believed Zhao Ze and Oppo's ability to locate and assemble a group of criminals demonstrated considerable skill. But the sudden appearance of these 30 peculiar soldiers revealed that Zhao Ze possessed his own trump cards, signaling her to act with caution, as any misstep could lead to dire consequences. However, she did not feel anger. The greater Zhao Ze's strength, the more robust their collaboration would be. I shall refrain from further elaboration, but I implore each of you to exert your utmost effort and not falter in the heat of battle. I will fight alongside you. He then turned to Ziyin, inquiring, How long until they reached the designated position? Zine replied, they should arrive around lunchtime. We still have some time to prepare. I shall refrain from further elaboration, but I implore each of you to exert your utmost effort and not falter in the heat of battle. I will fight alongside you. He then turned to Zine, inquiring, how long until they reach the designated position? Zine replied, they should arrive around lunchtime. We still have some time to prepare. This was largely due to the efforts of Guo Hao and Zhang Xian, who were astute individuals. During their previous negotiation, they sensed Zhao Zhe and Appo's need for manpower. It was precisely this shortage that led him to seek out these criminals. Both wished to contribute to Zhao Zhe's cause, especially Zhang Xian. This was largely due to the efforts of Guo Hao and Zhang Xian, who were astute individuals. During their previous negotiation, they sensed Zhao Zhe's need for manpower. It was precisely this shortage that led him to seek out these criminals. Both wished to contribute to Zhao Zhe's cause, especially Zhang Xian, who aimed to leave a favorable impression. They discreetly warned each criminal who had taken the money and left, and the results were remarkable, as today, everyone had arrived. Zhao Zhe surmised that it was the result of their efforts. While distributing weapons and armor to the two, he intentionally included an extra vial of superior healing potion as a reward, which they both understood immediately upon seeing it. Once all the equipment was distributed and donned, Zhao Zhe surmised that it was the result of their efforts. While distributing weapons and armor to the two, these crossbows are fitted with armor-piercing bolts, though ammunition is limited, so I hope you will aim carefully when firing. Zhao Zhe remarked, these are specially crafted by the court for woodland warfare. You should feel the agility they afford you, equipped with light armor, short swords, and enhanced crossbows. These crossbows are fitted with armor-piercing bolts, though ammunition is limited, so I hope you will aim carefully when firing. I suspect many of you are handling such weaponry for the first time. Fear not. These weapons are the product of the court's finest artisans and have been simplified for ease of use. They are far easier to operate than traditional bows. Once you master the basic aiming technique, you will be proficient in no time. I will grant you a moment to practice. Zhao Zhe paused before continuing. At the onset of the battle, I will employ the crossbows for a surprise attack, aiming to weaken the enemy. If their forces are diminished thereafter, there will be no need for further intervention from your end. My subordinates will handle it. Therefore, aim to take down one enemy with each shot. With such formidable equipment, it would be disgraceful if we cannot fell a few foes. Zhang Xian echoed, indeed, our sole responsibility is to fire the crossbows. This should be the simplest task. Even a scholar like myself has no fear. What is there to fear for you? Zhao Zhe rolled his eyes at their bravado, yet recognized its effectiveness. The criminals appeared genuinely intimidated by Guo Hao and Zhang Xian, attentively listening to their commands. This was advantageous. This should be the simplest task. Even a scholar like myself has no fear. What is there to fear for you? Zhao Zhe rolled his eyes at their bravado, designating Xiao Dongzi as their temporary instructor. From what he observed, those with prior combat training adapted quickly, achieving impressive accuracy once they grasped the fundamentals. However, as Zhao Zhe needed to manage the actions of his subordinates without distraction, as time was still on their side, Zhao Zhe allowed them some practice time. Zhao Zhe momentarily forgot his name until Xiao Dongzi called out, Wang Yi, prompting his recollection of the individual. Aside from Wang Yi and Appo's exceptional performance, the others were merely adequate. There was one exception, a diminutive criminal who had no prior training, demonstrated remarkable skill and accuracy, consistently hitting the target's inner rings. Why did you tell them to slaughter the natives and malign our kin? What is your true intent? Taken aback, Zhao Zhe momentarily lost his words, eventually responding. And Zhao Zhe chose not to dwell on their training any further. At that moment, a visibly upset Yuan approached, exclaiming, Has your conscience been devoured by dogs? Zhao Zhe found himself speechless. She was not entirely wrong. Humanity often resorted to deceit and manipulation to survive, as if our primary function was to lie and gossip about one another. Just as Yuan prepared to continue, she was pulled away by Ziyin. Has your conscience been devoured by dogs? Zhao Zhe found himself speechless. She was not entirely wrong. Humanity often resorted to deceit and manipulation to survive. Noticing Zhao Zhe sitting alone in contemplation, he approached him. Zhao Zhe acknowledged his arrival and inquired, I trust you are aware of my intentions. Are you satisfied? Alleviating some of Zhao Zhe and Appo's troubles. Initially, Yi Tiancheng was engaged with the criminals and practicing with the crossbows and was quick to adapt, achieving high accuracy in no time. It seems you are not without wit. They have indeed conspired together, preparing for a significant event. What that event entails remains uncertain. After their last encounter, they lost many skilled warriors. This time, they are likely to bring even more. Are you afraid? Yi Tianqing snorted. I have never feared killing for my sister. I will fight relentlessly. Zhao Zhe fell silent for a moment before stating, your sister has acted somewhat rashly this time. If she falls into their hands, rescuing her will require considerable effort. Let us first see if our ambush can succeed flawlessly. Capturing a few tongues will reveal her whereabouts. If possible, I will fight relentlessly. Zhao Zhe fell silent for a moment before stating, your sister has acted somewhat rashly this time. If she falls into their hands, rescuing her will require considerable effort. Let us first see if our ambush can succeed flawlessly. Capturing a few tongues will reveal her whereabouts. If possible, I will lead an assault on their main stronghold. But whether we can rescue your sister depends on her own fortune. We must not force outcomes. Chapter 82, Conspiracy within the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains in a stone dwelling of the Red Insect Tribe. Noting the slight tremor in his hands, however, he quickly suppressed it, further affirming the significance of Lin Qingqing in his heart. Chapter 82, Conspiracy within the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains in a stone dwelling of the Red Insect Tribe. Lin Qingqing and Elder Bai found themselves under soft confinement, with no opportunity for negotiation granted. Upon her arrival, Lin had gathered some intelligence, aware that 5 tribes were present here. Unfortunately, these tribes had been at odds since the war a decade ago, even harboring mutual animosities. She was certain that these indigenous people and the Shadow Demon sect were conspiring a significant operation, one that could fundamentally alter the ownership of this land on the borders of the Song Kingdom. She longed to fly to Yinshi City to warn Li Chun that the indigenous armies were on the verge of descending, and she needed to return to the capital to arrange for reinforcements, for it was likely that Yinshi City could not withstand the impending onslaught. Though she was a woman and a member of a sect, she understood the broader implications at play. The Xiantian sect had finally reached an accord with the Zhao royal family after generations, and should she formally become the queen. Though she was a woman and a member of a sect, she understood the broader implications at play. The entire Song Kingdom would effectively fall under the control of the Xiantian sect. The border region was a crucial source of water for the Song Kingdom, and losing it would yield unimaginable consequences. At that moment, the doors swung open, and in walked Ledu, delivering food. Typically, she would bring 2 meals and some drinking water. The entire Song Kingdom would effectively fall under the control of the Xiantian sect. The border region was a crucial source of water for the Song Kingdom, and losing it would yield unimaginable consequences. At that moment, the door swung open, and in walked Ledu, delivering food. Typically, she would bring 2 meals and some drinking water, and this instance was no exception. Lin Qingqing inquired, where is your leader? When will he find time to discuss matters with me? Is there no sincerity in your actions? Keeping us confined without negotiations, what exactly are you scheming? Ledu, with a slight smile, responded, he will make time to speak with you today. Please be patient. With that, she disregarded Lin's tone, placing the food and water on the table before exiting the room. Lin felt a measure of relief upon hearing Leda's words. However, she feared her leverage had diminished significantly. The indigenous tribes had nearly unified, and with a resolute leader, the border region was destined for unending conflict. Elder Bai, concerned, queried, do you feel confident about the upcoming negotiations? They seem disinclined to engage with us inlanders and appear ready to attack Yinshi City. We must find a way to relay this information to Li Chun, and the capital must also be informed, Elder Bai added. Lin Qingqing, resigned, sank into a chair and replied, it is too late. These indigenous people chose to act during the Song Kingdom's struggle for the throne, and without central military support, Yinshi City will find it difficult to defend itself. I suspect there are unseen forces backing and inciting them. Unlike the disjointed factions of a decade ago, they now possess unified execution power, significantly stronger than before. The onset of their unity marks the beginning of a power struggle, and without central military support, Yinshi City will find it difficult to defend itself. I suspect there are unseen forces backing and inciting them. I can end Oppose. Shake the feeling that the recent events surrounding His Highness have been orchestrated, and our inadequate manpower coincidentally left us tasked here. And the Shadow Demon sect must be their conduit. Lin's analysis resonated with Bai, who concurred. It was too late. The intentions of that group had already been realized, and now the future princess had become a captive. Should this persist, the prince and Oppose's aspirations for the throne would be rendered nearly impossible. At that moment, the door opened once more, revealing a native man who scrutinized Lin and Elder Bai, fixating particularly on Lin. His gaze was aggressive, causing her discomfort, yet she recognized him as the leader of this tribe, surprisingly young and capable, prompting her to refrain from provoking him further. The young man withdrew his gaze and introduced himself. I am Zita, the chief of this tribe. You must be the crown princess of the Song Kingdom. I wonder what brings you from the capital to this remote corner of the world. His opening statement made it clear that he had received information from the Shadow Demon sect, warning Lin not to engage in trivialities and to be more forthright. Lin, realizing her position, attempted to negotiate, albeit cautiously. Our Xiantian sect has come in search of a rare herb and did not intend to disturb your esteemed chief. I hope you can overlook this and consider trading some herbs with us. I assure you that the prince will reward you handsomely once informed. Zita, unaccustomed to such excessive pleasantries, found them distasteful. Very well, I know why you are here. I have arranged for the herbs, which will be ready shortly. I do not require any reward from the prince. Rather, I seek something that General Li Chun possesses. Acquiring that item should be simple for you. Both Lin and Elder Bai were taken aback by the ease of the exchange and simultaneously inquired, what is this item? Zita produced a black totem resembling an insect and presented it for inspection. After examining it, Lin expressed regret. We have never seen this before and are unaware of how it came into General Li Chun's possession. Upon our return, we will certainly convey this matter to him. Zita stated earnestly, this item is a vital heritage of our tribe and a cornerstone of our beliefs. Without it, our people would lose their very soul. I hope you inlanders can understand. Both Lin and Bai nodded in understanding. Zita continued, I do not wish to see Yunshi City ravaged nor my people suffer. If you can procure this item for me within a short time, I will refrain from attacking Yunshi City. Lin, invigorated, stepped forward. Rest assured, esteemed chief. We will ensure that General Li Chun retrieves this item for you promptly. Time is of the essence, and we implore you to grant us passage to fulfill your wishes. We, too, wish to prevent a recurrence of the tragic conflicts that plagued our peoples a decade ago. In their agitation, both Lin Qingqing and Elder Bai were primarily concerned with self-preservation. Since the matter of the medicinal herbs had been resolved, they could return and fulfill their assignment. As for the chieftain and Apos, affairs, once they escaped, they would hardly concern themselves with such matters. The prospect of the central army from the capital arriving to eliminate the indigenous people was a welcome thought. Zita clapped his hands, and a guard entered, bearing a tray laden with herbs. He announced, these herbs were gathered by our people, which is why you were unable to find them. Consider them a gift. The prospect of the central army from the capital arriving to eliminate the indigenous people was a welcome thought. Zita clapped his hands, and a guard entered, bearing a tray laden with herbs. He announced, these herbs were gathered by our people, which is why you were unable to find them. Consider them a gift. Lin Qingqing and Elder Bai hastily accepted the herbs, stowing them away before bidding farewell to the chieftain and attempting to depart. However, Zita intercepted them, his countenance now fierce. Lin Qingqing cautiously inquired, rest assured, chieftain, we will fulfill the task you have entrusted to us. Is there anything else you require? Without hesitation, Zita delivered a resounding slap, sending Lin Qingqing sprawling to the ground. Elder Bai rushed to her aid, both women rendered defenseless due to their sealed meridians, leaving them as vulnerable as ordinary individuals. Zita, obtain the item by the evening of the day after tomorrow and deliver it to me. Only then will I postpone the assault on Yunshi City. Otherwise, yet you presume to come and go as you please? I spit on that notion. Zita spat, adding, you, crone, may leave, but remember my instructions. Obtain the item by the evening of the day after tomorrow and deliver it to me. Only then will I postpone the assault on Yunshi City. Otherwise, tell Li Chun to prepare for my army, which will descend upon Yunshi City in 3 days. He rose, continuing, furthermore, expedite the delivery of the herbs to the crown prince. I require his internal strife to weaken the Song dynasty. His consort remains here under my protection, allowing the indigenous people to rise as a formidable force in the southwestern region, poised to annex a substantial portion of Song territory, with the assistance of indigenous soldiers. If Zita's prediction held true, the Song dynasty would suffer a significant decline in strength following the succession struggle. With Lin Qingqing still in his grasp, she also had to relay this information to the crown prince and Apos, in the capital. Elder Bai hastily departed the Shikong tribe, heading towards Yunshi City. She needed to accelerate her efforts to fulfill the task Zita had assigned her. Zhao Zhe was distributing provisions to the criminals, some homemade jerky that he had instructed Fan Dao to prepare a few days earlier, as it was convenient for transport. Although there was still some time before noon, they needed to eat first to stave off hunger while they awaited their target. After their meal, they set out. Zhao Zhe was distributing provisions to the criminals, some homemade jerky that he had instructed Fan Dao to prepare a few days earlier, as it was convenient for transport. After nearly half an hour of trekking, they arrived at a small waterfall, behind which lay a hidden cave. In front of the waterfall was a pool of crystal-clear water, with Xin and Yuan leading the way along a series of discrete mountain paths that would be difficult for an unacquainted person to navigate. He instructed all his subordinates to rest on a small hill nearby, while he followed Xin into the cave behind the waterfall for inspection. Upon entering, nothing seemed amiss, revealing the bottom beneath. They did not linger long, as Zhao Zhe was mindful of leaving traces with too many people around. He instructed all his subordinates to rest on a small hill nearby, while he followed Xin into the cave behind the waterfall for inspection. Upon entering, nothing seemed amiss. It was simply a natural cavern. However, at Xin and Appo's suggestion, Zhao Zhe noticed some signs of previous visitors. Evidence of a fire indicated that someone had cooked there. And further inside, he discovered remnants of human waste, likely left by earlier groups. Life in the 10,000 Great Mountains was undoubtedly arduous, making even the simplest acts of nature a challenge. The area was teeming with snakes and insects, and a careless step could lead to a fatal bite. Xin had mentioned that the probability of accidental death among her people was significantly higher than normal, which made them particularly cautious about their surroundings. This location, being one of the safer spots, had evidently been utilized by the Shadow Demon sect, as evidenced by a tattered garment left behind, an article of clothing that belonged to a native male who typically wore little more than trousers, while the females donned fashionable attire consisting of fitted bodices and short skirts, as long sleeves were impractical in such terrain. We have the advantage of terrain. Let them enter this cave, and we will wait on the opposite hillside. Xin then inquired, should we set up some traps inside? Zhao Zhe shook his head, responding, no, that would alert them. We do not need traps outside either. We have the advantage of terrain. Let them enter this cave, and we will wait on the opposite hillside. Her strategic thinking in combat was somewhat lacking, so Zhao Zhe chose not to argue, recognizing her inexperience in such scenarios. After exiting the cave, Xiaodong approached Zhao Zhe and reported, Your Highness, I have explored the surrounding terrain. This waterfall has two paths, the one we arrived by and another behind it. Once combat begins, we can place personnel on this latter path to ensure none escape. Zhao Zhe nodded, excellent, set traps along our route. But do not concern yourself with the other path. I will deploy some death guards there. After Xiaodong received his orders, Zhao Zhe gathered his men on the opposite hill and asked, Is everyone prepared? A chorus of voices replied, Ready, ready. Zhao Zhe felt a surge of frustration but understood that these criminals had not undergone formal training. If not for a shortage of manpower, he would not resort to such tactics. At that moment, Guahao stepped forward, declaring, You all need to pull yourselves together. Are you still hungry? Answer me. I am ready. Came the unified response from the criminals, now more synchronized in their fervor. Pleased with their readiness, he would not resort to such tactics. At that moment, Guahao stepped forward, declaring, You all need to pull yourselves together. Are you still hungry? Answer me. I am ready. Came the unified response from the criminals, now more synchronized in their fervor. Pleased with their readiness, Zhao Zhe arranged the ambush positions and instructed Guahao and the others, Wait for my command to fire. Do not shoot at the first sight of an enemy, understood? So do what you can. Once the situation seems favorable, move to intercept them on the other path. Understood, Yu Tiancheng affirmed. Zhao Zhe then sought out Yuan and Xin. Zhao Zhe replied, Initially, you should lie in wait on this hillside. As you've seen, these criminals are unlikely to take down many. Your shooting skills are commendable. So do what you can. Once the situation seems favorable, move to intercept them on the other path. Understood, Yu Tiancheng affirmed. Zhao Zhe then sought out Yuan and Xin. Addressing Xin, we do not yet know their numbers or strength. I cannot guarantee a decisive victory. If you sense trouble, do not hesitate to retreat. I will do the same. Do not take unnecessary risks. Xin teased, How curious that you concern yourself with our safety. Arin and Appo's, Tu inlanders keen on our demise? Did not respond until Xin called out to her multiple times, after which she pouted and followed Zhao Zhe. Zhao Zhe had anticipated Yuan and Appo's reluctance. I expect you to intercept them. Do not go missing at that moment. Yuan, come with me. There is a task for you. Yuan, lost in thought. did not respond until Zine called out to her multiple times, after which she pouted and followed Zhao Zhe. Zhao Zhe had anticipated Yuin's reluctance. Aware that although she had knowledge of combat against other tribes, her heart remained pure, desiring harmony between her people and others, wishing for the absence of war. It was perhaps best that she did not witness the impending slaughter, as he was uncertain how she might react to such brutality. Zhao Zhe would find himself in dire straits. Thus, keeping Yuin close served as a form of assurance for him, revealing Zine and Appo's genuine concern for her kin. Zine had tacitly accepted this arrangement, making it easy for Zhao Zhe to take Yuin along. Chapter 84. The sphere of local forces and the fog of war. Zhao Zhe led Yuin back along the path they had come, prompting Yuin to inquire. Zine had tacitly accepted this arrangement, making it easy for Zhao Zhe to take Yuin along, seeing it might lead to regret. After all, war entails killing, and it will not cease until one side is utterly vanquished or subdued. Though these tribesmen are not from your clan, I believe you have come to regard them as your own. Therefore, it is wiser not to look. For the first time, Yuin lowered her head in silence, tears welling in her eyes. She had understood the inevitability of war when the other two tribes attacked the Baicheng tribe. Yet when faced with the reality of conflict, she found herself paralyzed. Yuin lowered her head in silence, tears welling in her eyes. She had understood the inevitability of war when the other two tribes attacked the Baicheng tribe. Zhao Zhe glanced at the silent Yuin before turning away to continue leading. Her naive and stubborn belief that her kin could not harm one another clashed with the harsh truth of war. Zhao Zhe glanced at the silent Yuin before turning away to continue leading. It seemed she had come to terms with the unavoidable nature of war and acknowledged the rationale behind his and Zine's actions, though she would not partake, as it contradicted her principles. Thus, she could only keep her distance from the battlefield. Along the way, they encountered Xiao Dongzi, who was setting traps. Zhao Zhe had already stationed 5 regular soldiers here, which were sufficient in conjunction with the traps, with the option for reinforcements if needed. After finishing the last trap, which should suffice. Otherwise, it would be problematic. Xiao Dongzi chuckled. Actually, Your Highness, the safest resting spot in these mountains is a cave devoid of wild beasts. Fortunately, your guidance as a trainer will be crucial for the ambush. The criminals have only trained for a few hours and remain inexperienced, but the terrain offers us an advantage, which should suffice. Otherwise, it would be problematic. Xiao Dongzi chuckled. Actually, Your Highness, the safest resting spot in these mountains is a cave devoid of wild beasts. Fortunately, this cave is hard to discover, especially with their people around. Zhao Zhe nodded in agreement. Without the assistance of Zine and Yuin, he would have hesitated to ambush the enemy alone. Failure could mean complete annihilation, which was also why the court had not taken control of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Even if one managed to seize it, years of development and management would be needed to make it habitable, while the natives were accustomed to such a lifestyle. As Zhao Zhe had positioned them on his way, Yuin, perceptive as always, understood Zhao Ze's intention in bringing her here, yet she asked, "Are you leaving me here to wait for you?" Zhao Zhe responded, "Yes and no." Before she could react, he swiftly struck the back of her neck with his hand. As Zhao Zhe had positioned them on his way, Yuin, perceptive as always, understood Zhao Ze's intention in bringing her here, yet she asked, "Especially since your actions are driven by emotion. I am not accustomed to cleaning up after others while also entertaining them. It would be exhausting for all involved, rendering her unconscious and causing her to collapse against him. Do not blame me. I fear you might run amok during the chaos, especially since your actions are driven by emotion. I am not accustomed to cleaning up after others while also entertaining them. It would be exhausting for all involved." Then commanded the 2 soldiers to guard her before departing. He ascended to the mountaintop, where others were already concealed. Many criminals had covered themselves with brush. He gently laid Yuin on the grass and sprinkled insect repellent around her to protect her from snake and insect bites. Then commanded the 2 soldiers to guard her before departing. He ascended to the mountaintop, where others were already concealed. Many criminals had covered themselves with brush, likely a tactic taught by Xiao Dongzi, and they executed it quite well. Zhao Zhe was pleased, as he was directing this battle and could not afford any errors. As he ventured deeper into the forest, an alarm rang out from the system. However, he had no time to investigate. Once he found a large tree, he leaned against it and accessed the system. Upon entering the divine perspective, he inquired, "What is going on with the incessant alarms? Has there been a crisis in Yinshi City?" The system responded, "The alarm is triggered because the host has entered the territory of an opposing force. The host can view this in the divine perspective, claiming divine lineage, a farce that could only deceive the uneducated populace. The fog of this territory was lifted, revealing their traveled path, though unexplored areas remained shrouded in mist. Those familiar with real-time strategy games would recognize the fog of war effect. It only dissipated in this area, reverting to shadow once they left. So he refrained from further questioning the system. Given that this is enemy territory, how can I seize control? Zhao Zhe asked. The system replied, according to the system and Oppo's assessment, this area is unguarded. The host need only dispatch personnel to occupy it for a while, after which it will automatically become the host and Oppo's domain. Should enemy forces arrive during this time, the host must eliminate a sufficient number of them to claim the area. With this clarification, Zhao Zhe understood the mechanics, akin to battles often seen in games. The system continued, if the host occupies this territory, it is imperative to station personnel here. Failure to do so during enemy assaults will be counted as unguarded, allowing the enemy to easily reclaim control. Zhao Zhe was already aware of this, desiring information on other matters. What benefits and rewards will I receive upon occupying this land? He inquired. The system responded, once the host occupies this land, the fog will be permanently lifted, unlocking search functions and other capabilities. Additionally, the rewards will be substantial, calculated based on the land secured and enemy forces defeated. Upon learning this, Zhao Zhe felt elated, as these rewards could enhance his power. Moreover, the corpses of fallen enemies could be transformed into his undead army, allowing him to deliver a decisive blow to the natives and Li Chun, ultimately claiming true dominion over Yinshi City. To amass a larger undead army, he could organize a special unit to ambush native forces in nearby areas, while secretly collecting the corpses of Li Chun and Oppo's as fallen subordinates. In the end, these corpses would bolster his ranks, leading to a considerable force. He could organize a special unit to ambush native forces in nearby areas, while secretly collecting the corpses of Li Chun's fallen subordinates. In the end, these corpses would bolster his ranks, leading to a considerable force.